Jianghe, I'm sorry. Let's break up. I'm getting married. The summer of 1996 in Pingcheng was unbearably hot. So hot it left Chen Jianghe's heart restless and his mind adrift. Today was Chen Jianghe's first day out of prison. The moment he was released, he went straight to find his girlfriend Ling Shui, only to receive news of their breakup from her. 3 years ago, Chen Jianghe had just turned 18 when he watched helplessly as his father was slashed to death by a group of men at the entrance of a video game arcade. He rushed in to save him, accidentally wounding several of the attackers, and was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. The judge said it was called group fighting. Since childhood, his father had told him that the path of the Jianghe was a road of no return, difficult to walk with few who reached the end and found peace. Chen Jianghe had never understood the meaning of those words. Instead, he thought the Jianghe was wonderful, with brothers, with women, with glory and power, until he watched his own father collapse in a pool of blood and slowly become a cold corpse. Only then did he truly understand those words. Chen Jianghe, what are you thinking? Ling Shui bit her lip, her heart filled with reluctance. Chen Jianghe was handsome and treated her well. The two had grown up together. They were childhood sweethearts. She genuinely liked him, but liking someone couldn't put food on the table. Chen Jianghe was now an ex-convict while she was a university student with a bright future ahead. The two of them no longer belonged to the same world. A Shui just because he has money. Is money really that important? Chen Jianghe angrily grabbed Ling Shui's arm. Jianghe, you've never earned money, so you don't know how hard it is to make, nor how important it is. Now that you're out of prison, you'll soon understand my choice. Ling Shui raised her hand to glance at the watch on her slender wrist. Her fiancé would arrive in about an hour. Don't be sad. Even though we've broken up, we can still be friends from now on. Be friends. Chen Jianghe slumped down onto the bed. Now his father was dead and his mother had taken his sister abroad years ago without a trace. Ling Shui was breaking up with him too. Now he was truly alone, a worthless life. Ling Shui looked at Chen Jianghe sitting defeated on the bed, felt a pang of heartache, sighed, and slowly walked over. Jianghe, my fiancé won't be here for over an hour. Ling Shui finished speaking, saw that Chen Jianghe didn't understand her meaning, frowned slightly, and had to make her words more explicit. You can do anything you want in this hour. Chen Jianghe suddenly raised his head, looking at Ling Shui in disbelief. Where had that pure pretty girl from just 3 years ago gone? Jianghe, are you going to do it or not? This is the last time. I won't let you do this again. Seeing Chen Jianghe still sitting there, Ling Shui grew impatient. Her time was precious. Chen Jianghe stared blankly at Ling Shui. He had to admit that 3 years had made Ling Shui even more beautiful. Her face was exquisite, like a perfect work of art, and her tall, curvaceous figure at 170 centimeters was a rare sight. But she was no longer the girl he knew. Yes. Chen Jianghe roared and lunged forward. 3 years without seeing a woman. Even a sow would look like a beauty, let alone someone who already was one. Time passed. Ling Shui emerged from the bathroom with her hair draped loosely over her shoulders. Chen Jianghe, you have no mercy for another man's wife, do you? Ling Shui glared at Chen Jianghe angrily and hurriedly changed her clothes. Beep beep. Just then a car horn suddenly sounded from downstairs. Ling Shui's pretty face changed slightly. My fiancé is here. Jianghe, stay at my place and don't go out. We'll leave first, then you can leave after. Ling Shui finished speaking and hurriedly grabbed her bag and went downstairs. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette, letting the smoke curl around him. Ling Shui had always hated him smoking. He would never smoke in front of her before. But now it didn't matter anymore. He walked to the window and quickly saw Ling Shui appear with a man. That man drove a Toyota Crown, a car worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, enough to buy 2 or 3 apartments in Pingcheng. Downstairs, Ling Shui intimately held Zhang Feng's arm with a bright, sweet smile. Shui, why is your face so red? Lu Feng got in the car with a puzzled look. I just took a shower. The water was a bit hot. Let's go. Ling Shui smiled brightly without the slightest trace of anything unusual. Lu Feng nodded, started the car, and drove away from the residential compound. Money really is a wonderful thing. Chen Jianghe watched the Crown disappear around the street corner. His youth was over too. In a daze, he left the residential building, looked up at the sky. Time to go home. He walked smoking toward the direction of home in his memory. 3 years hadn't changed Pingcheng too much. Half an hour later, Chen Jianghe passed through alleys and arrived outside a 3-story small building. This small building was built by his father Chen Jianghe, but now things were no longer the same. Jianghe. Suddenly a sturdy figure ran over. Seeing Chen Jianghe, he excitedly pulled him into a hug. I remembered you were getting out today. I went to pick you up, but couldn't find you. Where did you go? Depeng. Chen Jianghe gripped the man tightly, the corners of his eyes moist. The woman was gone, but at least his brother remained. Zhang Peng and Chen Jianghe had been friends since they were in diapers. They grew up together. Zhang Peng had 2 younger siblings and wasn't cut out for school. He dropped out before finishing middle school. Later he worked 2 years in a sweatshop. When Chen Jianghe's father opened a video game arcade, he called Zhang Peng over to run the score counter. They continued until the incident with Chen Jianghe and his father. For the past 3 years, only Zhang Peng had visited Chen Jianghe in prison every month, without fail, rain or shine. Brother, it's good that you're out. It's good that you're out. Zhang Peng patted Chen Jianghe's back hard, secretly wiping away tears. Come, let's go to my place. I'll cook you something good. Let's go inside first. I have something to ask you. Chen Jianghe took a deep breath and turned toward the entrance. Jianghe, don't go. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and whispered, this house has been occupied by people arranged by Sister Xiao. Sister Xiao Wan was considered Chen Jianghe's stepmother. Back then, after Chen Jianghe's mother took his sister and left, it wasn't long before Chen Jianghe made a name for himself. With money in hand, he lavished it all on Xiao Wan, and she naturally became Chen Jianghe's woman. But in those 3 years, Xiao Wan never once went to the prison to visit Chen Jianghe. This house is not hers to occupy. Chen Jianghe laughed coldly. Jianghe, don't be reckless. I didn't want to say this, but I can't just watch you go to your death. Zhang Peng hesitated for a long time, then sighed, and said, during the 3 years you've been inside, I've gathered a lot of information. I heard Uncle Chen's death was connected to Sister Xiao. What did you just say? What exactly happened? Chen Jianghe grabbed Zhang Peng by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. After 3 years in prison, he had suspected every rival of Chen Jianghe, yet never once suspected Xiao Wan. She had no reason to harm Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, after Uncle Chen died, Sister Xiao shut down the arcade and dismissed all of us. But less than 2 months later, the arcade reopened. Only now the boss was Li Jindi. Zhang Peng pressed his lips together and slowly began to speak. How did the arcade end up in Li Jindi's hands? Li Jindi used to run with your dad when he was young. Later, Li Jindi swore allegiance to a big brother and went solo. From then on, his relationship with Chen Jianghe grew distant. Before the incident, Chen Jianghe had seen Li Jindi visit his father several times. I don't know the full story either. All I know is that after the arcade reopened, Sister Xiao also got together with Li Jindi. It all happened within 2 months. I've heard people say it was Sister Xiao and Li Jindi who conspired to kill Uncle Chen. The reason being that Uncle Chen refused to let Li Jindi buy into the business. Zhang Peng said through gritted teeth. They killed my father just because he wouldn't let them buy any. Chen Jianghe slammed his fist into the courtyard wall, his knuckles splitting open and bleeding, yet he felt nothing. That seems to be the case. That's what all the thugs on North Street are saying. The hoodlums who actually did the slashing were also protected. I heard the one with the heaviest sentence only got 7 years and the lightest was out in just a few months. Without someone powerful backing them and throwing money around, there's no way they would have gotten such light sentences. Zhang Peng continued. Chen Jianghe had only injured a few people and was sentenced to 4.5 years. Yet the thugs who hacked Chen Jianghe to death got at most 7 years. There had to be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Whoever gained the most from the incident is the biggest suspect. Li Jindi and Xiao Wan were clearly the prime suspects. Li Jindi, Xiao Wan, just you wait. I will avenge this. Chen Jianghe squeezed his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his eyes blazing with hatred. Jianghe, I want to avenge Uncle Chen too, but we're not capable of it. Zhang Peng said helplessly. Right now Li Jindi is powerful and well-connected. We can't afford to provoke him. No matter how tough Li Jindi thinks he is, he's only got one life. The fairest thing about this world is that everyone only gets one life. Chen Jianghe said coldly. What the hell are you two mumbling about? Get lost. Just then the courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open. A young man barely out of his teens stepped out, his hair a bird's nest mess, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Bro, sorry we. Zhang Peng hurriedly bowed in apology. Chen Jianghe suddenly lunged forward, grabbed the young man by the head, and slammed it against the courtyard wall. Thud! The young man groaned and crumpled softly to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Shit, someone's causing trouble. Get the weapons. Inside the room, 2 young men who had been smoking looked up at the noise. They rolled off the bed in one swift motion, pulled machetes from under the bed, and rushed out. Jianghe! Zhang Peng shouted and ducked down, fumbling around until he found a brick. He gripped it tight and followed Chen Jianghe into the courtyard. Chen Jianghe didn't slow down. He charged straight at the young thug ahead. The thug raised his machete and hacked down at Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe darted sideways and punched the thug square in the throat. Whoosh! The young thug's eyes bulged, blood spurted from his mouth, and he crashed to the ground. Sizzle! The machete from the second thug came down and struck Chen Jianghe's shoulder. Blood gushed instantly. The searing pain ignited something in him. His eyes turned a deep, blood-curdling crimson. Fiercely, he grabbed the back of the blade, kicked the thug in the body, and sent him sprawling. You son of a bitch! Zhang Peng roared and threw himself onto the thug, bringing the brick down hard on the thug's face. Red and white smeared across the floor. Bro, please stop. Please stop. The young thug shielded his head in terror, begging desperately for mercy. Peng. Chen Jianghe pulled Zhang Peng up. Zhang Peng was breathing hard, slowly calming down. At the rate he was smashing, a few more hits would have crushed the kid's skull. Jianghe, are you okay? Seeing blood still flowing from Chen Jianghe's shoulder, Zhang Peng tossed aside the brick, his face full of worry. I'm fine, it's just a scratch. Tell them to get lost. Chen Jianghe pulled open his shirt to check the wound on his shoulder. It wasn't deep. Fighting these low-level punks served no purpose. Zhang Peng kicked and shoved all 3 of them toward the gate. Hold on. Chen Jianghe spoke up suddenly. Go back and tell Xiao Wan. What's mine she cannot take. Bro, who the hell are you? The bloodied young thug asked through gritted teeth. Chen Jianghe. You. The 3 punks were shocked and hurriedly left. Xiao Wan had placed them here specifically to make sure Chen Jianghe had nowhere to call home. She never expected Chen Jianghe to be this fierce. He had beaten them all down single-handedly. Jianghe, we've completely offended Xiaowan now. Zhang Peng's face was full of worry. Housing prices in Pingcheng were starting to rise, and a standalone little building like this could easily fetch 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. That was no small sum. Xiaowan would not give up so easily. This is just the beginning. Taking back this little building was only the beginning. The house had been thoroughly trashed by those three young thugs. Cigarette butts, takeout boxes, and all kinds of household garbage were strewn everywhere inside. Zhang Peng quickly tidied up a bit. Seeing that Chen Jianghe's shoulder was still bleeding, he hurriedly took him to a nearby unlicensed clinic. Sister Lu, please take a look at my brother. Zhang Peng wore a flattering expression as he spoke to a beautiful young married woman inside the clinic. The beautiful young woman wore a white doctor's coat. She looked just past 30, her glossy black hair tied in a ponytail, black-framed glasses perched on her nose. Under the white coat, her striking figure was unmistakable. She was generously proportioned at the very least. Another woman of striking figure. Come in. The beautiful young woman glanced at the two men with no particular expression and told Chen Jianghe to come in and take off his shirt. As Chen Jianghe removed his shirt, the woman's gaze lingered briefly on his physique. Chen Jianghe had spent 3 years in prison. The days were agonizing. Day after day, he committed his grandfather's legacy, the fist manual, to memory and trained in it. His grandfather had been a martial instructor in his youth and had killed enemies on the battlefield. Chen Jianghe had been able to carve out his territory on North Street because he could fight, had served as a soldier, and struck hard. He never could have imagined his father would be hacked to death on the street. Chen Jianghe had trained the fist manual for 3 years in prison. With his shirt off, his physique was sharp and defined, a dangerous allure for any woman in her 30s. Just a flesh wound, not too serious. Let me stitch it up for you. The beautiful young woman paused, her tone no longer quite as cold. Disinfection stitching, no anesthesia. Unlicensed clinics like these were the favorite haunts of the underworld. Unless the injury was too severe, everyone preferred to come to places like this. If you went to a real hospital, they'd notify the authorities, and you'd be finished. 50. The woman with the stitched wound spoke expressionlessly. That's expensive. Chen Jianghe frowned deeply, his pockets completely empty. Sister Lu, my brother just got out and doesn't know the going rate. Please forgive us. Zhang Peng patted his pockets, finding only a few yuan. He still needed to treat Chen Jianghe to a meal later and couldn't spare this money. Sister, can I owe this for a few days? Once I get my paycheck, I'll definitely pay you back. Zhang Peng was currently helping run a billiard hall, earning 600 a month from the boss. After covering his own food and expenses and sending money to support his younger siblings' schooling, he barely had any disposable income. You don't even have 50? What kind of life are you living? I don't offer credit here. The woman's face remained cold, leaving no room for discussion. Sister Lu, please give us some time. We'll definitely repay you. Zhang Peng offered an apologetic smile, bowing and scraping. Chen Jianghe frowned. Damn it, even a hero can be felled by a lack of funds. Back when the Liyue game hall was still open, he never lacked for money. Now the game hall was gone, and his father had died. Everything depended on himself. Ling Shui breaking up with him was likely due to this reason. She probably thought Chen Jianghe would amount to nothing in this life. Just then a crisp voice rang out, "Mom, I'm back." A beautiful 17 or 18-year-old girl with a ponytail entered the clinic carrying a school bag. The girl glanced at the two men, curiosity flashing in her bright eyes as she studied Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng oddly. Xiao Xiao is back. Zhang Peng quickly smiled at the girl. She nodded and offered a charming smile. Xiao Xiao, go to the back and do your homework. The woman frowned and shot Zhang Peng a wary glare before hurriedly ushering the girl to the back of the clinic. You two should leave. Don't come back next time. The woman drove the two out of the clinic. Aunt Lu will definitely pay you back, don't worry. Zhang Peng wanted to say more, but the woman turned and pulled the clinic door shut, locking them out. Dapeng, do you know her? Chen Jianghe pulled Zhang Peng along as they turned to leave. He would definitely pay this money, but he had no cash on hand and needed to figure out how to make some first. Yes, Aunt Lu has run this clinic for several years. She graduated from a proper medical university, has excellent skills and precise surgical technique. Many people in the Pingjiang district come to her for injuries. Zhang Peng nodded reluctantly before turning away. A medical university graduate who chooses to run an underground clinic instead of working at a proper hospital. Chen Jianghe didn't believe it. Besides, the ages don't add up. She's barely past 30, yet her daughter is already 17 or 18. She couldn't have attended medical university. Is that so? Zhang Peng scratched his head, finding Chen Jianghe's reasoning sound. However, about Lu, when the local thugs had spread quite elaborate rumors claiming she had gotten pregnant by a university professor and was forced to drop out, now surviving by running the clinic. Never mind that anyway. Her skills are undeniable, that much is beyond doubt. Jianghe, let's go eat, you must be hungry, right? Chen Jianghe patted his stomach. Since leaving prison, he hadn't eaten a single meal. He was indeed hungry. Let's go eat bammy and it's filling. Once I get paid, I'll buy some meat, and we'll have a proper meal at home. Yongwei Game Hall. 3 battered thugs supported each other as they hurried into the game hall. Sister Xiao, bad news. Something happened. The 3 rushed straight upstairs upon entering the game hall. What's wrong? Why the panic? In the office, a tall, beautiful woman in her early 30s wearing a qipao emerged. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. The qipao was tightly fitted, rising high at her chest and cinching sharply at her waist. Full bosom, plump hips, and a slender willow-like waist described this woman perfectly. She could completely bewitch both Chen Jianghe and Li Jindi. Xiao Wan frowned at the three thugs, clearly displeased. Li Jindi's Yongguwei game hall was now the largest in the North Street area, and she held a 20% share, earning monthly dividends of 20 or 30,000. With Li Jindi currently expanding and planning to add a KTV above the game hall, Xiao Wan rode his coattails upward. Few in North Street dared to provoke them now. Who dared to hurt her people? Sister Xiao, it's Chen Jianghe. He's out and he beat us up, chased us away, and has now taken over that building. The bloodied thug said in a panicked voice. All three of you couldn't handle one Chen Jianghe. Xiao Wan found it hard to believe. 3 years ago, Chen Jianghe was merely a student, and a good one at that. How had he changed so drastically after 3 years inside? Sister Xiao, he had helpers. We three were ambushed, which is why we couldn't defeat just 2 of them. The thug didn't dare admit he had been taken down by Chen Jianghe alone. After all, Chen Jianghe and his companion did number 2. Useless indeed. Xiao Wan turned and entered her office, returning moments later with a manila envelope stuffed with hundreds of yuan bills totaling 2 or 3,000. Go find some people and track down Chen Jianghe. When you find him, cut his sinews and make him leave Pengcheng. He's never to return. Understood, Sister Xiao. The 3 thugs' eyes lit up at the sight of money. Outsourcing violence was profitable. Normally showing up for an altercation paid 200 per person, but actually throwing punches required 500. By bringing along 2 additional helpers and taking down Chen Jianghe, they'd still have considerable profit left over. What's going on? Just then a man in his 30s or 40s, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist, walked up. Presidently, the 3 thugs quickly addressed him. Chen Jianghe got out of prison and beat us up. It's a minor matter, I'll handle it. Xiao Wan dismissed it casually. With Chen Jianghe dead, only Chen Jianghe, a mere lad, remained. He couldn't possibly stir up trouble. Li Jindi nodded. If not for occasional reminders from Xiao Wan, he would have nearly forgotten who Chen Jianghe was. Get moving. Xiao Wan gave her instruction and followed Li Jindi into the office. The 3 thugs took the money, recruited 2 more, and headed straight for Chen Jianghe's home. Jianghe, those 3 ran off. I'm afraid they won't let this drop. Why don't you come to my billiard hall and stay the night? I'll talk to the boss and see if you can start working there. After finishing their noodles, Zhang Peng wanted to take Chen Jianghe to the billiard hall where he worked. Though the pay wasn't high, it was at least a job. They currently had almost nothing in their pockets and needed to figure out how to survive first. 600 a month. That's a dead end. If we're going to make it in this world, we climb to the top. Chen Jianghe shook his head, his mind gradually forming a plan. He would not only avenge his father, but also rise above all others. Ling Shui thought he would amount to nothing in this life. He would show her that she was wrong. So what do you plan to do? Go demand money from Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe set down his chopsticks, a concrete plan forming in his mind. Are you crazy? Zhang Peng's eyes widened in shock. Li Jindi was now a top dog on North Street, commanding a gang of over a dozen henchmen. Ordinary thugs would detour just to avoid crossing him. Going to demand money from Li Jindi. Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself, wishing for a longer life? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li Jindi will pay whether he wants to or not. Let's go home first. I need to grab something. Chen Jianghe offered no explanation and led Zhang Peng back to the small apartment building. Though the trash had been cleared, the thick smell of smoke lingered stubbornly in the air. Upstairs, several bedrooms showed signs of rummaging. Drawers pulled out, belongings scattered everywhere. No one knew whether Xiao Wan or those thugs had taken the valuable items. Decorative items lay strewn about. Picture frames were thrown to the floor, and the family's radio, DVD player, and large color television had all disappeared. Chen Jianghe had dug behind the TV cabinet and found a picture frame. Inside was a yellowed photograph of 2 young men in military uniforms. Zhang Peng recognized one of the 2 men, but not the other. One of them was Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, can this photo really help us get the money back? Zhang Peng asked, bewilderedly, increasingly puzzled by Chen Jianghe's methods. This photo can exchange for our foothold on North Street. Let's go. Chen Jianghe tucked the photograph away, and together with Zhang Peng they headed for Yongguwei Game Hall. Soon the 2 arrived on North Street, a comparatively prosperous thoroughfare in Pingjiang District. Many businesses thrived here, along with a variety of entertainment venues. Billiard halls, arcades, internet cafes, restaurants, and small hotels. All could be found along this single street. Several boss figures had entrenched themselves here, each a local tyrant. In these times, running a business without connections to the right people was impossible. Before long, the 2 reached the vicinity of an arcade. The ground floor occupied 4 or 5 storefront spaces with even more above. A massive neon sign hung above the entrance. Bold characters read Yongguwei Game Hall. Inside, the place buzzed with noise, young people constantly streaming in and out. Ever since Li Jindi took over the arcade, he renamed Liehua Game Hall to Yongguwei Game Hall, and most of the original staff were driven out. He also seized 2 adjacent storefronts, merged them all together, and now Yongguwei Game Hall is the largest on all of North Street. There are nearly 100 machines inside, plus 20 or 30 slot machines. I've heard the daily revenue exceeds several thousand yuan. Zhang Peng watched the arcade with growing tension. When Chen Jianghe had run the place years ago, daily revenue was only 1 or 2,000 yuan. Li Jindi had indeed expanded it into something far greater. What's wrong? You look a bit afraid. Chen Jianghe observed Zhang Peng. Last year I had some business with Xiao Wan and went inside. Chen Gang slapped me several times and beat me up. Zhang Peng scratched his head somewhat embarrassed. Who's Chen Gang? Chen Gang is Li Jindi's right-hand man in charge of all the thugs at the arcade. He's a madman, extremely ruthless. Be extremely careful around him. Zhang Peng warned. Right-hand man. Chen Jianghe sneered. Wait across the street from the arcade. If anyone comes looking for you, run immediately. Don't worry about me. I'm going to find Li Jindi. Jianghe, you're going alone. Are you crazy? Zhang Peng was shocked and grabbed Chen Jianghe urgently. Going into that arcade alone. Wasn't that like a lamb walking into a den of tigers? Relax. Li Jindi dares not lay a finger on me. If he truly dares, then he's no real man. Chen Jianghe said firmly. Just make sure no one captures you, and I'll be safe. Stay sharp. Jianghe, be careful. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and could only agree. He glanced at the knife on a nearby meat stall and made a silent vow. If anything went wrong inside the arcade, he would charge in to save Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe nodded and strode into Yongguei Game Hall, heading straight for the staircase inside. Kid, what do you want? The moment he approached, 3 henchmen smoking by the staircase blocked his path. Their waists bulged. They were all carrying weapons. I'm looking for Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed 2 or 3 young gamblers glancing over. They were likely bouncers as well. Given the environment and distance, even if he could take down 1 or 2 henchmen instantly, the others would cut him down. Looking for our boss Li. Who the hell are you? The thug didn't step aside, but grew even more alert. I'm Chen Jianghe. The several henchmen exchanged glances. They had never heard the name. Chen Jianghe. At that moment, a man with a buzz cut and a scar across his face descended from upstairs. Kid, do you think this is still Liaohe Game Hall? Read the sign. This is Yongguei Game Hall now. Brother Gang, you know this kid. The henchman quickly stepped aside. This is that idiot son of Chen Jianghe. I reckon 3 years inside has finally rattled his brains loose. Chen Gang spat a wad of phlegm onto the ground and glared viciously at Chen Jianghe. Across the street, Zhang Peng saw Chen Jianghe surrounded by thugs, and his face twisted with anxiety. Li Jindi, you stole our family's arcade, and now you're hiding like a cowardly turtle. Ignoring Chen Gang, Chen Jianghe suddenly raised his voice and shouted toward the stairs. Many young patrons inside the arcade turned to look at the commotion. You little bastard, you're asking for it. Chen Gang suddenly lunged, reaching for Chen Jianghe's throat. Gangzi, a guest has come. Let him up. Just then a man's voice rang out from upstairs. Xiao Wan appeared at the staircase, and a shadow of gloom crossed her beautiful face upon seeing Chen Jianghe. Kid, do yourself a favor and behave, or you'll bring trouble upon your own head. Chen Gang jerked his chin, and the nearby thug understood, patting down Chen Jianghe to confirm he carried no weapons before letting him ascend. A cold glint flickered deep within Chen Jianghe's pupils. These men were so wary of him, clearly fearing retaliation. This confirmed that Chen Jiming's death was indeed connected to them. Chen Gang led several underlings and followed Chen Jianghe upstairs. Jianghe, when did you get out? Back when I was running with your father, you were only this tall. In a blink, you've grown so big. Sit, tell me, what brings you here? Li Jindi gestured with a smile. Uncle Li, you took my father's arcade without giving him a single cent. That's hardly fair, is it? I'm here today to collect money. Chen Jianghe wasted no words and spoke directly. Kid, you're asking for money from Brother Li. Looks like you've tired of living. Chen Gang abruptly drew a machete and placed it directly against Chen Jianghe's neck. The cold blade could slice open Chen Jianghe's throat at any moment, yet he remained utterly still, as if completely unaware of the blade resting against his neck. Chen Jianghe, your father's already dead. Do you think we don't dare touch you? Xiao Wan stared intently at Chen Jianghe, never expecting him to have the audacity to come to Yongguei Arcade to demand money from Li Jindi. It seemed that after a few years of self-improvement in prison, Chen Jianghe had indeed changed considerably. But this kid was just as foolish as his father. You truly don't dare to touch me. Chen Jianghe spoke with perfect composure, showing no trace of fear. Interesting. Then tell me what makes you think I wouldn't dare touch you. Li Jindi lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and watched Chen Jianghe with keen interest. If you can convince me, you get your money. If you can't, you can go keep Chen Jiming company down below. Brother, why bother with this nonsense? Just cripple him and be done with it. Chen Gang said impatiently. Gangzi, don't be so impulsive. Xiao Wan scolded with a sharp glare. Chen Gang responded with a cold, silent smirk, a hint of defiance flickering in his eyes. He served Li Jindi, not Xiao Wan. Across the street, my friend is waiting. If I don't walk out of here, he'll call the police. Chen Jianghe casually pointed toward the opposite side. Is that so? Li Jindi glanced at Chen Gang, who waved 2 subordinates downstairs. They went outside to look for Zhang Peng, but Zhang Peng turned and fled when he saw them coming. The moment those 2 thugs approached, he ran. The moment they left, he came back. It was a strategy of retreat. When the enemy advances, advance. When the enemy retreats. That's it. Li Jindi shook his head. The The youth nowadays, how naive. That certainly won't do. Do you know in Jianghe? Chen Jianghe sneered, pulling out a faded photograph. On it were two men. One was his father Chen Jianghe, and the other was in Jianghe, deputy director of the Pingjiang District Public Security Bureau in Jianghe. What trying to use in Jianghe against me? Doesn't Jianghe even know who you are? Li Jindi's expression hardened, his face growing uncomfortable. For people in their line of work, how could they possibly avoid dealing with the security bureau? And Jianghe was my father's brother-in-arms with a bond forged in life and death circumstances. Don't believe me? Ask Xiaowan. My father took her to dine with in Jianghe before. If you really have the guts to kill me right here, let's see if you can keep this game hall running. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Chen Gang's face changed, instinctively pulling his hand back and moving the blade away. They feared nothing more than those who wore the tiger skin, the officials. These days those in power could destroy them with the greatest of ease. Li Jindi looked at Xiaowan, who frowned and gave a slight nod. In the early days she had indeed gone to dinner with in Jianghe alongside Chen Jiming back when in Jianghe wasn't yet deputy director. Jianghe, you've grown up. Li Jindi gazed deeply at Chen Jianghe, smiling with profound meaning. Since you've brought out in Jianghe, I'll give you that face. How much do you want? 200,000. Chen Jianghe felt no surprise at this outcome. When he came here today, he knew for certain that he would get the money. And Jianghe was one reason, Zhang Peng outside was another, and a third was that Li Jindi certainly didn't want Yonggui Arcade to shut down. If Li Jindi actually killed Chen Jianghe here, whether in Jianghe gave Li Jindi trouble or not, the arcade would have to close for a while. The arcade's daily revenue was several thousand yuan, and closing for a week meant losing tens of thousands. This was money Li Jindi certainly wouldn't want to throw away. As for 200,000, Li Jindi definitely wouldn't pay that, but there was no harm in asking. 200,000 is no small sum. Let me give you 20,000 as a deposit first. The remaining 180,000 I'll pay you once I've gathered it. What do you think? A flash of dark calculation passed through Li Jindi's eyes, but he quickly shifted to an agreeable expression. All right, but you need to give me the remaining 180,000 within a week. Chen Jianghe nodded without changing expression, but internally, he grew vigilant. If Li Jindi had refused to pay this much, they might still have room to negotiate. If Li Jindi agreed to pay this much, it wasn't about giving money. It was about eliminating him. These days a human life wasn't even worth 180,000. Severing hands and feet cost only a few thousand yuan. Xiaowan, get him the money. Li Jindi gestured to Xiaowan, who turned and went behind the office desk. Opening a small box, she took out 2 thick stacks of 100 yuan bills and packed them into a leather bag, handing it to Chen Jianghe. Mr. Li, thanks. Chen Jianghe took the money and turned to leave. Kid, take the money and get lost quickly. Next time I see you, you won't like what happens. Feeling he'd failed to make an impact, Chen Gang furiously shoved Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe turned and gave Chen Gang a long penetrating look, then left the arcade with the money, taking Zhang Peng away. Are you really afraid of this kid? Xiaowan watched Chen Jianghe's departing figure from upstairs, saying to Li Jindi with dissatisfaction. This kid has changed a lot. He's no longer the hot-headed fool he used to be. We killed his father, so he definitely won't let this go. You shouldn't have let him leave just now. Don't tell me you actually think this kid can really summon in Jianghe. When Chen Jiming died, there wasn't even news of in Jianghe investigating or making inquiries, let alone for this kid. Li Jindi crushed his cigarette, his gaze cold and sinister. This kid has some guts. Keeping him around will definitely be a curse. Even if we don't kill him, we must cripple him. But we're running a business here. Making too big a mess will affect business. I don't want this kid to affect our business. Tell Gongzi to send someone to cripple that kid and get the money back. Understood. Xiaowan nodded and turned to find Chen Gang. Jianghe, you actually got the money. Zhang Peng followed Chen Jianghe through winding alleys until they reached a deserted place and finally stopped. Zhang Peng stared at the money in Chen Jianghe's hand, his breathing heavy. 20,000 yuan. In all his life, he'd never seen so much money. In those days, a bowl of noodles cost 1 yuan, a bowl of meat wontons cost 1.5 yuan, a jean of pork cost 5 yuan, and pretty girls in the alleyways needed only 50 to 100 yuan for a brief taste of love. The term 10,000 yuan household still circulated in Pingcheng. 20,000 yuan was a fortune in this era. Li Jindi wants to use this money to buy time with me. We need to use this money to find ourselves a protector. Chen Jianghe pulled out 200 yuan bills and handed them to Zhang Peng. Without a protector, we're rootless duckweed street hoodlums with expendable lives. Street bosses, the cops in uniform. Any single person could destroy us completely. Jianghe, you're right, but where are we supposed to find a backer? Zhang Peng's heart stirred. He nodded silently. Back then, without a temporary residence permit, a person could be beaten to death. Without a backer, what were they? They were just street thugs. A life worth nothing. Find him. Chen Jianghe pointed at in Jianghe in the photograph, then drew 5 or 6 bills from the 2 stacks of cash and stashed the money close to his body. He took Zhang Peng to buy 2 boxes of tea and headed toward the sub-bureau family compound. What's your business? As soon as the two reached the family compound gate, the old gatekeeper stopped them warily. Uncle, we're here to see Director in Jianghe. Chen Jianghe smiled. You're looking for Director in. What do you want with Director in? The old man quietly reached out and gripped his baton. He had seen too many punks like these. He couldn't let them stir up trouble here. Director and was my father's comrade in arms. My father is gone, and we've come to inform Director and of his passing. Chen Jianghe lied, without changing expression, pulling out the photograph to show the old man. It really is Director in. Young men, go on in. Director and lives in the room on the north side of the second floor. Don't wander around after you enter. After seeing the photograph, the old man's attitude softened considerably. He waved his hand and let the two inside. Jianghe, I hear everyone who lives here is an official. Zhang Peng followed close behind Chen Jianghe, unable to resist looking around. When he saw someone glance over, he quickly looked away. If you can make something of yourself, even these officials will be courteous to you. Chen Jianghe kept his eyes straight ahead, climbed to the second floor, and knocked on the door of the northernmost room. Who is it? The wooden door creaked open. A plainly dressed woman under 40 appeared in the doorway, and her face filled with surprise when she saw Chen Jianghe. Aunt Lu, it's me, Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, when did you get out? Aunt Lu hesitated, standing in the doorway without opening it fully. Just got out today? Chen Jianghe said in a low voice. You silly child. I'll come in. Aunt Lu's side hesitated for a moment, then moved aside to let Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng inside. The room was simply furnished, every detail carrying the flavor of the 1980s and 90s. In the living room, the only item of any real value was the big color television opposite the gray cloth sofa. It was said that wealthy households had already replaced their color TVs with plasma screens. Seated on the gray cloth sofa was a middle-aged man of dignified bearing and resolute eyes. When he saw Chen Jianghe enter, a trace of complexity crossed his face. Jianghe, you're out. And Zhang Wo put down the newspaper and gestured for Chen Jianghe to sit. Chen Jianghe sat down properly and placed the tea on the table. He knew the man before him was a man of strong principles and not easily persuaded, but today he felt confident he could move him. Because his father was dead, and because his father had once saved in Zhang Wo's life on the battlefield, carrying him out from a heap of corpses. The hardest debt to repay in this world is a debt of gratitude, and in Zhang Wo happened to owe their family exactly that. Zhang Peng stood uneasily beside Chen Jianghe, not daring to sit down. Uncle. Chen Jianghe called out in a respectful tone. Jianghe, in the 3 years you were inside, I never came to see you once. You don't blame me, do you? Back then I told your father that if he went down that road our friendship would be finished. But he still went down it, and this is where it landed him. And Zhang Wo felt both angry and helpless. Uncle, and maybe this is fate. The path was my father's own choice. He didn't blame anyone for how it ended. Chen Jianghe looked at Zhang Wo with sincerity. I know you put in a word at the prison, uncle, and that's why I didn't suffer much inside these 3 years. Jianghe, have some tea. You're Jianghe's friend, aren't you? Sit down too. Have some tea. Don't be so formal. Aunt Lu brought over 2 cups of tea and urged Zhang Peng to sit. Zhang Peng kept his hands on his knees, his back poker straight, his gaze unwavering. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Chen Jianghe thanked her and took the tea with both hands. Jianghe, since you're out now, live a good life from now on. Don't take your father's old path again. And Zhang Wo pondered for a while. You have a record, so you can't get into the police station. I'll ask someone to arrange a factory job for you. At least that will be honest work. If Chen Jianghe had been clean, and Zhang Wo could have arranged a job for him as an auxiliary police officer, and becoming a regular officer after a few years wouldn't have been hard. But Chen Jianghe had served time in prison, so it wouldn't have been appropriate for him to work at the police station. Uncle, and this is exactly what I came to ask of you. My father is gone, but the work he poured his heart into can't just be taken away. I want to get his arcade back. Could you put in a word with the police station on North Street? I want to go there and report it, and ask the people there to help me. Chen Jianghe shook his head, turning down the offer outright. You still want to follow your father's old path? And Zhang Wo frowned. I just want to get my father's arcade back. Whether I'll sell it or keep operating it later, I haven't decided yet. Chen Jianghe did not lower his head. He looked directly into Zhang Wo's eyes. And Zhang Wo stared at him, and Chen Jianghe met his gaze without flinching. Jianghe, you're still young. Don't take the wrong path. Zhang Wo, don't be angry with the boy. It's only right that he wants to take back the arcade. It was his family's property in the first place. It shouldn't have been snatched away for no reason. Aren't you always going on about a society ruled by law? In a society ruled by law, can a person's shop just be robbed and nothing be done about it? Aunt Lu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Jianghe, what people fear most in life is taking the wrong path. I don't want to see you end up like your father. And Zhang Wo's expression turned cold. This call. I can make it for you for your father's sake. Thank you, uncle. Chen Jianghe smiled, stood up, and looked at Zhang Wo. And Zhang Wo wanted him to walk the straight path, but as an ex-convict, he couldn't even get a clean criminal record certificate from the police station. What honest work could he possibly do? His path had been sealed from the moment he stepped into prison. Old Tang, this isn't Zhang Wo. There's something I need your help with. My nephew. Yes. In a while I'll have him come find you. Open a case for him and see what can be done. And Zhang Wo made a call on the landline in front of Chen Jianghe, then wrote down an address and phone number for him. Old Tang is the police chief of the North Street precinct. Go to him, and he'll take you to file the report and open a case. Thank you, uncle. Then I'll be going. Aunt Lu, I'm off. Chen Jianghe thanked him again, nodded at Aunt Lu, and turned to leave. Jianghe, stay for a meal before you go. Aunt Lu, I can't. I still have things to do. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng quickly left the compound, and Zhang Peng finally let out a long breath. Jianghe, if you come again, don't make me go in with you. I've been afraid of those who wear tiger skin ever since I was a kid, Zhang Peng muttered. Still, and Jianghe didn't really seem to have agreed to be their backer. Fine. Wait for me outside in a while. Chen Jianghe bought 2 more boxes of tea, poured out the tea leaves, and put them in plastic bags, then stuffed the 20,000 yuan into the tea boxes and left with Zhang Peng. Jianghe, you're going to give all this money away? Zhang Peng was taken aback. 20,000 yuan was enough for Chen Jianghe to buy the 3 new household essentials and even marry a wife. It's such a shame to just hand it over like that. You can't catch a wolf without staking some bait. If we offer too little, those in tiger skin uniforms won't even look at us. We're planning to do big things later. This bit of money is nothing. Chen Jianghe knew very well that to avenge his father and reclaim the game hall, paying a price was inevitable. He had neither power nor connections. Besides paving the way with money, he had no other options. Otherwise, if he ever made a move against Li Jindi, a single phone call from Li Jindi could have him thrown in jail. All right, then as long as you have a plan, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Peng fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Let's go. Chen Jianghe put the money away, found a public phone, with Zhang Peng first called Director Tang, and then following the address in Jianghe had given him, found Director Tang's home. Chen Jianghe went up and knocked on the door. A man in his early 30s, somewhat stout, opened it. Xiao Chen, right? Holden called me. Come in and sit down. Tang Igua looked at Chen Jianghe, then at Zhang Peng, and gestured for both to come in. Chen Jianghe followed him inside, but Zhang Peng remained outside, not moving. Uncle Tang, this is my first visit. I didn't know what tea you liked, so I bought 2 boxes of Maojian tea. I hope you like them. Chen Jianghe followed him in and handed over the tea box. Maojian is great. Tang Igua took them casually, but the moment the boxes landed in his hands, he sensed the weight was off. 2 boxes of tea shouldn't be this heavy. Inside was not tea. Tang Igua put the tea boxes down without showing any change of expression, but his manner grew warmer. Olden told me you have a dispute with Li Jindi, the owner of the Yongwei Game Hall on North Street. You say he took over your family's game hall. I just checked. The legal representative on file at the Industrial and Commercial Office for Yongwei Game Hall is now Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan is your stepmother. She and your father got a marriage certificate, making them legally husband and wife. It's perfectly legal for her to manage your father's store. At most, this is an economic dispute. The police station can't easily intervene either. Uncle, I didn't come about this matter. I'll reclaim the game hall myself. I just want you to lend me a hand when something comes up. Seeing that Tang Igua hadn't refused the tea, Chen Jianghe felt a wave of relief. As long as the gift was accepted, things would be manageable. What he feared most was the kind of person who was impervious to everything. You're Olden's nephew. Don't worry. If I can help, I certainly will. Tang Igua spoke in bureaucratic platitudes without a single word of sincerity. Uncle Tang, you've put my mind at ease. I've already told Uncle that once the game hall is recovered, he'll get a 20% share, and so will you. Chen Jianghe said abruptly. How could that be? How could that be? We are public servants. We can't do that. Yet the smile on Tang Igua's face grew even warmer. Uncle Tang, it's because Uncle told me you two are close that I spoke so bluntly. Saying that makes it sound like you're keeping me at arm's length. I meant nothing more than to be friends with you, Uncle. Chen Jianghe invoked in Jianghe again, implying that since Jianghe had accepted, what was there for Tang Igua to worry about? With no power or backing of his own, Chen Jianghe could only wave in Jianghe's banner as his shield. Xiao Chen, what are you saying? We're all family here. If anything comes up in the future, as long as your uncle can help, he certainly will. Hearing Chen Jianghe's promise, Tang Igua finally dropped the official tone. Uncle, thank you then. I'll be going now. Next time we have a chance, I'll bring Uncle along and treat you to a meal. Chen Jianghe stood up. Xiao Chen, you're too kind. Next time it's my treat. Tang Igua, beaming, gave Chen Jianghe his office phone number and even his pager number. If he couldn't be reached at the office or at home, one could leave a message on the pager. Chen Jianghe exchanged a few polite words and left with Zhang Peng. Leaving already. No sooner had they left than a middle-aged woman dressed in trendy clothes and wearing a gold necklace emerged from the kitchen. She eagerly tore open the tea box, and her eyes lit up immediately. It's money. That young man's pretty generous. I'd say there's about 20,000 here. That boy has guts. He knows how to handle things better than his father. Tang Igua lit a cigarette and shot the woman a glare. Take a little for yourself. Put the rest in the cabinet. Keep a low profile. Low profile, my ass. Look at Lu Mei at your station. She's all dressed in imported goods. I heard they've even got a plasma TV at home, which must cost tens of thousands. When are we going to get a plasma TV so you can give me some face? The woman said discontentedly. Enough. Don't talk about such nonsense. If she doesn't keep a low profile, when trouble comes, her whole family will pay for it. Tang Igua said with an impatient look. Jianghe, will this work? Zhang Peng followed Chen Jianghe, still feeling sorry about that 20,000 yuan. With such a large sum, he could have used it for so many better things. Why just hand it over for nothing? You'll know soon enough whether it works. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng walked for half an hour and returned to the alley outside the small building. These days, taking a taxi was already a luxury. Neither of them owned a motorcycle, and since they were in the early stages of building their enterprise, they had to pinch pennies where possible and spend where necessary. How do you know? Zhang Peng looked bewildered. Li Jindi sent people to block us. Chen Jianghe stared into the dim alley. Several red dots flickered in the darkness. People were hiding there smoking. With each drag the red dot glowed bright. Jianghe, what do we do? I didn't bring a weapon. Zhang Peng patted his body anxiously, then looked around in haste, but couldn't find even half a brick. No need for us to fight. We'll find out right away whether the money we spent was worth it. Let's go make a call. Chen Jianghe turned around and headed to a nearby corner store where he used the public telephone to call Tang Aigua. Tang Aigua answered the phone and agreed readily, saying he would arrange things immediately. In the alley, Chen Gang and 4 young hooligans were hanging around the entrance of the small building, puffing away. Brother Gang, it's so late. Why hasn't that kid come back yet? He wouldn't have taken the money and run, would he? A thug with a tattoo on his arm pinched his cigarette, looking displeased. They had been here feeding the mosquitoes for ages. Running away is even better. If he runs, we'll take over this building. Chen Gang sneered, his greedy eyes fixed on the small villa. Brother Gang, isn't this building Sister Xiao's? Like hell it is. This building belongs to Chen Jiming. Chen Jiming's son Chen Jianghe took Boss Li's money and ran off. So of course this building now belongs to Boss Li. This building must be worth several $100,000 at least. If he took it over, wouldn't Li Jindi have to reward him with some benefits? Just as the thugs were talking, 2 vehicles from the enforcement squad suddenly pulled up at the entrance of the alley. Several enforcement officers immediately jumped out, and before Chen Gang and his men could react, they had already subdued them in an instant. What do you think you're doing? On what grounds are you arresting us? Chen Gang and the others did not dare to fight back directly. They could only struggle desperately. The enforcement squad was not someone they could afford to offend. Anyone who crossed those clad in tiger-striped uniforms without sufficient backing could be crushed without a second thought. Behave yourself. The lead enforcer drove his baton straight into Chen Gang's side. Chen Gang let out a wail and immediately fell still. The handful of thugs were handcuffed and dragged out of the alleyway. The moment Chen Gang emerged, he caught sight of Chen Jianghe standing at the alley entrance, his expression calm and unreadable. Chen Jianghe, you damn coward for calling the cops. Just wait until I get out. I'll kill you. Chen Gang's eyes burned red, his face twisted into a feral snarl as he stared at Chen Jianghe. Shut your mouth. The lead enforcer brought his baton down hard across Chen Gang's leg, drawing another agonized cry. He then smiled at Chen Jianghe, gave a nod, and shoved the captured thugs into the vehicle before driving off. Jianghe, that was impressive. That money you spent was worth every cent. You even got the enforcement squad on speed dial. Zhang Peng said excitedly, giving a thumbs up. Throughout history, the enforcement squad has always served 2 types of people, the wealthy and the powerful. Unfortunately, we have neither right now. Chen Jianghe watched the fading taillights of the departing vehicle, his eyes burning with fierce ambition. If he had possessed wealth and power, his father Chen Jiming would never have been hacked to death. If he had possessed wealth and power, Ling Shui would never have walked away from him. The 2 most important things in this world would always remain the same: money and power. Jianghe, I believe you'll rise to great heights one day, Zhang Peng said with unwavering conviction. Chen Jianghe offered a faint smile, returned to the small European-style villa he had been away from for far too long, had the locks changed, and then worked alongside Zhang Peng until late at night, cleaning every corner of the house from top to bottom. Zhang Peng had nowhere else to stay that night. To save money, he usually lived in the storage room behind the billiard hall during workdays. The owner was glad not to have to hire a night watchman, saving a salary, and Zhang Peng was happy with the arrangement. Zhang Peng's family lived in the suburbs, and he only returned on days off or when payday arrived. Chen Jianghe allocated a room for Zhang Peng. After finishing the cleanup, Chen Jianghe practiced a set of punches, worked up a heavy sweat, then showered and prepared to rest. Jianghe, what kind of martial art is that? Teach me, Zhang Peng asked eagerly from the sidelines. In the 90s, which young man did not harbor a dream of martial heroism? They all dreamed of becoming masters of the martial world, righteously defending the weak and doing justice. A film called Young and Dangerous had recently been released in Hong Kong and was wildly popular among young people. All right, I'll teach you. Chen Jianghe instructed him until well past midnight, and only then did Zhang Peng retire, thoroughly satisfied. The next morning, Zhang Peng rose early to prepare for work. Jianghe, don't just stay cooped up at home. Go out and get some air. Don't let Li Jindi's men ambush you. I'm heading to work now. If anything comes up, find me at the billiard hall. Da Peng, forget the billiard hall. It barely pays enough to survive. From now on, stick with me. Once we take back the game arcade, you'll get a share. Chen Jianghe had pondered this over thoroughly the night before. The money had been spent, the path paved. Now it was time to uncover the truth behind his father's murder and reclaim the game arcade. Jianghe, can we really pull this off? Zhang Peng hesitated. After all, he had a stable job, and every month he had to send money home. His younger brother and sister both depended on him. We can. Chen Jianghe nodded firmly. All right, Jianghe, I'm with you. Let me call my boss and quit. Zhang Peng steeled himself, marched straight out to the corner store to make the call, and bought several fried dough sticks to bring back for breakfast. Jianghe, how do you want to do this? Zhang Peng asked between bites of fried dough. I plan to cripple Chen Gang first. Chen Gang is Li Jindi's top enforcer. Taking Chen Gang out is equivalent to chopping off one of Li Jindi's arms. Once Chen Gang is dealt with, we'll finish Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. What do you say, Da Peng? Got the guts for this? A flicker of killing intent flashed across Chen Jianghe's eyes. He would settle this score, and everything that belonged to him he would reclaim. In prison he had learned one undeniable truth: this is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. If you do not seize the flesh from another's mouth, they will snatch it from yours. Jianghe, what reason would I have not to go for it? Life is either short or long. Why should they make thousands in a single day while I scrape together a few hundred a month? I want to make something of myself too. Zhang Peng sprang to his feet, fired up. Excellent, Da Ping. The two of us will carve out our own destiny. In this era, opportunities lay everywhere. It all depended on whether one had the fortune to seize them. After breakfast, Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng went together to a hardware store, commissioning 2 machetes and purchasing a pair of brass knuckles. In those days, money could procure anything. Thugs roamed the streets everywhere, and knives were bought daily without a second thought. That Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng were purchasing weapons was utterly unremarkable. After acquiring their gear, the two returned to the villa. Chen Jianghe slipped on the brass knuckles and tested them. Well satisfied. His fighting style was ruthless, and during his 3 years in prison, he had ruled the entire cell block with nothing but his fists. He had built his reputation entirely on those iron fists. But fighting barehanded against armed opponents was a recipe for disaster. With brass knuckles in hand, the equation changed entirely. Jianghe, what's the plan now? Zhang Peng drew a machete and tested its balance. It felt natural in his grip. Years of protecting the billiard hall had given him both the experience and the nerve to swing. You borrow a motorcycle, remove the license plates, and bring it home. Wait for me there. I'm going to stake out the arcade. Chen Gang will be released soon. Li Jindi undoubtedly had his own connections. In those days, a substantial portion of an arcade owner's expenses went toward protection money, but not to street thugs. Chen Jianghe estimated that Chen Gang would serve at most 1 night and be released by the latest in the afternoon. Then I'll head home first. Zhang Peng nodded. Chen Jianghe handed him 100 yuan. He bought several jin of meat and 2 bottles of liquor, then set out to borrow the motorcycle. Chen Jianghe went out to scout the area. He knew North Street well, but 3 years had passed, and much had changed. He needed to re-examine everything carefully. By afternoon, he had mapped out their route. Surveillance cameras had not yet become widespread, which was why street violence ran so rampant. Shenzhen did not begin systematically installing them until after 2006, and only then did public order gradually improve. True to his prediction, after his afternoon reconnaissance, Chen Jianghe spotted Chen Gang stepping out of a taxi back toward the arcade. He had come alone. The handful of thugs who had accompanied him the night before would likely remain locked up several more days. Before dark, Zhang Peng also rode back on a Jialing JH-70 motorcycle. Jianghe, the bike is here, and I've filled the tank. When do we make our move? Zhang Peng had removed both front and rear license plates, and had specifically found 2 pairs of gloves and 2 helmets. Tonight. Chen Jianghe's gaze turned ice cold as he wrapped the blade in newspaper. All right, I'm following your lead. Whatever you say, we do. Zhang Peng took a deep breath, steeled himself, and nodded. Evening. Chen Jianghe was alone outside the Yonggui arcade keeping watch. As darkness fell, sure enough, he saw Chen Gang stroll out of the arcade with 2 underlings. Chen Gang had been confined overnight. Early the next morning, Li Jindi made a phone call, and within less than half an hour Chen Gang was released. But not only had the job failed, Chen Jianghe had gotten him thrown in, which made Chen Gang especially furious. He could tell that Li Jindi was also quite displeased with his failure the night before. He couldn't even handle a snot-nosed kid just out of prison with no one to rely on. All those years had been wasted. Brother Gang, what are we getting to eat? A thug followed behind Chen Gang. Barbecue. After we eat, you 2 are coming out with me tonight, and we'll cut that Chen Jianghe's tendons. Chen Gang said with a darkened face, leading his 2 underlings to a nearby barbecue joint. The 3 ordered skewers at the shop entrance and began to eat and drink. Seeing them start, Chen Jianghe withdrew and found Zhang Peng in the alley. They're having barbecue. Let's go. Chen Jianghe put on his helmet and canvas gloves, and Zhang Peng did the same. Then Zhang Peng started the motorcycle, took Chen Jianghe on the back, and rode straight toward the Data barbecue shop. Night fell, the darkness like ink, and North Street was a hive of noise. The streets were filled with wandering crowds. The roadside food stalls were booming, packed with bare-chested men eating. Many of them bore tattoos. This was an age of confusion and madness, yet also an age brimming with hope and opportunity. The moment Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng arrived, they spotted Chen Gang drinking beer. Chen Jianghe jumped off the motorcycle, swiftly pulled out a cleaver from the newspaper, and strode toward Chen Gang. Chen Gang. Chen Jianghe called out once he reached Chen Gang's back. Hearing the voice, Chen Gang instinctively turned his head. You mother. Chen Jianghe, expressionless, raised the knife and chopped down. Chen Gang instinctively shrank his neck and lifted his arm to block. The broadsword, gleaming coldly, bit into his arm. Blood immediately splashed across Chen Gang's face. The blood was hot and faintly sweet. An arm flew high into the air, then fell to the ground. Chen Gang shrieked miserably and rolled on the floor in agony. A thug sitting across from Chen Gang instinctively stood up and grabbed a chair. Chen Jianghe, still expressionless, pointed the knife at him. Blood dripped from the blade, and the thug took a terrified step back. They could only watch as Chen Jianghe turned and got on the motorcycle. The people nearby were unfazed. Go! Zhang Peng, inexplicably excited, twisted the throttle. The Jialing motorcycle roared like a wild beast, leaving a plume of exhaust as it sped away. Go tell Boss Li. Hurry, find Boss Li. 10 minutes later, Li Jindi arrived in a rush. Seeing the fallen Chen Jianghe, who had fainted from pain, his expression turned extremely grim. Take him to the hospital. Li Jindi ordered his men to send Chen Jianghe to the hospital. Then he hastily brought his underlings back to the arcade and gathered all his men. If someone dared to cut Chen Jianghe today, they would have the guts to cut him too. He certainly didn't want to be slashed for no reason. Chen Jianghe is finished. His hand was chopped off. Even if reattached, he's doomed. Li Jindi's face turned ugly. He had his men guard the downstairs while he hid in his office. Who did it? Xiaowan, startled, hurried over. No idea. They say 2 people on a motorcycle wearing helmets did it. Li Jindi had been in the game for years, and naturally had no shortage of enemies. In the moment, he couldn't think of who could have made the move. 2 people. Could it be that Chen Jianghe kid? For some reason, Xiaowan suddenly thought of Chen Jianghe. Does that kid have the guts? Li Jindi was somewhat skeptical. But Chen Jianghe had come demanding money, and right after that Chen Jianghe was slashed, it was hard to say whether Chen Jianghe was involved. 3 years ago, he definitely wouldn't have. Now hard to say. Let me make a call and check into it. Li Jindi picked up the phone and dialed. Captain Lu, something happened. My man Chen Jianghe was slashed. It might be a kid named Chen Jianghe. Help me look into it. Chen Jianghe. He's Chen Jiming's son, and he has a grudge against me, Li Jindi explained. Alright, I'll look into it. Captain Lu, let's have a meal together in a couple of days. Li Jindi then gave Captain Lu Chen Jianghe's address. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng rode the motorcycle, taking Chen Jianghe all the way back to the small villa. Jianghe, we really took down Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe is somewhat of a figure on North Street. Did we really take him down that easily? As soon as he got off the motorcycle, Zhang Peng panted with excitement. Chen Jianghe is just a small fry. We're going to do big things in the future. This is nothing. Calm down. Chen Jianghe, however, remained calm. He had cut people before. In prison from the very first day, someone had tried to discipline him. He earned his safety entirely with his fists, fighting for his life. What happened today was nothing at all. The prisons of the 90s were the real hell. You're right. We're going to do big things later. So what do we do now? Will Li Jindi retaliate? Why don't you come hide out in the countryside with me? Zhang Peng calmed down a bit, then grew worried again. Li Jindi will definitely retaliate, but he certainly won't dare to come himself. 10 years ago, he'd probably have brought his men here by now. Now he has money, and he's lost that nerve. Chen Jianghe gave a cold laugh. A 20-year-old thug fears nothing under heaven or on earth. He can risk his life. A 30-year-old thug who has made a name starts to cling to his life. A 40-year-old big shot with money, women, and children dreams of going clean. The waves of the Yangtze push the waves ahead. It's not that the front wave has lost its strength, but that it wants to reach the shore. Besides, even if Li Jindi did lead his men over tonight, Chen Jianghe was prepared. Da Peng, return the motorcycle, hide the knife and gloves, and don't come back into town until tomorrow afternoon. Chen Jianghe immediately urged Zhang Peng to leave. He washed the knife used in the attack and handed it to Zhang Peng to take away. Jianghe, be careful. I'll come back tomorrow. Zhang Peng got on the motorcycle and without lingering headed straight out of the city. At night, Chen Jianghe locked the door, deliberately switched rooms, and stayed on the rooftop. Near midnight, he heard sounds and immediately sprang up, alertly peering down from the window. Downstairs, 2 police cars were parked in the yard. Several people quietly slipped into the courtyard, sealing off the front and back, ready to arrest Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe laughed silently. These people must have been the ones Li Jindi brought in. Fortunately, he had arranged for a backer in advance, otherwise once taken in he would have ended up dead or crippled. No need to sneak around. What do you want with me? Chen Jianghe did not run. Instead, he went downstairs on his own initiative and turned on the light. So you're Chen Jianghe? Cuff him. Captain Lu was astonished, never expecting Chen Jianghe to deliver himself to them. Officer, on what grounds are you arresting me without any justification? Chen Jianghe remained fearless, his expression still calm. Chen Jianghe, your crimes have caught up with you. Come quietly with us. Captain Lu sneered and tilted his head as a signal. 2 enforcement officers produced handcuffs and directly cuffed Chen Jianghe. What you're doing is illegal. Chen Jianghe's brow furrowed slightly. Law? I am the law here. Take him away. Chen Jianghe was roughly shoved into a police car and hauled straight to the police station. In this era, without money or connections, once you entered the tiger's den, even if you didn't die, you'd lose a layer of skin. At the station, Chen Jianghe was not interrogated. Instead, he was handcuffed to a water pipe, forced into a posture where he could neither squat fully nor stand straight. 2 hours of this could torment a man mercilessly. Chen Jianghe, however, took it lightly. He bent his legs slightly into an inconspicuous horse stance. In prison, he had been able to hold a horse stance for hours. This was nothing. Throughout the night, no one paid Chen Jianghe any attention. It wasn't until the next morning that an enforcement officer arriving for work glanced through the window and was shocked. Captain Lu, this kid's got some skill. He actually fell asleep. The enforcement officer exclaimed in surprise. Wake him up and give him some special treatment. Captain Lu peered inside and his face darkened. Yes, sir. As the officer was about to open the door, Tang Igua happened to walk by. What's going on here? Tang Igua casually asked as he passed. Last night's knife fight on North Street. We caught a suspect and are about to interrogate him. Captain Lu replied. You caught someone that fast. Tang Igua curiously glanced into the interrogation room, his eyelid twitching, when he saw the detainee was none other than Chen Jianghe. He did it, eh? Got any evidence? He had a grudge with Li Jindi of Yongguo Game Arcade, and Chen Jianghe is Li Jindi's top enforcer. The odds are good it was this kid. Captain Lu said. Old Lu, the higher-ups are emphasizing rule of law these days. Our station should keep up with policy. Remember those 4 words: abide by the law. Without evidence we can't force a confession. Tang Igua put on an official air, patted Captain Lu on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Captain Lu, what did Director Tang mean? The enforcement officer asked in confusion. Nothing. Just go in and ask. Captain Lu pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and headed outside. Captain Lu, should we still use the special methods? The enforcement officer hurried a few steps after him. Special methods, my ass. Didn't you hear Director Tang? We must abide by the law. Captain Lu turned back and shot the officer a fierce glare. Then he walked outside, found a public phone booth, and made a call to Li Jindi. It's me. That kid has some connection to Tang Igua. We've got no evidence, and he's about to be released. If you want to deal with him, find your own way. After saying this, Captain Lu hung up. What's wrong? Seeing Li Jindi's grim expression as he set down his brick phone, Xiao Wan quickly walked over. That kid has gotten in good with Tang Igua, Li Jindi said with a dark face. He must have found in Jiangwo and gotten to Tang Igua through him. Xiao Wan's expression also changed abruptly. If Chen Jianghe had no background and no backing, they could easily destroy him. But once he had a patron, many of their methods became unusable. And Jiangwo had only arrived at Ximin Road Police Station 2 years ago. Li Jindi had his own channels, so he had never bothered with him. Now that Chen Jianghe had enlisted in Jiangwo's help, things had gotten tricky. I underestimated that kid. Li Jindi's eyes glinted coldly. Xiao Wan arranged for 2 men to watch the station entrance. See where Chen Jianghe goes after he's released. I think that kid will cause trouble sooner or later. We need to get rid of him as fast as possible. Jindi, you're overthinking it. He's barely 20, just a reckless kid. How capable can he be? It won't be difficult to deal with him. Xiao Wan sneered disdainfully. Even Chen Jiming was no match for them, let alone Chen Jianghe. In this world, don't think too highly of yourself. Don't think you're tough enough or strong enough, or you'll die without knowing how. Chen Jiming is the perfect example. Li Jindi's face remained grim. I understand. I'll arrange the men right away. Xiao Wan nodded and went downstairs to make arrangements. She felt that in recent years Li Jindi had made money and grown timid. Back when he had nothing, he wouldn't have given Chen Jianghe a second thought. At the police station, did you get anything out of him? Captain Lu only appeared after the interrogation had ended. No. He said he was home sleeping last night and knew nothing. We also checked. He doesn't own a motorcycle, and we didn't find any knives or weapons at his place. I feel like the kid wasn't telling the truth. The enforcement officer reported. Then release him. Captain Lu said impatiently. The money Li Jindi had given him wasn't enough to make him cross Tang Igua, nor was it enough to make him frame Chen Jianghe. He had done what needed to be done, and that was that. Captain Lu, we're just letting him go like that. The enforcement officer looked baffled. They had brought someone into the station, but then neither used special methods nor held him for 2 days. Was this kid hiding some kind of background? I told you to release him, so release him. Why so much nonsense? Captain Lu tossed out the words and turned to leave. Release him, release him. The enforcement officers vaguely sensed something, but dared not ask further, and simply set Chen Jianghe free. As Chen Jianghe walked out of the station, he knew Tang Igua had played his part. Otherwise, getting out of a place like that wouldn't have been so easy. As soon as he stepped out of the station, he spotted 2 punks across the street, smoking and peering over at him. He's out. Chen Jianghe noticed the 2 punks, and they noticed him too. They stubbed out their cigarettes and sized him up from the corners of their eyes, tracking his every move. Chen Jianghe sneered, pretending not to notice them. He walked along the street for a while, then suddenly dashed into the traffic lane, using passing cars as cover, and shook the 2 punks off. Without wasting a moment, he returned to the small Western-style house, grabbed his brass knuckles, then called the village where Zhang Peng lived. He left a message with the shopkeeper at the village entrance, asking him to tell Zhang Peng to come find him in the city. In Pengcheng at the time, the most popular thing was the pager, but pagers were expensive. 1 unit typically cost a worker 1 or 2 months of wages. The gang leaders and wealthy people in Pengcheng used brick phones. A brick phone cost thousands or even tens of thousands, something ordinary people couldn't afford. There were also Motorola phones, equally pricey. Relying only on landlines for contact was too troublesome. It wasn't until noon that Zhang Peng finally found Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang is done. Next are Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. Jianghe, did Li Jindi's men come looking for you last night? Zhang Peng nodded. Li Jindi's top enforcer was already crippled, so the next move would definitely be against him. He couldn't afford to stop halfway. He didn't come, but he did send the police. Chen Jianghe gave a brief account of what had happened the previous night and that morning. Jianghe, you're the one with brains. You built the connections first. Otherwise, the police station isn't a place you can just walk into and out of as you please. Zhang Peng was genuinely impressed. Chen Jianghe stayed calm under pressure, thought on his feet, and was generous with money. If it had been him after squeezing 20,000 yuan out of Li Jindi, he would have blown it all on pleasure and never thought about securing connections. If you don't use your head on the streets, you'll be a small-time thug your whole life. Chen Jianghe shook his head. Now that we've touched Chen Gang, Li Jindi will be on guard. He'll probably hole up in the arcade and refuse to come out. Then what do? They have too many men in that arcade. If we charge and head on, we probably won't stand a chance. Zhang Peng said. Li Jindi's arcade had at least a dozen thugs, every single one armed. Even if Mike Tyson himself showed up, he'd probably be chopped to pieces. We don't need to go inside. We'll wait for them to come out. How much money do you still have? Chen Jianghe shook his head, then asked abruptly. I still have 127 yuan from the money you gave me last time. What's wrong? Do you need cash? Zhang Peng pulled out all his money. I've got 100 or so here too. We don't have transportation. We need to get a motorcycle. Go ask around. Can 200 yuan buy a used motorcycle? As long as it runs. Chen Jianghe also took out the money he had on him. They had business to take care of, and borrowing motorcycles repeatedly would be easy to trace. Better to get one of their own. These days a lot of motorcycles were stolen, so they could probably pick one up cheap. 200 probably won't cut it. It'll take at least 300 to 500. There are several gangs in Pengcheng that specialize in stealing motorcycles. They sell them off to buyers who move them out of town. The cheapest would still cost 300 to 500. Zhang Peng hesitated. The billiards hall still hasn't paid me last month's wages. If I have to, I'll go collect that and buy a motorcycle. All right, Da Peng. Consider this money a loan from me. Chen Jianghe nodded solemnly. Brothers were far more loyal and righteous than women. Thinking of Ling Shui, a pang of pain shot through his chest. He forcibly pushed Ling Shui out of his mind. Whatever didn't bring them down only made them stronger. Jianghe, we're brothers. Don't talk about borrowing or repaying. I'll go get the motorcycle. Once it's ready, where do I find you? Zhang Peng shook his head. There, wait. I'll rent a room in a bit. We'll stay here for the next couple of days. Once you've got the motorcycle, meet me here at night. I'm going to watch the arcade. Chen Jianghe pointed to a small roadside inn. These little inns cost 30 yuan a night, had no private bathroom, no hot water, and were extremely shabby. Once they had settled the plan, Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng split up to handle their respective tasks. Chen Jianghe first rented the room, preparing for a protracted fight. The small villa was off limits for now. Li Jindi would definitely send people to watch it. If they went back, they'd be trapped inside. When the enemy is hidden and you're exposed, you're bound to suffer. Now it was time to stay hidden while the enemy remained exposed and wait for the right moment. After booking the room, Chen Jianghe swung into action and went to keep watch outside the Yonggui arcade. At that very moment, Li Jindi and Xiao Wan weren't in the arcade at all. They had gone to the hospital to visit Chen Gang. Doctor, will Chen Gang's hand ever recover? As soon as Li Jindi arrived, he sought out the doctor who had performed the surgery on Chen Gang. It's highly unlikely the patient's hand will fully recover. If it regains even half its function in the future, that would already be excellent, but it will require very good follow-up care. The doctor's implication was clear: more hospitalization, more money. There was very little in this world that money couldn't do. And when something couldn't be done, it was almost always because there wasn't enough money. All right, I understand. Li Jindi cut him off with an impatient expression and turned to walk toward the ward. He had already paid over 10,000 in medical fees to reattach Chen Gang's arm. Since Chen Gang was clearly crippled for good, there was no point in spending more. A thug who couldn't wield a blade was worthless. Gongzi, how are you feeling? Stepping into the ward, Li Jindi put on a look of concern. Brotherly, don't worry, my hand's fine. Once I'm out of the hospital, I'll keep working for you. Chen Gang struggled to sit up. He understood this underworld, and he understood Li Jindi all too well. Li Jindi would cast aside anyone useless without the slightest hesitation. Gongzi, we've been through too much together over the years. Don't worry. As long as I, Li Jindi, have a bite to eat, you won't go hungry. Rest easy and heal up. Don't worry about the shop. Here, take this money and focus on recovering. Li Jindi took out an envelope and placed it under Chen Gang's pillow. Then he said a few more pleasant words and left with Xiao Wan without looking back. The moment they were out the door, Chen Gang took out the envelope and opened it. There was only 5,000 yuan inside. This sum was clearly his severance pay. Li Jindi, you son of a bitch. I followed you for all these years and you think 5,000 is enough to get rid of me. Chen Gang stared at the money, his eyes bloodshot and blazing with fury. Gongzi, Li Jindi is really going too far. You lost that hand for him. 5,000 isn't enough. He should have given you 50,000. Chen Gang's woman was equally indignant. Chen Gang was finished now, and with only 5,000, how much would she actually get? Li Jindi, if you show no mercy, don't blame me for showing none in return. Chen Gang's face twisted with malice and a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, as Li Jindi came downstairs, his underlings by the car door immediately opened it. He rode in a Santana followed by a Changhe van packed with 8 armed thugs. The 2 vehicles drove one after the other toward the Yonggui arcade. Has that kid Chen Jianghe gone home yet? Li Jindi sat in the Santana with a grim expression. No. Our man is still watching outside his house, but after losing track of him this morning, he hasn't shown up since. Xiao Wan shook her head, sensing that Chen Jianghe was no easy opponent. Keep men on him. The moment you spot him, notify me immediately. I'll stay at the shop these next few days. I have a feeling that kid is planning to make a move against me. Li Jindi said viciously. We'll dig him out first, and strike before he does. I know. He's alone and weak. As long as we don't fall into one of his traps, he can't stir up any waves. Xiaowan nodded and followed Li Jindi back into the arcade. They didn't notice that a pair of sharp eyes was watching them from a dark corner across the street. 8 thugs plus the driver, that's 9. There are at least 2 more inside watching the shop, 11 in total. Chen Jianghe silently counted in his head. 11 people. Going at them head-on wouldn't be easy. For 3 consecutive days Li Jindi and Xiaowan did not leave the premises. Only occasionally would some hoodlums venture out to buy food and drinks, bringing them back to the game hall. On the 3rd evening, Zhang Peng rode back on a half-worn Jialing motorcycle. Jianghe, I got it. 450 yuan. I haggled the price down. This bike doesn't need repairs, just ride it. A smile played across Zhang Peng's face as he steered the motorcycle to the ground floor of the small motel. Dumping, what happened to your face? Chen Jianghe paid no mind to the motorcycle, his gaze fixed on Zhang Peng's face. Zhang Peng's face was bruised and swollen purple and black. I just fell off the motorcycle by accident. It's nothing, not serious. Zhang Peng scratched his head, wearing a simple, honest grin. Let's talk about this later, once we've dealt with Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe's eyes cooled. He knew Zhang Peng was lying. What's there to discuss? I'm fine. Let's deal with Li Jindi first. Zhang Peng avoided Chen Jianghe's gaze, refusing to say more. Chen Jianghe pressed no further. The next day, he continued his vigil at Yongguo Game Hall. He did not believe Li Jindi and Xiaowan could hide in a game hall forever. As long as they stepped outside, there would be an opening. It was late at night before Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng finally prepared to leave. Chen Jianghe. Just then a woman suddenly blocked their path. Who are you? Zhang Peng's expression grew wary as his hand closed around the knife hidden behind his waist. Chen Jianghe quickly scanned the surroundings, also readying himself for action. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble. I am Chen Gang's woman. Chen Gang says he can help you. The woman stepped back 2 paces in fright, but gathered her courage and spoke. Chen Gang wants to help us. Chen Jianghe sneered, thoroughly unconvinced. He was the one who had severed Chen Gang's hand. Could Chen Gang possibly help them? The ones who slashed Gongzi that night were you, weren't they? Gongzi recognized your voice. But he didn't report it to the police, nor did he tell Li Jindi. The woman nodded. I'll be straight with you. Gongzi has fallen out with Li Jindi over money. Li Jindi threw him 5,000 yuan trying to dismiss him. Gongzi can help you, but after you deal with Li Jindi, you must give Gongzi 100,000 yuan. The woman babbled on, explaining in detail how Chen Gang and Li Jindi had turned against each other. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng exchanged a glance. They had not expected Li Jindi to be so miserly. Chen Gang had lost a hand for him, yet he was only offered 5,000. How could anyone remain loyal under such conditions? Everyone in their world did it for money. Did the game hall thugs really follow Li Jindi out of brotherhood alone? Li Jindi would never achieve greatness. An idea flashed through Chen Jianghe's mind. Where is Chen Gang now? Chen Jianghe believed half of what the woman said, but not all. In a rental room. After Li Jindi gave him 5,000, he refused to cover Gongzi's medical expenses. We had no money, so the hospital discharged him. The woman replied. Where is this rental room? Chen Jianghe asked about the address, then told Zhang Peng to keep watching here on the motorcycle while he went to find Chen Gang. If Li Jindi let his men out as soon as Chen Jianghe left, it would mean a trap, and Zhang Peng would immediately ride over to warn him. Unfortunately, neither of them owned a pager, which would have spared them this trouble. Jianghe, be careful. Don't trust everything this woman says. Zhang Peng spoke in a low voice, uneasy. I know what I'm doing. Chen Jianghe touched the brass knuckles in his pocket. Even if this were a trap, even if Chen Gang had 2 or 3 men waiting, he felt confident he could handle it. Zhang Peng nodded and watched as Chen Jianghe followed the woman away. After the two had left, Zhang Peng waited a while longer. Finding no movement from Yongguo Game Hall, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Jianghe walked with the woman for a while and arrived at a rental house not far from Yongguo Game Hall. The area was cluttered and dilapidated. At the alley entrance, a huge character for demolition was painted on the wall. This place would soon be torn down. Gongzi, the man is here. The woman pushed open the door and called into the room. Chen Jianghe glanced inside, confirmed there was no ambush, and then stepped in. A thick medicinal odor filled the room. Chen Gang lay pale on the bed, his arm wrapped in bandages and 4 drip hanging beside him, the anti-inflammatory medication prescribed by a clinic doctor. Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang looked at him with complex emotions. If not for Chen Jianghe, he would not have ended up in this state. But this was the Jianghe. A big brother who reigned supreme today could be slashed to death on the street tomorrow. And what of a mere thug like himself? In the Jianghe, there was no right or wrong. If you had money and men, you were right. Chen Jianghe regarded Chen Gang expressionlessly, showing no pity. He knew very well that if Chen Gang had ever had the chance, he would have crippled him without any hesitation. This was the Jianghe. Only winners mattered. You wanted to see me, oi? Chen Jianghe, enough nonsense. You want to take down Li Jindi? Give me 100,000, and I'll help you. Chen Gang glanced at the woman, signaling her to close the door, and got straight to the point. I don't have money, but if we can take back the game hall, I can give you the 100,000. The condition is that you truly help me deal with Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe said bluntly. You have no money. Didn't Li Jindi give you 20,000 before? Chen Jianghe asked displeased. Without that 20,000 I'd still be sitting in a police station being dealt with by Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe sneered. You spent that money pulling strings, didn't you? Chen Jianghe paused, staring at Chen Jianghe in shock. That was 20,000, a fortune. In those days, even 10,000 yuan households were rare in his hometown. Yet Chen Jianghe had given it away so casually. Truly formidable. You're something else. I don't regret losing to you. Chen Jianghe shifted, and a sharp pain shot through his arm, forcing him back onto the pillow. If you have no money now, then you must guarantee once I help you take down Li Jindi, you will give me 100,000 yuan, and let me leave Pengcheng. If you want 100,000, you must prove worth 100,000. That amount could buy several lives. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Li Jindi and Xiao Wan's lives are worth 100,000. Chen Jianghe sneered. Come here. Let me tell you what I can do for you. I'll ask you one question first. Was my father killed by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan? Chen Jianghe did not approach, but instead asked suddenly. Yes. Chen Jiming was indeed killed through the combined schemes of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. Chen Jianghe nodded, speaking plainly. Li Jindi handled this matter very discreetly, so I don't know many details. I only know it was indeed them two. It is said that Xiao Wan and Li Jindi had been involved with each other for several years before your father died. Click. Chen Jianghe's hand clenched into a fist, and a flash of blood-red fury crossed his eyes. So it was indeed those two who did it. Tell me, what can you do? Yes, Chen Jiming was killed by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan working together. Chen Jianghe nodded frankly. Li Jindi kept this matter very quiet, so I don't know many details. I only know it was indeed them. It is said that Xiao Wan and Li Jindi had been involved with each other years before your father's death. A sharp click echoed. Chen Jianghe clenched his fist tightly, a flash of crimson fury flashing across his eyes. So it truly was those two behind it. Tell me, what can you do? Jianghe, how is it? That evening, upon returning to the modest in Zhang Peng, could hardly contain his eagerness and inquired at once. Li Jindi is too miserly. He deems Chen Jianghe no longer useful. Chen Jianghe is preparing a substantial gift for him. Chen Jianghe sensed that the opportunity to settle things with Li Jindi would arise within these 2 days. Let us make preparations. We shall act soon. Chen Jianghe produced brass knuckles, threading a slender hemp cord through the finger loops and methodically wrapping them. This served not only to prevent slipping, avoiding the knuckles from becoming slick with blood, it could also mitigate the recoil force, somewhat safeguarding his own hands from injury. Zhang Peng sharpened his broadsword and procured an iron bar, which he could secure to his left forearm with wide adhesive tape during the confrontation to withstand incoming blows. 2 more days elapsed, with Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng maintaining constant surveillance each day. That night they finally observed Xiao Wan setting out accompanied by 2 hooligans. As soon as Xiao Wan exited, she boarded a Santana automobile and drove away. Go! Chen Jianghe mounted his motorcycle, signaled for Zhang Peng to climb aboard, and pursued the Santana. Presently the Santana arrived at a junction. Ouch! Suddenly a woman riding a Phoenix brand bicycle with voluminous wavy curls toppled along with her cycle directly in front of the Santana. She's hit someone. Help! She's hit someone. The woman lay on the ground screaming loudly. Damn it, you whore, attempting to stage a scam on me. The hooligan driving the car pushed open the door and stepped out, poised to confront the woman. Whoosh! A motorcycle suddenly sped toward them, violently crashing into the hooligan, who emitted a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying together with the Santana's car door. Sister Xiao, flee quickly. The hooligan in the passenger seat drew his knife and charged at Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe leaped from the motorcycle, slid past the Santana's hood, and delivered a fierce kick to the hooligan's body. After landing, he kicked the hooligan again in the temple, causing him to grunt and collapse unconscious. Xiao Wan pushed open the car door, but before she could escape, Chen Jianghe blocked her retreat. Xiao Wan, we meet again. Chen Jianghe gazed coldly at Xiao Wan and abruptly yanked open the car door. Jiang, he remained calm. This is not what you believe. Xiao Wan strived to maintain composure, still attempting to explain. Jiang, he, they are coming. Zhang Peng shouted from his motorcycle. Chen Jianghe did not waste words with Xiao Wan. He seized her hair, dragged her from the Santana, and then struck her neck with a knife-hand blow, rendering her unconscious immediately. Go! Chen Jianghe then lifted Xiao Wan and swiftly leaped onto the motorcycle. Zhang Peng revved the throttle, and the Jialing motorcycle accelerated wildly, fleeing into the distance. That youngster has taken the bait. Pursue. Not far behind, a white Changhe minivan sped after them. Xiao Wan's outing that evening was solely to lure Chen Jianghe into a trap, but Li Jindi had not anticipated that Chen Jianghe possessed such remarkable prowess, managing to neutralize the 2 hooligans guarding Xiao Wan in the blink of an eye. Hurry, do not let him escape. Li Jindi sat within the minivan, brandishing a knife and staring intently at the vehicle ahead. The 2 cars, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, soon vanished from the street. The woman, who had just lain incapacitated on the ground, agilely rose, mounted her bicycle, and made off swiftly, revealing herself to be Chen Jianghe's woman. Li Jindi had his stratagems and Chen Jianghe had his countermeasures. It remained unclear who would emerge as hunter and who as prey that night. They are closing in. Zhang Peng cast a glance at the rearview mirror and noticed the minivan gaining ground. Proceed according to plan. Chen Jianghe smiled coldly, as Zhang Peng steering the motorcycle veered sharply into a narrow alley barely wider than the minivan itself. Brotherly, they have entered. Follow them and do not allow them to escape. The minivan paused at the alley entrance before accelerating and pursuing inside. The Jialing motorcycle weaved through the alley's convoluted paths, quickly shedding the minivan. Where did they go? The minivan circled the alley for a while, but failed to locate Chen Jianghe and his companions. Li Jindi's countenance grew exceedingly grim. He presumed Chen Jianghe and his party had already eluded them. At that moment, one of the hooligans suddenly spoke. Brotherly, I recall there is a demolition site ahead. Oh, perhaps they are hiding within. Are you certain? Li Jindi hesitated slightly. For some inexplicable reason, after entering the alley, a foreboding sense had taken hold of him. Not entirely sure, but we may yet find Sister Xiao. The hooligan swallowed hard, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Let us go investigate. Considering Xiao Wan, Li Jindi resolved to proceed and search. Xiao Wan was now his woman, and a considerable portion of his wealth lay under her control. Without Xiao Wan's collaboration, he might never have succeeded in eliminating Chen Jiming. Without Chen Jiming gone, how could the present Yonggui arcade exist? Meanwhile, deep within the alley, in an unmanned courtyard of dilapidated old houses, Chen Jianghe lifted a bucket of water and poured it directly over Xiao Wan. Do not move. Xiao Wan awoke from the cold water splash, and as she attempted to struggle, the knife in Zhang Peng's hand was pressed against her neck. The icy blade caused Xiao Wan to tremble, throughout her body, her complexion turning ashen. Jianghe, do not act impulsively. A murder is against the law. Xiao Wan adopted a pitiable demeanor and hurriedly spoke. Tell me, did you and Li Jindi murder my father? Chen Jianghe looked down at Xiao Wan from above and asked coldly. No, truly not. This matter has no connection with us. Your father was slain by an enemy. Xiao Wan still wished to deceive, but Chen Jianghe produced a dagger and directly pierced her palm, pinning it firmly to the ground. Xiao Wan let out a shrill scream of agony. Silence. Zhang Peng pressed his broadsword, and the keen edge directly lacerated the skin on Xiao Wan's neck, making her feel as though enveloped by an aura of death. She bit her lips tightly, enduring the excruciating pain without daring to cry out again. You would do well to speak the truth, otherwise you may test lying to me once more. Chen Jianghe withdrew the dagger with an expressionless face, causing Xiao Wan to shudder from the pain, yet she bore the severe anguish without emitting any sound. Xiao Wan was genuinely terrified. She had not anticipated that after Chen Jianghe's 3-year imprisonment, he would become so ruthless upon release. I am not deceiving you. Oh, I am not deceiving you. Your father was killed by Li Jindi. He hired men to hack him to death. Xiao Wan dared not conceal anything and hastily stated. That day Li Jindi arranged individuals instructed me to intoxicate your father. After he was drunk, I concocted an excuse to send him outside. The moment he stepped out, he was hacked down. If your father had seen those photographs, he would certainly not have spared me. I had no alternative but to comply. Jianghe, please forgive me. I was momentarily bewitched and acted foolishly. I shall return all the money I have earned over these years to you, and thereafter I will depart Pengqing and never return. Spare me this one time, please. It turned out that Xiao Wan had secretly hooked up with Li Jindi years ago. But back then Li Jindi wasn't as successful as Chen Jiming, so Xiao Wan only dared to carry on a secret affair with him. Later Li Jindi took photos of Xiao Wan and threatened her into helping him kill Chen Jiming. 3 years ago, after she got Chen Jiming drunk, she sent him out to buy something. Li Jindi had long since stationed men at the entrance of the blazing arcade. As soon as Chen Jiming stepped out, he was slashed to death in a flurry of knives. Chen Jiming was killed by the joint scheme of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. Xiao Wan, my father treated you pretty well back then, didn't he? Whatever you wanted, he bought it for you. Most of the money he made from the arcade was spent on you, wasn't it? Chen Jianghe said coldly, wiping his dagger clean with an expressionless face. Xiao Wan stared at the knife in Chen Jianghe's hand, her face turning pale with fear as she trembled. Jianghe, I've wronged your father. I know I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I'll give you all the money Li Jindi has made these past few years. Let me go and I'll go back to my hometown immediately, never coming to Pengqing again. Xiao Wan begged desperately. A life for a life, a debt must be paid. That is the eternal truth through the ages. If I let you go, who will pay for my father's life? Chen Jianghe suddenly moved. His knife plunged into Xiao Wan's neck. Xiao Wan's face was filled with horror. Her mouth gaped wide as she struggled to breathe, but air could no longer reach her lungs, which were soon filled with blood surging back up. Xiao Wan collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, then fell silent. Jianghe. Zhang Peng opened his mouth instinctively, but then said nothing. He hadn't expected Chen Jianghe to dispose of Xiao Wan so cleanly. But then again, with a father's murder to avenge, could they simply beat Xiao Wan and Li Jindi up and let them go? They're over there. At that moment, the glare of headlights swept across the yard. A Changhe van screeched to a stop outside. Li Jindi flung open the door, machete in hand, charging in with his gang of thugs. Xiao Wan. Seeing Xiao Wan lying in a pool of blood, his face changed drastically, both shocked and furious. Chen Jianghe, you actually dare to kill Li Jindi out on the streets? Do you think I'm playing house with you? Chen Jianghe turned coldly, staring fiercely at Li Jindi. Today not only Xiao Wan dies, you die too. You little bastard, I underestimated you. But do the two of you really think you can take me on? Li Jindi laughed in fury then snarled, Chen Jianghe, today, I'll take your life. With that Li Jindi waved his hand, and all 9 thugs closed in. They also shut the shabby iron gate to prevent Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng from escaping. Jianghe, let's fight them to the death. Zhang Peng felt his heart racing and his palms sweating. He gripped his machete tightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Jindi. 2 against 10 and both sides were armed. Their odds were slim. But if they could take down Li Jindi, first it might scare the others off. On the streets, if you're fierce, others cower. If you're ruthless, others fear you. If you don't value your life, few will dare to provoke you. And the opposite holds true as well. To make it on the streets, you had to be fiercer, more ruthless, and more reckless than everyone else. Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe suddenly let out a thunderous roar. What? Want to beg for mercy now? Too late. Li Jindi was taken aback then sneered. You're overthinking. I just want to tell you that tonight you're dead. Chen Jianghe slipped on his brass knuckles, staring intently at Li Jindi. He had said that just to draw Li Jindi's attention. Distracted by the shout, Li Jindi didn't notice that 2 thugs had already slipped behind him. Kid still talking tough at death's door. Brothers attack. Kill him, and I'll give each one of you 3,000 yuan as a bonus. Li Jindi raised his blade, pointing at Chen Jianghe as he roared. Get him. Several thugs raised their knives and charged straight at Chen Jianghe. Uffed, uffed. But Li Jindi suddenly sensed something wrong. He lunged forward, then felt a searing pain across his back as warm blood gushed out. He had been slashed twice. The pain made Li Jindi shriek and fall to the ground. Zhangchang, are you all fucking crazy? Lying on the ground, he glared in shock and fury at the thugs who had slashed him. He had been cut down by his own men. The other thugs were momentarily at a loss, not understanding what was happening. Zhangchang, Zhou Bing, what are you doing? They were all Li Jindi's underlings. Why had these 2 attacked him? Brotherly, don't blame us. You only gave us 3,000. Brother Gang said he'll give us 20,000 each for taking you out. Zhangchang said nonchalantly, holding the dripping knife. They were on the streets for money and respect. Without money, there was no respect. Being in the underworld wasn't about loyalty. If the boss didn't pay, then you took down the boss. Besides, Li Jindi had already acted ruthlessly and unjustly. When Chen Gang lost a hand doing his work, Li Jindi only gave him 5,000 yuan as compensation, just to brush him off. If something happened to them in the future after they risked their lives for Li Jindi, and he only paid such paltry blood money, did he take them for fools? Since Li Jindi was treacherous, he couldn't blame them for betraying him. It was Chen Gang who told you to do this. You bastards, I'll never let you off. Li Jindi was beside himself with rage, never expecting to be ambushed by Chen Gang at such a critical moment. When had Chen Gang started working with that little bastard Chen Jianghe? Li Jindi, you deserve this. When your brother got hurt, you wouldn't even give him proper compensation. You deserve to be finished. At that moment, from behind the empty self-built house, Chen Gang emerged, supported by his woman, staring at Li Jindi with hatred. Brother Gang. The other thugs were stunned, never expecting that Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were truly arranged by Chen Gang. Chen Gang, you dare betray me. Li Jindi gnashed his teeth, glaring at Chen Gang in fury. I lost a hand for you, and you only gave me 5,000 yuan. Are you throwing scraps to a beggar? You're the one I'm taking down today. Chen Gang said viciously. Chen Gang, that 5,000 was your nutrition money. I've had the 100,000 settlement money ready for a long time. You can have it whenever you want. Today kill Chen Jianghe for me, and you can follow me to get the money right away. Li Jindi calmed down. With Chen Jianghe, Zhang Peng, and the 2 traitors, it was 4 against 8. Not secure enough. He had to stabilize Chen Gang first. Once Chen Jianghe was dead, he could easily deal with Chen Gang. Li Jindi saved those lies for the king of hell. Chen Gang sneered. Fuck you, Chen Gang. You think I'm afraid of you? All together now. Kill them all, and I'll reward each man with 50,000. Li Jindi gritted his teeth and roared fiercely. The thugs beside him brightened, and even their breathing grew heavy. Kill them. With such a heavy reward, courage would follow. The 7 thugs remaining by Li Jindi's side immediately had eyes that turned red with greed. 4 of them charged at Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. The remaining 3 thugs charged at Li Chang and Zhou Bing. 50,000 yuan. Enough back then to buy an apartment in a slightly remote area of Pengcheng or to build a house in their hometown. Why wouldn't they earn this money? F you. Zhang Peng's eyes also reddened as he charged toward the blade of one of the thugs. At that moment, Chen Jianghe's gaze turned icy, and he exploded forward with astonishing speed. Before the frontmost thug could raise his blade and strike, Chen Jianghe was already before him, his fist crashing into the thug's face. The pointed tip of the knuckle duster tore through the thug's face, blood spraying everywhere. The thug let out a piercing scream and was knocked down in one blow, his teeth coming loose along with the blood. Chen Jianghe took down one thug without pausing and charged directly at another. F him, kill him. The 3 thugs beside him had not expected Chen Jianghe to be so ferocious. Their expressions changed instantly as they raised their blades and attacked Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe dodged one slash and kicked another thug down, ignoring those behind him as he surged forward toward the ones ahead. Slash. Taking advantage of the moment, the thug behind landed a cut across Chen Jianghe's back. A flash of blood. Fortunately, Chen Jianghe had worn a leather jacket underneath his clothes before coming. The cut had opened a wound, but it was not severe. Chen Jianghe bore through the pain and charged at the thug ahead. That thug also went mad, raising his blade with all his strength to strike down. If they could take Chen Jianghe down, they would win. Clang! The machete came crashing down, but suddenly an arm shot out from the side to block it. The blade struck the arm, tearing through clothing and producing a sound like metal striking metal, nearly severing the iron bar hidden beneath the shirt. F you! Zhang Peng roared, his eyes bloodshot, and brought his blade down across the thug's head. The thug screamed as a massive gash opened on his scalp and blood gushed out like water from a twisted faucet. The wound ran deep enough to expose bone, carving a jagged split in the skull itself. Blood and fluid streamed from the wound, filling the thug's vision with red. Even as he gripped his knife to fight back, Chen Jianghe charged forward half a step and drove a fist into his temple. The thug collapsed without a sound, unconscious on the ground. Get them! Get them! Kill them all! Li Jindi was both shocked and furious. In his dazed state, he briefly saw Chen Jianghe again. Chen Jianghe had been famous for his fighting skills on North Street back in the day. He never expected that Chen Jianghe, after 3 years in prison, would become so skilled at fighting. No, Chen Jianghe was even more capable than Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang stood nearby, drawing a blade and glaring fiercely at Li Jindi. If Li Jindi were taken out, these thugs would stop fighting desperately. After all, if Li Jindi died, no one would be paying them anymore. What would they fight for without money? However, Chen Gang now had only one working hand. Charging forward recklessly would be suicide. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a moment when no one was paying attention to him. Dao Chen Jianghe suddenly roared. Zhang Peng understood immediately and stepped in behind Chen Jianghe to block the thug behind him, preventing any sneak attack on Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe tightened his grip on the blood-dripping knuckle duster and charged toward Li Jindi. Li Jindi had also risen through the underworld through brutal violence. He had slashed people and risked his life just like anyone else. But now he was past 40, wealthy, established with women in business. He had long forgotten what it felt like to fight on the streets. Facing Chen Jianghe's bloodshot eyes, Li Jindi's courage deflated by half before the fight had even begun. Damn it, stop him! Stop him! Come help me! Li Jindi screamed in terror. The thug who had been kicked down by Chen Jianghe earlier scrambled to his feet and threw himself in front of Li Jindi, slashing his blade at Chen Jianghe. A machete strike could be fierce, but it required wide telegraph swings to generate power. Otherwise, the blow lacked sufficient force. The thug instinctively raised his blade. Chen Jianghe lunged forward explosively, closing the distance in an instant. The thug in his haste brought his blade down carelessly. Before the blade could land on Chen Jianghe's rapid fist crashed directly into the thug's jaw. Crack! A sickening sound of shattering bone rang out. The thug let out a scream as Chen Jianghe's single punch pulverized his jaw. Li Jindi was frightened stiff. Just as he was about to shout for more help, Chen Jianghe was already upon him. Go to hell, you bastard! Li Jindi roared and thrust his blade at Chen Jianghe. Smack! Chen Jianghe smashed his fist onto the machete, knocking it flying. Before Li Jindi could react, another punch crashed into his eye socket. That blow burst Li Jindi's eyeball. He screamed and collapsed to the ground, and Chen Jianghe immediately pressed his foot down on him. Chen Jianghe stepped on Li Jindi's throat with full force. He could crush his neck at any moment. Everyone stop! With Li Jindi controlled, Chen Jianghe's icy gaze swept across the remaining thugs. Stop! Stop! Everyone drop it right now, do you hear me? Feeling the crushing pressure on his neck, Li Jindi had completely lost the courage to resist and urgently shouted. Xiaowan was already dead and he had lost. What mattered most now was keeping his own life. Only by surviving could he seek vengeance and rise again. Did you all hear that? Drop your knives. Li Jindi is finished. Why are you still risking your lives for him? Chen Gang seized the opportunity and approached, pointing his blade at Li Jindi. The 4 remaining thugs under Li Jindi exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then dropped their knives. Continuing to fight meant 4 versus 4, and they might not win. If they lost, they would certainly be maimed. Moreover, if they made any move, Li Jindi would die. If Li Jindi died, what would be the point of fighting and winning anyway? Without anyone paying them, these lives would be sacrificed for nothing. Seeing his remaining men drop their weapons, Li Jindi collapsed entirely onto the ground. He had lost tonight. He had thought himself the hunter, only to discover he was merely the prey. Li Jindi, you're done for. You deserve exactly what you got. Chen Gang kicked Li Jindi's face hard, venting a lifetime of pent-up rage. His hand could have been reattached and healed properly. Even if he could never do heavy labor with it again, he could still use it. But after being turned away from the hospital and losing those few critical days, Chen Gang could clearly feel that his hand was nearly ruined. He had lost that hand because of Li Jindi. Li Jindi's current fate was nothing short of what he deserved. Yes, I deserve it, old man. Chen Jianghe, you won. Yongwei Game Hall is yours from now on. Li Jindi gritted his teeth and said, over these years I've saved 2 or 300,000. I'll give you all the money in the car. How about you let me leave Pengcheng? Don't worry, as long as you let me go, I'll leave Pengcheng immediately and never cause you trouble again. 3 or 400,000 plus that Santana sedan. It was a staggering sum, enough to make Chen Gang's heart race. Li Jindi, you've truly hit rock bottom. At this point, do you really think you'll leave Pengcheng alive? If you live, my father's death will have been in vain. Chen Jianghe let out a cold sneer looking down at Li Jindi from above. When their eyes met, Li Jindi felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Jianghe had already killed Xiao, one making it abundantly clear that Li Jindi would not leave alive tonight. Brother gang, we've been through so much together. Please plead for me. Spare my life, and I'll give you the minivan outside and my gold watch. Desperate to survive, Li Jindi hurriedly begged Chen Jianghe for mercy once more. Jianghe, it's better to reconcile than to hold grudges. Your father is already dead, and no one comes back from the grave. From what I see, Li Jindi is already finished. Why not just cut his tendons and let him live? Killing is a serious crime. Killing one might mean life imprisonment, but killing two would definitely mean the death penalty. Chen Jianghe glanced at Chen Jianghe and spoke. Who said I wanted to kill two? Chen Jianghe suddenly gave a cold smile. So you're agreeing? Chen Jianghe smiled. As long as Li Jindi lived, he could surely squeeze another sum from him. Li Jindi couldn't help but smile as well. As long as he stayed alive, he didn't care what price he had to pay. Only the living had hope. Chen Jianghe, we did this together tonight. If anything goes wrong, neither of us can walk away clean. Chen Jianghe picked up the knife from the ground and threw it in front of Chen Jianghe. Stab him once, and the 100,000 I promised is yours. Otherwise tonight's affairs will become rather troublesome. What do you mean? Chen Jianghe's expression shifted, and he stepped back. He had no intention of personally taking a life. Hacking someone was one thing. Even if caught, he'd only serve a few years. But murder was altogether different. Among those who made a living on the streets, brawls and violence were commonplace, but killings were far rarer. Only when driven to the absolute brink would even a gang boss resort to such measures. Maiming someone was entirely different from killing them. If you won't do it, you will. Stab Li Jindi and you'll split Chen Jianghe's 100,000. Chen Jianghe looked directly at Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, the two lowlifes Chen Jianghe had bribed. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, clearly tempted. Splitting 100,000 yuan meant they could return to their hometown in style, where even households earning 10,000 a year were rare. Brotherly sorry about this. Brother, I'll see you off. Chen Jianghe quickly picked up the knife and without a moment's hesitation stabbed Li Jindi. Ah, Chen Jianghe, fuck your mother. Li Jindi let out a piercing scream and struggled desperately. You stab him too. After delivering one thrust, Chen Jianghe handed the knife to his woman. She was equally ruthless. Biting her lip, she plunged the blade in. Chen Jianghe knew exactly what was at stake. If he hadn't stabbed tonight, the knife would have ended up in him instead. Though young Chen Jianghe was calculating and merciless. Once they all had blood on their hands, the secret would stay buried in every heart forever. Your turn. Chen Jianghe stared at Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing didn't hesitate. They each stepped forward and stabbed Li Jindi. After several thrusts, Li Jindi was on the verge of death, too weak to even curse. His eyes wide, he stared fixedly at Chen Jianghe, filled with regret. He shouldn't have underestimated that lad. That day Chen Jianghe came to the arcade looking for him, he should have destroyed him completely right then and there. And you lot give Li Jindi a send-off. Chen Jianghe spared none of Li Jindi's remaining lackeys. He made each of them stab Li Jindi once. In the end, Li Jindi died by a flurry of blades, just as Chen Jianghe had 3 years prior. What goes around comes around. Dapeng, keep watch here. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, follow Dapeng's orders and wait here for your payment. No one leaves until I return. After confirming Li Jindi was dead, Chen Jianghe began searching his body for keys and started making arrangements. Chen Jianghe, come with me to collect the money. Where to get the money? Chen Jianghe looked at the two corpses on the ground, a chill running through him. This kid Chen Jianghe was destined for big things. Donghu Jiyuan. Li Jindi's apartment was in Donghu Jiyuan. The man had bought a house and car within 3 years of taking over the arcade. Chen Jianghe drove the minivan with Chen Jianghe and his woman to Donghu Jiyuan, found Li Jindi's apartment, and after searching for a while discovered a hidden compartment in the wardrobe. Inside were several gold bars and stacks of 100 yuan bills totaling 3 to 400,000. Chen Jianghe and his woman saw the money greed flashing in their eyes. This is yours. Chen Jianghe took 10 stacks of 100 yuan bills from the pile and threw them to Chen Jianghe. You can go now. Chen Jianghe's woman clutched the money, her gaze lingering on the remaining cash and gold bars in the hidden compartment, a look of resentment crossing her face. But before she could open her mouth, Chen Jianghe pulled her away. The pair found a bag, loaded the money, and hurriedly departed. Why should that kid get all of Li Jindi's money? He took the arcade to cash the car. Why? The woman asked resentfully. 100,000 was no small sum, but it paled compared to the house, car, and gold bars. Enough with the nonsense. You take what you're worth. He kept his word and gave us 100,000, which is more than fair. Chen Jianghe said impatiently. Though he also wanted more, he knew his true value. He was hardly worth 100,000. Getting it was already more than he deserved. Chen Jianghe, keeping his promise, was generous enough. If it weren't for you, how could he have taken down Li Jindi? The woman complained. If he can kill Li Jindi, he can kill us. Don't drag me into your death wish. Chen Jianghe said coldly. The woman lowered her head, staring fiercely at the money in the bag. Chen Jianghe was finished, his ambitions crushed. She was accustomed to a lavish lifestyle and had no desire to return to their hometown and live in poverty with him. Chen Debao took some money from the hidden compartment and concealed the remaining cash and gold bars elsewhere before driving the minivan back. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, this is yours, 20,000 each. Take the money and leave. As soon as Chen Jianghe returned, he distributed the funds to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chen Gang had promised them 20,000 apiece for taking down Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe agreed, and he always kept his word. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing took the money to the courtyard entrance, then paused and said, Brother Chen running an arcade needs someone to handle the floor. We want to work for you. Jianghe. Zhang Peng's expression changed, ready to speak, but Chen Jianghe raised a hand to stop him. Go back and think it over. If you're truly willing to follow me, come to the arcade tomorrow. But if you join me, you'll follow my rules. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Jianghe said calmly. Got it, Brother Chen. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded, then took the money and left. The remaining thugs trembled with unease. Their knives were gone, and having witnessed Chen Jianghe's brutality, guilt gnawed at them. They watched him nervously, dreading what he might do to them. Each of you take 2,000. Those who are injured get an extra 1,000. Take the money, round up your men, and get lost. The thugs never expected Chen Jianghe would actually pay them. 2,000 yuan was something they'd need 2 or 3 months of trailing Li Jindi to earn. Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen. The thugs nodded at Chen Jianghe with genuine gratitude. Even those he'd beaten carried little resentment. In this world of the streets, it was either you cut me or I cut you. When you lose, you accept it. They'd lost, yet Chen still forked over money. That was more than decent. Jianghe, why did you give them money? After the thugs had gone, Zhang Peng asked in puzzlement. In this line of work, being stingy ends in Li Jindi's fate. I gave them money because I don't want them suddenly idle and desperate, turning to crime and landing in jail. Once someone gets locked up, today's business might come tumbling out. Chen Jianghe said nonchalantly. We're going to make serious money in the future. Oh, a little expense means nothing. In plain terms, he was doling out small change to buy their allegiance. A pack of small-time hoodlums whose boss was finished would never dream of seeking revenge against Chen Jianghe. But Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, why did you promise them jobs? They sold out Li Jindi today. Tomorrow they could sell us out. Zhang Peng nodded, finding Chen's reasoning sound. Besides, the money had been Li Jindi's anyway, so spending a bit was hardly a loss. What he couldn't wrap his head around was why Chen Jianghe would offer Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing work. Street thugs are all the same. Few have any real sense of honor. To prop up the arcade, we need people first, and hiring them is no different from hiring anyone else. I know what I'm doing. They'll be minding the shop, nothing more. I won't trust them an inch. Chen Jianghe handed the remaining 30,000 yuan to Zhang Peng. Da Peng, take this money. When you get home, make sure your younger siblings study hard. Jianghe, I can't accept this. It's too much. Zhang Peng hurriedly refused. Never in his life had he seen so much money. Holding it made his hands tremble. Take it. You're my brother. As long as Chen Jianghe has a meal to eat, yours won't be missing either. Use this money for now. And from today, you hold a 10% stake in the Liehua Game Hall. Chen Jianghe gave him no chance to protest, forcing the money into Zhang Peng's arms. Jianghe, from now on, this life of mine, Zhang Peng's, belongs to you. Zhang Peng's eyes reddened as he seized Chen Jianghe's arm. Good. We brothers will carve out our own empire in Pengcheng. Chen Jianghe nodded emphatically. The two then turned to disposing of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi's corpses. The bodies had to be dealt with flawlessly. Without bodies, even if the case ever came to light, there'd be no evidence. What could anyone do? Jianghe, how do we dispose of them? Zhang Peng stared at the two corpses still shaken. Throw them into the Shenhe. Once they rot away, it's over and done with. Chen Jianghe's voice was low and grim. All right. Zhang Peng found 2 torn tarpaulins in the self-built house. Together with Chen Jianghe, he wrapped the bodies of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi's stuffed heavy rocks inside the bundles and hauled them into the van. Driving the van, they reached the Shenhe bridge. When no one was in sight, they tossed Li Jindi's body straight off. Chen Jianghe watched it sink beneath the murky water, then sped away. The corpse would be carried by the river's current out into the sea, perhaps never again seeing the light of day. Chen Jianghe then drove onward, the roads growing lonelier until they reached a desolate seaside cliff. There he and Zhang Peng lifted Xiao Wan's body and hurled it over the edge. The pitch-black chasm below was like a monstrous maw, wide open and devouring everything. Let's go. Chen Jianghe took one glance, turned, and climbed into the van. At this temperature, the bodies would decompose quickly and the ocean fish would hasten their disintegration. In just a few days, those 2 corpses would scarce leave a trace of evidence behind. A body makes it a murder case. No body, and it's at best a missing persons case. In this sprawling city of Pengcheng, nearly 1,000 people disappear every year. Finally rid ourselves of Li Jindi. With Xiao Wan's body disposed of, Zhang Peng collapsed into the van's seat, his gaze hollow. Tonight was his first time handling corpses. After the initial wave of nausea, he found himself surprisingly numb. Are you badly hurt? Chen Jianghe glanced at Zhang Peng as he drove. Only now did they have a moment to attend to their own wounds. Zhang Peng had taken 2 slashes, shallow cuts, just flesh wounds. Chen Jianghe had also been cut once, not gravely, but the gash was long and might require stitching. I'm fine, just flesh wounds. Jianghe, you're still bleeding. Let's go to Aunt Lu's, have her tend to the wounds, and settle the bill while we're at it. Zhang Peng proposed. Chen Jianghe gave a slight nod and drove the van to the black clinic. The clinic was dark. Zhang Peng went up and knocked. It was a long while before the lamp inside flickered on. You two again. What is it? The beautiful young woman appeared behind the iron gate, frowning at them. Annie, we came to settle up. My brother's been slashed. Please take a look. Zhang Peng hastily took out 200 yuan and slipped it through the gate's gaps. Come in. The woman took the money but pocketed only one bill, opening the door to admit them. Chen Jianghe saw her tuck something into her pocket, something resembling a scalpel. Sit over there. She pointed to a chair and told Chen Jianghe to strip off his shirt. Upstairs, a pretty girl of 17 or 18 in pajamas peeked down secretly, only to dart back the moment the woman shot her a glare. The wound's rather deep, needs a few stitches. 50 as before. The beautiful young woman's expression stayed cold, but her brow knitted faintly at the gash on Chen Jianghe's back. I'm sorry for the trouble. Chen Jianghe took out money and set it on the table. I've already received payment. The woman had taken 100 from Zhang Peng just now. My brother's wounded too. See to him as well. Chen Jianghe said, then felt a cool sensation at his back wound, disinfecting, debriding stitching. Before long the woman had finished suturing the wound. Your turn. After handling Chen Jianghe, the beautiful young woman placed the suture needle into alcohol to sterilize, then began treating Zhang Peng. He had 2 wounds, one requiring stitches, the other not. The woman dealt with them simply and quickly, and soon Zhang Peng was patched up. Last time 50 plus this time 150 in total. 50 is your change. The woman handed Chen Jianghe 50 yuan and changed, her face still faintly cold. Auntie Lu, you're truly skilled. Zhang Peng, all smiles, tried to butter her up. You two ought to leave. I'm about to close up. The woman icily shooed them off. Just then the sudden roar of a motorcycle drifted in from outside. You'd better leave quickly. Hearing the rumble of motorcycles, the beautiful young woman's expression shifted, panic flashing across her features as she hurriedly tried to usher Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng away. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng frowned and stepped outside. The moment they did, the beautiful young woman hurriedly locked the wooden gate. Sister Lu, why the rush to close up? Where's Xiao Xiao? Call her out to watch a movie with us. 3 jowling motorcycles roared down the street like a pack of wild beasts. Several sleazy youths piled off and charged forward, slamming their fists against the iron gate. Spying Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng, 2 of the young punks shot them provocative glares. Zhang Peng recognized the ringleader, and a mixture of fury and fear flickered in his eyes. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and stood his ground, making no move to leave. Li Fei, Xiao Xiao is already asleep. She has school tomorrow, she can't go out. Just scram. The beautiful young woman stepped back from the gate and replied. Sleep? It's way too early for bed, Sister Lu. Don't worry, we'll bring Xiao Xiao right back after the movie. Li Fei smirked with that sleazy grin. If Xiao Xiao won't go, no problem. You come with us instead. Wait, why not have both of them come? Xiao Xiao's got no daddy, and you've got no man. How about me? I don't care that you're a little older. The other punks erupted into raucous cheers. Zhang Peng's face twisted with anger, yet something held him back, and he kept silent. Li Fei, don't push your luck. If you don't leave now, I'm calling the police. Call the police. The beautiful young woman Lu trembled with rage. This illegal clinic of yours has no business license. Let's see who the cops come after. You or us. Li Fei, a cigarette dangling from his lips, bellowed defiantly. Lu, and I know your brother, so cut me some slack. Just stop harassing my daughter in the future. She still needs to study. Lu Wen's face pale, and she softened her tone. This underground clinic of hers was hardly above board herself, and unless absolutely forced, she had no desire to involve the police. Besides, those well-dressed enforcers she had encountered were not exactly easy to deal with either. Sister Lu, what are you talking about? How am I harassing Xiao Xiao? I'm trying to help her make big money. What's the point of studying? She should get out and earn money sooner rather than later. Li Fei's smile didn't reach his eyes as he yanked hard on the gate, but it wouldn't budge. Exactly. Let Xiao Xiao come with Brother Fei to make big money. All a woman needs to do is spread her legs, and the money comes rolling in. Several of the young henchmen chimed in with jeering laughter. Lu Wen's cheeks burned with indignation, her hands trembling helplessly. She ran a clinic here in the neighborhood, and most people with any standing in these parts gave her a measure of respect. After all, in their world you never knew when you might need a doctor's help. But these thugs cared nothing for such things. Li Fei had once been Xiao's classmate, but after being expelled from school he had drifted into idleness, causing trouble alongside a gang of young delinquents. Recently they had heard about a new bar opening near North Street that needed women, and Li Fei immediately thought of Xiao, pretty young and perfect for the job. Friend, show some restraint. Suddenly Chen Jianghe crushed his cigarette underfoot, stepped forward, and gripped Li Fei's shoulder. Who the hell are you to meddle in Brother Fei's business? Li Fei spun around, fury flashing in his eyes. Jianghe, don't. Li Fei's older brother runs with the North Street gang. We shouldn't provoke them. Zhang Peng cried out, rushing to restrain him. Oh, look who it is, Brother Peng himself. What did last time's beating not satisfy you? Li Fei's expression turned mocking the moment he spotted Zhang Peng. You actually had the guts to go to Master Lai for your wages. You're one bold bastard. Li Fei, my settlement with Lai San is already done. Don't go looking for trouble. Zhang Peng clenched his teeth and spoke firmly. Lai San was the boss of the billiards hall where Zhang Peng had previously worked. Depeng, you went to collect your wages last time, and they beat you up. Chen Jianghe's expression turned cold. When Zhang Peng had gone to buy the motorcycle, he had first gone to demand his wages. By the time he returned with the bike, he bore numerous injuries. Zhang Peng had claimed he fell off the motorcycle, but Chen Jianghe had suspected otherwise. Those injuries were clearly not from a fall. Zhang Peng kept his head down silent. That day he had gone to Lai San's place to demand his pay. Lai San had argued that Zhang Peng hadn't given proper notice or asked for time off, so his final month's wages were forfeit. After a heated exchange, Lai San had called his men and beaten Zhang Peng nearly senseless. Even after the beating, Zhang Peng refused to leave, so Lai San finally tossed him 300 yuan and told him to get lost. What kid you gonna stick your neck out for, Zhang Peng? Do you even know who my brother is? Li Fei was boasting away when Chen Jianghe delivered a vicious kick straight into the side of his lower leg. A terrible scream tore from Li Fei's throat as his leg bone snapped with a sickening crack, bending at a grotesque angle of over 30 degrees. Chen Jianghe's single kick had shattered his leg. Brother Fei. The other punks froze in shock. There were 6 of them against Chen Jianghe, and Zhang Peng's mere 2, yet Chen Jianghe had struck first without hesitation. As one punk raised a cry, Chen Jianghe grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head violently against the wall beside the gate. The fellow didn't even groan before collapsing unconscious. The third punk, a yellow-haired thug, fumbled for his switchblade, but Chen Jianghe sidestepped and delivered a devastating flying kick. The lightweight boy, weighing less than 100 jin, was sent flying over a meter through the air, crashing into a motorcycle and overturning it. Fuck you! Zhang Peng roared, and drew his machete, charging at the remaining 3 yellow-haired punks, who stood frozen in terror. There is an old saying: cowards fear the fierce fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about living or dying. These street thugs were fine for bullying harmless folks, but they crumbled before a true fighter. One yellow-haired punk fell beneath Zhang Peng's blade, while the remaining 2 scrambled onto a motorcycle and sped away. Once they were gone, Zhang Peng returned to Li Fei and dealt him several more brutal kicks. Stop! You'll kill him! Lu Wen cried from inside the house, dread filling her voice. Li Fei, don't get so cocky. Brothers aren't pushovers anymore. Zhang Peng finally relented. Li Fei lay a pitiful sight, his face unrecognizable, clutching his shattered leg and glaring at Chen Jianghe with pure hatred. Kid Zhang Peng, you'll regret this. I swear my brother won't let you off. Li Fei stared holes into Chen Jianghe as he snarled. Depeng. Chen Jianghe held out his hand expressionlessly. Zhang Peng passed him the machete. With a single decisive swing, Chen Jianghe severed Li Fei's Achilles tendon. Oh! Li Fei's scream was so shrill that he wet himself from the agony. Tell Lai San this. If he laid a hand on my brother, he'll answer for it. If he disagrees, he can settle it with me, Chen Jianghe. Get the hell out of here. Chen Jianghe glared coldly at Li Fei, who writhed and wailed on the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao. Brother Fei, let's go. 2 young men with bleached yellow hair supported Li Fei as they hastily escaped on a motorcycle. It's over. Chen Jianghe watched the motorcycle disappear, then turned to Lu Wen and said, if anyone causes trouble again, call Liahua Game Hall. I'll bring people over. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Mind your own business first. Lu Fei is a subordinate of Lai San from North Street. You beat him up and Lai San won't let this go. Lu Wen frowned, but still didn't open the door. Through the iron gate, she said, if you're out on the streets, you can't be afraid of trouble. Otherwise, don't do it at all. Dapeng, let's go. Chen Jianghe gave a faint smile, turned around, and got into the minivan. Aunt Lu, don't worry. Jianghe will definitely find a way. Zhang Peng hurriedly spoke up and followed closely into the vehicle. Sighed. After the minivan drove away, Lu Wen watched it disappear and sighed. Although she was a doctor and knew many prominent figures in the Jianghu community, being a widow with just her child made her vulnerable to those with ill intentions. Mom, who was that just now? He's so amazing. Lu Xiaoxiao came running down the stairs in her pajamas, asking excitedly. She had been hiding upstairs and witnessed everything that happened downstairs. That Li Fei was usually so arrogant. He often extorted money from students outside their school, and had even gotten several girls from their school pregnant. No one at school dared to provoke him, yet today he'd been beaten so badly. Why do you need to ask about him? Go upstairs and sleep. You have school tomorrow. Study hard and don't associate with those delinquents. Lu Wen glared at her sharply. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and climbed upstairs unhappily. Watching her, Lu Wen felt even more troubled. Children grow up and don't always follow their mother's wishes. Daughters are no different. If her precious daughter got lured away by some gangster with yellow hair, she'd have plenty to cry about. Jianghe, where are we going now? Inside the van, Zhang Peng's face showed concern. To the game hall. Tomorrow we'll put the Liahua sign back up and reopen the day after. Chen Jianghe drove straight to the game hall. During the 3 years Chen Jianghe was gone, Li Jindi had changed the name of Liahua Game Hall to Yongguo Game Hall, and now he wanted to restore it. Jianghe, you were too impulsive just now. Lai San is after all a big shot in North Street. We only managed to deal with Li Jindi by cooperating with Chun Gang, and now we've made an enemy of Lai San while we're still unstable. He'll definitely come after us. Zhang Peng said worriedly. In shallow waters there are many turtles. Big shots are everywhere. If we're afraid of this, and that we might as well not be in this business. Chen Jianghe sneered and didn't hide his thoughts from Zhang Peng. I helped Lu Wen just now for 2 reasons. First, I want to do her a favor. Those of us in this world will inevitably get hurt, so having a familiar doctor only benefits us. Second, Lai San beat you up. I must help you settle this score. And there's another point. My father has been dead for 3 years. Just the 2 of us suddenly taking over such a large game hall in North Street, with thousands flowing in every day. Wouldn't others be envious? If we don't establish our authority, how can we hold our ground in North Street? Li Jindi disappeared under suspicious circumstances, and once they handled Lai San, the local bosses would see Chen Jianghe as someone worth respecting and think twice about crossing them. In this world, if you don't make a name for yourself, who would know you or take you seriously? But Lai San has been operating in North Street for so long. He's not someone to mess with. Zhang Peng remained somewhat worried. Although they had dealt with Li Jindi, there were too few of them. The only truly reliable people were himself and Chen Jianghe. Now he somewhat understood why Chen Jianghe was willing to keep Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. When you're out in this world, it's really not feasible to have no one under you. He may be formidable, but I, Chen Jianghe, am no pushover. With no roots and drifting like duckweed, a street rat like him. How could he survive in this life without risking everything? Clatter. Chen Jianghe drove to the game hall and used the keys taken from Li Jindi to open the roll-up door. Row upon row of gaming machines came into view before them. On the ground floor, there were nearly 100 gaming machines. Upstairs on the second floor, another 20 or 30 slot machines were hidden away. Those were the real moneymakers. Jianghe, you finally gotten the game hall back. Looking at these gaming machines, Zhang Peng was extremely excited. Stay calm. This game hall is just the beginning. Chen Jianghe patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder, went straight upstairs, opened Li Jindi's office, and found a safe in the corner. The safe key was hidden under the desk drawer. Chen Jianghe opened the safe. Inside were tens of thousands of yuan, roughly 50 or 60,000 in total, along with various game hall documents, papers, and account books. He found a briefcase and put the 50,000 yuan inside. This game hall is currently under Xiao Wan's name. He needs to find someone to process the transfer and put it in his own name. This shouldn't be difficult as long as he can find someone capable of handling it. In this era, money was more powerful than anything else. Basically, nothing couldn't be done with money. Those people dared to take money and dared to get things done. Jianghe, tomorrow you find someone to change the game hall sign back and prepare for the reopening the day after with some promotions. Chen Jianghe gave some more money to Zhang Peng. When the game hall opens, you sit at the entrance collecting money and distributing coins. Hold down the fort for a few days until we hire someone else. The game hall still needs to hire new staff. With just these few people, even when Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing arrive tomorrow, they still won't have enough hands. I have money, you don't need to give me any more. Zhang Peng hurriedly pushed the money back. That 20,000 is your money. For game hall business, spend the game hall's money. Take it. Chen Jianghe didn't argue and stuffed the money into Zhang Peng's hand. Then Chen Jianghe walked around the game hall, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His career would begin right here. The path his father Chen Jiming hadn't finished walking, Chen Jianghe would forge into a grand road to success. Ring, ring, ring. Early the next morning, the ringing of a landline phone woke Chen Jianghe. Lying in his boss's chair, he blinked sleepily and picked up the phone. Hello, old Li, it's Lai San. I have something to discuss with you. I heard Chen Jiming's son has returned. What are your thoughts? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Li Jindi has gone back to his hometown. He has no thoughts on the matter. Chen Jianghe smiled, his expression filled with cold mockery. Where the hell did you come from? Get Li Jindi on the phone. Lai San grew impatient at once, assuming it was one of Li Jindi's men playing a joke on him. Can't you understand human speech? Li Jindi's done. The game hall belongs to me now. Chen Jianghe cursed without holding back. Who the hell are you? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if processing the news of Li Jindi's disappearance. After a while, Lai San finally asked, Chen Jianghe, kid, you've got some skills, taking down Li Jindi. No wonder you dare to mess with my people. Lai San reacted, realizing this kid was indeed Chen Jianghe. As for Li Jindi, whether he had gone back to his hometown or been buried somewhere, he couldn't care less. What mattered now was that Li Jindi's arcade no longer had anyone protecting it. What do you want? Chen Jianghe asked directly. Since you severed Li Fei's tendons, I won't waste words. Give me 100,000, and this matter is settled. Lai San didn't mince words, asking for 100,000 right off the bat. Lai San, 100,000 is enough to bury you twice. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Little punk, you think you can act tough with me, eh? Lai San was getting angry. A nobody with no background, just because he'd taken down Li Jindi, now dared to act tough in front of him. Hep. Chen Jianghe sneered and reached to hang up the phone. Fine, kid, you've got guts. But making a name for yourself on North Street won't be that easy. Wait until I find you. We'll have a real talk. Lai San finished and hung up the phone. Bro, what did brotherly say? Is he going to destroy that kid? A tall, skinny young man walked over at the North Street billiard hall. Early in the morning, there were few people in the billiard hall, only 3 or 4 thugs tidying up the pool tables. Li Jindi's probably been taken care of. Now his arcade is run by Chen Jianghe. This kid's got some ability. After a few years in prison, he can actually take down Li Jindi. Lai San took a drag of his cigarette and smiled strangely. 3 years ago, Chen Jiming was also a famous figure on North Street. a good fighter who commanded a dozen men under him. He didn't rank far outside North Street, but within it, he was someone to reckon with. 3 years ago, Chen Jianghe was chopped down, and Chen Jianghe went to prison. The people of North Street thought that was the end of it, but 3 years later, Chen Jianghe surfaced again. He grabbed back the arcade the moment he returned. Over the past 3 years, Yonggui Arcade had grown bigger and bigger. Many people coveted it, but restrained by Li Jindi's power, none of the other thugs on North Street could swallow it. Now things were different. If Li San got this piece of meat into his mouth first, it would be his. That kid took down Li Jindi. Li Daong was shocked. Bro, what are we going to do? He crippled my brother, we can't just let this go. This tall, skinny young man was Li Fei's elder brother Li Daong. I'll have to think it through carefully. Later gather everyone and come with me. Li San stroked his chin. As for making Chen Jianghe pay some compensation, those few paltry sums no longer interested him. He was pondering using this opportunity to get his hands on the Yonggui Arcade. Jianghe, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Early in the morning, Zhang Peng sprang up, full of energy. Following Chen Jianghe gave him hope in life, and he was more eager than anyone. I have to go out soon. I'll eat on the way. You eat by yourself. Chen Jianghe tucked his briefcase under his arm and prepared to head out first to handle the arcade's paperwork. All right. Zhang Peng nodded and pulled open the rolling shutter door. Bro Peng, brother Chen. As the door opened, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, who had been waiting outside, quickly dropped their cigarettes and stood up, nodding to Zhang Peng and Chen Jianghe. Several cigarette butts lay on the ground. They had been waiting for a while. Come on in. Chen Jianghe nodded and gestured for them to enter. From now on, you two are still in charge of tokens and watching the place at the arcade. Your monthly salary rises to 1,000 each. Daping gets 2,000. If you're handling business separately, that's extra pay. Thank you, brother Chen. Thank you, brother Chen. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing's eyes lit up with excitement. In these times, working in an illegal sweatshop day and night would earn you only around 1,000 a month, and if you slacked off even a little, your wages would be cut. Even those women who became mistresses of the Hong Kong truckers driving cargo from the port could only earn 1,000 or 2,000 a month. Previously working for Li Jindi, they only got 600 a month, while Chun Gang got 1,500. Chen Jianghe giving them 1,000 a month was already a lot. Not to mention they could get extra money for handling jobs. Following Chen Jianghe was indeed more promising than following Li Jindi. Jianghe, 2,000 is too much. Zhang Peng was startled and quickly shook his head. He'd heard that only senior white-collar workers in the office buildings in the commercial district could earn that much. He had no education, no skills. Why should he get so much? You're the store manager. 2,000 isn't too much. Chen Jianghe shook his head and instructed, arrange their work. I'm going out. If something comes up, call this mobile phone. Chen Jianghe pointed at Li Jindi's mobile phone, then took it and left, driving to Tang Aigua's house. Oh, little Chen's here. Come in and sit. When Chen Jianghe arrived at Tang Aigua's house, it was Tang Aigua's wife who opened the door. She was in her early 40s, very fashionably dressed, adorned with gold and silver, and rather fond of showing off. When she saw it was Chen Jianghe and that he was carrying things, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. Auntie, I'm here to see Uncle Tang. Chen Jianghe walked into the house and casually placed his briefcase on the tea table. Your Uncle Tang isn't working today. He's still sleeping. Wait, I'll go call him. The middle-aged woman warmly brewed tea for Chen Jianghe, then turned and went inside to call Tang Aigua. In a few minutes, Tang Aigua came out wearing his pajamas. Jianghe, you're here so early. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Tang Aigua could tell that Chen Jianghe's early visit meant he had business, so he instructed the middle-aged woman, go buy some rice rolls and shrimp dumplings from Old Way's place. Jianghe and I will grab a bite together. Little Chen, you sit tight. I'll go buy breakfast. The middle-aged woman said to Chen Jianghe with a smile and went out. Jianghe, what brings you here so early? Tang Aigua waved for Chen Jianghe to sit down, then brewed 2 cups of tea, sliding one in front of Chen Jianghe. Uncle Li Jindi and Xiao Wan went back to their hometown. Before leaving, they returned the arcade to me. But they left in a hurry, so the paperwork wasn't done. I'd like you to handle it. Chen Jianghe took out the business license, property deed, and other documents, laying them on the tea table. Went back to their hometown. Tang Aigua looked at Chen Jianghe in surprise. He hadn't expected that in just a few days Chen Jianghe had already dealt with Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. As for going back to their hometown, such nonsense couldn't fool Tang Aigua. That might be a bit troublesome. Since they're not here, these procedures won't be easy to handle. Uncle, I know it's not easy, which is why I came to you. Chen Jianghe pushed the briefcase directly in front of Tang Aigua and tapped it twice with his finger. I'll write you a handwritten equity transfer agreement. I said before I'd give you a 20% share, and I definitely will. Chen Jianghe reached for paper and pen. Jianghe, you're someone destined for great things. No need to write it out. If I can't trust others, can I still not trust you? Tang Aigua smiled. Don't worry, I'll handle the paperwork for you. Uncle, then I'll trouble you. Tomorrow when I open for business, you must definitely come and show your support. Chen Jianghe rose to his feet, preparing to take his leave. Rest assured, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. This time Tang Aigua personally escorted Chen Jianghe all the way to the door. From this day forward, they were partners. Tang Aigua felt that although Chen Jianghe was young, he knew how to handle affairs and was capable of accomplishing great things. His future prospects were truly limitless. Chen Jianghe had barely left when Zhang Xuemei came hurrying back. Honey, what did Chen Jianghe come by for? As she spoke, she eagerly opened her briefcase and pulled out the money inside. 50,000. He's giving us this much money for what? Zhang Xuemei's entire body trembled with excitement. 50,000 yuan was equivalent to nearly 2 years of Tang Aigua's salary. When someone gives you money, there's definitely a reason. Why ask so many questions? Put this money in your mother's bank account, and don't you dare mess with it. Tang Aigua warned sternly. Zhang Xuemei loved to show off, and was far from steady. Got it. Zhang Xuemei agreed, but added reluctantly. I heard that plasma TVs now cost 30,000 yuan each. Should we get a plasma television instead? Even if I were changing wives, it wouldn't cost 30,000. Tang Aigua was getting irritated, speaking impatiently. Even the bureau chief didn't have a plasma television. If he, a mere station chief, were to have one first, wouldn't that be clearly telling others to cause trouble for him? Tang Aigua, what do you mean? Are you thinking of changing wives? Zhang Xuemei's eyes flew wide open, instantly exploding with anger. I was just speaking casually. Don't bother cooking lunch for me today. I'll eat outside. Tang Aigua became even more impatient, heading inside to change his clothes before preparing to go out. Tang Aigua, I'm telling you, if you want to change wives, it's not happening. Don't forget how you got this station chief position. Zhang Xuemei shouted furiously as she followed behind him. Tang Aigua grabbed his briefcase and slammed the door shut with a thump before turning to leave. At the same time, Chen Jianghe drove the minivan back to the Yongguei game room. The two characters, Yongguei, above the game room had already been removed. Zhang Peng had found sign-making workers preparing to directly change Yongguei to flame without needing a completely new sign. This way they could work faster so they wouldn't miss tomorrow's grand reopening. Jianghe, you're back. I just ordered flower baskets and bought 2 sets of 10,000 firecracker strings to make tomorrow's opening really lively. Zhang Peng walked out cheerfully upon seeing Chen Jianghe return. Has anyone come to make trouble? Chen Jianghe tucked the brass knuckles into his pocket. He had expected that Lai San would show up today, but it seemed the fellow was being rather cautious. Nothing. Zhang Peng had also carried his weapon. If Lai San had dared to come, he would have definitely fought him. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, which one of you can drive? Chen Jianghe nodded, and then asked. Boss Li, I can. I was the one driving the minivan at the shop before. Zhang Chong quickly responded. Then come with me. And from now on, call me boss or Mr. Li. Don't call me Brother Li anymore. We're society people, but we shouldn't take pride in being society people. Only taking that path won't get us far. Chen Jianghe instructed. Understood, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing didn't quite understand Chen Jianghe's words, but they nodded obediently anyway. Shortly after, Zhang Chong followed Chen Jianghe into the vehicle, and they departed. Chen Jianghe drove the minivan back to the location where he had eliminated Li Jindi last night. Li Jindi's Santana was still parked outside that abandoned little building. The Santana could still run, it was just that one side door had been damaged from being hit by a motorcycle. Li Jindi had bought this Santana last year for 1300 yuan. In this era, one needed real power and connections to drive such a car. It was a free car with no reason to refuse it. Seeing this Santana, Chen Jianghe couldn't help but think of Ling Shui and that crown car. If he had been able to drive a Santana earlier, perhaps Ling Shui wouldn't have run off with someone else. Boss, should we sell this car or get it repaired? Seeing Chen Jianghe staring blankly at the Santana, Zhang Chong couldn't help but ask. Get it repaired. Do you know where there's a repair shop? Chen Jianghe snapped back to reality and drove Ling Shui out of his mind. Ling Shui was already in the past. Thinking about her was just a waste of energy. There's a freight station near North Street with 2 repair shops inside. I went there with Li Jindi before. Want to check it out? Zhang Chong thought for a moment and said, all right, you drive the Santana. Chen Jianghe took the Santana's key off a bunch of keys and tossed it to Zhang Chong, letting Zhang Chong drive the Santana ahead to lead the way while he followed behind in the minivan. The 2 vehicles arrived at the Hongda freight station one after another. There were quite a few trucks parked inside the freight station with 2 repair shops tucked away at the very back. Zhang Chong parked the Santana directly in front of a shop called Gongda Repair. Boss needs some repairs. As soon as the car stopped, a man covered in engine oil and wearing dirty work pants rushed over. Our boss's car got damaged. Need to fix the door. How much would that cost? Zhang Chong asked. The door connection is broken. Needs replacement plus bodywork. Minimum 2,000 yuan. The man examined it carefully and quoted a steep price. Zhang Chong, let's ask the other shop. Chen Jianghe took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. 2,000 yuan. For a door replacement, that wasn't necessarily even that much. Clearly they were being treated as easy marks. Zhang Chong turned and walked toward the other repair shop. Hey, brother, wait. Your boss is here, so the price won't be like that. 1,000 will do. The man hastily stopped Zhang Chong. Quoting 2,000 meant 1,000 went to the driver. But this guy had quite the nerve daring to quote such a high price. 1,000 is too high. 300 to fix it. Otherwise we'll go somewhere else. Chen Jianghe said flatly. 300 won't work. Boss, you won't find this price anywhere else. Minimum 500, the man said. Chen Jianghe figured this was probably the best he could get. In this era, those who could afford to drive cars were all wealthy people, so repairs wouldn't be cheap. He agreed to this price, left the Santana at the repair shop, and drove the minivan back to the game room with Zhang Chong. When he returned with Zhang Chong, a young man across the street stubbed out his cigarette but crushed it viciously underfoot, then quickly left. Shortly after, he returned to the billiard hall. Inside the billiard hall, Lai San had already gathered 7 or 8 people. These 7 or 8 were all people who depended on him for money. Lai San's billiard hall was not small, but at most it could only support this many people. How about it? How many people do they have? Lai San took the cigarette from his mouth and asked as he saw the young man return. Third brother, I watched all morning. There are only 4 people total in their game room, including 2 I've never seen before. The other 2 used to work the points at the game room before. I see them every day when I go play at the game room. The young man said. That's strange. If Chen Jianghe did away with Li Jindi, why would he still be using Li Jindi's people? Lai San stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. Brother, who cares about all that? They've only got 4 people. Let's just go sweep them out. Li Daong said maliciously. Are you certain there are only 4 of them? Lai San glanced at the young man again, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Third brother, I counted several times. They really only have 4 people. The young man nodded firmly. They think 4 people can run an arcade. Bold. Fine and settled. Let this young upstart learn his place. Let me show him just how many eyes Master Ma really has. Lai San crushed out his cigarette and sprang to his feet. Brothers, follow me. Let's go pay this kid a visit. Lai San led his crew on foot, marching toward the Liehua game hall with fierce determination. In under 10 minutes they spotted the hall's imposing sign. Boss, Brother Peng, bad news. Lai San's men are coming. Zhou Bing was standing at the entrance when he saw Lai San's large group approaching. His expression shifted, and he immediately turned and rushed into the game hall. Grab your weapons. Zhang Peng's face changed, fear flashing in his eyes. He had followed Lai San for quite some time, and Lai San had once been his brother. He still held some fear of him. However, last time, when he went to collect his wages, Lai San had beaten him up, so that was the end of their bond. Now the road split in 2, each going his own way. If Lai San wanted to clash, then they would fight him to the death. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing swallowed hard, also feeling some fear, but thinking about how their wages had nearly doubled following Chen Jianghe. More promising than staying with Li Jindi. They gritted their teeth and directly pulled 2 machetes from behind the counter, gripping them firmly. Don't panic. It's broad daylight. Lai San won't dare to make a move. On the contrary, Chen Jianghe was very calm, not panicked at all. Seeing Chen Jianghe's composed expression, Zhang Peng and the others relaxed a bit. Right after, Lai San burst in with a group of men. Seeing Zhang Peng and the others holding weapons, these men lifted their shirts and pulled out their own weapons, glaring fiercely at Chen Jianghe and his group. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Jianghe, you're bolder than your father. For people dare to cross me, Lai San. Don't you know how many eyes Master Ma has? Lai San glanced around, confirmed no one was hiding in the game hall, and then swaggered inside. Lai San, although we are few in number, it's more than enough to take you down. Chen Jianghe stared coldly at Lai San, scanned the people around him, and narrowed his eyes. Chen Jianghe, you really think you're somebody, do you? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Li Daong tightened his grip on the military dagger in his hand and strode toward Chen Jianghe. Li Daong, you damn try it. Zhang Peng and the other 2 grabbed their machetes and immediately surrounded him. Zhang Peng groaned, bold, huh? Do you even know how to use a blade? Li Daong spat a wad of phlegm on the ground, his face full of disdain, but he stopped his steps nonetheless. He didn't take Zhang Peng seriously. After all, Zhang Peng had always been a pushover at the billiard hall. So mild-mannered you couldn't draw a peep from him with 3 sticks. He wasn't any kind of tough guy, but he also didn't dare to make a move facing 3 machetes. Daong. Lai San called out, leading his gang into the game hall, and had one of them pulled down the rolling shutter to increase the intimidation factor. Let's not escalate this. I have some history with Chen Jiming. Don't let people on the street say I'm bullying the younger generation. Lai San, don't bring my father into this. Chen Jianghe glared coldly at Lai San. Fine. A dead man isn't worth mentioning. Lai San sneered, deliberately provoking him. Chen Jianghe's eyes turned cold, his sharp gaze fixed on Lai San. Lai San's brows furrowed, suddenly feeling uneasy. The piercing gaze of Chen Jianghe made him uncomfortable, and he instinctively wanted to look away, but then realized something was wrong. If he averted his gaze now, wouldn't that make him look afraid of Chen Jianghe? What was there to fear from a mere kid? Head Chen Jianghe, I'll cut to the chase. You crippled Daong's brother, and you owe me an explanation. Same terms as before. Either hand over 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, or give me a 30% stake in this game hall. If you agree to these terms, I promise never to trouble you again. If you refuse, I'll make sure you can't stay on North Street. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chang wore angry expressions, gripping their blades tightly. Lai San was being too oppressive. Previously, Zhang Peng had gone to claim his wages, just a few hundred yuan. And not only did they refuse to pay, they also beat him up finally, giving him half his wages to send him away. Now he was demanding 100,000 yuan outright, and even wanted shares in the game hall. This bastard's appetite was far too greedy. 100,000 yuan. Never mind crippling someone's leg, it wouldn't even cover killing someone. Lai San had a cigarette dangling from his lips, a smug expression on his face. This young upstart Chen Jianghe had no idea how deep the waters of North Street ran. Bringing along 2 or 3 lackeys and thinking he could establish himself here was nothing short of delusional. It was only because Lai San happened to strike first that he got here, otherwise this game hall might not have fallen to him at all. The money, I have it. Whether you can collect it depends on your ability. Chen Jianghe sneered coldly. Chen Jianghe, you're playing tough with me, are you? Lai San's expression turned icy, his demeanor becoming menacing. Lai San, if I can handle Li Jindi, I can handle you. These 200 yuan. You can take them and leave, or we can settle this right now. Chen Jianghe took out 200 yuan and threw it directly onto the ground. Lai San looked at the money on the ground and laughed bitterly from rage. Now even street thugs needed 200 yuan just to show up for a job. His own man had been crippled, and he was offering mere 200 yuan to walk away. If Lai San accepted this, he'd lose all face on North Street. You damn bastard Chen Jianghe, how dare you speak to third brother like that? Li Dayong's eyes reddened, and he surged forward in one step, thrusting the three-pronged military dagger in his hand toward Chen Jianghe's leg. Chen Jianghe not only didn't dodge, but suddenly surged forward, closing the distance in an instant, and delivered a kick straight to Li Dayong's abdomen, striking first despite coming second. Li Dayong grunted, his body lifted off his feet by the tremendous force, rolling 2 meters before crashing to the ground. Attack them! Zhang Peng's eyes also reddened, and he roared loudly, swinging his blade, as if ready to fight to the death. Lai San's men also charged forward, ready to engage. Chen Jianghe reached out, and quickly slipped on iron knuckles, his sharp gaze locked onto Lai San. Capture the leader first. To take down Lai San and Li Dayong would be enough to neutralize this entire crew. Stop! At that moment, Lai San suddenly shouted. His men halted, brandishing their knives as they stared down Chen Jianghe and his group. They outnumbered Chen Jianghe's side and weren't intimidated in the least. But despite having more numbers, Lai San felt uneasy. They weren't significantly outmatched, and it was still broad daylight. If things escalated too much and the police got involved, it would cause serious trouble. Lai San only operated a single billiard hall and paid minimal protection fees, meaning he had no substantial backing within the station. It wasn't worth risking everything in a life-and-death confrontation with a young upstart like Chen Jianghe in broad daylight. Chen Jianghe, you bastard! Li Dayong scrambled to his feet and charged at Chen Jianghe with defiance. Dayong! Lai San called out again with a grim expression. Li Dayong halted abruptly, glaring at Chen Jianghe with fiery eyes, yet he dared not act recklessly since Lai San had forbidden it. Chen Jianghe, you mean you don't want to talk? Lai San stared at him coldly. I have nothing to talk about with you. Fine, you've got guts. I heard you're opening tomorrow. We'll have some fun then. Chen Jianghe, you just wait. Let's go. Lai San turned and left, leaving behind a threatening remark. Li Dayong, unwilling to let it go, even gestured a throat-cutting motion toward Chen Jianghe. Only after they left did Zhang Peng and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Outnumbered, they had no confidence and no desire to fight Lai San's men. Chen Jianghe took off his knuckle duster and put it in his pocket. As he had guessed, Lai San wouldn't risk a fight without absolute certainty. These bosses of North Street had all established themselves. They were no longer like the reckless youths who had nothing but their lives to stake. Now they no longer had the guts to risk it all. Without absolute certainty, Lai San wouldn't dare make a move. Jianghe, Lai San won't let this go. He'll surely cause trouble at our opening tomorrow. What should we do? Zhang Peng put away his knife, and seeing that Lai San and his men had gone, quickly pulled down the rolling shutter door. Boss, we're too few. Should we bring in more people? Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were also worried. With so few of them, the arcade might not survive. Quality over quantity. Recruiting a bunch of extras won't help. Chen Jianghe shook his head. There were plenty of street thugs around, and with 200 per head, he could fill several vehicles. But those were mere extras who could do nothing but fill numbers. No matter how many of those useless punks they called, it wouldn't help. Boss, what if Lai San comes to cause trouble tomorrow? Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing remained anxious. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Tomorrow Lai San won't be able to make any waves. Chen Jianghe smiled with confidence. Seeing how assured Chen Jianghe was, Zhang Peng and the others suppressed their doubts and unease and began preparing for the opening the next day. Lai San Billiards Hall. Back at the hall, Li Dayong complained, Sanji, why didn't we just clash with them and snatch the arcade directly? A big arcade like that. What makes you think it's so easy to take? Use your brain for once, will you? Lai San shot him a fierce glare, disappointed. Besides, it's broad daylight. You think I can just have them all chopped up and get away with it? If they started a fight today, they'd all end up locked up. Coming out would be easy enough, but if they were detained a few days and the arcade fell into someone else's hands, by then it wouldn't be theirs anymore. In just a few days, the arcade could end up in someone else's hands. None of the North Street figures were pushovers. The moment they caught a whiff of opportunity, they'd swarm in like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Sanji, then what do we do? Li Dayong understood the reasoning. Lai San simply didn't have a strong enough name or deep enough backing on North Street. Otherwise, he could have shut the door and dealt with Chen Jianghe even in broad daylight. Haste makes waste. Tomorrow at his opening, I'll send him a big gift and teach him a lesson. That punk needs to know his place. Lai San said coldly. That afternoon, the workers Zhang Peng had arranged arrived and put the two characters Blaze back onto the signboard. Chen Jianghe looked at the arcade sign with complex emotions. The Blaze arcade had finally reopened. Jianghe, since we're reopening tomorrow, should we plan some promotions? Zhang Peng's eyes were just as complex as he watched the Blaze arcade sign being hung again. The few years he had worked at the Blaze arcade were the happiest and most joyful years of his life. Though the sign was back, times had changed. Any ideas? Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and sat down on the steps by the entrance, silently paying his respects to his father. How about half-price games? Li Jindi was selling 5 coins per yuan. We'll do 10 coins per yuan. What do you think? Alright, let's do as you say. Write a sign and hang it outside, 10 coins per yuan for 1 week. Chen Jianghe nodded. He had originally considered a free play event, letting people play all the machines for free for 3 days to drum up business. But doing that would easily make enemies, and there was no need for it. Better to deal with Lai San first. Besides, having been away for 3 years, he didn't know the current market well, and too aggressive a promotion might not be wise. Alright. Zhang Peng nodded, found a piece of red paper, and began to write. The arcade's real moneymaker wasn't the arcade machines, but the slot machines. A high roller could easily drop thousands of yuan in a single day. Back when Chen Jianghe ran the arcade, someone had even lost over 100,000 in a single night. Though whether that debt was ever collected was another matter. Once Zhang Peng's sign was hung out, the Blaze arcade reopened the next morning. We're open. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing arranged the flower baskets and lit firecrackers. A string of 10,000 firecrackers exploded, reverberating across North Street. Thick smoke billowed along with the deafening noise, drawing the attention of many young loafers and students strolling along the street. It happened to be a weekend, so there was no school. Many North Street residents, neighbors, and shop owners were attracted as well. The Blaze Arcade. Didn't it used to be called Yonggui Arcade? This arcade was originally called Blaze Arcade. It used to be Chen Jianghe's shop. Now they've switched the name back. Where did these young guys come from? Where's Li Jindi? I don't know. That guy leading the smoking looks familiar. Many people gossiped, pointing at Chen Jianghe and the others standing at the arcade entrance. I remember now. That young man is Chen Jianghe, Chen Jianghe's son. 3 years ago when Chen Jianghe was chopped to death, he also went in. When did he get out? And he even managed to take down Li Jindi. Suddenly someone recognized Chen Jianghe and was taken aback. Li Jindi had been on North Street for 3 years, a well-known boss with money and men. How could his arcade have been taken back by Chen Jianghe's son in just a few days? Many on North Street only then realized that Li Jindi was a thing of the past, and the arcade had a new owner. That's how the underworld works. There are countless ruthless upstarts, but few meet a peaceful end. Folks, today our Fire Dragon arcade reopens with grand opening specials. 1 coin for just 10 cents, 10 coins for a yuan. Play as much as you like. After the firecrackers subsided, Zhang Peng climbed onto the steps outside the arcade and, raising his voice, repeated the opening promotions from the signboard. 10 coins for a yuan, that's a steal. Let's go in and have some fun. This had always been the largest arcade on North Street over the past couple of years, drawing steady crowds daily. A few days of closure wouldn't significantly impact business. Moreover, 10 coins for a yuan was genuinely affordable. Most arcades in Pengcheng charged 5 coins per yuan, with some going as high as 3 coins per yuan. The competitive pricing strategy clearly drew in customers. Zhang Peng couldn't stop grinning as he collected money and distributed coins, quickly amassing a pile of change. The arcade buzzed with energy as patrons filled the space. However, the slot machines in the back saw little traffic. Firstly, Jindi's regulars were unlikely to patronize Chen Jianghe. Second, many customers were uncertain about Chen Jianghe's background and how long his establishment would last. Since slot machine gambling involved real money, especially for high rollers, they preferred to watch and wait. Chen Jianghe needed to prove he could establish himself on North Street and protect his customers before attracting these valuable clients. After all, while regular gaming machines were legal, slot machines operated in a legal gray area. No one wanted to be caught and fined. Chen Jianghe remained patient, knowing that building a business took time. First came the customers, then everything else would follow. That kid actually opened up. Let's go find third brother. Across the street, 2 henchmen, keeping watch, noticed the arcade filling with patrons. They extinguished their cigarettes and hurried back to the billiard hall. Third brother, that kid's arcade is open and quite busy. I saw a lot of people, one henchman reported breathlessly. This kid has no idea how many eyes Mawanya has. Brothers, let's move. Lai San sneered, waving his hand as he led 7 or 8 men armed with machetes and steel pipes toward the Fire Dragon arcade. Brother, wait for me. Li Fei limped along on crutches, his foot wrapped in bandages. Hey Fei, what are you doing? Stay here and wait. Li Daong frowned at him. I can't, brother. I need to see how that kid dies today. Li Fei gritted his teeth, his face twisted with resentment. The doctor had said his leg was ruined. The tendons couldn't be repaired, leaving him permanently lame. All of this was Chen Jianghe's fault. He needed to see suffer the same fate. Let's go. The group stormed toward the arcade with Lai San leading the charge straight inside. Clear the place. Lai San waved his hand, and his men pulled out their weapons. They didn't smash anything. This would be theirs soon enough, and breaking the machines would mean paying for repairs out of pocket. The thugs rushed toward the customers inside. Get the hell out of here. Li Daong roared, grabbing a young man by the hair and hauling him up before delivering a hard slap to his face. The young man fell to the ground, clutching his face in terror, too frightened to make a sound. Li Daong brandished his triangular combat knife menacingly and kicked over a student who had been playing nearby. The other thugs pushed and kicked, driving the remaining customers out the door. What the fuck are you doing, Li Daong? Zhang Peng and the others grabbed weapons from behind the counter and rushed to intercept them. What am I doing? I'm here to finish you today. Li Daong charged forward, and before Zhang Peng could react, kicked him to the ground. Chaos erupted throughout the arcade. Many timid customers fled before the thugs could reach them, gathering outside. Outside the arcade, a growing crowd of onlookers began to assemble. Many from North Street wanted to see whether Chen Jianghe could hold his ground here. If he was forced to close on the very first day, Chen Jianghe would never recover in this neighborhood. Lysen, are you looking to die? Only Chen Jianghe remained calm, helping Zhang Peng to his feet, and holding back Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chen Jianghe, you think you can stand against me? Look in the mirror and see what you are. Lysan sneered, showing zero respect for Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe truly only had 4 men. How could these insignificant fighters possibly oppose him? Jianghe, fight them. Zhang Peng's eyes burned with rage as he screamed. They had finally found a glimmer of hope, and they couldn't let Lysan destroy it. Da Peng, stay calm. Chen Jianghe restrained Zhang Peng, his gaze fixed coldly on Lysan. Lysan, you can't handle the Fire Dragon arcade. I advise you not to seek trouble. Chen Jianghe, is this your first time running with the crews? You really think I, Lysan, can be intimidated? Your empty threats won't work on me. Lysan sneered. I'm done wasting words with you. You laid hands on my men. Now hand over the arcade, or I'll cripple you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Surrender the place and get the hell out. Third brother, why waste breath on this bastard? Just cripple him. Li Fei croaked from his crutches, his face contorted with malice. Lysan's brow furrowed. This fool actually believed he was seeking revenge. If not for the arcade, Li Fei wouldn't be worth the effort of appearing in person. How did this kid piss off Lysan? Lysan may not be anyone important, but 3 or 4 guys versus him. They stand no chance. Did Li Jindi get into trouble and flee? Otherwise, how would this kid have gotten the arcade? I'm telling you, the Fire Dragon arcade won't last past day 1. The onlookers whispered among themselves, convinced that Chen Jianghe's handful of men stood no chance against Lysan. They had provoked the wrong person and couldn't possibly defend the arcade. But just then someone pushed through the crowd and stepped inside. In a society governed by law, you threaten to maim people on a whim. What audacity. A man in plain clothes parted the crowd and entered the arcade. Who the fuck thinks they live long enough to interfere with my business? Lysan turned around irritably, ready to assert his dominance, but the moment he saw who had arrived, his expression darkened. Director Tang, what brings you here? Tang, what brings you here? Zhang San's face instantly went pale as a mouse encountering a cat. He fumbled for a cigarette from his pocket, eagerly trying to offer it to Tang Aigua with an ingratiating smile. The man who had arrived was none other than Tang Aigua, dressed in plain clothes. Jiang San, who exactly were you just saying you were going to cripple? Tang Aigua pushed the cigarette aside, fixing Jiang San with an imperious stare. Tang, this is a misunderstanding. I never said I was going to cripple anyone. You know me. I'm famous for following the law. How could I possibly do something illegal? Jiang San protested with an expression of deep wrongfulness. Tang Aigua was the director of the Xinmin Road Police Station, and North Street fell under its jurisdiction. In this area, calling Tang Aigua a local tyrant would hardly be an exaggeration, especially for those operating in the underworld who didn't know of Tang Aigua's ruthless methods. Not everyone on North Street feared Tang Aigua. Some had connections reaching higher up, but Jiang San lacked such ability. While he did have some contacts within the Xinmin Road Police Station, they were merely familiar with a few officers. Access to Tang Aigua was completely beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he still regularly paid bribes and maintained good relationships through protection fees. Generally, when trouble arose, the police station would turn a blind eye. Is that so? Is this what you call following the law? Tang Aigua pointed at Li Dayong's group, his expression ominous as he thundered, bringing weapons and calling it law-abiding. Tang, it's a misunderstanding. They were just fooling around. Jiang San's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically shouted at Li Dayong and the others. What are you standing there for? Put those weapons away. We came here to congratulate Brother Chen. Nobody told you to bring weapons. Li Dayong and his men looked terrified, quickly stowing their weapons. In this day and age, the police station was a tiger's den. For ruffians like them with no connections or backing, being taken and meant certain suffering. Even if they survived, they would lose a layer of skin. They feared Tang Aigua even more than Jiang San. Jiang San, you came to congratulate my arcade's opening, and you came empty-handed. Chen Jianghe suddenly spoke, gazing at Jiang San with an enigmatic half-smile. Jiang San's face froze. He had been speaking carelessly and never expected Chen Jianghe to seize on his words like this. Seeing Tang Aigua's unfriendly stare fixed on him, he forced a smile and said reluctantly, Brother Chen, what are you talking about? I definitely prepared a red envelope for you. Where's this red envelope? Chen Jianghe smiled with amusement and pressed further. Right here. Jiang San's back molars felt ready to crack from clenching. With agonizing reluctance, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, forcing a smile. I was in such a hurry when I came. I couldn't find a proper red envelope. This 200. Before Jiang San could finish, Chen Jianghe signaled to Zhang Peng with a subtle glance. Understanding immediately, Zhang Peng rushed forward and snatched the money from Jiang San's hand, a stack worth over 2,000 yuan. Oh, Manager Jiang, how generous. Sending 2,000 as a gift. I truly appreciate it. Chen Jianghe deliberately raised his voice. Chen Jianghe, you. Jiang San felt like he might spit blood. Those 2,000 yuan represented 3 or 4 days of earnings from his billiards hall, which was far less profitable than an arcade. Having Chen Jianghe take the money felt like his heart was bleeding. What manager Jiang, you're unwilling? Chen Jianghe smiled. Willing, of course willing. Congratulations, brother Chen, on your arcade opening. May your business prosper and flourish for generations to come. Jiang San swallowed his pride like broken teeth. Not only did he have to give money, but also speak auspicious words. After finishing, he forced a smile and said to Tang Igua, Director Tang, I'll take my leave now. I won't disturb brother Chen's opening ceremony. Go ahead, Tang Igua said coldly. What are you waiting for? Move. Jiang San shouted with frustration, his expression grim, as he hurried away with Li Daong and the others. Li Fei looked panicked, limping after them on his crutches. Chen Jianghe watched their retreating figures, a cold glint flashing across his gaze. Zhang Peng and the others wore expressions of profound relief. Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong were especially excited. They never expected Chen Jianghe to have connections with Tang Igua. With such backing, they could establish themselves firmly on North Street. Everyone come on in and keep playing. We live in a society ruled by law. No one can act with impunity. Tang Igua turned to say this at the arcade entrance. Soon the arcade was buzzing with activity once more. Dapeng, give each customer 20 more tokens. Chen Jianghe arranged. Got it. Zhang Peng acknowledged, quickly leading Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong to distribute the tokens. Uncle Tang, thank you so much for coming. If you hadn't shown up, I couldn't have opened today. Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude to Tang Igua. Jianghe, we're all family here. No need to be so formal. Besides, I know Jiang San is no match for you. I have it all figured out. Tang Igua waved his hand with a smile. I have work today, so I can't stay long. Run your business well, and work toward making Blazing Flame Arcade bigger and stronger. By the way, the arcade permits should be finalized in a few days. After speaking, Tang Igua got into the car waiting outside the arcade and departed quickly. Boss, you have connections at the station. Why didn't you have Director Tang arrest Jiang San directly? Zhang Chong couldn't help asking after distributing the tokens. Zhang Chong, when you're making your way in this world, you have to rely on yourself. Chen Jianghe hadn't intended to explain, but noticing Zhang Peng's confusion as well, he continued. No matter how solid our connections, we still need money to make things happen. In this society, who helps you without payment? Getting things done always costs money. To properly handle Jiang San, how much would we need to spend bribing someone to do it for us? How much can we afford to give away? Besides, even if Tang Igua arrests Jiang San, how long can he actually keep him locked up? Jiang San has been surviving in this world. He must have connections too. If he pulls some strings, even Tang Igua might struggle to hold him for long. For matters on the streets, if we can handle them ourselves, we should handle them ourselves. If Tang Igua truly wanted to arrest Jiang San, he wouldn't have let him leave just now. Chen Jianghe didn't speak up. He had no desire to get involved in this mess. Chen Jianghe had never intended to intervene. If he needed Tang Igua's help just to deal with someone like Jiang San, what chance did he have making his way in this world? He might as well quit while ahead. Boss, we're with you. Zhang Chong nodded with partial understanding. He didn't fully grasp the reasoning, but following Chen Jianghe meant profit and opportunity, so he'd simply follow Chen Jianghe's lead. Everyone work hard. Chen Jianghe waved dismissively, then returned to his second-floor office. Settling into his executive chair with an icy stare, he began contemplating how to permanently deal with Jiang San. Today, by bringing Tang Igua here, he had revealed his connections. By handling Jiang San to establish his authority, he could secure his position on North Street for good. Once he was firmly established, no one would dare cause trouble at the arcade. Business would naturally flourish more and more. Once word of today's events spread, people on North Street would know that Tang Igua stood behind him. Anyone thinking of moving against him would have to carefully consider their own power and influence. Inside the billiard hall, Lai San returned with a dark expression. What a disastrous day. Not only did he fail to humble Chen Jianghe, but Chen Jianghe had utterly humiliated him in return. If he couldn't even handle a young kid like Chen Jianghe, his face would only grow thinner in North Street from here on. In their world, face was everything. Without it, every dog and cat would dare to come knocking. Third brother, I never expected that lad to have Tang Igua backing him. No wonder he managed to take down Li Jindi. I heard Li Jindi and Tang Igua are as thick as thieves, so Tang Igua must have supported Chen Jianghe in wiping Li Jindi out. Li Daong gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. Zhang Peng had once been nothing more than a minor gangster under his command, yet now he dared to speak to him in such a tone. It infuriated Li Daong. Brother, are we just going to let this go? That bastard crippled my leg. Li Fei said resentfully. Fu said we're letting this go. As long as Lai San am around, that lad won't be standing steady on his feet. Lai San's eyes turned cold and vicious as he spoke. Third brother, but that lad's backer is Tang Igua. He's the police station chief on Ximin Road. We can't afford to provoke him. Li Daong said hesitantly. If Tang Igua were truly aligned with Chen Jianghe, would we be walking back here alive today? A sly glint flashed across Lai San's eyes. He hadn't survived these streets for nothing. He could read the situation in one glance. Tang Igua and Chen Jianghe were not allies, merely opportunistic allies at best, bound by mutual exploitation and the exchange of money and power. So if Chen Jianghe could offer money, why couldn't he? as long as he could seize the game hall. Third brother, what do you mean? Li Daong asked, puzzled. If Tang Aigua were truly Chen Jianghe's man, we'd already be behind bars. The fact that he hasn't arrested us means their relationship isn't as deep as it seems. They're only using each other. Lai San's face turned grim. I'd bet Chen Jianghe gave Tang Aigua money and a share of the profits. As long as we take the game hall, I'll offer more. Chen Jianghe gives 20%. I'll give 50. I don't believe it. When Chen Jianghe falls and the deal is done, Tang Aigua won't turn down such a massive benefit and then seek revenge for Chen Jianghe. Lai San was no fool. He saw the crux of the matter immediately. In this era, everyone spoke the language of money. As long as he seized the Liehua game hall and offered Tang Aigua 50% of the shares, Tang Aigua would never avenge Chen Jianghe. He'd simply turn a blind eye. Right, third brother, you're absolutely right. If Chen Jianghe and Tang Aigua were truly that close, Tang Aigua would have dealt with us today. Li Dayong's eyes lit up as the realization struck. Third brother, how do you plan to handle Chen Jianghe? Why don't we slip over tonight and chop him down while he sleeps? Li Fei also caught on, his teeth grinding with hatred. He bore a deep grudge against Chen Jianghe. Previously relying on Li Dayong's street connections, Li Fei had prospered in the school district riding a small motorcycle with a crew of dropout delinquents like himself. He made some money and rotated through girls frequently. He'd already taken the virginity of several rebellious schoolgirls who hung around outside instead of attending class. Aside from lacking money, he lacked nothing, especially not women. But now with his leg crippled, no girl would look at him twice, and no one respected him anymore. All of this was Chen Jianghe's doing. Chop him down. Chop him down. Do you think I'm the biggest boss in Pengcheng, able to cover the sky with one hand? Lai San erupted in fury. He cursed loudly. The reason he struggled against a mere Chen Jianghe was precisely because his men were all useless. Li Fei lowered his head in shame. Li Daong quickly stepped in to defend his younger brother. Third brother, my brother is young and foolish. Please don't hold it against him. Li Fei, shut your damn mouth. Who gave you permission to speak? If you hadn't provoked Chen Jianghe in the first place, third brother wouldn't be dealing with him at all. After saying this, Li Daong turned and cursed at Li Fei again. Never mind. Even if Li Fei hadn't provoked Chen Jianghe, I'd still take down that kid. What right does he have to sit on a game hall that profitable? Lai San waved his hand and softened his tone. Besides, we'll need Li Fei's help to deal with Chen Jianghe. Brother Li Fei is crippled. What help can he possibly give? Li Daong asked, confused. Li Fei, you mentioned last time that Chen Jianghe crippled you because of Lu Wen's daughter, correct? Lai San suddenly asked. Yes, third brother, it's all because of that bitch Lu Xiaoxiao. Li Fei said, venom in his voice. In that case, Chen Jianghe must have some connection with mother and daughter Lu Wen. Lai San stroked his chin, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I have a plan. If executed properly, we can cripple that kid Chen Jianghe. Dayong, Li Fei, come here. Lai San beckoned them over and whispered in their ears. Third brother, leave it to us. We know exactly what to do. Li Daong and Li Fei nodded in unison and immediately set out. Li Daong went alone while Li Fei took two of Lai San's men and drove the billiard hall's minivan out into the night. That evening, as dusk settled, Zhang Peng eagerly emptied the day's earnings from the game hall into a bag and hurried upstairs to count and reconcile the money. Dapeng, we haven't even closed yet. Why the rush to settle accounts? Chen Jianghe asked with a smile as he saw him coming up. Jianghe, today's our first day open. I just want to see how much we took in. Zhang Peng said excitedly. He dumped all the change onto the table and began counting. The largest denomination received that day was a 10 yuan note. No 50 yuan bills, let alone hundreds. Most of it was single and 2 yuan coins. Still, the game hall's promotion had drawn a crowd. Dozens of customers remained even now. After counting for a long while, Zhang Peng finally sorted it all out. Jianghe, we made 416 yuan, just one day, and we're not even closed yet. By tonight we might hit 450 or even 500. Zhang Peng said, clutching the money with excitement. Earning this much in a single day was something he'd never dared to dream of before. This day's income alone nearly matched a month's wages from his old job. Still, no one playing the slot machines. Chen Jianghe was satisfied with the earnings, but these were small change. Once the half-price promotion ended, daily revenue would barely exceed 500 or 600. After deducting electricity and labor costs, making 10,000 a month was far from guaranteed. The real money came from slot machines. No one's touching them, Zhang Peng said, exasperated. Without slot machine players, the game hall could never recover to its former glory. No worries. Once we've dealt with Lai San and established ourselves on North Street, business will gradually improve. Chen Jianghe smiled. You're right, we can't rush in business. Zhang Peng nodded, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Jianghe, I heard some gamers today saying a new arcade is reopening on North Street. Another arcade opening. Chen Jianghe frowned. On North Street, there were arcades, billiard halls, roller rinks, internet cafes, food stalls, hotels, and small inns. Everything. The number of arcades alone, including Liehua, came to 4. Though Liehua was the largest, the other 3 were relatively small, occupying just 1 or 2 storefronts. They posed no significant threat to Liehua. But North Street was only so big. If another arcade opened, competition would intensify for everyone. Seems it's not exactly a new opening, but rather one being renovated and expanded. I haven't gone to check it out yet. Zhang Peng said. Go check it out later when you have time. Chen Jianghe frowned. The entertainment industry in Pengcheng was becoming increasingly cutthroat. 3 years ago when he went inside, there were no internet cafes on the streets. 3 years after coming out, they were sprouting up everywhere. He'd heard that many people now preferred internet cafes, which had already siphoned off some of the arcade's customer base. This trend would likely become even more pronounced in the future. Chen Jianghe had a premonition. The golden age of arcades probably had only a few years left. Perhaps he could set up an internet cafe on this second floor as well. He'd heard Zhang Peng mention that internet cafes were extremely profitable too. In Pengcheng, the cheapest internet cafes charged at least 10 yuan per hour, while the most expensive could demand 15 or even 20 yuan per hour. Without some money saved up, you couldn't afford to go online. For internet cafes to become popular, the hourly rates definitely need to come down. Otherwise, those young people simply can't afford it. Let's wait and see. Chen Jianghe considered this, speaking to himself. What did you say, Jianghe? Zhang Peng hadn't heard clearly. Nothing. Go handle your work. Chen Jianghe waved his hand. All right, put the money away. I'll head out and get some food. Zhang Peng nodded, took 20 yuan, made another entry in the ledger, then handed the cash to Chen Jianghe, organized into small stacks by denomination, before turning to leave. Chen Jianghe casually tossed the money into the drawer and closed his eyes to think. In the underworld, the early stage required expansion and dominance, the middle stage meant transitioning to legitimate business and building an enterprise, and the later stage required gradual whitening of one's reputation. Only by following this path could one ultimately succeed. This was advice from a powerful figure that Chen Jianghe had once shared with him when the man had gotten drunk and was in a good mood. Chen Jianghe had followed this major player during his days in the underworld. He often repeated this to Chen Jianghe. Unfortunately, Chen Jianghe himself never even made it past the first step. Zhang Peng went out and strolled toward the inner part of North Street. Near the billiard hall, he deliberately hid in the shadows to observe and found that Lysan's billiard hall had already closed early, its doors firmly locked. He couldn't tell if anyone was inside. After confirming no one from Lysan's gang was nearby, Zhang Peng continued forward to a food stall, ordered 2 dishes, bought fried noodles and fried rice along with several bottles of beer, spending over 20 yuan in total. From a distance, he could see several storefronts on the street ahead undergoing renovation. A large sign had already been hung above them. Tianwei Electronics World. I remember this place was called Dafahao before. Zhang Peng murmured to himself. This place was indeed Dafahao before. But I heard that a few days ago Boss Zhou's wife was assaulted, and he's now taken his wife and kids back to his hometown. He's already given up this place. The food stall owner, while cooking, glanced around and lowered his voice. Zhang Peng had worked at Lysan's billiard hall before and occasionally been sent out to buy food, so he was quite familiar with the food stall owner. Dafahao was an arcade on North Street that originally occupied 2 storefronts. It had been the main competitor to Liehua Arcade in its early days. In recent years, Li Jindi had stolen many of its customers, but business had remained decent. It could still earn a decent sum each month. The owner of Dafahao was Mr. Zhou, named Zhou Tiangue. He'd been in Pengcheng for nearly a decade and was quite well connected on North Street. Zhang Peng had met Zhou Tiangue's wife. She was a woman in her 30s or 40s with enduring charm. Who would have thought that within just a few days such a major upheaval would occur? That's brutal, Zhang Peng asked in shock. So who's the boss of this new Tianwei Electronics World? The situation was clear. Someone had set their sights on Zhou Tiangue's Dafahao. When Zhou Tiangue certainly wouldn't hand it over willingly, that person arranged for his wife to be assaulted, forcing Zhou Tiangue to give up Dafahao. That's hard to say, but I heard he has quite a powerful background. The boss finished cooking the shredded pork and lowered his voice. Punga, I heard you're working at Liehua Arcade now. You guys need to be careful. I don't think the new owner of Dafahao is easy to deal with. Thanks for the heads up. I'll let my boss know. From now on, Liehua Arcade will order food from you. Zhang Peng picked up the packed meals and hurried back to the arcade. At the arcade, as the night deepened, some of the young students left. The arcade grew emptier and lost some of its earlier bustle. Zhang Peng handed the 2 boxes of fried noodles and the plate of fried shredded pork to Zhang Chong, and Zhou Bing then carried the remaining food upstairs. Jianghe checked it out. There really is an arcade opening called Tianwei Electronics World. It's at the old location of Dafahao Arcade, but they've expanded to several more storefronts. It's now even slightly bigger than our Liehua. Zhang Peng opened the meals and handed chopsticks to Chen Jianghe. Dafahao is the new shop run by Zhou Tiangue. Chen Jianghe took a bite of noodles. Before he went inside, Zhou Tiangue's Dafahao had already been operating quite successfully. In those 2 years, Chen Jianghe had even clashed with Zhou Tiangue over customers. Though the conflict wasn't too serious and neither side had major grievances. It's not Zhou Tiangue. Zhang Peng sighed. I heard Zhou Tiangue's wife was assaulted, and he's now taken his wife and kids back to his hometown. Dafahao has been taken over by someone else, but nobody knows who. The food stall owner at the Haizalai told me all this. I thought if we regularly order from him, we could gather plenty of useful information. In this underworld, it's the big fish eating the small fish. Without strength, you're just fish on the cutting board. Chen Jianghe fell silent for a moment. Zhou Tiangue had been on North Street for so many years. Who would have thought he would end up like this? Alright, do as he said. From now on we'll eat at Haizeli. Food stall owners meet all kinds of people, so their information network is sharp. Then from now on I'll have him deliver the food. Zhang Peng nodded and began eating with Chen Jianghe. Many of the establishments on North Street provided room and board, keeping people as much as possible within their premises, lest someone suddenly sweep in for a raid and catch them unprepared. Xiao, take out the trash. A few streets away inside the clinic, the two gangsters who had been slashed had just left. Lu Wen tossed the blood-stained cotton balls and bandages into the trash bin, then called upstairs and began tidying up the rest of the place. Coming. The youthful and radiant Lu Xiao came downstairs, picked up the garbage bag, and walked out, intending to throw it into the bin at the intersection. Brother Fei, she's out. In a van not far away, a thug with a cigarette between his fingers hastily nudged Li Fei. Li Fei's eyes sharpened, and he sat up straight, watching Lu Xiao step out of the clinic with a garbage bag in hand. Li Fei and his men had been there for a while, but seeing people inside the clinic they hadn't dared to barge in, and had simply waited outside. Follow her, move now. A vicious glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the beautiful Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was pretty even back before she dropped out of school. Li Fei had taken a liking to her, and constantly pestered her. Unfortunately, she had never given him the time of day. The van started up, and crept slowly toward Lu Xiao. After walking a short distance, Lu Xiao suddenly noticed a van slowly closing in behind her. Startled, she warily edged closer to the roadside, and quickened her pace, planning to toss the garbage and dash straight back. Unexpectedly, the van suddenly accelerated and screeched to a halt beside her. The door slammed open with a clatter, and two thugs pounced out like ravenous wolves. Mom! Lu Xiao let out a terrified shriek, hurled the garbage bag at one of the thugs, and turned to run back toward the clinic. Think you can run? One thug swatted the trash bag aside, dashed a few paces, and grabbed Lu Xiao by her ponytail. She cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. The other thug seized her by the neck with one hand and twisted her arm behind her back with the other, forcibly dragging her back to the van and shoving her inside. Xiao, go! Hearing the commotion, Lu Wen rushed out, clutching a scalpel and screaming. Li Fei wore a smug sneer as the van sped away. Lu Wen chased after them, but all she could do was watch in despair as the van grew smaller and smaller until it vanished from sight. At 11:30 in the evening, fewer and fewer people remained in the arcade. In the past, the Blazing Flame arcade would never close before midnight, and when there were big spenders at the slot machines, it wasn't unusual for it to stay open until the early hours. But now there were no big clients, and with Lai Sin keeping watch outside, Chen Jianghe didn't plan to stay open too late either. Stopping close things up, we're shutting down. After giving the order, Chen Jianghe prepared to head upstairs. Got it. Zhang Peng nodded and told Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to go around and inform everyone that any unused tokens could be taken home, and they could come back tomorrow. Chen Jianghe. Just then, Lu Wen, barefoot and disheveled, burst into the arcade and made straight for Chen Jianghe. Sister Lu. Chen Jianghe turned around, his heart sinking. Lu Wen was disheveled, and she had even lost a shoe while running. Could she have been harassed by someone? Sister Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Wen suddenly appear, Zhang Peng also hurriedly asked. But Lu Wen ignored him, stumbling unsteadily toward Chen Jianghe until her legs gave way and she suddenly pitched forward. Chen Jianghe instinctively reached out to steady her, only to feel a sudden soft, warm sensation where his hand had landed. It was not exactly the most appropriate place. He had thought Ling Shui was already a formidable woman, but clearly there was always someone even more impressive out there. One mountain is always taller than the next. Sister Lu, are you all right? A trace of embarrassment flickered across Chen Jianghe's face as he hastily steadied Lu Wen by her arms. Lu Wen grabbed Chen Jianghe's arm, too frantic to care about the brief indiscretion just now, and said anxiously, Chen Jianghe, my daughter Xiao. My daughter Xiao has been taken. Xiao was taken. Who did it? Zhang Peng's expression changed, and he asked hastily. I don't know. Just now I sent her out to throw away the trash, and the moment she stepped outside, she was pulled into a van. Lu Wen broke down completely. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If I hadn't made her go out to throw away the trash, she wouldn't have been taken. Chen Jianghe, please help me find Xiao. Sister, don't worry. Xiao is technically my cousin too. Jianghe and I will definitely help. Zhang Peng immediately declared. Chen Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a dubious glance. When had Lu Xiao become Zhang Peng's cousin? He had previously assumed Zhang Peng was just interested in Lu Wen. Could he have been wrong, and the two actually shared some family relation? But this was not the time to ask about that. Lu Xiao had been abducted, she was just a young girl, and she was in grave danger. They had to find her as quickly as possible. Have you called the police? Chen Jianghe asked in a low voice. No. By the time the police arrive, it will be too late. Lu Wen shook her head in despair. Chen Jianghe understood that Lu Wen was right. In these times, that was just how things were. The police couldn't possibly arrive fast enough. But a few of them running around blindly like headless flies wouldn't accomplish much either. Chen Jianghe frowned in thought, then quickly noticed the suspicious detail. Sister Lu, are you saying that Xiao was taken the moment she stepped out to throw away the trash? Yes. She only went out to throw away the trash, and then she was taken. Lu Wen nodded, utterly distraught. If that's the case, then random crime is unlikely. It's very possible that someone was waiting outside the clinic all along and only made a move after seeing Lu Xiaoxiao leave. Chen Jianghe said slowly. Jianghe, what do you mean? Zhang Peng was utterly baffled. Daping, think about it. If it were random crime, how could it be such a coincidence? Lu Xiaoxiao steps out for just a minute or two to throw away the trash, and someone happens to target her. That's not impossible, but the odds are far too small. The far more likely explanation is that someone had already been waiting outside, which means this wasn't a stranger's act, but an enemy's scheme. The moment Chen Jianghe explained, Zhang Peng understood. The people who had taken Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't run into her by chance. They had been targeting Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Wen all along. Jianghe, you're right. Sister Lu, has your clinic offended anyone recently? Zhang Peng finally caught on and hastily asked. We mother and daughter have never stirred up trouble. Whenever someone comes to the clinic for treatment, I just treat them. I never ask too many questions or say too much. We haven't offended anyone lately. If we have offended anyone, it's Li Fei a few days ago. Lu Wen murmured. Li Fei. A sharp chill suddenly shot through Chen Jianghe's eyes. Yes, it must be Li Fei. Lysan's billiard hall also has a minivan. Zhang Peng was instantly agitated, hurriedly pulling out his knife. Xiao must have been taken by Lysan and Li Fei. Let's go to the billiard hall quickly. Daping, don't be impulsive. Chen Jianghe stepped forward to stop Zhang Peng. If this was indeed Lysan's doing, he was likely using Lu Xiaoxiao as bait to lure them into a trap. Once they went blindly, they would almost certainly be taken down by Lysan's men. Jianghe, if we don't go, Xiao is finished. Zhang Peng cried out anxiously. I know, but going like this is just delivering ourselves to Lysan. We won't only fail to rescue Lu Xiaoxiao, we'll get ourselves killed too. Chen Jianghe's brows tightened into a deep furrow as he spoke in a low voice. Chen Jianghe, I beg you, save my daughter. Save Xiao. As long as you're willing to rescue her, I'll do anything for you. Lu Wen suddenly dropped to her knees, and as she spoke, she began tearing at her own clothes. She had given birth to Lu Xiaoxiao before she was even 18. Now that her daughter was just turning 18 herself, Lu Wen was only in her early 30s, ripe and radiant as a fully matured peach. Over the years, numerous men from the underworld had sought to pursue her, including some of the most powerful and wealthy gang bosses in town. Yet Lu Wen, fearful that Lu Xiaoxiao would suffer the same fate, had consistently turned them all away. But now, for the sake of Lu Xiaoxiao, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Sister Lu, there's no need for this. Your daughter, we will absolutely rescue her. Chen Jianghe quickly held down Lu Wen's hands. In their line of work, the value of a doctor was self-evident. If he helped now, they would truly become allies, and in any future troubles, Lu Wen would never stand idly by. Jianghe, what should we do? Zhang Peng asked urgently. Nearby, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged anxious glances. Lysan had 8 or 9 men under his command, while the 4 of them were the best-case scenario. If things came to a brutal fight, they would undoubtedly be at a severe disadvantage. Just then, Chen Jianghe's pager suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered, and immediately Lysan's voice came through. Chen Jianghe, that girl you were eyeing, Lu Xiaoxiao, is now in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, come to the billiard hall right now. And remember, don't call the police, or I'll slice her face to ribbons. You have 30 minutes. If I don't see you within that time, don't blame me if my boys get a taste of her first. Lysan, if anything happens to Lu Xiaoxiao, I'll take your life. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Have big talk. I'll be waiting. Remember, you have 30 minutes. After that, you're on your own. Lysan sneered dismissively and hung up immediately. Xiao is really in Lysan's hands. I'm calling the police. Lu Wen, panic-stricken, reached for Chen Jianghe's pager to dial the police. Sister Lu, Lysan has been running around these streets long enough to know better than to be stupid. Lu Xiaoxiao is almost certainly not at the billiard hall. If we call the police now with nothing to go on, even if we arrest Lysan, we won't be able to rescue Lu Xiaoxiao. In fact, she'll almost certainly be harmed. Chen Jianghe blocked Lu Wen, speaking in a grave tone. Lysan knew Chen Jianghe had connections with Tang Aigua, so he would naturally be watching for any attempt to alert the police or call Tang Aigua for help. In that case, he would absolutely not leave Lu Xiaoxiao at the billiard hall. Even if Chen Jianghe reported it and had Tang Aigua bring people over, they still wouldn't find Lu Xiaoxiao. As for the kidnapping itself, Lysan would never admit to it. Even though he had just confessed on the pager, spoken words carry no weight without evidence. If Lysan denied it, they would have nothing to prove he had kidnapped Lu Xiaoxiao. By the time dawn broke, Lu Xiaoxiao's face would surely be ruined and her life destroyed. What do we do? What do we do? Lu Wen collapsed onto the ground, her eyes hollow and vacant. She understood clearly in her heart. The longer they delayed, the greater the danger Lu Xiaoxiao faced. Daping, go get something ready. Make it fast. Chen Jianghe was also acutely aware that their time was running short. Tonight, no matter what, he would have to settle things with Lysan once and for all. He signaled Zhang Peng to come closer and whispered a few quick instructions into his ear. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up instantly. Jianghe, don't worry. I'm going right now. Zhang Peng nodded, turned on his heel, and hurried out, hopping into the minivan and speeding off. Xiangzi, Zhou Bing, lock up and grab the gear. We're going to the billiard hall. After arranging matters with Zhang Peng, Chen Jianghe addressed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and rushed to the back of the arcade, retrieving various items. Fortune favors the bold. Following Chen Jianghe offered far more promise than staying with Li Jindi. If Chen Jianghe himself was willing to risk everything, what right did they have to shrink back? Besides, Chen Jianghe had sent Zhang Peng out. Perhaps he was going to fetch reinforcements. Once backup arrived, they'd have a real chance. Sister Lu, stay here. We'll bring Lu Xiaoxiao back. Chen Jianghe pulled on a leather jacket beneath his outer layer. These jackets were crafted from thick cowhide and stored in the clutter room behind the arcade. They had been specifically prepared by Li Jindi's thug crew. While such vests could not stop a thrust, they offered solid protection against slashing attacks. Wearing one before a fight provided considerable defensive advantage. All three men wore leather vests beneath their clothes before arming themselves and heading out, instructing Lu when to lock the door and remain inside the arcade. Lu Wen watched them depart with deep trepidation, falling to her knees at the doorway. The night grew ever deeper. The bustling North Street had gradually fallen silent, with only a handful of shops still open, their faint lights glowing like the last remnants of hope in an encroaching darkness. Even the outdoor food stalls along the roadside were nearly deserted. Chen Jianghe, Zhang Chong, and Zhou Bing soon arrived outside Lai San's billiard hall. The door was closed, but light seeped through the crack beneath it. The interior was lit, indicating someone was inside. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing swallowed hard, their palms sweating. With Zhang Peng absent, and only the three of them, they were severely outnumbered. Boss, are we really going in? For what? A woman we barely know. Are we risking our lives for this? Zhou Bing spoke up suddenly, his face etched with obvious fear. We're not doing this for any particular woman. We're doing it so we can establish ourselves on North Street. If we don't settle things with Lai San, do you think he'll let us run our business in peace and make money here? Chen Jianghe spoke in a stern voice. Once we take care of Lai San, we'll finally have a foothold on North Street. Zhou Bing, if you don't have the nerve for this life, go find a factory job and clock in and out like everyone else. After saying this, Chen Jianghe strode directly toward the billiard hall. He wasn't counting on Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing tonight. The only people he could rely on were himself and Zhang Peng. As long as Zhang Peng arrived on time according to plan, their chances of winning would be at least 50-50. Zhang Chong glanced at Zhou Bing, took a deep breath, and tightened his grip on his knife, falling in step behind Chen Jianghe. Boss, I want to make money. I want to get rich. I want to rise above this gutter life. I refuse to spend my entire existence rotting in a factory. Zhou Bing gritted his teeth, veins of blood surging into his eyes, and roared as he followed after them. Then fight alongside me. Chen Jianghe marched striding toward the billiard hall entrance, seized the roll-up gate, and wrenched it open with all his might before stepping inside. As the three stepped inside, several lackeys immediately appeared behind them and quickly pulled down the rolling shutter door, guarding it to prevent Chen Jianghe from escaping. These lackeys were all unfamiliar faces. They had never been seen before. They were likely not Lai San's regular subordinates, but rather hired help brought in temporarily. Lai San probably felt that relying solely on his own men wasn't reliable enough, so he brought in extras to increase his chances. For 200 yuan, these thugs would show up just to bolster the numbers and intimidate. For 1,000 or 2, they'd be willing to wield weapons. But even that wasn't something every thug dared to accept. Lai San sat in his leather chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watching Chen Jianghe with a smug expression. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing felt their spirits sink, their arms trembling slightly from tension. Lai San already had plenty of men on his side, and he brought in 4 or 5 outsiders, making it over a dozen against just the 3 of them. How were they supposed to fight? Chen Jianghe remained calm, narrowing his eyes as he slipped on his brass knuckles. Lai San, a seasoned operator, had thoughtfully arranged for outside help despite already having the numbers on his side. A prudent move. Chen Jianghe, you've got guts, Lai San sneered. Braving this alone for a woman bringing 2 underlings along. Now that's what I call being young and fearless. Lai San gave a thumbs up to Chen Jianghe, a mocking grin on his face. Why didn't Zhang Peng come? Brother San, there's no one outside. The cops haven't shown up either. Li Daong squeezed through the small door and secured it behind him. Chen Jianghe, your father was a notable figure, and you count as one too. Today I'm doing this for the sake of your late father. Sign this contract, hand over the fire game hall to me, and we'll call our grievances even. As for what you did to Li Fei, I won't press charges. Let's just walk away from here unscathed. Lai San pulled out a contract and tossed it at Chen Jianghe's feet. The document stipulated the acquisition of the fire game hall for 200,000 yuan. Of course, a contract was one thing, but whether Lai San would actually pay was another matter entirely. This was merely a formality. He had no intention of handing over any money. Yet once Chen Jianghe signed, the game hall would become Lai San's property. What if I refused to sign? Chen Jianghe glanced coldly at the contract on the ground. Then I'll chop off one of your hands today. By then you'll sign whether you want to or not. Lai San laughed cruelly. Chen Jianghe, stopped dragging this out. Sign or don't sign, just decide. Li Daong unsheathed his triangular military dagger, pointing it at Chen Jianghe and shouting arrogantly. Whether Chen Jianghe signed or not, Li Daong was determined to cripple him today and avenge Li Fei. I'll sign this contract, Chen Jianghe said evenly, but you have to let Lu Xiaoxiao go first. Chen Jianghe spoke in a low, steady voice. Huh. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Fine, I'll be straight with you. Lu Xiaoxiao isn't here. But once you sign this contract, I'll make a call and have her sent back. Lai San, keep my word. I won't lie to you. Lai San laughed maniacally, his eyes fixed on Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe's expression turned icy. Lai San hadn't brought Lu Xiaoxiao to the billiard hall after all. Had he, Chen Jianghe could have called upon Tang Igua for help, and with Tang's arrival, Lai San would have been caught red-handed. It would have been an open and shut kidnapping case. With a little effort and money, Chen Jianghe could have ensured Lai San spent years behind bars. Lai San wasn't foolish enough to make such a mistake. If I can't see her, I'm not signing this contract. Chen Jianghe kicked the contract aside. You're asking for it, Chen Jianghe. Lai San's eyes turned cold, his face twisting into a grimace. Brother San, why waste words on this kid? Break him, and I'll bet he signs. Li Daong growled menacingly. Chen Jianghe, this is my last question. Will you sign or not? Lai San rose to his feet, his expression chilling. No. Chen Jianghe replied calmly, estimating that Zhang Peng should be arriving soon. You won't sign then? Fine. Lai San ground his cigarette into the floor with a vicious snap, then turned to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. This has nothing to do with you two. Stand aside, and I won't lay a hand on you. Otherwise I'll make sure you leave on stretchers too. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged uncertain glances, but held their positions, their palms slick with sweat around the weapons. Damn fools, attack. Lai San cursed and gestured sharply. Get them. Li Daong roared, but cunningly held back, letting his thugs charge first while he positioned himself behind them. The lackeys behind Chen Jianghe's group drew their machetes in silence and attacked without hesitation. These weren't ordinary thugs. They were professionals who followed through on paid assignments. Stay sharp. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes, gripping his brass knuckles tightly. Without waiting for the approaching thug, he launched himself forward in a single bound, delivering a devastating punch to the leader's face. Chen Jianghe had trained in martial arts under his grandfather's guidance since childhood, continuing until his grandfather's death when he was 13. At that time, his father Chen Jiming was too consumed with gang affairs to pay attention to him. Without supervision, his training fell by the wayside. 3 years in prison became his real education. In that brutal environment, survival depended on either dominating others or being dominated. Without strength or connection, staying neutral was impossible. Chen Jianghe chose to forge his path with his fists, earning a reputation where none dared challenge him. During those 3 years, his techniques improved dramatically, and the entire prison came to know that Iron Fist Chen was not to be trifled with. The thug hadn't anticipated Chen Jianghe would strike first. Seeing Chen Jianghe charging toward him, he let out a ferocious roar and brought his blade down with full force. Thud! But Chen Jianghe's fists were too swift. Before the blade could descend, his iron fist had already connected with the thug's face. The razor-sharp points of the brass knuckles tore through the thug's facial flesh, and blood erupted like a twisted faucet. With a blood-curdling scream, the man collapsed from the single blow. Only then did his agonized cry ring out. Swish! Before Chen Jianghe could recover from taking down the first thug, another attacked from the side. He ducked, but the blade still grazed his shoulder, tearing through his clothes and striking hard against his leather vest, slicing a deep gash into the thick hide. A sharp pain flared in Chen Jianghe's shoulder as blood began to seep through, though the thick leather had significantly reduced the wound's depth. Chen Jianghe countered with a brutal strike to the thug's arm, eliciting a scream, then drove his fist into the man's jaw. Crack! The brass knuckles gouged out a chunk of flesh from the thug's chin. Blood flowed freely, mingling with the sickening sound of his jawbone shattering. The man swallowed his own scream and collapsed unconscious to the ground. A third thug swung his blade at Chen Jianghe's arm, but Chen Jianghe deflected it and countered with a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling. Oh! In that moment, Zhou Bing let out a sudden scream as a blade slashed into him from behind. Slash them down. I'll double your reward. Seeing Chen Jianghe dispatch 3 of his men in the blink of an eye, Lai San's heart trembled with dread. Yet he clung to a sliver of hope. If only Chen Jianghe's 2 companions could be taken down. Caught in a pincer attack, no matter how formidable he might be, the young man stood no chance. Upon noticing Zhou Bing wounded by a blade, Lai San instantly bellowed orders at his thugs. Finish them. A cruel glint flashed through the thugs' eyes, driving them into a deeper frenzy. Besieged by 5 opponents, Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong were fast reaching their limits. Chen Jianghe found himself obstructed by Li Daong and his crew, sustaining a few slashing wounds. Fortunately, he was wearing a cowhide vest that absorbed the brunt of the blows, sparing him from serious injury. Yet this precarious stance could not hold for long. Surrounded, Chen Jianghe was forced to continuously fall back, keeping his adversaries squarely in his line of sight. Should any of them flank him, he would be in mortal peril. Chen Jianghe, you dare cross me. Today I'll break you. Watching the battle swing decisively in his favor, Lai San gripped his broad blade and felt an irrepressible, eager grin curl his lips. Once Chen Jianghe was crushed and the Lihua Gaming Hall was seized, Lai San would undoubtedly rank among the foremost bosses in the district. His power and standing would soar. Brother, end him. Li Fei, leaning on a cane and lurking at a distance, roared with excitement. Just as Chen Jianghe was on the verge of collapse, his ears twitched. A deafening engine roar suddenly pierced the air. Shattering aside a descending blade, he abruptly pivoted and lunged toward Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, shoving them clear. Thud! The very next instant, the billiard hall's rolling iron gate was violently breached. A minivan careened straight inside and the thugs positioned near the entrance were flattened before they could even react. The abrupt spectacle left everyone momentarily frozen. Jianghe, I'm here. The moment the minivan came to a halt, Zhang Peng hopped out dragging a massive coil of red firecrackers. He struck the fuse and hurled it straight into the pack of thugs. Instantly, a cacophonous barrage of detonations erupted. Zhang Peng had braided several strings of 10,000 crack firecrackers together, triggering them in unison. Lai San's thugs instinctively scattered to avoid the concussive blasts. With enough powder to blind a man should sparks strike his eyes, these crackers could certainly flay flesh from bone if they rained down upon one's body. Several thugs scattered in alarm as thick plumes of white smoke billowed outward, filling the hall with a choking haze that sent the remaining gangsters into fits of coughing. Lai San. Chen Jianghe unleashed a thunderous roar. This was the opening he had waited for. Seizing the chaos erupting among Lai San's men, he bounded forward like a striking tiger heading straight for the gang leader. Damn it! Stop him! Lai San shrieked in sheer panic. He had never anticipated Chen Jianghe holding such a concealed trump card. Thanks to Zhang Peng's sudden intervention, his forces were not only decimated, but the entire tide of battle had violently reversed. Chen Jianghe, I'll fuck your mother. Li Dayong coughing violently, and his vision blurred by smoke spotted the charging figure. With a feral roar, he gripped his tri-blade military spear and lunged it viciously toward Chen Jianghe. The weapon bore 3 sharpened edges, and once it pierced flesh, the resulting wound was so grievous that suturing it would be nearly impossible. Such a tool was rarely drawn unless one intended to end a life outright. With Li Dayong obstructing his path, Chen Jianghe's gaze turned glacial. He did not falter or slow his charge. Delivering a crushing blow with his brass-knuckled fist, he struck the military spear, squarely shattering the attacker's guard. Without pause, Chen Jianghe's fist connected squarely with Li Dayong's face. A sickening crack echoed as the man's nose collapsed instantly. Li Dayong was sent sprawling to the ground, his features permanently mangled by the brutal strike. Oh! An agonized wail tore from his throat as he clutched his ruined face, utterly incapacitated. Chen Jianghe did not break his stride, hurtling past the fallen man and bearing down relentlessly on Lai San. Chen Jianghe. Enraged and panicked, Lai San attempted to back away, only to find his retreat blocked by an office chair. He opened his mouth to summon reinforcements, but his men were already in disarray, too scattered to respond in time. All he could do was unleash a guttural roar, swinging his blade desperately to buy himself time until his men could regroup. Clang! Lai San brought his blade down in a vicious arc, but to his shock, Chen Jianghe met it head-on with his armored fist. Sparks showered as steel met brass, and though the strike was blocked, a deep gouge marred the knuckle duster. With his left hand still parrying the blade, Chen Jianghe's right fist drove mercilessly into Lai San's face. Oh! The gang leader's cheek was violently flayed open by the knuckle's jagged edge, spraying blood and shattered teeth across the floor. Attempting a feeble struggle, Lai San was ruthlessly pinned, only to be blasted across the face with another devastating punch. Third brother. Snapping out of their stupor, several nearby thugs rushed forward to intervene. Zhang Peng dispatched an assailant with a brutal swing, positioning himself as a living shield before Chen Jianghe. Who the hell wants to die? He thundered, gripping his blade as his bloodshot gaze swept across the lingering foes. Witnessing Lai San's face reduced to a mangled mess and Li Dayong lying unconscious, several thugs faltered in their advance. Make them cease fire. Chen Jianghe landed another brutal punch that nearly sent Lai San into oblivion, then seized him by the hair and hauled him upright. Seizing the opening, Zhang Peng stepped back and pressed the cold edge of his blade against Lai San's throat. The chilling steel bit into his nerves, extinguishing the final spark of courage within him. Cease. Cease fire. Lai San bellowed through a ruined mouth. Through the acrid smoke, his remaining underlings stood paralyzed, unsure of what to do. Though they still outnumbered their foes, their leader was now entirely at Chen Jianghe's mercy. With their leader captured and Li Dayong neutralized, the remaining thugs hesitated for only a moment before lowering their weapons and backing away into the periphery. Only 2 of Lai San's hired ruffians had sustained minor wounds. Clambering to their feet, they kept their knives firmly gripped, their eyes locked onto Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng with lingering hostility. There had been 5 hired men in total. 3 lay badly wounded. Had the rolling gate not partially intercepted the van's impact, at least one of them would have been flattened. Chen Jianghe read the threat in their stance. These hired guns had come and drawn blood. A failure was no excuse to deny them their promised wages. One reaps what one is paid to sow. If word got out that they took a contract, but walked away empty-handed, their reputation in the underworld would be ruined. Lai San, pay them and send them home. Chen Jianghe stated coolly. The cash is in the desk drawer inside. Lai San dared not dawdle, merely pointing a trembling finger toward the back room. Having formerly worked there, Zhang Peng knew the layout of the gaming hall intimately. He handed his blade to Chen Jianghe, slipped inside and yanked open an office desk drawer. Pulling out a thick wad of cash without bothering to count it, he tossed it toward the 2 lightly wounded thugs. Spiritual energy chi. Spirit stone. Alchemy pill refining. Foundation establishment. Golden core. Nascent soul. Tribulation transcendence. Tao heart. Inner demon. Divine sense, spiritual sense. We'll discuss everything else once they're gone. Clutching their blades, the two thugs scooped up the cash, hauled their wounded comrade to his feet, and fixed their stares upon Zhang Peng and Chen Jianghe. Backing toward the exit with weapons raised, they slowly retreated into the night. Watching his hired men vanish into the darkness, Lai Sen knew his fate was sealed. He was utterly finished. Are you all right? Seeing those young thugs leave, Chen Jianghe felt a wave of relief, knowing that tonight's affair had been settled. As long as no one dared to fight to the death, Lai Sen could no longer stir up any trouble. He turned his gaze to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Boss, we're not dead yet. The two men were drenched in blood, each bearing several knife wounds. Fortunately, they had worn leather vests, or the situation could have been far more dire. Those young punks were quite ferocious. In recent years, quite a few had clawed their way up the streets of Pengcheng by sheer ruthlessness, but relying on nothing but brute savagery would never carry one far or for long. Chen Jianghe, when you walk these streets, you have to take your beatings standing tall. I lost today, and I admit it. What do you want? Lai San gritted his teeth, clinging stubbornly to his last shred of bravado. A dying tiger still holds its imposing posture. Unfortunately, Lai San was merely a small-time gang leader, not some invading dragon or entrenched tiger. Where is Lu Xiaoxiao? Chen Jianghe fixed his icy stare on Lai San as he asked. Lai San instinctively glanced back. Li Fei, limping on one leg, was quietly edging toward the rear, trying to slip away. Zhang Peng spotted him, rushed over, and sent Li Fei crashing to the ground with a kick, following up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Brother Peng, stop, please stop, I know I was wrong. Lu Xiaoxiao is locked in the back. Li Fei howled in agony, his earlier arrogance completely shattered as he curled up in terror, clutching his head. Chen Jianghe, the house behind the billiard hall is mine too. Lu Xiaoxiao is locked up there. I never touched her. Lai San quickly spoke up. His original plan had been to take Lu Xiaoxiao for his amusement after disposing of Chen Jianghe that night. Little did he expect that instead of defeating Chen Jianghe, he would end up utterly crushed by him instead. Naturally, the idea of having his way with Lu Xiaoxiao was now out of the question. Dapeng, go check it out. Chen Jianghe nodded to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng picked up a blade and cautiously made his way to the backyard, where he discovered an inconspicuous hidden door leading to the house behind the billiard hall. In a small room in the corner of the house, Zhang Peng found Lu Xiaoxiao, her hands and feet bound, her mouth gagged, still trembling with lingering terror. Jianghe, Xiaoxiao is safe. Zhang Peng quickly brought her back. You're coming with us in a bit. Chen Jianghe glanced at the terrified young beauty, shivering in fear, then gave a slight nod. His gaze shifted back to Lai San, and on the spot he wrote out a transfer contract and a receipt by hand. The contract stated that Lai San was transferring ownership of the billiard hall, including its property, for a price of 150,000. The property had originally been leased by Lai San and did not belong to him. However, over the past few years, Lai San had used every trick imaginable to seize the property as his own. Such things were all too common in those days. Not just houses, but even entire factories had been snatched away. Over by the train station, there were those who directly grabbed people. Pretty young women coming south to find work would be snatched away the moment they stepped off the train. There were far too many such cases. As for the receipt, it stated that Lai San had already received the full payment of 150,000. With the contract signed, the receipt stamped with his fingerprint, the agreement sealed, and the money taken. Who could possibly claim it was all fabricated? Not even Lai San himself could deny it. Chen Jianghe, you've gone too far. I'll admit my defeat today. Name your price, and I'll compensate you, and from now on we'll stay out of each other's way. But my billiard hall? Absolutely not. Lai San glared at Chen Jianghe, grinding his teeth in defiance. Lai San, if you came looking for trouble at my Blaze arcade just for a few scraps of profit, that wouldn't make any sense. What you're really after is the arcade itself, isn't it? Chen Jianghe stared at Lai San with an expressionless face, then suddenly slashed down and severed Lai San's Achilles tendon. Lai San let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Lu Xiaoxiao shrieked in fright and covered her eyes with both hands. Your time has come to an end today. After this, there will be no place for you in these streets. If you wanted my arcade, you should have known this day might come. Sign the contract, and I'll let you walk out of here. Refuse to sign, and I'll sever your hand and foot tendons. Chen Jianghe stared at Lai San with piercing eyes. Lai San's underlings were so terrified that they kept their heads lowered, not daring to move a muscle. When you walk these streets, you must be ruthless when the moment demands it. Since enmity had been forged, it was a contest of life and death. If he didn't cripple Lai San and let him continue roaming the underworld, who knew that if Lai San ever rose again, he might seek revenge for both old and new grievances alike. Once Lai San was rendered useless today, there would be no place for him in these streets ever again. Chen Jianghe, you're ruthless enough. I'll sign. After the pain subsided, Lai San lay sprawled on the ground like a heap of rotten meat. His body was ruined, his business was gone, and the money he'd saved was meager. No one would ever be willing to follow him again. He signed his name on the contract and pressed his fingerprint using the ink pad found in the billiard hall drawer. Once the fingerprint was pressed, the billiard hall no longer had anything to do with him. Fortunately, over the years, he had managed to send some money back to his hometown, where he had built a new house. Returning home to run a small business would be more than enough for him. Lai San, you may go now. These streets have no place for you anymore. Chen Jianghe tucked away the contract and receipt. Lai San, his face pale, struggled to his feet, and utterly dejected dragged his wounded leg as he slowly made his way out of the billiard hall. When he reached the doorway, he looked back with reluctance. Once he walked away, he would likely never have the chance to return again. Many figures of the underworld are brimming with pride and ambition in their heyday, but in the end none can escape a bleak and desolate ending. At least I'm better off than Zhou Tianghe. At least I'm better off than Zhou Tianghe. Lai San muttered to himself, then turned away without another lingering glance. Indeed, his fate was far better than Zhou Tianghe's. Zhou Tianghe's Grand Fortune arcade had been seized and his wife had been violated. Lai San had merely lost the use of one leg. In comparison, he had fared far better than Zhou Tianghe. The rest of you get lost too. Zhang Peng glared at the remaining thugs and ordered them to scram. Li Fei hastily scrambled up from the ground and fled on crutches. Li Daong also tried to leave, but Chen Jianghe called him to a halt. Li Daong. Chen Jianghe, what are you trying to, Before Li Daong could even finish his sentence, Chen Jianghe suddenly picked up a length of rebar from the ground and slammed it viciously into Li Daong's shin. Li Daong let out a blood-curdling scream as the bone in his lower leg was brutally shattered. It was a comminuted fracture. Jianghe. Zhang Peng was astonished, never expecting that Chen Jianghe would cripple Li Daong as well. Li Daong, from now on, whenever you see my brothers in Pingqing, you walk the other way. Chen Jianghe cast aside the steel bar and stared at Li Daong coldly. There were two reasons he had crippled him. First, there was bad blood between them. He had already broken Li Fei's leg, and since Li Fei was Li Daong's younger brother, the feud demanded a definitive reckoning. Second, Li Daong had been Lai San's top enforcer. Back when Zhang Peng was scraping by at Lai San's billiard hall, Li Daong was the one who enjoyed bullying Zhang Peng the most. And last time when Zhang Peng went back to demand his wages, Li Daong was the one who had beaten him. That grudge had to be settled. Scram. Brother Young, hurry, let's go. Two thugs who still had a shred of loyalty hastily helped Li Daong up and dragged him away in a hurry. As Li Daong was carried out, he turned his head back to glance at Chen Jianghe, his blood-soaked face seething with malice. Jianghe, are you alright? Only after they had all departed did Zhang Peng fully exhale in relief. Seeing blood seeping from Chen Jianghe's shoulder, he hurriedly asked. It's nothing, just a scratch. Chen Jianghe examined the wound on his shoulder. That thick cowhide jacket had served its purpose. The knife wound there was far shallower than the last time. Jianghe, we've finally established ourselves on North Street. Zhang Peng's face was alight with excitement. With Lai San dealt with tonight and the arcade reclaimed from Li Jindi, any of the big shots on North Street who wanted to make trouble for them would have to weigh whether they had the metal for it. Chen Jianghe let out a breath, nodded slightly, and pulled open the drawers of Lai San's desk, taking out the remaining cash and a few other relatively valuable items. Afterward, he made do with patching up the door as best he could, then led Zhang Peng and Lu Xiaoxiao back to the arcade. Everything of value from the billiard hall had already been taken by Chen Jianghe. The rest was worthless, and even with the door battered down, there was no fear of anyone stealing what remained. Xiaoxiao, are you alright? Are you alright? The moment Lu Wen saw Lu Xiaoxiao return, she rushed over, threw her arms around her, and tearfully checked her from head to toe. Mom, I'm fine, stop crying. Lu Xiaoxiao hugged Lu Wen back as tears streamed uncontrollably down her own face. Sister Lu, it's alright now. Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't harmed. Chen Jianghe waited until they had cried in each other's arms for a moment, then spoke up. Take a look at my brothers. They took a few knife wounds, and they're hurt pretty badly. Alright. Lu Wen wiped her tears and nodded hurriedly. The look she gave Chen Jianghe was no longer so icy nor so distant and cold. Chen Jianghe had saved her daughter today, and that made him her benefactor. Mr. Chen, the suturing thread and disinfecting alcohol are all at the clinic. It's hard to treat them properly here. After examining them, Lu Wen spoke with some hesitation. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were not badly wounded, but they had still been slashed a few times, and some of the wounds needed disinfecting and stitches. Sister Lu, no need to be so formal. Just call me Jianghe. Bing, take them to the clinic with Sister Lu first. I'll be right there. Chen Jianghe nodded to Zhang Peng. Jianghe, come with us. I'm afraid Lai San might pull a surprise attack. It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Zhang Peng was still uneasy. Don't worry, Lai San doesn't have the guts. Chen Jianghe smiled contemptuously. If Lai San really had that kind of courage, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. But Zhang Peng simply would not agree. He insisted that Chen Jianghe go with them. Unable to talk him out of it, Chen Jianghe packed up the things, took the money, and climbed into the van with the others. When they arrived at the clinic run by Lu Wen's family, she promptly disinfected the wound on Chen Jianghe's shoulder. It was not serious, no stitches were needed, it just disinfect, stop the bleeding, and bandage it. After that, Lu Wen treated Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing. While she worked, Chen Jianghe took out 2 brown paper envelopes and handed them to the 2 men. Xiangzi, Zhou Bing, you 2 did well tonight. There's 5,000 yuan in each envelope. Take them. Keep working hard for me in the future, and I won't treat you poorly. Chen Jianghe said. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were overwhelmed with gratitude and thanked Chen Jianghe repeatedly. In the current market, going out to slash someone typically fetched only 1 or 2,000 yuan. Some kids barely out of their teens talked into it by some big shot, and tossed a few hundred yuan would even dare to kill. Given the situation tonight, 2 or 3,000 would have already been considered generous. Yet Chen Jianghe had directly given each of them 5,000 in astonishing display of largesse. Following Chen Jianghe truly promised a future. Watching their excitement, Chen Jianghe smiled. In these years of reform and opening up, everything bowed to money. The underworld was no different. With money came brothers. Without money there was nothing to say at all. No one's face carried more weight than the face of money. Everyone acted for profit, and truly loyal men were few and far between. Even among sworn brothers given enough time, what ultimately mattered was money and personal gain. Chen Jianghe was just starting out, so he had to spend lavishly to win people's loyalty. Li Jindi, who couldn't bear to part with even a little money, was the perfect cautionary tale. Dapeng, this share is yours. Chen Jianghe took out another brown paper envelope, this one containing even more money, and handed it to Zhang Peng. Jianghe, I can't take this. I'm a small co-owner of Blaze now. This isn't just doing things for you, it's doing things for myself. Why would I take money for doing my own work? This time Zhang Peng stubbornly refused. He already held shares in the Blaze arcade, so he could not accept the money. Chen Jianghe could not persuade him, and had no choice but to let it go. Once the treatment was finished, Chen Jianghe prepared to leave with his men. Chen Jianghe, wait. Lu Wen suddenly called out to Chen Jianghe, hurriedly turned and rushed upstairs, then came back down with a bag. Inside the bag was 30,000 yuan. Over the years of running her clinic, Lu Wen had saved a considerable sum. She handed the bag to Chen Jianghe. Thank you all for tonight. Sister Lu, we didn't help you for the money. Take it back. Lu Xiaoxiao still needs money for college. Chen Jianghe glanced at the bag and returned it to Lu Wen. If you think it's too little, I can get you more. Lu Wen grew anxious. Sister Lu, truly there's no need for money. If we ever need anything in the future, just lend us a hand. Chen Jianghe waved his hand, then got into the van and left. Lu Wen bit her lip and watched the van drive away, her pretty face shifting with uncertainty. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao, now in her pajamas, saw Lu Wen still standing by the door and asked curiously. Close the door first. I'm a little scared. I'm fine. Xiaoxiao, go to sleep. It's very late. Lu Wen carefully locked the clinic door and took Lu Xiaoxiao upstairs. Lu Xiaoxiao was frightened and didn't dare sleep alone, so Lu Wen had to hold her while she slept. Before long, watching her daughter slumber soundly, Lu Wen's gaze grew complicated. If Chen Jianghe didn't want money, then he wanted something else. But they were a widow and an orphan, so aside from money, all they had left was themselves. Chen Jianghe refusing the money meant he wanted her. Lu Wen looked down at her sleeping daughter. Her daughter still had college ahead of her and a bright future. She could not afford to get entangled with drifters of the underworld who lived only for today with no thought of tomorrow. If her daughter was out of the question, then it would have to be her. Lu Wen bit her lip and quietly rose from the bed. Lu Wen glanced at the sleeping Lu Xiaoxiao on the bed, then quietly rose and sat before the dressing table beside it, gazing into the mirror before reaching for a tube of lipstick she hadn't used in years and applying it to her full lips. It had been several years since she last wore lipstick. Her face in the mirror showed slight puffiness around the eyes, yet she remained beautiful, reminiscent of those vibrant days from over a decade ago, though now there was a deeper, more mature charm. She had grown more mature, lacking the sharp vitality of her youth, yet she was far from aged. Time had not carved deep traces into her. If anything, she was more elegant than before, her figure even fuller and more developed. Older men might prefer younger girls, but perhaps men slightly her junior would appreciate someone like her. Mother did this all for your sake. Lu Wen took a hasty glance at the sleeping Lu Xiaoxiao, changed into a dress, and hurried out. In the arcade, Chen Jianghe had barely lain down when he began mentally reviewing his successful handling of Lai San, that day, growing drowsy and drifting toward sleep. Suddenly someone pushed open the door and entered. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a translucent glow upon the visitor, making her figure appear both mysterious and breathtakingly alluring. It was a woman, a tall, voluptuous woman. Chen Jianghe, still half asleep, chuckled to himself with self-mockery. He had only just been released, and was already so desperate for companionship that he was dreaming of women. Seeing that Chen Jianghe appeared asleep, Lu Wen bit her red lips, walked slowly toward him, removed her dress, and slipped into his bed. The moment her curvaceous body pressed against him, Chen Jianghe was wide awake. This dream was far too real, even the warmth of her skin. You are Sister Lu. Chen Jianghe quickly gripped the brass knuckles hidden beneath his pillow and studied the woman carefully, utterly confused. The woman who had arrived seemed to be Lu Wen. Surely saving Lu Xiaoxiao with a mere gesture of kindness could not possibly warrant her mother throwing herself at him. Don't speak, they might hear. Lu Wen pressed closer against Chen Jianghe, feeling as though her body were dissolving. She could barely remember when she had last known a man's touch. Sister Lu, what are you doing? Chen Jianghe forced himself to remain calm and pressed himself against the wall, but the bed was narrow and Lu Wen's full figure left him nowhere to retreat. Chen Jianghe, Xiaoxiao is still young. She needs to attend university. She cannot. Let me accompany you instead. Thinking of her daughter, Lu Wen summoned her courage and embraced Chen Jianghe tightly. Her voluptuous figure made Chen Jianghe's blood boil. He had spent 3 long years behind bars, and any woman would have seemed like a goddess by comparison. Lu Wen had no idea of her own allure, nor did she comprehend how dangerous this situation truly was. However, Lu Wen's words allowed Chen Jianghe to understand. She was afraid he had set his sights on Lu Xiaoxiao, so she had voluntarily come to offer herself in exchange for sparing her daughter. The problem was that after Ling Shui had left him, Chen Jianghe had devoted himself entirely to building his career with no thought of pursuing a woman. Dealing with Lai San was merely because of past grievances and the need to establish a foothold on North Street. It was not about Lu Xiaoxiao, nor was it about Lu Wen. Sister Lu, you misunderstand. I merely wish to befriend you, hoping you might offer assistance in the future. That is all. With immense willpower, Chen Jianghe pushed Lu Wen away. Lu Wen was stunned. She even began to doubt her own charm. Are you truly serious? Pushed to the edge of the bed, she instinctively sat up. Instantly, Chen Jianghe's eyes widened, and he involuntarily swallowed. Lu Wen's figure was indeed remarkable, with every curve perfectly proportioned. You. Lu Wen hurriedly picked up her dress and pulled it on, having forgotten she had already removed it. Sister Lu, what I said is true. I genuinely had no such intentions, but... Chen Jianghe hesitated. He considered that a casual encounter might not be so bad. Lu Wen clearly needed a man. However, the timing was truly inappropriate. 3 other men were in the next room, likely straining their ears to catch any sound. Not now, not appropriate. But what? Nothing. Then I'll go. Pretend nothing happened tonight. Please never tell Xiao Xiao. In the future, if you or your brothers need anything, just ask. I will help however I can. Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief, yet inexplicably felt a subtle sense of loss. She turned and hurried away. Sister Lu, wait. I will see you out. Chen Jianghe quickly dressed and rushed outside. There, Zhang Peng was holding the door open, peeking about furtively, while Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing nearby were doing the same. Seeing Chen Jianghe emerge, suddenly Zhang Peng was greatly startled and blurted out, "Jianghe, that fast? Get lost." Chen Jianghe's eyelid twitched, and he cursed angrily before rushing downstairs to catch up with Lu Wen. He then drove a minivan and returned Lu Wen to the clinic. Throughout the journey, Lu Wen remained silent, only turning back after alighting to bow deeply to Chen Jianghe. "Jianghe, thank you." "Sister Lu, no need for thanks. We are friends now." Chen Jianghe waved and watched Lu Wen return to the clinic and closed the door before driving away in his minivan. Once she heard the minivan's engine fade into the distance, Lu Wen leaned against the door, pressing her hands tightly over her chest, feeling her heart pound wildly. Sigh. After a long while, she gently sighed and slowly ascended the stairs with heavy steps. Chen Jianghe was at least a decade her junior. She could not do this again. When Chen Jianghe drove back to the arcade, it was eerily quiet. Zhang Peng dared not show himself, while Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing pretended to rest. Chen Jianghe locked the door and tossed restlessly on the bed, unable to sleep, until finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, he drifted into a vague slumber. When he woke the next day, he felt deeply embarrassed and quickly threw his underwear into the wash basin. Since beginning his relationship with Ling Shui, he had not experienced such an uncomfortable situation in a very long while. "Jianghe, get up and eat." Zhang Peng acted as though nothing had happened, having purchased breakfast and calling Chen Jianghe to eat. Chen Jianghe shot him a sharp glance. Zhang Peng scratched his head, awkwardly, guiltily avoiding Chen Jianghe's gaze. He had spied last night, and then had the audacity to say Chen Jianghe was quick. How could one describe a man as fast? "Jianghe, I meant your punching speed." Zhang Peng explained nervously. "If you cannot speak properly, then just eat." Chen Jianghe glared at him fiercely, and after a long pause asked, "Yesterday, you said Lu Xiaoxiao was your cousin. What exactly is your relationship with Lu Wen and her family?" Chen Jianghe had previously assumed that Zhang Peng was infatuated with Lu Wen, but it seemed that was not the case. "Sister Lu." Zhang Peng set down the chongfen in his hands and explained after some thought, "Sister Lu is actually a relative of my father's, though quite distant. Back when Liahua got into trouble and I had nowhere to go, she took me in for a few days, gave me 200 yuan, and told me to find a proper job. Later, when I went to work at Lai San's billiard hall, she kicked me out. She actually really dislikes people from the underworld." Chen Jianghe nodded, starting to understand. Lu Xiaoxiao's father might very well have been a gangster. Lu Wen had been deceived, and she didn't want her daughter to suffer the same fate. So she was extremely reluctant to let her daughter have any connection with underworld figures. "Jianghe, about last night." Zhang Peng watched Chen Jianghe's expression carefully as he asked tentatively. "Last night was a misunderstanding, nothing serious." Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively and lowered his head to eat his chongfen, unwilling to mention last night's events. Talking about it too much would only make things awkward when he eventually met Lu Wen again. "Oh." Zhang Peng scratched his head and gave a foolish laugh. "Sister Lu was actually quite nice, just a bit too far apart in age from Jianghe. She was way better than Ling Shui. After we finish eating, come with me to pick up the car. It should be fixed by now." After taking a few bites of chongfen, Chen Jianghe said, "All right, by the way, Jianghe, what are you planning to do with Lai San's billiard hall? Keep it running as a billiard parlor?" Zhang Peng nodded and asked again. "The billiard hall can't make big money, just some small change. I thought about it last night. We could turn the billiard hall into an internet cafe. Right now, there aren't many internet cafes in Pingcheng, and there's only one on North Street. Internet cafes should become really popular in the future." Chen Jianghe explained. He hadn't thought it through completely last night, and before he could organize his ideas further, Lu Wen had arrived, disrupting his thought process. But internet cafes should be a good business. While Chen Jianghe was in prison, he'd heard people mention the internet. This was Pingqing, and many people with foresight were here. He felt those people in prison had made some valid points. The internet would definitely be a money-making path in the future. He didn't understand this stuff himself, so why not just open an internet cafe? Opening one would definitely make money. Open an internet cafe. Those things are so expensive. The Red Spider Internet Cafe on North Street charges 15 yuan per hour for internet fees. Can we actually pull off running one of those? Zhang Peng asked hesitantly. To be honest, he didn't even know what a computer was. Don't worry about whether the internet fee is expensive or not, worry about how many people are using it. As long as there are lots of people surfing the internet and more of them, then this will definitely make money. And when there are more internet cafe owners, the prices will gradually come down. Chen Jianghe said. During this time, keep an eye on the Red Spider Internet Cafe and see how their business is doing. We're not in a hurry, we can wait. Got it, Jianghe, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Peng felt he had no business sense anyway. When it came to this sort of thing, he'd just listen to Chen Jianghe. Today, get someone to fix the door of Lysan's billiard hall. We'll keep the billiard hall open for now. We don't have enough people to watch over it. Chen Jianghe said again. Understood. Zhang Peng agreed, finished his chongfen in a few bites, and went out to find someone. Over there, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing had also finished eating. After resting through the night, they had recovered and went downstairs to open for business. Early in the morning, customers were already waiting outside. Since Zhang Peng was gone, Chen Jianghe sat at the counter by the entrance to collect payments. Shortly after he sat down, the mobile phone suddenly rang. This is Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe casually picked up the mobile phone. Jianghe, just now a few people came to the clinic. From what I heard them say, they seem to be Lysan's men. I'm a bit scared. As soon as the call connected, Lu Wen's panicked voice came through. She had just used the excuse of going out to buy alcohol and ran to a small shop on the street corner to use the public phone. When she left last night, Chen Jianghe had left her his mobile phone number and the phone number for the Liahui game parlor. Is it Li Daong and his group? Chen Jianghe frowned. It's not Li Daong, he's younger than Li Daong. Lu Wen said frantically. Sister Lu, don't worry. Our account with Lysan is settled. He wouldn't dare cause you trouble again. Don't panic, let me go take a look. Chen Jianghe calmed Lu Wen down, then hung up. He asked Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to watch the store, then drove out in the van. Now he had 3 vehicles in his possession, 2 vans and 1 Santana. Zhang Peng had taken 1 van and another van was parked outside the store. Chen Jianghe drove the van and arrived quickly. Jianghe. Seeing Chen Jianghe appear, Lu Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief, though there was still some awkwardness. Neither of them mentioned what happened last night to avoid the awkwardness. Are they still at the clinic? Chen Jianghe beckoned Lu Wen into the car. They're still at the clinic. Are you going alone? Lu Wen nodded nervously, then hesitated. There were 5 of those people. Although 2 were seriously injured, the remaining 3 still outnumbered Chen Jianghe. Would it be dangerous if Chen Jianghe went alone? Don't worry. In the underworld world, sometimes it's not about having more people. Chen Jianghe smiled, faintly touching the knuckle dusters in his pocket. He drove Lu Wen back to the clinic. He had come not just to help Lu Wen, but for other reasons as well. Boss. As Chen Jianghe entered the clinic, the people inside immediately stood up, watching him warily. Someone even reached for a knife hidden beneath their clothes. A young punk called out, "Boss," and another young man sitting in a chair stood up warily, as well, staring intently at Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe's gaze swept across them. His guess was correct. These were indeed the 5 punks that Lysan had paid last night. These 5 punks were daring and willing to fight with a ruthless streak. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble. Chen Jianghe raised his hand, signaling for them to relax. None of the 5 punks spoke. Each one stared intently at Chen Jianghe. Though there was no hatred in their eyes, they were all on high alert. They did things for money. Cutting people or getting cut was all normal, all just to earn a living. There were no personal grudges involved. Even though Chen Jianghe's people had injured them, they held no grudge against him. In this world, there was no rule saying only they could cut others and not be cut themselves. If someone in the underworld couldn't understand that, they'd only end up with more and more enemies, too many to count. What do you want? The young leader saw that Chen Jianghe had come alone, and his vigilance relaxed slightly. Who do you boys follow? Chen Jianghe waved Lu Wen in. She should treat them as she would any other patient. We don't have a boss. We follow ourselves. Lu Wen was nervous, but seeing that the 2 sides didn't seem ready to fight, she gathered her courage and began to treat one of the injured punks. All right, then I'll cut to the chase. Are any of you interested in following me? I'll pay 1,000 yuan per month per person, including room and board. Additional pay for any fighting or cutting. Chen Jianghe asked directly. A few of the young lads exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. In this day and age, working as a waiter with an average appearance would earn you only 300 to 400 yuan a month, maybe 400 to 500. Even slaving away in a factory around the clock would barely bring in 1,000 or so. Only by working yourself to the bone could your wages surpass 1,000. Money was both valuable and worthless. To climb above the masses, a single brick phone cost tens of thousands, a Santana sedan over 100,000. 1,000 yuan was barely a drop in the bucket. But for those who merely wanted to fill their stomachs, a salary of 1,000 yuan was already quite substantial. The lads all turned their gazes toward their leader. The leader himself was caught in hesitation. They were genuinely strapped for cash. If they weren't, they wouldn't have risked their lives for so little money in the first place. Yet he still couldn't bring himself to trust Jiang Qinghe. Just last night the two sides had been fighting for their lives, and now Jiang Qinghe was telling them to follow him. He had no idea what Jiang Qinghe's true intentions were. He feared leading his brothers into a pit of fire. "We won't follow you, boss." The young leader hesitated for a moment, then refused stiffly. "That's fine, take your time to think it over. No rush. Let's at least exchange names and get acquainted. I'm Jiang Qinghe." Jiang Qinghe didn't take it to heart, and proactively extended his hand toward the young leader. These lads were daring and fought fiercely, yet they hadn't pledged to any boss yet. There must be a reason. Jiang Qinghe didn't expect to persuade them with just a few words. "Xiang Fei." Xiang Fei was silent for a moment, then shook Jiang Qinghe's hand. "Sister Lu, treat their wounds. The cost is on me." Jiang Qinghe turned and said. Lu Wen nodded and promptly continued treating the young lads. Two of the lads were seriously injured with broken legs. Lu Wen applied casts to them and worked through the entire morning before finishing. Afterward the group supported one another and hurriedly left. Jianghe they left 300 yuan. When Lu Wen was cleaning up, she found 300 yuan tucked under the table. Quite a proud bunch. Jiang Qinghe took a drag from his cigarette and nodded slightly. Once the lads were gone, the clinic fell quiet. Lu Wen lowered her head, looking a bit uneasy. Jiang Qinghe also sensed the awkward atmosphere and felt restless. "Sister Lu, the arcade must be busy. I'll head out first. Call me if anything comes up." Jiang Qinghe stubbed out his cigarette, called out a farewell, and hurriedly left in his van. Lu Wen watched his departing figure and couldn't help but smile. She felt that Jiang Qinghe was still young, not the kind of ruffian who would try to get into a woman's pants the moment he saw one. Jiang Qinghe drove his van back to the Liehua arcade. Business there was decent enough. Half the machines were occupied, and even the slot machines in the back were starting to attract customers. Still, everyone was spending modestly for now. The biggest spenders were only putting in a few dozen to 100 or so. No big whales had arrived yet. "Jianghe, where did you go just now?" "I found someone. The door to the billiard hall will be replaced by this afternoon." Jiang Qinghe had just returned when he ran into Zhang Peng. "Sister Lu had some matters to deal with," Jiang Qinghe said casually. "Oh, no wonder you were gone so long." Zhang Peng's gaze toward Jiang Qinghe immediately shifted. He'd been so quick last night, yet today he'd stayed so long. How could things have changed so drastically overnight? "Shut your mouth." Jiang Qinghe knew at a glance that this guy was thinking dirty thoughts. "Jianghe, don't worry, I won't say anything. Actually, Sister Lu is great. Much better than Ling Shui." Zhang Peng let out a lewd chuckle, then noticed Jiang Qinghe's furrowed brow. The mention of Ling Shui soured Jiang Qinghe's mood considerably. "Xiao Chen." Just then a police car pulled up at the entrance of Liehua arcade. Tang Igua, dressed in plain clothes and carrying a brown manila folder, walked over. "Uncle Tang, come upstairs and sit." Jiang Qinghe figured the arcade's paperwork must be done. Since it was settled, he could also ask Tang Igua to handle the billiard hall's formalities. Tang Igua followed Jiang Qinghe upstairs, where Jiang Qinghe brewed a cup of Maojin tea and placed it on the desk. "Xiao Chun, the arcade's paperwork is all settled. The property deed and business license have been changed to your name. Take a look." Tang Igua handed the folder to Jiang Qinghe. Jiang Qinghe opened it and glanced through. Inside was the complete set of documents for the arcade, all bearing his name. "Uncle Tang, thank you." Jiang Qinghe casually placed the documents into a drawer. "It's nothing. We're all family. Why be so formal?" Tang Igua waved his hand, tossed a cigarette to Jiang Qinghe, and lit one for himself, then asked as if casually, "I heard Lai San gave up his turf to you." "There have been quite a few changes on North Street lately. Zhou Tiangue handed over his Dafahao arcade, and now Lai San gave you his billiard hall too." Jiang Qinghe narrowed his eyes, then relaxed them. Tang Igua hadn't earned his position as police chief for nothing. He learned about the billiard hall so quickly. There must be one of Tang Igua's informants somewhere on North Street. "Lai San wants to go back to his hometown, so he gave me the billiard hall. I'll need to trouble you, Uncle Tang, to handle its paperwork as well." Jiang Qinghe pulled open the drawer, took out 2 stacks of cash, and pushed them in front of Tang Igua. "Xiao Chen, last time you gave me 50,000 for the paperwork. How come this time it's only 20,000? Tang Igua glanced at the money, took a drag of his cigarette, and left it untouched. "Uncle Tang, the arcade just reopened recently, and there are many places that need money. I don't have much cash on hand right now. I'll make up the rest later." Jiang Qinghe's eyes flickered. He had paid 50,000 for the arcade's paperwork because both Li Jindi and Xiao Wan were dead. He was using the money to shut Tang Igua up, hoping the police chief wouldn't dig too deep and stir up trouble. As for Lai San's billiard hall, no one had died. Lai San had signed and pressed his fingerprint, and the contract and receipts were all in order. 20,000 was already a high price. Had Jiang Qinghe handled it himself through other channels, it would have taken at most 1 or 2,000 to get it done. Giving Tang Igua 20,000 was already generous. Tang Igua was being greedy. "Xiao Chen, look at you being so distant again. Does your uncle not understand your difficulties? Take this money back. For whatever business you plan to do with that billiard hall, just give your uncle a share." Tang Igua smiled warmly and pushed the money back directly. Jiang Qinghe's brow furrowed instantly. Tang Igua didn't want the money. He wanted a stake in the billiard hall instead. This meant that no matter what Jiang Qinghe did with the billiard hall in the future, Tang Igua would have a hand in it. This was no longer just a little greedy. It was outright avarice. Uncle Tang, I'll be sure to give you a share in my business. You can rest assured. Jiang Qinghe didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he agreed with a smile on his face. Ha ha, Xiaochen, I knew you wouldn't shortchange your uncle. Next time there's anything, just give me a call. If you need to deal with scum like Lai, send one phone call from you, and I'll throw him in. Tang Igua rose, patted Jiang Qinghe on the shoulder, and left in high spirits. What he didn't see was the cold, piercing glare in Jiang Qinghe's eyes behind him. Jianghe, what is he here for? After Tang Igua left, Zhang Peng came up and asked. He wants a cut of the billiard hall business. Chen Jianghe said coldly, he's too greedy. What does our takeover of Lai San's billiard hall have to do with him? Why should he get a cut? Zhang Peng immediately felt dissatisfied. When it came to Tang Igua taking a dry share of the arcade, he had nothing to say. After all, they had killed Li Jindi and Xiao Wan, and they needed an influential backer to stand firm on North Street. Tang Igua taking shares was justified. But why should Tang Igua take shares of the billiard hall? Just because he is the director of the Ximin Road police station. Chen Jianghe said indifferently. Jianghe, are you just going to hand over the shares for nothing? I'm afraid he'll demand a share of every business you have from now on. Zhang Peng said discontentedly. We don't have the strength to turn against him yet. If he wants it, I'll give it to him. As long as he's not afraid of choking to death, I can afford this much. Chen Jianghe said slowly. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Although Zhang Peng was angry, he knew that Tang Igua was now the local emperor of the jurisdiction. Some people in this area could afford to offend Tang Igua, but they were certainly not among them. Come with me to pick up the car later, Chen Jianghe said. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the mobile phone and called Tang Igua again, the call going straight to Tang Igua's office. This is Tang Igua. Tang Igua's voice came from the phone. Uncle Tang, it's me. Xiaochen, what is it? Tang Igua asked in confusion. Uncle Tang, I'd like to ask you to help me check on some people. Chen Jianghe said. Check on people? Who? Tang Igua frowned, went over to close the office door, then came back and asked. Check the ones who killed my father. I heard the one with the lightest sentence got out after a few months. Most of them should be out by now, right? Chen Jianghe said in an unchanged tone. Oh, them. Tang Igua thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Most of them are out. 7 people took part in the killing. The one who took the blame was sentenced to 7 years, and the lightest got only a few months. I heard Li Jindi spent money back, then to pull strings. After they went in, they received sentence reductions every year. Even the ones sentenced to 7 years will probably be out soon. As for those sentenced to 1 or 2 years or 2 or 3 years, they got out shortly after going in. But after they got out, none of them stayed with Li Jindi. If you want to know where they are, I'll help you find out. Back then, Chen Jianghe being hacked to death had caused quite a stir on North Street. After Tang Igua was transferred to the Ximin Road police station, he had specifically looked into the case. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Tang, Chen Jianghe said. Xiaochen, let me give you some advice. You have a legitimate business now. Let the past be the past. Don't keep thinking about old things. The most important thing is to live well in the present. Tang Igua didn't want Chen Jianghe to go looking for trouble with those hooligans and create unnecessary complications. If Chen Jianghe caused any trouble and affected the business, wouldn't that affect his ability to make money? Uncle Tang, I know what I'm doing. All right, as long as you know. I'll notify you when I have news. Tang Igua said and hung up. He had just wanted to take another share from Chen Jianghe. Now that Chen Jianghe had asked him for help, he certainly couldn't refuse. After finishing the call, Chen Jianghe had Zhang Peng drive the van to Ganda repair shop. The Santana had been repaired and specially washed. However, the repair shop's workmanship was mediocre. The repair marks on the door of the Santana were still visible. Boss, you're here. The car is fixed. The man covered in oil grinned and came over to offer a cigarette. 500, here you go. Chen Jianghe checked the car, paid generously, and was about to drive away. Yo, I was wondering who looked so familiar. Isn't this Chen Jianghe? Just then a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Chen Jianghe turned to look and frowned. Li Haiba. Chen Jianghe hadn't expected to run into his high school classmate here. Li Haiba, dressed in a suit, stood beside a brand new Xiaoli sedan, looking at Chen Jianghe with a mocking expression. Inside the Xiaoli sedan sat a heavily made-up, seductive woman. Li Haiba had been Chen Jianghe's high school classmate. Back then, Li Haiba had also pursued Ling Shui, but Ling Shui didn't take a liking to him and eventually started dating Chen Jianghe. At that time, Li Haiba already disliked Chen Jianghe and had even hired people from outside the school to teach him a lesson. However, Chen Jianghe was somewhat well known. The people Li Haiba hired didn't teach Chen Jianghe a lesson. Instead, they beat up Li Haiba when they met. So many years had passed, yet that guy still seemed to hold a grudge over what had happened back then. Chen Jianghe, I heard you went in not long after graduation. So when did you get out? Li Haiba asked with deliberate sarcasm. He was no longer afraid of Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe was just an ex-convict. If he dared to cause trouble again, he'd end up back inside. As for his gangster father, he had heard that he had been hacked to death long ago. Now Li Haiba was rich and powerful, and he didn't fear Chen Jianghe at all. What do you mean by that? Zhang Peng was displeased the moment he heard it, and stared at Li Haiba with annoyance. Yo, Chen Jianghe, a leopard never changes its spots. Still running with the wrong crowd. Look at the people you know. They're all scum of society. Li Haiba said with contempt, completely disregarding Zhang Peng. Are you fucking looking for death? Zhang Peng instantly flew into a rage and charged at Li Haiba. You think you can fight? Go on, touch me. If you dare, I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. Li Haiba was scared and stepped back a few steps, then called out disdainfully. Daping. Chen Jianghe shouted, stopping Zhang Peng. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with Li Haiba. Daping, let's go. You'd better watch out. Zhang Peng glared at Li Haiba unwillingly before stopping with indignation. Chen Jianghe, don't think I'm joking. I, Li Haiba, am not someone you can afford to mess with now. See this car? It's a Xiaoli 7100 bought for 88,000. 88,000. You couldn't earn that in 3 to 5 years even if you didn't eat or drink. Li Haiba said smugly, my car may not be as valuable as a Santana, but I bought it with my own money. You're just a small driver for some big shot. In our graduating class, no one has done better than me, Li Haiba, except Ling Shui. Li Haiba didn't believe for a second that the Santana belonged to Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe was just an ex-convict who had recently been released. How could he possibly afford a Santana? He must be driving for some big shot, just a small driver. Chen Jianghe couldn't be bothered to deal with him and simply got into the car preparing to drive away. Chen Jianghe, Ling Shui is getting married soon. Tonight she's going to hand out wedding invitations to us. Seeing that Chen Jianghe was about to leave, Li Haiba suddenly shouted. Haiba, why are you wasting words with these two delinquents? The woman sitting in the Xiaoli car said impatiently. Honey, don't be in such a hurry. I'll say a few words and be on my way. Li Haiba, like a obedient lapdog, quickly placated her, then turned to Chen Jianghe with an air of triumph. Chen Jianghe, some of our high school classmates are holding a reunion tonight at the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Ling Shui will be there too. If you've got the guts, come along. If not, just forget I ever mentioned it. After boasting triumphantly, Li Haiba climbed into the Xiaoli and deliberately pressed the horn, driving off arrogantly. Jianghe, that guy's too arrogant. Why did you stop me? Zhang Peng watched the Xiaoli disappear, still fuming. If Chen Jianghe hadn't held him back, just now he would have beaten that kid senseless. Never mind, let's go. Chen Jianghe shook his head, his expression unreadable. You're not seriously thinking about going to this so-called reunion, are you? You've been away for 3 years. What's the point of going? Zhang Peng said. Alright, I get it. We'll talk about it later. Chen Jiang's tone carried a hint of impatience. Jianghe, are you still hung up on Ling Shui? She's about to get married. You're not thinking of causing trouble, are you? Zhang Peng asked, reluctantly walking toward the minivan. Shut up. Chen Jianghe threw his cigarette, but at him, then got into his Santana and drove back to the Liehua game hall. When Chen Jianghe returned to the game hall, it was already beginning to fill with patrons. A man in his late 20s with a streak of yellow-dyed hair was standing near one of the gaming machines talking to Zhang Chong. Boss, you're back. He's looking for you about something. Zhang Chong pointed at the man. What is it? Chen Jianghe studied the man. He didn't recognize him. Mr. Chen, I'm Gang. I noticed your slot machines in the back aren't getting much play, the man said, extending his hand toward Chen Jianghe. Let's go upstairs. Chen Jianghe shook his hand, gradually understanding Gang's purpose, and led him upstairs to the office, asking Zhang Peng to brew a cup of tea. Mr. Chen, you've got real influence. They said Li Jindi couldn't operate here, and he didn't. Gang glanced around, marveling. Bro, let's cut to the chase. Li Jindi has already gone back to his hometown. No need to bring him up. Zhang Peng immediately grew alert. Though Li Jindi was finished, he'd been around long enough to have connections. Who knew what enemies might seek revenge on his behalf? Mr. Chen, I'll be direct. Your slot machines aren't attracting much business, and Li Jindi's old customers haven't returned. I used to frequent Li Jindi's place and know some of his regulars. If your machines need more players, I can help you bring them in. Gang smiled. What do you want? Chen Jianghe understood. This Gang was something of a broker. He could bring in big clients to play the slot machines, but would take a cut from the profits. For instance, if a customer he brought in lost 1,000 in one night, Gang would claim a portion. Such people had existed even when Chen Jiming ran the Liehua establishment. They usually exploited friends, acquaintances, small business owners. I want half, Gang said greedily. 20%. Chen Jianghe shook his head. Giving Gang half would mean running the establishment for him. The previous Liehua game hall never offered such terms. 20% is too little. Any game hall I visit offers more. You're not showing proper sincerity, Gang said, displeased. Liehua game hall is the largest on North Street. Even without you, my business will slowly improve, Chen Jianghe said calmly. Besides, my game hall is right here with dozens of slot machines. You know my strength, but I don't know yours. Mr. Chen, if you were the only game hall on North Street, what you said would make sense, and I'd accept. But Zhou Tianghe has fled, and the day riches was swallowed up. In a while, Liehua may no longer be the largest game hall on North Street. Where those customers will go becomes uncertain. Gang spoke with confidence. There were no secrets on North Street. Anyone who operated in the area knew about Zhou Tianghe, and that a new game hall, Tianwei Electronics World, was about to open. It might even be slightly larger than Liehua. Once it opened, Liehua's business would surely be affected. Customers not secured now would become even harder to attract after Tianwei Electronics World opened. How many can you bring in per month? Chen Jianghe tapped his fingers on the table, considering. At least this number. Xie Gang held up 2 fingers. 200,000. Chen Jianghe smiled. Mr. Chen, that's not fair. If I could bring in 200,000 monthly, wouldn't every game hall treat me like royalty? Xie Gang said, displeased. In those days, regardless of the business, if a shop could generate 200,000 in monthly spending, Xie Gang would be respected wherever he went. 20,000 is a bit low. Here's my offer: if you bring in over 20,000 per month, I'll give you 30%. If you bring in over 50,000, I'll give you 40%. Below 20,000 stays at 20%. Chen Jianghe stated his price directly. Mr. Chen, you're straightforward. It's settled. Xie Gang didn't waste words, took a sip of tea, and hurriedly left to contact his clients. Chen Jianghe's commission was about 5 to 10% higher than typical game halls. Bringing in 20,000 monthly meant earning an extra 1 or 2,000, which was considerable. Jianghe, isn't our commission a bit high, eh? Zhang Peng asked hesitantly. Not too high. We're essentially starting from zero, no regular customers. We need someone to draw in patronage. Xie Gang has a point. If we can't attract people now, once the new game hall opens, it'll be much harder. Chen Jianghe said quietly. It's fine to give up some profit now. I understand. Zhang Peng nodded. Then I'll get to work. Wait, Peng. Chen Jianghe suddenly said. I need you to look into someone. Who? Zhang Peng asked curiously. The group of young punks Lai San hired. Their leader is called Xiang Fei. They're likely operating near North Street. Find out their background and where they lived. Chen Jianghe said. Jianghe, are you thinking of recruiting them? Those young punks are brave and willing to fight. They're talented. Zhang Peng nodded. Then I'll investigate. Zhang Peng said, then set out to look into the matter. It was 8 in the evening. After hesitating for a long while, Chen Jianghe finally stubbed out his cigarette, grabbed the keys to the Santana, and headed downstairs. Zhang Peng was waiting at the door, clearly understanding what was going on. Jianghe, do you want me to come with you? Zhang Peng stood up. No, you watch the store. Chen Jianghe walked straight out, drove the Santana, and headed toward the Sihai Grand Restaurant. The Sihai Grand Restaurant wasn't far from North Street. In the Pingjiang district, it was considered a relatively upscale establishment. The restaurant had been operating in Pingcheng for over a decade, and there were rumors that its behind-the-scenes boss had once been a powerful figure in the underworld. After making his fortune from the restaurant business, he gradually withdrew from the underworld life. He belonged to that category of people who were influential a decade ago, but have since faded into obscurity. Chen Jianghe parked the Santana in front of the Sihai Grand Restaurant. The lot was already filled with various vehicles, economical ones like Xiaoli and Jetta, luxury models like Volvo and Lexus, and even a Mercedes-Benz W140 parked outside the restaurant. At the entrance to the restaurant's lobby, several signs directed guests to different locations for birthday celebrations, class reunions, and other gatherings. Chen Jianghe glanced at the signs and was about to head upstairs. Chen Jianghe. At that moment, a hesitant voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Chen Jianghe turned around. Li Wenshu. Chen Jianghe, it's really you. I heard them say. Li Wenshu pushed up the black-framed glasses perched on his nose bridge, unable to finish his words. I've just gotten out. Chen Jianghe confirmed matter-of-factly. I heard it was because of your father's matter. My condolences. Li Wenshu sighed, softly, speaking in a low voice. The fairest thing in this world is that everyone has only one life, and everyone must die eventually. Sooner or later, it's all fate. Chen Jianghe said calmly. You're right, everyone must die sometime. Li Wenshu nodded. Jianghe, back in school, I was grateful for you. If there's ever anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Li Wenshu came from a poor family. During high school, he was dark, thin, and good for nothing except studying. In school, that made him a prime target for bullies. During their school days, he was bullied by students from other classes. For an entire month, he was extorted of his living expenses and had to survive on leftover food from the cafeteria. When Chen Jianghe learned about this, he gathered 2 friends and went to teach the bullies from the other class a severe lesson. From then on, that troublemaker never dared to pick on Li Wenshu again. Chen Jianghe didn't do it for Li Wenshu's sake. He simply believed that students from their class shouldn't be bullied by outsiders. Nevertheless, Li Wenshu remembered this kindness, and their relationship improved afterward. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Jianghe learned that Li Wenshu would graduate from Pingcheng University this year. He was one of the few students from their class who had gotten into college. He had been interning outside for half a year. After officially graduating, Li Wenshu planned to take the civil service exam for Pingcheng Customs. His family had distant relatives working in customs, and their financial situation had improved considerably in recent years. Chen Jianghe, you came too. As they were talking, another pleasantly surprised female voice suddenly rang out, followed by a waft of fragrant air. And you? Li Wenshu awkwardly stepped aside, barely daring to look directly at the approaching girl. The girl was about 1.65 meters tall, relatively tall for someone from Pingcheng. She wore a fashionable miniskirt, had stylish wine-red hair, and light makeup on her face. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but had a certain timeless appeal. Her name was Yu. Back in school, she was also among the top students. She had a good relationship with Chen Jianghe and had been his deskmate for half a year. She had been quite different back then. Are you Li? Perhaps because it had been too long, she couldn't quite remember Li Wenshu's name. Li Shuwen. Right, Li Shuwen. I heard you got into Pingcheng University. You're the only one from our class who made it into Pingcheng University. And you slapped her forehead with a bright smile, then turned to Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, when did you get out? Just less than a month ago. Chen Jianghe didn't hide anything. He had been a legendary figure in school back then. Everyone probably knew his story. What are you planning to do now? Do you want me to help you find a job? And you shared her own situation. She hadn't gotten into a good university back then, and her family didn't let her continue her education. Later she started working at a KTV. Now she was a sales manager doing quite well for herself. That KTV was the Sihai KTV on the floor above the Sihai Grand Restaurant. The restaurant and KTV formed an integrated dining and entertainment establishment, showcasing the influence of the boss behind the scenes. I'll start my own small business. If things don't work out, I'll come find you. Chen Jianghe smiled, feeling that society changed so quickly and people changed even faster. Back then, and you was still a good girl. Who would have thought that after a few years, she had become an old hand at the nightlife scene, thriving in that world? Sure, then I'll take care of you when the time comes. And you laughed as well, beckoning them upstairs. Come on, quite a few people have already arrived. Let's catch up with our old classmates, have some fun. After dinner, we'll go sing at the KTV upstairs. I've arranged everything. The three of them went upstairs together to a large private room. There was a big round table inside that could seat 20 people. Back in Chen Jianghe's class, there had been 50 or 60 students. But at this class reunion, they couldn't even gather 20 people. Some of these people looked familiar to Chen Jianghe, some looked like strangers. Some hadn't changed much, while others were completely unrecognizable from their school days. The only constant in this world is that everything changes. Chen Jianghe's appearance also caused the lively atmosphere in the room to cool down immediately. After all, he was probably the only person in this class who had served time in prison. Chen Jianghe, you came. Most classmates merely greeted Chen Jianghe casually. After all, Chen Jianghe was a recently released ex-convict. They had just heard from Li Haibo that Chen Jianghe had just gotten out of prison, showed no signs of reform, and was now working as a driver for some underworld figure. With his father dead, Chen Jianghe was now just a small driver. Without prospects, without future, and without any value to exploit. Everyone had already entered society. They were no longer the students they once were. And society, it turns out, is just that realistic. Chen Jianghe, everyone's been here so early, and you're the latecomer. Don't you think you should drink 3 as punishment? Li Haibo waved his hand with a smirk. A classmate beside him immediately grabbed a glass and poured 3 large cups of baijiu. 3 drinks for being late. That's the rule. That's right, Chen Jianghe, drink up. This is the good wine Haibo brought. You definitely couldn't get this kind of stuff in prison. Several people around Li Haibo chimed in one after another. And you? The mere mention of imprisonment caused the atmosphere in the private room to chill instantly. Many classmates averted their gazes when looking at Chen Jianghe. A freshly released convict daring to join their gathering seemed rather presumptuous. And you furrowed her delicate brows, clearly displeased. However, she had heard that Li Haibo was now doing quite well for himself. He had found a girlfriend whose family operated a freight station, and by latching onto this connection, he was earning a tidy sum. Over the past 2 months, Li Haibo had occasionally come to show his support for Inyue, his intentions painfully obvious. But Inyu looked down on him, keeping him on a string like a fool. My apologies, but I've sworn off drinking. Chen Jianghe didn't spare Li Haibo a glance, scanning the room before responding. Ling Shui was absent. Perhaps she hadn't arrived, or perhaps something had come up. Chen Jianghe, if you're not drinking, why even come? Can't afford food, so you're here to freeload. Li Haibo wouldn't let up, sneering at him. Today's gathering has Haibo bro buying the drinks, but the meal is split among all of us. Can't just eat and drink for free. A rather short young man beside Li Haibo suddenly spoke up. This young man was called Zhao Xiongfei. In the old days, he had been Chen Jianghe's lackey, fond of riding on Chen Jianghe's reputation to bully others. Now that Chen Jianghe appeared to be doing worse than Li Haibo, Zhao Xiongfei had switched allegiances. He had become Li Haibo's lackey instead. Zhao Xiongfei, I'll cover Jianghe's share. Is 30 yuan really worth making such a fuss over? Li Shuwen furiously pulled out 100 yuan. Jianghe helped you plenty back then. For this gathering, everyone had agreed to contribute 30 yuan each, about a dozen people totaling roughly 500. Li Haibo had offered to cover the drinks, and if the food bill fell short, he would make up the difference. Bookworm, didn't you spend half a year doing an internship? Not eating cold water and flatbread anymore. Trying to show off. Zhao Xiongfei said discontentedly. No need. We're all classmates, haven't seen each other in years. Let me treat everyone today. Chen Jianghe stopped Li Shuwen, casually pulling out several hundred yuan and tossing it onto the table. Seeing this money, in you and several other classmates wore expressions of astonishment. Hadn't Chen Jianghe just been released? Where did he get so much money? They had heard that Chen Jianghe's father had passed away and the family's game arcade had been snatched away. How could he possibly have money? Chen Jianghe, where did you borrow this money from? Trying to play the rich man. Li Haibo's smile didn't reach his eyes as he mocked. At least I don't depend on women. Chen Jianghe said calmly. Chen Jianghe, what do you mean by that? Li Haibo flew into a rage, casting a glance at Inyu. All the classmates present knew he was pursuing Inyu, and nothing irritated him more than someone implying he relied on a woman or was a kept man. Alright, this is a classmates reunion. Everyone should have fun. Ling Shui will be bringing her fiancé later, so let's not make fools of ourselves. And you stepped in to mediate. Chen Jianghe, I heard Ling Shue's fiancé is quite wealthy. His family runs a company. We should get to know him later. Li Haiba smirked, deliberately provoking Chen Jianghe. Ling Shue had been a legendary beauty back in school. Countless suitors had pursued her. Even Li Haiba had been one of her admirers, though later Ling Shue ended up with Chen Jianghe. Now years had passed and Ling Shue was getting married. But the groom would not be Chen Jianghe. Today's dinner had been arranged precisely for Ling Shue's sake. She was about to marry into wealth and join the upper crust of society. Maintaining these connections now might prove useful someday. Once you needed someone, and only then thought to reach out, it would be far too late. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Haiba. For some reason, Li Haiba's eyelids twitched, and he unconsciously avoided Chen Jianghe's gaze. Everyone please sit. I'll have the servers bring out the dishes. Ling Shue should be arriving any moment now. And you pulled Chen Jianghe to his seat, and after a few words the atmosphere warmed up again. Some classmates noticed that although Chen Jianghe had just been released, he didn't seem to be doing poorly after all. If he was doing reasonably well, naturally no one brought up those 3 drinks anymore. The dishes at Sihai Grand Restaurant were indeed of excellent quality. Soon the food was served, and you called Ling Shue. Ling Shue said something urgent had come up, and she couldn't make it for the moment. Everyone should eat first, and she would treat. She would come as soon as she could. Since Ling Shue hadn't arrived, they couldn't keep waiting forever. The meal began, and after some eating and drinking, the atmosphere gradually heated up. The private room buzzed with noise and laughter. Some people tried to get close to Chen Jianghe. In this world, knowing more well-connected folks might come in handy someday. Others showed disdain for Chen Jianghe, thinking him just a good-for-nothing. He had served time in prison, his father was dead, his family business had been snatched away, his life was over. He wasn't worth befriending deeply. Chen Jianghe couldn't have cared less. He wasn't even sure why he had come. To see Ling Shue, or to catch a glimpse of her fiancé. And you sat beside Chen Jianghe. Li Haiba had deliberately swapped seats with someone, positioning himself on Yu's other side, constantly trying to chat her up, hovering persistently. Li Haiba, can't you just talk without sitting so close? Finally pushed past her limit, and Yu frowned, and shot Li Haiba an impatient look. And in what relationship do we have? This isn't close at all. I still want 0 distance with you. Li Haiba shamelessly said. Can you try to act normal for once? And Yu shifted her position, smiling as she asked, then turned to Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, what kind of business are you in now? I run a game arcade, just the old family one. Chen Jianghe took a sip of water, answering casually. Chen Jianghe, isn't that game arcade run by your stepmother? A female classmate recalled some gossip she had heard. Chen Jianghe glanced at her and said coolly, she's gone back to her hometown. She handed the arcade over to me. Back to her hometown. Why would she suddenly go back? Game arcades make good money. I heard your family's arcade is pretty big too. If I could run an arcade, there's no way I'd go back to my hometown. The female classmate said, puzzled. Yin running a game arcade isn't that simple. This business can't survive on the street without the right connections. It's nowhere near as easy as you think. And you shook her head, cutting off the female classmate. The ways of the world were never simple. Chen Jianghe's stepmother suddenly returning to her hometown. There had to be more to that story. Asking too many questions would be inappropriate. Chen Jianghe, you're pretty lucky. At least she's willing to give the arcade back to you. But game arcades are a dying industry. I heard internet cafes are the wave of the future. I'm planning to team up with someone and invest in opening one. Li Haiba curled his lips, deliberately raising his voice. Haiba, doesn't it cost a lot to open an internet cafe? Many classmates were drawn in by the conversation. Of course, an investment of several 100,000 yuan at minimum. That's not something just anyone can pull off. Li Haiba showed off. Several 100,000. Many classmates cast envious gazes. No one cared about Chen Jianghe's game arcade anymore. What's a few 100,000? Just pocket changed. Li Haiba tossed his hair back ostentatiously. Since Ling Shue hadn't shown up, Li Haiba had become the center of attention among the classmates. Except Yue, who clearly wasn't impressed by him. He had built his fortune relying on a woman, and now he was using her money to chase after Yu. It was no wonder Yu looked down on him. The girl still had her own principles. Even after the meal was over, Ling Shue still hadn't arrived. And Yu had called her several times, and each time she said she'd come a bit later. Many of the classmates secretly hoped to wait for Ling Shue and curry favor with her. Since she still hadn't come, they were reluctant to leave. And Yu made arrangements and urged everyone upstairs to the KTV for singing and a few drinks. Except for those who had other evening plans or simply didn't want to stay, everyone followed her upstairs. Li Shuwen had originally wanted to leave as well, but seeing that Chen Jianghe was staying, he worried that when Ling Shui arrived with her fiancé, a conflict might break out between Chen Jianghe and the fiancé. So he stayed too. Sister in. The Sihai KTV upstairs was lavishly decorated, and the hostesses they passed along the way greeted Yu warmly. It seemed Yu was doing well for herself now. Those girls might very well be working under her. As a sales manager, she probably also dabbled in the role of a madam. In this day and age, being a madam was quite lucrative, and it gave you connections in all sorts of circles. Usually the big shots who ran the establishments would give her some face too. After all, could a boss open a venue without girls? Everyone do as you please. Drinks are on the house. I've already arranged everything. And Yu led everyone into a private room, though there were no hostesses present. These were all classmates, men and women alike, so it couldn't be treated like a business gathering. And then today it was agreed that I'd treat everyone to singing, so I'm definitely paying. We're classmates. If I don't support you, who will? Li Haiba sat in the middle of the sofa, pulled a thick stack of cash from his briefcase, and slapped it directly onto the table. He gestured at the waiter with a lift of his chin. Drinks and fruit platters. Just make it worth this. Sister and I. The waiter hesitated, looking at the 10,000 yuan. Then do as he says. We're in business. Are we going to stop him from spending his money? And Yu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Issue him a card and credit the cash back to it as a silver member rebate. Understood, sisterin. The waiter nodded and left with the money. Several classmates couldn't take their eyes off that stack of cash. 10,000 yuan. Many people couldn't earn that much even after a year of hard labor. And Li Haiba had simply tossed the money out without a second thought. Li Haiba had really made it big now. Li Haiba has really made it big. Li Shuwen sat beside Chen Jianghe and remarked with a sigh. Once you get into customs, you'll earn even more than he does. Chen Jianghe held a cigarette between his fingers, not looking at anyone. Customs work in Pengcheng was incredibly lucrative. As long as you turned a blind eye now, and then money came faster and in greater amounts than if it were blown in by the wind. I won't do anything illegal. Li Shuwen fell silent for a moment, then spoke with conviction. In this world you can't always do as you please. Chen Jianghe said this, raised his glass toward Li Shuwen, and took a sip. Li Shuwen lifted his own glass, hesitated, then drank, and immediately choked, coughing hard. See, you can't hold your liquor. I raised my glass and you drank. Later when you're in customs, if people find you useful, they'll find ways to make you drink that cup too. Chen Jianghe smiled. Li Shuwen lowered his head, silent. The atmosphere in the private room grew more and more boisterous, while the two of them drank in gloomy silence, completely out of place amid the festive mood. They waited for a long time, but Ling Shui never came. Instead, she had someone deliver an invitation on the 8th of next month. Ling Shui would be married. The wedding photo in the invitation showed a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a well-matched couple. Chen Jianghe drained the XO in his glass in one gulp, took a long look at Ling Shui's smiling face in the invitation, then rose to leave. Li Haiba stopped making a scene. Just then, Yu's shout came from outside the private room. Chen Jianghe pushed open the door and stepped out. And then what exactly are you trying to do? Still stringing me along, huh? I've spent my money. Do you think I don't know what you are? Other people can touch you, so why can't I? Li Haiba was clearly drunk, reeking of alcohol, as he grabbed hold of Yu and refused to let go. Li Haiba, you may have made it big, but that has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask you to spend that money. If you don't want to spend it, I'll give it back to you. Tonight's treat is on me. Then you shot him a look of contempt, flipped open her bag, and pulled out a stack of cash. It wasn't quite 10,000, but it was close enough. And where are you trying to call my bluff? What is 10,000 too little? If it's too little, just say so. How much will it take to make me Li Haiba happy? Li Haiba's words grew more and more vulgar, to the point where he might as well have called Yu a woman for sale. Li Haiba, so you treat me like a woman for sale, do you? Even if I were selling myself, which I'm not, it still wouldn't be your turn, Li Haiba. You spend a woman's money and sneak around looking for other women behind her back. I simply look down on you. Do you think I don't know how you hooked her? You sweet-talked her into getting pregnant, then went to her family's door acting pitiful, kowtowing, and begging her family to agree. Who could ever think highly of a man like you? Even if I were selling myself, I'd still despise you. And Yu's words were like knives, giving Li Haiba no face at all. In those days, most people were genuinely poor, being able to pull out several thousand or 10,000 at once already counted as capable. But those with money, those who could earn it, were truly wealthy. Take the Tiger Head Benz parked outside the Seahai Grand Restaurant. That was 2 million yuan. In this place, there were people willing to spend 30 or 40,000, even 40 or 50,000 on Yu in a single night. Not every month perhaps, but at least several times a year. As for men who wanted to take her for a spin, a Xiali didn't even make the cut. If Li Haiba thought tossing out 10,000 yuan entitled him to treating Yu like dirt, he was deluding himself. Jianghe, what's wrong? Li Shuwen followed him out and asked. Li Haiba thinks too highly of himself. Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette and said indifferently, and you don't put on that act with me, you bitch. Li Haiba, humiliated and unable to save face, flew into a rage. Li Haiba, you really have no idea who you're dealing with. If I wanted to play with you, I could make you sell your house and your car. Believe me. And you couldn't be bothered to waste more words on Li Haiba. She said to Chen Jianghe and the classmates who had come out at the commotion, everyone keep having fun. If you need anything, just tell the waiter. I still have something to take care of, so I'm heading off first. Screw you. The alcohol hit Li Haiba hard. Seized by drunken fury, he suddenly slapped Yu across the face, sending her stumbling and almost falling. Sister, and are you okay? You son of a bitch. Are you asking to die? The security guards of the Seahai Grand Restaurant rushed over, immediately grabbed Li Haiba by the hair, kicked him to the ground, and rained down fists and boots on him. And Yu was the madam of Seahai KTV, having recruited half of the girls working there. She was the money tree of the establishment. If someone dared to pinch a few leaves from that money tree within the KTV, that simply would not do. Before long, Li Haiba lay crumpled and unconscious on the ground. Stop beating him. What right do you have to assault people? We are customers here. How can you lay hands on paying guests? And he only touched her leg. This is excessive, truly excessive. Several classmates eager to associate themselves with Li Haiba hurried forward to intervene. Some even came to blows with the venue's security guards. The 4 guards, realizing they were losing control of the situation, prepared to call for backup. Enough. Stop fighting. These are all my classmates. They had a few drinks and acted impulsively. It's nothing serious. At this critical moment, an Yu's voice rang out. Hearing this, the 4 guards slowly backed away and did not call for reinforcements. Otherwise, these naive kids who had never faced the harsh realities of the world would have learned exactly what it meant today. And you wait. This isn't over. Li Haiba was helped to his feet, but remained unrepentant. Li Haiba, we were classmates once. Can you stop picking fights over nothing? And Yu was beside herself with frustration. After being thoroughly beaten, he still failed to grasp the situation, insisting on provoking another round. Don't play dumb. I won't let this beating go unanswered. They're just some street punks. You really think I don't recognize them? Li Haiba gritted his teeth, pulling out his brick phone to make a call. But before he could dial, his hand was pinned down. Li Haiba, pick up that phone, and you'll get another beating today. Chen Jianghe pressed his hand down lightly. Get the fuck off me, Chen Jianghe. Say another word, and I'll beat you up too. Li Haiba shoved Chen Jianghe's hand away and dialed directly. Yongzi, I've been jumped. Bring a few guys over. You want money? Do I owe you? Just name your price. 300,000 to rough up one woman. Yes, just one woman at Sihai Grand Restaurant. 300,000 for Sihai Grand Restaurant. Li Haiba hesitated, then seeing everyone staring at him, he clenched his teeth. 300,000 it is. Get over here now. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, none of them imagining that a perfectly ordinary reunion would spiral into this disaster. And you call the police. Li Shuwen said worriedly. It's fine, no need to call the police. And Yu waved her hand dismissively, shot Li Haiba a weary glance, then turned to one of the security guards. Go get Manager Zhang. Soon a man in his 30s wearing a suit and sporting a slight beer belly walked over. Anin, what's going on? The man glanced around. Things got a bit unpleasant. Someone was called in. Brother Zhang, sorry to trouble you to handle this, and Yu said with visible exasperation. The Mercedes-Benz Tiger parked outside Sihai Grand Restaurant belonged to the restaurant's owner. In this era, owning both a restaurant and a KTV along with a 2 million yuan car was a clear demonstration of power and wealth. Ordinary street thugs truly lacked the means to cause trouble here. You called these people, eh? Brother Zhang laughed. Daring to summon help to threaten the madam of Sihai KTV was pushing things far too far. Yes, I called them. So what? Nobody interfere today, or I'll deal with you too. Li Haiba gritted his teeth, still convinced of his own significance. He simply refused to believe that 300,000 yuan couldn't handle one woman. What problem in this world couldn't money solve? These kids running around nowadays really drive me crazy. Brother Zhang suddenly grabbed Li Haiba by the throat and turned to Yu. Anin, it's nothing serious. Go back to work or rest like normal. Don't waste your energy on this. What are you doing? Let me go. Li Haiba struggled desperately, but to no avail. Several classmates who had been trying to curry favor with him dared not intervene. They could only follow them downstairs. Everyone, I'm sorry. Ling Xue won't be coming today. Her wedding invitations have already been sent out. If you wish to attend, go ahead. If not, it's your decision. Let's call it a day. And Yu said to the remaining classmates. This gathering had originally been organized for Ling Xue, yet she never appeared from beginning to end. Their classmate bond had clearly faded to this. If Ling Xue had shown up today, nearly all the classmates present would likely attend her wedding. But since she didn't come, who could say how many would actually go? Perhaps Ling Xue didn't care at all. Anin talked some sense into Haiba. We're all classmates. There's no need for this. We're leaving now. The remaining classmates, not wanting to invite trouble, exchanged a few polite remarks and hurried downstairs to depart one by one. Need a ride home tonight. Soon only Chen Jianghe and Li Shuwen remained. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and asked, no need. Even if I let you walk me home, you're not getting past the door for a cup of tea tonight. And you felt that Chen Jianghe might share the same assumption, that because she worked in this industry, sleeping with her would be easy. I'm not here for tea. Chen Jianghe smiled, but offered no explanation, turning to descend the stairs. Everyone changed over time. Even relationships once close had become something entirely different now. Within 20 minutes, 3 taxis pulled up outside Sihai Grand Restaurant. As the cars stopped, 7 or 8 men got out. This group looked worse than ordinary street thugs. Each one resembled a regular from an arcade or internet cafe. Only 2 or 3 of the core members carried knives. The rest held steel pipes, and some had nothing at all, not even a blade. They were probably just pulled together from internet cafes on the spot. For covering a night shift and a bucket of instant noodles, they showed up. Legitimate toughs commanding a scene would charge 200 at minimum, but these misfits cost less than 50 each. Brother Zhang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Fuck, you didn't hire actual street thugs. Brother Zhang kicked Li Haiba in the rear, sending him sprawling. He couldn't be bothered to negotiate. This lot wasn't even worthy of his attention. Yongzi, what the hell are you standing around for? Take them down. Li Haiba scrambled to his feet and shouted at the group. Brotherly, you paid the rate for slashing people, not for smashing the shop. If we go in and someone gets hurt, I'll need to call more men. And that won't be settled for 300,000. Give me more, and I'll bring dozens of brothers. I guarantee we'll wreck this dump. The leader, a young man in his mid-20s with dyed yellow hair, spoke to Li Haiba. No need. Li Haiba glanced at them, gritted his teeth, and felt that at least 200,000 of the 300,000 was already gone down the drain. He couldn't spend any more money, so he shouted toward Yu. And you get your fucking ass out here if you've got the balls. Li Haiba, I'm just one woman. What kind of courage do you expect from me? If you're so unhappy and need to cause trouble, come on in. And you stood at the entrance of Sihai Grand Restaurant looking at the pitiful gang Li Haiba had summoned, utterly speechless. In the world of street hustlers, someone like Li Haiba was nothing but a fool, a complete idiot who deserved to be played for a sucker. Jianghe, will you be all right? At the entrance of the Sihai Grand Restaurant, few classmates were left. Li Shuwen asked in a low voice, his face full of worry. Those who had never been out in the world would lose their nerve at a scene like this. Forget 7 or 8 men. Even just 2 or 3 waving knives and clubs around would be enough to frighten them. In that era, street thugs really dared to slash people, and really dared to slash them to death. And Yu has been out in the world for a few years now. She knows what she's doing, so nothing will happen. Chen Jianghe shook his head. These so-called gangsters were only looking to squeeze some money out of Li Haiba. As long as Yu didn't go looking for trouble, they wouldn't do anything to her. Few people who ran the streets were fools. As a rule, they knew which people they could afford to offend and which they could not. These small fry didn't dare to hang around outside the Sihai Grand Restaurant either. Otherwise, the people inside would definitely come out to teach them a lesson. If a few little punks could stir up trouble at this place, the restaurant might as well shut down. Where are you staying now? I'll give you a ride. Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette, called out to Yu, then asked Li Shuwen, once more preparing to leave. I'm staying at the company for now. Once I pass the customs exam and get in, I'll move out. Li Shuwen said, nodded to Yu, and followed Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe led Li Shuwen toward the Santana. Yongzi, what do you mean? If you don't get the job done today, you won't get the money. Li Haiba clenched his teeth, vaguely feeling he had been tricked. These guys simply didn't dare to provoke the people at the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Brotherly, that's not how you put it. I brought so many brothers out to handle this. Whether the job got done or not, they still have to get some compensation for their efforts, right? I can skip my cut, but they can't. Yongzi curled his lips and said with feigned righteousness. Li Haiba's face changed. With a belly full of pent-up anger and nowhere to vent it, he happened to see Chen Jianghe and the others approaching. He immediately pointed at Chen Jianghe and said, fine, I'll give you 10,000. Beat that son of a bitch up for me. All right, deal done. Yongzi didn't push it. With such a sorry bunch of good-for-nothings, collecting 30,000 really was too tough. Only a moron like Li Haiba would pull out 10,000. Otherwise, 3 to 5,000 would have been enough to handle it properly. See that punk over there? Slash him. Yongzi raised his knife and pointed it at Chen Jianghe. All together, get him. Behind Yongzi, 2 core members tore the newspaper off their machetes and charged at Chen Jianghe with murderous intent. The internet cafe all-nighters behind them howled and shouted, making plenty of noise, but running quite slowly. For a few dozen yuan, there was no need to risk their lives or spill blood. Jianghe, run. And Yu panicked and shouted at once. Jianghe, let's go. Li Shuwen panicked too, grabbing Chen Jianghe and trying to pull him away. He pulled, but Chen Jianghe didn't move. Li Haiba, you're just looking for trouble. Chen Jianghe frowned. Without even putting on his brass knuckles, he suddenly flicked the cigarette, but in his hand, at the thug in front. The burning cigarette but flew toward the thug's eyes. Startled, the thug jerked his head away. Chen Jianghe lunged forward, appeared in front of him in a flash, and slammed a heavy punch into his nose. Opt! The thug screamed miserably. His nose bridge was shattered by Chen Jianghe's punch, and scarlet blood gushed out like a faucet that had been twisted open. Damn it! The other thug behind him was shocked and slashed viciously at Chen Jianghe's shoulder. Chen Jianghe dodged to the side and kicked the thug in the shin. The thug was knocked over by the kick. Before he could get up, Chen Jianghe landed another kick on his chin. Without even a groan, the man passed out cold. The regulars from the internet cafes and game halls behind them suddenly stopped in their tracks. For a mere appearance fee of a few dozen yuan, they could intimidate people, but actually fighting with blades was out of the question. And Yue, who had rushed over in a panic, also slowed her steps. After those 3 years inside, Chen Jianghe seemed to have changed. Shit. Yongzi, what the hell are you all waiting for? Go. Li Haiba panicked. He hadn't expected Chen Jianghe to be so ferocious. He had taken down 2 thugs with knives with his bare hands. Yongzi was a bit rattled too. The money tonight wasn't going to be that easy to earn. Brother, I'm Yongzi of Hepping Road. Leave me your name, let's get acquainted. Yongzi gripped his knife, trying to negotiate with Chen Jianghe. Yongzi of Hepping Road. How is it you don't know the meaning of peace at all? Chen Jianghe kicked Yongzi in the stomach. Yongzi screamed, clutched his belly, and couldn't get up for a long time. Chen Jianghe swept his fierce gaze over the crowd. With a clatter, the regulars dropped the weapons in their hands and hastily retreated in terror. They were just here for a bit of cigarette money. They weren't about to risk their lives against such a fierce man. Jianghe were old classmates after all. This was all a misunderstanding. Li Haiba's expression shifted, and he quickly put on a flattering smile. Li Haiba, I already said earlier that once that phone call was made, you would get another beating today. Chen Jianghe slowly lit a cigarette and took a drag. Holding it in one hand, he suddenly grabbed Li Haiba's hair with the other and slammed his head directly against the window of the chalet. Crash! The chalet's window glass shattered. Li Haiba shrieked, his face covered in glass fragments. Blood seeped out from the wounds left by the shards, a truly gruesome sight. Jianghe, stop hitting him. If you keep this up, something will happen. And you rushed over and grabbed Chen Jianghe tightly. Li Haiba, I'm letting this go for Yu's sake today. If you're not satisfied, bring your people to the Blazing Fire Arcade on North Street, and find me. Let's see who comes out on top. Chen Jianghe kicked Li Haiba viciously again, forcing him to his knees, and only then did Yu stop him. He hadn't felt good about coming tonight in the first place, and Ling Shui still hadn't shown up. A belly full of pent-up rage had been smoldering inside him. If Li Haiba hadn't provoked him, the matter would have passed. But Li Haiba had to go looking for him. That was simply asking for trouble. Chen Jianghe, you goddamn bastard, you actually dared to hit me. Just wait. I swear I'll make you pay. Li Haiba endured the pain, scrambled up from the ground, and squeezed into the chalet. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a threatening remark, then sped away in a panic. Yongzi and his gang saw the way the wind was blowing and hurriedly fled too. After all, they knew where Li Haiba lived, so they weren't afraid he wouldn't pay. They had made their move tonight. Whether the job succeeded or not, Li Haiba had to hand over the money. Jianghe, you were far too impulsive. There was no need to go this far. And you watched Li Haiba drive away, worrying that the whole affair would blow up. Chen Jianghe had just been released. If he were sent back, and it would be his second time behind bars. The sentence would surely be longer. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Li Haiba can't stir up any waves. Chen Jianghe didn't take Li Haiba seriously at all. When you walk the streets, if you couldn't even handle someone like Li Haiba, you might as well not bother. Li Shuwen, let's go. Chen Jianghe called Li Shuwen into the car, got into his Santana, and left as well. The remaining classmates exchanged astonished looks. Chen Jianghe was already driving a Santana and doing better than Li Haiba. And this kid is real talent. Go ask him if he's willing to work at Sihai. Brother Zhang ambled over with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Brother Zhang, I'll inquire about it when the opportunity arises. A shadow flickered across Yu's eyes as she replied with a practiced smile. Recently, the son of the owner of Sihai restaurant had begun interfering in the establishment's affairs. She could plainly see that he harbored designs upon the young women employed there. It was not that he wished to indulge in women, but rather that he believed the girls were receiving too generous compensation. This was a troubling matter. If mishandled, the repercussions could be severe. Under such circumstances, how could Yu possibly permit Chen Jianghe to come forward? Furthermore, Chen Jianghe would never have agreed anyway. Chen Jianghe drove, seeing Li Shuwen, back to the company dormitory. Having exchanged his pager number with Li Shuwen and left his mobile phone number, he then returned to the Liehua arcade. Upon returning to the arcade, some 30 people remained engrossed in the games. Jianghe, how did it go? Upon spotting his return, Zhang Peng hurried over immediately. How did what go? Chen Jianghe flicked away his cigarette and walked deeper into the arcade. You didn't see Ling Shui? Zhang Peng followed, inquiring. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing quietly pricked up their ears. They already knew that Ling Shui was Chen Jianghe's former girlfriend, and that the boss had gone out tonight to meet an old flame. However, judging by the boss's expression, it seemed tonight had not gone smoothly. She wasn't there. Chen Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a venomous glare. Zhang Peng forced a sheepish grin and hastily produced a yellow craft paper bag. Jianghe Tangigua had this delivered, saying to give it to you when you returned. Chen Jianghe's pupils contracted sharply. He took the craft paper bag and went straight upstairs. Jianghe, what's in the bag? Zhang Peng asked curiously. None of your concern. Keep watch on the shop. Chen Jianghe carried the bag upstairs, shut the office door behind him, and opened it. Inside were several photographs and some documents. These individuals were all involved in the ambush that resulted in Chen Jiming's death. While Li Jindi had been the mastermind behind Chen Jiming's murder, these were the ones who had carried out the deed. To ensure no future troubles after the act was completed, Li Jindi had paid them off and smoothed over their connections with the authorities. Between them, the matter was settled. Li Jindi had not taken these men under his wing either. Most of them remained in Pingcheng to this day. Huang Kuan, Zhou Ming, Chen Lei. Chen Jianghe studied the photographs and documents. The bag contained records for only 3 individuals, though a total of 6 people had participated in the attack on Chen Jiming that year. One of them was still serving a sentence and had not yet been released. The remaining individuals had gradually been freed over the years. Tangigua had provided information on 3 of them. Whether Tangigua had not yet uncovered the others or was deliberately withholding their files, Chen Jianghe could not determine. Chen Jianghe carefully reviewed the materials for all 3 individuals, checked the time, locked the documents in the safe, and descended downstairs with the Santana keys. Daping watched the shop. I need to step out. Jianghe, it's so late. Where are you going? Zhang Peng rose in puzzlement. Something came up. I'll be back shortly. Chen Jianghe waved dismissively, offering no explanation, and drove off. Zhang Peng stood bewildered, unable to fathom what Chen Jianghe could possibly need to do in the dead of night. Brother Peng is the boss going out on a date. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing crept over slyly, their faces alight with gossip. Why do you want to know? I have no idea. Zhang Peng's eyes bulged as he glared at them. Who would have guessed the boss has a taste for married women? It may not necessarily be that. Perhaps the boss is going to see Sister Lu. Regardless of who he's meeting tonight, will surely be a vigorous affair. The 2 of them conspired together, their mouths spewing indecent remarks. Chen Jianghe drove the Santana away from Beijia and soon arrived at an urban village in Pingjiang district, parking across from the village exit. He lit a cigarette and walked toward the urban village. This was one of the largest urban villages in Pingjiang district. Since Pengsheng had begun its reform and opening up, such villages had become landing places for migrant workers coming from all directions. Many unregistered drifters without temporary residence permits had made their homes here. The entrances to the urban village had developed into streets dominated by small eateries selling stir-fried noodles, rice boxes, and various modest dining establishments. Near the entrance stood a mahjong parlor, the very place Chen Jianghe was seeking. He glanced through the doorway of the mahjong house and spotted two thugs with dragon and tiger tattoos smoking at the entrance. Noticing someone passing by, they cast a look at Chen Jianghe, but paid him no mind. Chen Jianghe met the gaze of one of them, and the man's eyes narrowed with irritation as he rose from his seat. "What the hell are you staring at?" The thug cursed displeasedly. Chen Jianghe regarded him coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. "Idiot." The thug sneered triumphantly, then resumed boasting to his companion. With an impassive expression, Chen Jianghe returned to the Santana and drove to a nearby market. He had clearly observed that the thug who had insulted him was indeed one of those who had slain Chen Jianghe. Huang Kuan. He could barely recall Huang Kuan's appearance. At the time, in his frantic charge to save Chen Jianghe, he had been consumed with hacking at his attackers and had paid no mind to their faces. Even if he had noticed them, having seen them only once 3 years later, it would be exceedingly difficult to recognize them. Only upon reviewing the materials again did he remember that such a thug had indeed participated in the attack. As for Huang Kuan, he had not recognized Chen Jianghe either. The reasoning was identical. Moreover, Chen Jianghe had spent 3 years in custody, emerging fundamentally transformed. Having seen each other only once, it was only natural that recognition would fail. Chen Jianghe arrived at the nearby wet market, which was deserted at night with no souls in sight. An elderly watchman at the entrance slept soundly. He located a large transparent tarp and carried it out, laying it in the trunk of the Santana. He then drove away and returned to the urban village exit, lighting a cigarette as he waited. Time slipped by quietly, the night growing deeper until the streets were devoid of people. It was not until 2 or 3 in the morning that two thugs emerged from the urban village, smoking and staggering. One of them was unmistakably Huang Kuan, the man Chen Jianghe had earlier observed. The two ambled along the roadside, and Chen Jianghe trailed behind in the Santana, maintaining a considerable distance with his headlights off, never drawing their attention. At an intersection, one of the thugs called out, "Kunzi, I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes. Grab 2 cups of instant noodles too. I'll wait for you ahead. Hurry up, I'm starving." Huang Kuan exhaled a smoke ring and grumbled irritably. "Then you're treating me to some fun later," the other thug suggested. "Fine, 20 yuan, girls, play your fill." Huang Kuan retorted, annoyed. A few coins worth of instant noodles, and now the fellow expected him to foot the bill for a prostitute. $20. That's practically 40 or 50 now. All worn out women, who knows if they're carrying diseases. You'd need at least 50 for decent quality. Fuck off. That riffraff flipped off Huang Kuan, muttering curses under his breath as he sauntered toward the intersection corner. Huang Kuan, a cigarette dangling from his lips and one hand tucked in his pocket, continued walking ahead. "What the fuck, you stupid bastard? Can't even spare $20. After crossing the intersection, Huang Kuan glanced back and saw the guy who'd gone to buy cigarettes still flirting with the female shopkeeper near the corner. That shopkeeper was well past 40, her breasts sagging almost to her belly, yet that clueless fool apparently had no standards at all. Huang Kuan gave her a quick look, cursed under his breath, and continued walking. Chen Jianghe followed behind in a Santana, lazily arriving at the corner. He glanced toward the convenience store, and noticing the cigarette buyer had no intention of leaving, continued following Huang Kuan. Huang Kuan continued walking for over 100 meters when he suddenly turned around to check whether the guy had caught up. Instead, he spotted a black sedan speeding toward them from the distance, its headlights off. Fuck! With a loud thud, Huang Kuan panicked and tried to dodge, but before he could react, the Santana slammed into him with full force, sending him flying through the air. Though tossed through the air, the man wasn't killed or knocked unconscious. Covered in blood, he groaned in agony, struggling to get back on his feet. Chen Jianghe stopped the car, walked over, and kicked Huang Kuan hard in the head, knocking him out cold. He then dragged the body to the rear of the vehicle, stuffed him into the canvas-lined trunk, and slammed it shut. He quickly scanned the distant road corner, then climbed into the car and sped away. Minutes later, the cigarette-buying punk finally strolled over, carrying 2 bottles of beer. He looked left and right, but couldn't spot Huang Kuan anywhere. Not worrying much about it, he assumed Huang Kuan had left first and continued slowly toward his rental apartment, beer in hand. Chen Jianghe drove the Santana all the way to the cliff where he had previously dumped Li Jindi's body. Below the cliff lay the coastline with thunderous waves crashing against the rocks. He pulled the Santana close to the cliff edge, wrapped Huang Kuan in a thick transparent tarp, and dragged him all the way to the precipice. Then he fetched a rope, bound Huang Kuan's hands and feet, found several large stones, and tied the rope around them. "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Unexpectedly, Huang Kuan's life force was surprisingly strong. While Chen Jianghe was securing the stones, the man suddenly awakened, desperately pleading for his life in terror. It was too dark for him to make out Chen Jianghe's face, so he had no idea who was trying to kill him, nor why. Chen Jianghe remained silent, tying the knot securely. Brother, I'm just a bouncer at a mahjong parlor. Even if I accidentally offended you, please show mercy and spare my life. Spare my life. Huang Kuan was overcome with terror. Admittedly, he had bullied people while working as a bouncer, but that hardly deserved the death penalty. He couldn't fathom what he had done to incur such ruthless vengeance. Looks like you've truly forgotten. Chen Jianghe slowly rose to his feet, looking down at Huang Kuan from above. Forgotten what? Huang Kuan strained to see Chen Jianghe's face in the darkness. 3 years ago at the entrance of Liahua Arcade on North Street. Chen Jianghe said flatly. You're Chen Jiming's son. Huang Kuan shuddered violently, and memories suddenly flooded back. Years ago they had been working for Li Jindi when they hacked and killed Chen Jiming while he was drunk. Chen Jiming's son had fought back, injuring some of them, and was subsequently sentenced to prison. By the timeline, Chen Jiming's son should have been released by now. 3 years had passed, and yet the son had tracked him down. My name is Chen Jianghe. Every debt has its creditor. When you meet the king of hell, tell him my name. Chen Jianghe grabbed the rope binding Huang Kuan and dragged him closer to the cliff's edge. Have mercy. Have mercy. I only slashed your father once. He wasn't killed by my blade. I was just doing it for money. Please spare me. Huang Kuan begged frantically, struggling wildly, but to no avail. Take those words down to my father. Chen Jianghe dragged Huang Kuan to the very edge and delivered a fierce kick, sending him plummeting into the abyss. Oh! Huang Kuan's terrified scream was quickly carried away by the wind. Seconds later it was drowned beneath the roaring waves below. Chen Jianghe retrieved a flashlight from the car and carefully inspected the surroundings, ensuring no evidence remained. Satisfied, he got back in the Santana and drove away. After leaving the scene, he didn't return to North Street, but instead drove straight home, parking the Santana inside his courtyard. He then fetched a water hose and meticulously washed the entire vehicle, the trunk, the front bumper, the tires, leaving not a single spot untouched. Afterward, Chen Jianghe stripped off his clothes, went to the kitchen, lit the stove, and burned the clothes he had worn that day. He also retrieved the garments from the previous incident involving Li Jindi and Xiao, burning them all to ashes. Only after completing everything did Chen Jianghe lock the door and rest. The next morning, Chen Jianghe walked around the Santana, inspecting the front bumper. The Santana was expensive, but the quality was solid. After yesterday's collision, the damage was barely noticeable. Satisfied the car was fine, Chen Jianghe drove to the arcade. Jianghe, yesterday's accounts are sorted. The arcade brought in a total of 1267 yuan. Zhang Peng hurried over as soon as he saw Chen Jianghe arrive. This much? Chen Jianghe raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. When Li Jindi had been in charge, daily revenue sometimes reached several thousand, averaging around 5,000 or 6,000. Now 1,000 plus was nothing compared to before. However, over these 2 days since opening, business had been steadily climbing, and Liahua Arcade was gradually getting back on track. Yesterday, 2 guys playing the slot machines lost nearly 300 yuan. Finally, someone's playing the slots. Zhang Peng said happily. Increase the payout rate on the slot machines a bit. We can afford to make less for now. What matters most is attracting customers, Chen Jianghe instructed. Got it. Jianghe, have you eaten? I'll go buy food. Zhang Peng nodded, grabbed 10 yuan, and headed out. Chen Jianghe went upstairs to his office, retrieved Huang Kuan's files from the safe, and burned the photographs and documents with a lighter. That was the first one. 5 more remained. Just as he finished burning and placed the other 2 files back into the safe, his Motorola phone suddenly rang. Chen Jianghe picked up the phone and answered. Is this Chen Jianghe? This is Lin Guobin. A stranger's voice came through the line. Lin Guobin. Chen Jianghe frowned. Yesterday, the person you injured. Yongzi, he's my younger brother. How do you intend to resolve this? Lin Guobin asked. How do you propose to settle this? Chen Jianghe sneered. Bring 100,000 yuan and host a banquet to apologize to my younger brother, and we'll consider this matter resolved. Lin Guobin said flatly. What if I refuse? Chen Jianghe smiled. Then I'll come find you when the time comes, and we'll have a proper chat. Lin Guobin's tone turned icy. Byte Street, Lishao Game Hall. Come on over. Chen Jianghe said indifferently. You little bastard, you've got some nerve. Lin Guobin hadn't expected Chen Jianghe to be so blunt. Lin Guobin, when you're out living that life, you stand tall when you take a beating. If you can't handle things, go get a job at a factory. Don't just toss around numbers like tens of thousands or 100,000. That 100,000 yuan could cost you your life. Chen Jianghe said it without hesitation. You damn. Get lost. Before Lin Guobin could curse him out, Chen Jianghe hung up the phone. Brother Bin, what's wrong? On the other end, upstairs in a mahjong parlor, a bare-shouldered woman snuggled against Lin Guobin, a summer quilt half covering her figure, revealing just enough to be tempting. Hey, young kids nowadays are truly fierce. Lin Guobin shook his head and dialed the clinic where Yongzi was recovering. Yongzi, how are you doing? Bro, I'm fine. Just one guy broke his leg. The rest are minor injuries. Yongzi clutched his stomach and slowly reached for the phone. The kick he'd taken the night before had been heavy. I just talked to that kid and offered him 100,000 to settle this, but he wouldn't take it. What should I do? Lin Guobin asked. Bro, that kid is too arrogant. We can't just let this go. Yongzi gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Then gather your men and confront him. Lin Guobin said casually. Bro, that kid is tough to handle. I'm afraid I can't manage him. Yongzi lowered his head and gave an awkward smile. Having grown up in the streets, he had enough sense to read the situation. Based on Chen Jianghe's display the previous night and the fact that he drove a Santana, he was not someone a street thug like himself could intimidate. If Lin Guobin wouldn't step up, what was Yongzi supposed to do? Then what do you suggest? Bro, why don't you step in and deal with that kid? Yongzi said quietly. You're out in this world, yet every problem becomes, find the big brother. I'm your big brother, not your big brother. If trouble comes, I have to face it every time. What the hell am I keeping you for then? Lin Guobin snapped impatiently. Every time one of his men got into trouble, Lin Guobin had to step up. Another man got into trouble, and again, it was Lin Guobin. It felt as though he was working for his own men rather than the other way around. Yongzi kept his head down and stayed silent. The previous night he had gone after extra income on his own initiative, not because Lin Guobin had sent him. If Lin Guobin had ordered him to go, then Lin Guobin would certainly have come forward to handle any consequences. He had gone out on his own to earn money and failed to handle the aftermath. If Lin Guobin refused to deal with it, he had no one to blame but himself. His big brother paid his wages. He was not the one funding his big brother. Look into where this kid comes from, and I'll think it over. After a moment of silence from Yongzi, Lin Guobin grew irritated, gave the order, and hung up the phone. Jianghe, what's wrong? Back at Lishao Game Hall, Zhang Peng had just returned from buying food and had overheard a few fragments of the conversation. That boss guy named Yongzi wanted some money from us last night. Chen Jianghe casually set his mobile phone aside. Yongzi? Who's that? Zhang Peng looked puzzled. Chen Jianghe suddenly remembered that he had not yet told Zhang Peng about the events of the previous night. He then explained what had happened, but only mentioned the incident at Sihai restaurant and deliberately omitted what had happened afterward when he had gone out. Zhang Peng and the others had assumed that Chen Jianghe had gone out to find a woman, either to see Ling Shui or to visit Sister Lu. Damn, how much does he want? Zhang Peng cursed upon hearing this. A man who couldn't handle his own business and then ran to his big brother for help. Truly shameless. 100,000. 100,000. He really dares to ask for that. Who is Yongzi's boss? Did he give a name? Zhang Peng's eyes widened. These underworld types truly had no restraint when asking for money. In these times, 100,000 yuan was enough to buy 2 or 3 people's lives. His name is Lin Guobin. Have you heard of him? Chen Jianghe asked. Lin Guobin. Zhang Peng frowned and nodded cautiously. I've heard of him. Lin Guobin has some reputation in Pingjiang district. Rumor has it he started out running venues and later struck out on his own. He built a fairly large operation. I think he owns 2 or 3 mahjong parlors and an ice skating rink. He was quite prominent a few years ago, but seems to have kept a lower profile in recent years. Once a man builds his career and secures his wealth, he loses his taste for violence. Chen Jianghe nodded. This was very normal. When young men first entered the streets, they had nothing but their lives to bet, so they fought recklessly. After a few years of hustling, if fortune favored them, and they rose to a position with stable income, they naturally began to value their lives more. Thugs like this usually occupied a middle position, capable of handling minor matters, but forced to back down when facing someone with far greater power. If they had built themselves up further with major operations and a renowned reputation in the underworld, then even sturdy opponents could be crushed beneath their weight. Lin Guobin had some strength, but he had not yet reached that level. Lin Guobin has no hold over Bite Street, and he probably wouldn't dare to cross our boundary either. But it's still wise for us to stay cautious for now, Zhang Peng said. Tell Xiangzi and Zhou Bing to stay alert. Chen Jianghe nodded and gave the instruction. Understood. Let's eat first, Zhang Peng replied. Zhang Peng nodded, took the food downstairs to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, and then returned upstairs to eat with Chen Jianghe. Have you found out anything about those young bucks I asked you to look into last time? Chen Jianghe took a bite of rice noodle roll and suddenly remembered to ask. In the underworld, manpower was essential. Now that they had 2 venues, their small team was feeling stretched thin. If they could bring Xiang Fei's group under their control, it would be a significant boost. I've looked into them. That group takes money and gets the job done. They're bold and fierce, and their reputation is decent. I found several people who know them, and am still gathering information about where they usually operate. These guys keep a very low profile, and few people know where they live. Within a couple of days, we should have concrete information, Zhang Peng reported. Chen Jianghe nodded. He placed considerable value on Xiang Fei and his men. If they could be won over, the strength of Lishao Game Hall would increase significantly. That morning, customers gradually began to arrive at the game hall. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, worried that Lin Guobin's men might come to cause trouble, had prepared weapons in advance. However, the entire morning passed with no one showing up. In the afternoon, Chen Jianghe was upstairs reviewing documents when Xie Gang came looking for him. Boss Chen busy, Xie Gang said with a broad smile. Xie Gang helped himself to the pack of cigarettes on the table, took one out, and conveniently slipped the entire pack into his own pocket. Chen Jianghe did not mind a single pack of cigarettes. What is it? Someone coming today? You bet. A major client is arriving today. Her family runs a factory. Xie Gang said excitedly. Fine, come along then. I'll have Zhang Peng arrange everything for you. Chen Jianghe nodded. Great, boss Chen, I'll be off now. Xie Gang with a beaming smile said goodbye and left. Jianghe, should we adjust the machines? Zhang Peng came over and asked after seeing him off. In Pengqing, slot machines in newly opened shops typically have a higher payout rate. Out of every 100 yuan fed and they spit back 30. In older shops they return 20 and stingier ones only 10. When more people play, some lose and some win. If more people win, even more will come to play. But the arcade never loses. That evening Chen Jianghe had originally planned to go scout the place and handle some business. However, since Xie Gang was bringing an important client for the first time, and Chen Jianghe worried that Lin Guobin might come to cause trouble, he stayed put in the arcade. As dusk fell, Xie Gang arrived with 3 or 4 fashionably dressed young men. Guangzi Si, this place isn't small, is it? I heard this arcade just changed hands. Definitely the right place to play. Xie Gang led the way with a beaming smile. After entering, he called out to Zhang Peng, "Boss, do you have slot machines?" Zhang Peng, pretending not to know Xie Gang, looked at them with some suspicion. "You want to play? You look a bit unfamiliar to me." "What? You won't do business just because we're strangers?" Xie Gang said, displeased. "No, it's just that I'm worried you might be cops." Zhang Peng shook his head and said bluntly, "Cops? If a game hall this big couldn't protect itself, I'd say it shouldn't be open." Xie Gang said contemptuously, "These days any business that opens its doors, if it touches anything shady, must have connections and backing. Without backing, it would be impossible to stay in business." "Well said. If we dare to open, we can certainly handle it. How many tokens do you want to exchange?" Zhang Peng stared and asked directly. "Put 300 on first." The young man called Guangzi, seemingly satisfied with the place, said casually. "Only 300. A flicker of disappointment swiftly passed through Zhang Peng's eyes. "Pay first. Our arcade doesn't extend credit." Zhang Peng said. "What, looking down on us? Our Guangzi here is the son of a big boss. Would he owe you peanuts?" Before Guangzi could say anything, Xie Gang spoke up first. "Dude, that's not what I meant. Since it's your first time here, and we've just met, once we get familiar I could extend credit. But for now, no." Chen Jianghe smiled. When Guangzi goes out to play, money's no object." Lu Guang glanced at Chen Jianghe, and without another word pulled out 300 yuan and slapped it on the table. Zhang Peng took the money and led them to the back to load credits onto the machines. High rollers get direct credit, while ordinary walk-in customers usually insert coins. When a machine has swallowed enough coins, it tends to spit some back. That's why in some arcades certain people keep an eye on machines. When they see a machine that has made players lose a lot in a row, they go over and play for a while, often winning a bit. Chen Jianghe watched them head to the back of the arcade, lit a cigarette, and walked to the door. That little act had been staged deliberately for Lu Guang, to show that they didn't know Xie Gang, and Xie Gang didn't know them, so no one was setting a trap for him. Over the past couple of days, quite a few walk-in customers had been playing the slot machines, mostly wagering just 10 or 20 yuan, rarely more. As soon as Lu Guang loaded his credits, he attracted some onlookers. Some with their own intentions followed to see if they could pick up some easy winnings. Jianghe, they started playing. All of them are playing, but the others bet small. Only Lu Guang is betting big. After a while, Zhang Peng came out. "Are there many people playing the slots today?" Chen Jianghe asked, taking a drag of his cigarette. "Not bad, about a dozen people, but none betting big. The slots probably made 300 or 400 today," Zhang Peng said in a low voice. "In total, it's exceeded 1,000. The business at Blazing Fire Arcade was slowly recovering and revenue was climbing day by day. Once business stabilized and the promotional offers ended, the arcade's daily revenue was expected to reach nearly 2,000, still incomparable to when Li Jindi was around. The main issue was the slot machines, too few people playing them. That would take time to recover gradually. Still, with a daily revenue of 2,000 after deducting various costs and expenses, the net profit was several hundred, a day's income equal to a regular worker's monthly salary. Not bad at all. Not bad. Business builds up day by day, and we can't rush it. Go keep an eye on things." Chen Jianghe nodded. Lu Guang was playing inside, while Zhang Peng watched nearby. Their heavy betting made some onlookers' hands itch, and they exchanged money for tokens and joined in. Chen Jianghe had Zhang Peng raise the payout rate to 40%. With a higher payout rate, some lost, and some won. The smarter ones who won would stop playing immediately. The slot machine area was livelier than in previous days. After playing for over an hour, Lu Guang kept playing whether he lost or won, loading credits again and again until he had lost over 1,000. Only then did he leave, cursing under his breath. As soon as he left, someone took over that machine and played for a while, winning some and losing some. The place became much more popular. Late in the night, at midnight, the arcade was getting ready to close. Xie Gang hurried over. "Boss Chen, I've come for the money. Since we've just started cooperating, let's settle in cash, no credit." Xie Gang said impatiently. "Fine. Daping, settle the account for him." Chen Jianghe nodded and called to Zhang Peng. "That Guang guy loaded 1,300 credits today. At 20% for you, that's 260. Zhang Peng pulled out the ledger and glanced at it. In fact, he knew exactly how much Lu Guang had lost, but checking the books before calculating was standard procedure. He counted out 260 from the drawer, noted it in the ledger, and handed the money to Xie Gang. "Boss Chen, I'll be off then. See you later." Xie Gang didn't waste words. He glanced at the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and turned to leave. "Xie Gang," Chen Jianghe called. Xie Gang instinctively turned back and Chen Jianghe tossed him a pack of cigarettes, which Xie Gang caught quickly. Thanks. Xie Gang smiled, nodded to Chen Jianghe, and left with the cigarettes. Close up. Once Xie Gang was gone, Chen Jianghe gave the order. The door of Blazing Fire Arcade was pulled down and the roller shutter locked. Jianghe, we've broken 2,000. 2,000. Today's total revenue has exceeded 2,000. As soon as the door was shut, Zhang Peng yelled excitedly, beside himself with joy. If they could maintain this level of revenue, Blazing Fire Arcade would bring in 60,000 a month. Net profit could easily reach 20,000. This is nothing yet. Peng, go buy some food and drinks. Let's have a few cups today, Chen Jianghe said with a smile. Sure, I'll get some meat and dishes. Let's have a good meal. Zhang Peng took 100 yuan from the counter, recorded it in the ledger, and left. In less than half an hour, the boss of the Heozilai food stall arrived carrying a pot. Zhang Peng returned with the wine and food. The four of them set out a small table of dishes. Boss Li, join us for a bite. Chen Jianghe invited. No need, brother Chen. There's still someone at the shop. Enjoy your meal. I'll come over later to clean up. Boss Li politely declined and left after a few courtesy words. Let's eat. Boss, may your business prosper and bring you great wealth. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing raised their beer mugs and toasted Chen Jianghe. To prosper together. Chen Jianghe also raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. For 2 consecutive days, the business at Liahua Game Hall continued to improve. Even the slot machines saw increased traffic, with about 10 people playing daily. Bigger players could lose a couple hundred or even 300 yuan. However, high rollers remained rare and there was no rush. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Jianghe sat in his office. He planned to go out that evening to handle matters that required resolution. Suddenly, Zhang Peng came up with a man. The man was in his 30s or 40s, slightly overweight, with the bearing of a businessman. Boss Chen, hello. I am Zhang Jun. I run the Red Spider Internet Cafe. Boss Zhang is too kind. Please sit. Chen Jianghe shook Zhang Jun's hand and smiled. I remember 3 years ago, Boss Zhang ran a video hall. Yes, back then the video hall business was booming and regulations were loose. But it hasn't been as profitable as before. Now people go to internet cafes. They can watch anything they want. Hollywood films, Japanese productions, and Hong Kong's adult movies are the most popular. Zhang Jun had been operating on North Street for quite some time. He started by selling DVDs, and after earning some capital, he opened a video hall dedicated to showing films. He mainly played action movies during the day and adult films at night. He made quite a profit. The fellow had sharp business acumen and good vision. Sensing that video halls would decline, while internet cafes would rise, he converted his video hall into an internet cafe. When there were fewer than 10 internet cafes in the entire Pingjiang district, his Red Spider Internet Cafe had already opened. Even now, there weren't many internet cafes in the district. Boss Chen, I heard you want to convert Lisan's billiard hall into an internet cafe. I have experience running one, and I think we should partner up. Zhang Jun got straight to the point. Partnership is no problem, but I'd like to see your internet cafe first. Chen Jianghe handed Zhang Jun a cigarette, lit one for himself, and thought for a moment. Chen Jianghe knew nothing about the internet cafe business, so having someone to guide him would be helpful. However, North Street wasn't large, and opening another cafe would inevitably compete with Zhang Jun's. Zhang Jun's proactive approach made him somewhat wary. No problem, Boss Chen. Please let me show you around. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun invited Chen Jianghe to visit his Red Spider Internet Cafe. Red Spider Internet Cafe wasn't large, with only about 40 computers. It was still morning, but nearly half were occupied, a good sign for business. After all, going online wasn't cheap. At 15 yuan per hour, with so many customers throughout the morning, the daily revenue easily surpassed 1,000 yuan. Boss Chen, I have 46 machines here. The daytime rate is 15 yuan per hour, and overnight stays cost 50 yuan. Daily revenue is basically above 4,000, with daily costs accounting for a bit more than a third. Monthly net profit is roughly 60 to 70,000 yuan. Of course, this doesn't include the initial investment. Zhang Jun proactively explained. How much is the initial investment? Chen Jianghe asked. Chen Jianghe carefully looked around the cafe. The computers were fascinating and high-end. He had rarely seen one before except on television. Computers were the epitome of sophistication and technology. Boss Chen, if you want to open an internet cafe, you don't need to worry about the venue. Use Lisan's Game Hall. The main costs are licensing and purchasing computers. My machines cost 7,500 yuan each, which is already on the cheaper side. For 10 computers, you'd need 75,000 yuan, but I recommend at least 20 machines. Too few won't work. Zhang Jun continued. 20 machines require an investment of 150,000 yuan. Additionally, there are licensing fees. The government charges 5 to 6,000, but in reality you'll need at least 200,000 to actually get the license approved. Chen Jianghe frowned, understanding Zhang Jun's meaning. That 200,000 had to be handed over before they would process the 5 to 6,000 yuan license. If you only offered 5 or 6,000, you wouldn't get it approved. So this means opening even a small internet cafe requires at least 3 to 400,000 yuan. Chen Jianghe asked. Yes, at least 3 to 400,000, and that's at current prices. I estimate that within half a year licensing fees will rise to 2 or 300,000. More and more people will want to open internet cafes in the future. Zhang Jun said with confidence. Is it impossible without a license? Chen Jianghe frowned. Getting this license cost more than buying a Santana car. That depends on whether your connections are strong enough. Zhang Jun lowered his voice. Otherwise, every day someone new comes to inspect. Fines are the least of your worries. The real fear is being shut down and having all your computers confiscated. If your background is solid, it doesn't matter. If not, you'll have to pay what's required. The implication was clear. If your connections weren't strong enough, this money had to be paid. Boss Chen, don't let the high cost deter you. I guarantee you'll break even within a year, and everything after that is pure profit. Zhang Jun observed Chen Jianghe's expression and quickly added, Brother Zhang, you seem eager for me to open this internet cafe. But if I open one on North Street, won't it steal your customers? Chen Jianghe suddenly smiled and asked. Investing wasn't an issue. Chen Jianghe still had some funds remaining from himself and Xiao Wan. Yes, at first it might have some impact on Red Spider, but in the long run the effect will be minimal. North Street's foot traffic can easily support 2 internet cafes and eventually 3 or 4. Zhang Jun explained. The trend of internet cafes springing up everywhere is already very obvious. Boss Chen, if you don't open one, will someone else not? I'll be honest with you, Boss Chen. I plan to establish a company named New Century Limited Liability Company, primarily focused on chain internet cafes. Unified pricing, unified management, unified operations. In the future, we might even go public. To achieve greatness, you must start by growing strong. New Century Company. Chen Jianghe's heart stirred. He hadn't expected Zhang Jun to harbor such ambition. He had always liked working with ambitious people. Those without ambition could never accomplish anything. Yes, the New Century Company. Zhang Jun nodded. If you're willing to bring Lysan's Billiard Hall in as a franchise, I can handle all the paperwork for you. I'll also cover half of your opening costs in exchange for 50 equity in the shop. You can leave the operation to me, and I'll give you dividends proportionally every month. Zhang Jun's terms were quite reasonable. Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette and considered it seriously. If I were to invest in your New Century Company, how much would it take? Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, invest? Zhang Jun had never actually considered this question. He thought it over. If you invest well in this business, you have neither the skills nor the connections to be of help. As for money, opening a new internet cafe costs several $100,000. I need to put money into every cafe. How much can you invest alongside me? Brother Zhang, you've been doing business on North Street for years, and I've spent quite some time there too. We should have some understanding of each other. If every new internet cafe requires several $100,000 in investment, you can't have that much money, right? Chen Jianghe said. Zhang Jun had started out selling discs and running a video parlor. Over the years, he had certainly earned money. But to say he could invest several $100,000 in each store and build a chain, Chen Jianghe didn't believe Zhang Jun had that much money. I really don't have that much money, but I can get loans from the bank. Raising a few million is not a problem. Boss Chen, what I need is money which you can't provide and technology which you don't have. I'll be frank, so don't take offense. I have no reason to let you invest in the company. Zhang Jun spoke plainly. He had connections and could secure bank loans, while Chen Jianghe lacked such connections. Moreover, Chen Jianghe was an ex-convict. Even if he mortgaged the game arcade, he probably wouldn't be able to borrow much. There was no way he could come up with that much money to start a company with Zhang Jun. Brother Zhang, when you open the internet cafe, I can watch the place for you. Chen Jianghe said indifferently. Boss Chen, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. You have some reputation on North Street now, but leave North Street, and few people know you. Even here on North Street, you may not necessarily be able to hold things down. Zhang Jun shook his head. I'm just being honest, so don't take it personally. Let's get back to the matter of Lysan's Billiard Hall first. I can cooperate with you on Lysan's Billiard Hall, but the internet cafe cannot be called Red Spider. It shall be named New Century. As for the investment, you put up half, and I put up half. You'll own 30 of the shares, and I'll own 70. From now on, this store won't count rent as an expense, but we'll convert the rent into shares. Chen Jianghe stubbed out his cigarette and said in a deep voice. Zhang Jun frowned, somewhat reluctant. He had wanted a 50 stake. However, rents on North Street were bound to rise over time. Excluding rent in the long run, it would save a considerable amount of money. Moreover, he was the one seeking cooperation with Chen Jianghe, not the other way around. The New Century Limited Liability Company sounded promising, but after all, it was still just getting started. It was hard to say how far it might develop in the future. This was only the first branch, so these terms were quite acceptable. Boss Chen, from now on we'll be partners. Zhang Jun extended his hand to Chen Jianghe once again. Pleasure doing business with you. Chen Jianghe reached out and shook Zhang Jun's hand firmly. The two then discussed more details and agreed that each side would first contribute 2,000 yuan to jointly invest in the new internet cafe. If the money proved insufficient, they would discuss investing more later. The number of computers should be at least 20, preferably 30. After concluding their discussion, the two went to Red Spider Internet Cafe to sign the contract. Zhang Jun paid Chen Jianghe 5,000 yuan in advance to renovate the billiard hall. The remaining funds would be invested step by step as the project progressed. Jianghe, what did Zhang Jun want with you? When Chen Jianghe returned, Zhang Peng stood up from behind the counter. He wanted to partner with me to open an internet cafe, and I agreed. Chen Jianghe raised the contract in his hand. We have no experience running an internet cafe, so he can help us out. How much is he investing, and what stake is he getting? Zhang Peng asked curiously. About 200 yuan for a 30 stake. Chen Jianghe said. That much money. Zhang Peng clicked his tongue in astonishment, not expecting Zhang Jun to be so wealthy. Back when he was scoring at Blazing Game Arcade, Zhang Jun had only just opened his video parlor 2 years earlier, yet now in just a few years he could invest hundreds of thousands. It seems Zhang Jun really has made a lot of money over the years. In these years of reform and opening up in Pingcheng, those who were bolder and sharper had all made fortunes. Nowadays, running your own business is the way to make money. An honest wage earner is nowhere close to them. Zhang Peng sighed with emotion, then looked around and lowered his voice. By the way, Jianghe, if you're giving Zhang Jun a 30 stake, what about Tang Aigua? He wants to get in on it too. When that happens, your share won't be much left. Zhang Jun's 30 stake was after all bought, with 200 in hard cash. Tang Aigua opened his mouth, also wanting a piece, at which point Chen Jianghe's stake would be reduced to half. We'll talk about his share later. Chen Jianghe frowned. Tang Aigua was too greedy. He didn't want to give Tang Aigua any stake in the internet cafe. But Tang Aigua was his only backer at the moment, and neither side could afford to fall out. The shares had to be given. Only after growing bigger and stronger in the future could this situation be changed. Those wearing tiger skins, damn few of them are any good. Zhang Peng understood this too and nodded indignantly. You be careful. Chen Jianghe waved his hand, not taking the matter too much to heart. Anything that could be solved with money was not a big deal. The worst thing was when you had money, but no one dared to accept it. If it really came to that, he would be finished. Is Chen Jianghe in? In the evening, the arcade was bustling. 2 middle-aged men with crew cuts walked in and asked Zhang Peng, "What do you want with him?" Zhang Peng's expression changed slightly, and he immediately became wary. He quietly reached for the knife under the counter. The 2 men looked like old hands in the underworld, seasoned veterans, not ordinary people. Master Bai invites him over for tea. One of the middle-aged men glanced at Zhang Peng, then at Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing, who were cautiously closing in with a look of contempt. Master Bai. Zhang Peng's expression changed, and he tensed up at once. What does Master Bai want? Master Bai was the biggest boss on North Street. It could be said that the entire North Street was his territory. Back when Chen Jianghe first came to North Street to make a living, Master Bai was already the dominant power there, ruling North Street with absolute authority, let alone now. Why would Lord Bai need to tell you what business he has with Chen Jianghe? The 2 middle-aged men looked down on Zhang Peng and spoke rudely. Wait a moment, I'll go tell Jianghe. Zhang Peng knew these old-timers were not to be messed with. He did not argue with them, instead exchanged a glance with Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing and hurried upstairs. In the underworld, the most dangerous figures are seasoned veterans who have risen through the ranks, and those young hotheads who lack experience and recklessly provoke trouble. Those who have worked their way up carry real power and connections. One phone call could summon dozens of men. Meanwhile, the green rookies are ignorant of consequences and wield violence without restraint, truly willing to kill. A local boss on North Street had once been stabbed to death by just a few young punks. Jianghe, we've got trouble. Bai Jiang's men have arrived. Zhang Peng rushed upstairs and burst through the office door. Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe frowned, returning the documents to the safe. Bai Jiang was the undisputed ruler of North Street, powerful and influential. Every boss there answered to him, and no business could proceed without his approval. Nearly half of North Street's properties belonged to Bai Jiang, and he raked in enormous profits from rent alone. Jianghe, do you think Bai Jiang wants revenge on our behalf for Li Jindi and Lai San? Zhang Peng asked anxiously. Li Jindi and Lai San were not even his men. Why would Bai Jiang seek revenge for them? Chen Jianghe sneered coldly. If Bai Jiang avenged every boss who died on North Street, Li Jindi wouldn't have survived all these years. Chen Jianghe had been a major figure on North Street back then, and paid tribute to Bai Jiang as well. Yet when Chen Jianghe was hacked to death, Bai Jiang never came after Li Jindi. Not only did Li Jindi continue thriving on North Street, he actually grew even more powerful. Then why is he coming for you? Zhang Peng asked in confusion. It's probably just about money, Chen Jianghe said, crushing out his cigarette. Come with me. Have Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing watch the shop and stay alert. All right. Zhang Peng nodded, tucking 2 knives into his waistband before following Chen Jianghe downstairs. Make sure the shop is well guarded, he instructed Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing. With just the 4 of them running the Luhui game hall, there simply weren't enough people. You must be Chen Jianghe. I expected someone with such a notorious reputation to have multiple heads and arms. The middle-aged man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a sneering expression. Lord Bai's name carries even more weight, yet I've never seen him with multiple heads and arms either, Chen Jianghe remarked dryly. Young man, you don't speak to Lord Bai with such insolence. The 2 men's expressions darkened as they closed in menacingly. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing quickly retrieved weapons wrapped in newspaper from beneath the table, concealed but unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Are you here to cause trouble or deliver Lord Bai's message? Chen Jianghe raised his hand to keep Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing from escalating the situation. All right, kid, you've got courage. Come with us. One of the men grunted dismissively, though he hesitated to make a move given how dangerous these young men appeared. These rising young guns were ruthless and well-equipped, and without any personal grudge the older men deemed it unnecessary to provoke Chen Jianghe. Following his guides through the heart of North Street, they soon reached a tea house. The establishment functioned primarily as a mahjong parlor with numerous tables on the ground floor where patrons could enjoy tea and play, while the upper level offered private rooms, each fitted with its own mahjong table. Bai Jiang frequented this place whenever he had free time. The tea house itself belonged to him. Outside the innermost private room on the upper floor 7 or 8 burly men stood guard. All in their 30s, some bearing the scars of their trade, hardened veterans of the streets. Is this young man Chen Jianghe? A one-eyed man leading the group approached, cigarette in hand. A vertical scar ran down where his left eye should have been, the eye itself destroyed. His face bore a ferocious quality that instilled genuine dread. Brother Quan, this is the kid, the middle-aged man who had escorted Chen Jianghe, and Zhang Peng said with a wicked grin. These young pups have plenty of attitude. Chen Jianghe recognized the one-eyed man as Li Quan, Lord Bai's top enforcer, who had served him for years. Before Chen Jiming's demise, Li Quan had once dined with them. He used to feel genuine fear when looking at Li Quan, unable to meet his gaze. Now that fear was completely gone. He had slashed people, taken lives, and done time behind bars. When you live on the streets, what does an extra scar mean? Could he possibly take more cuts than he has already endured? Chen Jiming's son shows some capability managing to reclaim that arcade. Got some backbone. I hope you are wiser than your father was. Brother Quan assessed. Chen Jianghe pointed at his head, then ordered, search them, let them in. 2 men immediately began patting them down. Zhang Peng reluctantly held his lower back as Chen Jianghe simply waved his hand without turning around. Bai Jiang wanted to talk, not start a fight. There was no need to confront Bai Jiang's men directly. Kids carrying a blade. One man called out, confiscating Zhang Peng's knife and tossing it aside. The other man searched Chen Jianghe and was surprised to find no knife, only brass knuckles. Brother Quan, this one's tough. Rather than taking the knuckles, the man returned them to Chen Jianghe's pocket and smiled at Brother Quan. Let him in, Li Quan said, waving dismissively as he returned to the mahjong table. Go ahead. The man stepped aside and gestured for Chen Jianghe to enter. The private room was spacious, roughly 40 square meters. Inside, 2 tables sat side by side. Behind one long table, an elegantly dressed woman in a qipao poured tea with practiced grace. On the square table side, 4 men sat, ranging from their 30s to their 40s and 50s. The eldest among them was Lord Bai himself, the most powerful figure on North Street. 2 burly guards stood behind him like sentinels. You're here, sit, Lord Bai said with a casual glance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. I have heard you have been making waves on North Street lately. Just trying to make a living, Chen Jianghe replied coolly. He took his seat across from the woman in qipao, who offered a faint smile and poured him a cup of tea. Please enjoy your tea. Thank you. Chen Jianghe raised the cup and took a sip, and she promptly refilled it. She appeared to be in her mid-20s with the refined elegance typical of women from the Jiangnan region. Clearly not a server here, yet certainly not Lord Bai's wife either. With the recent trend of emigrating abroad, Lord Bai had reportedly sent his wife and children overseas some years ago, and their ages simply did not match. Feng Xiang. Unruffled and composed. This one has promise. Old Master Bai cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jianghe. These days plenty of young talents are rising to the surface. The waters of Pengqing truly nurture men. The man seated across from Old Master Bai spoke with an air of authority. Chen Jianghe had never seen these people before, but they were clearly like Old Master Bai, among the first wave of men who had grown wealthy after Pengqing's economy took flight. They were all men of influence and standing. Otherwise they would not have been qualified to sit here playing cards with Bai Jiang. We're already old. From now on the world belongs to these young fellows. Old Master Bai remarked with a sigh. Well, it depends on whether they can make it safely to shore. Mahjong. The man of authority toppled his tiles. He had won. Chen Jianghe watched the others fork over their money, one note after another. All 100 yuan bills. A single round stakes were higher than an ordinary worker's monthly wage. Old Master Bai, what did you call me here for? Chen Jianghe observed coldly from the sidelines. Seeing that Bai Jiang was in no hurry to get to the point, he asked directly. Young man, you must learn to hold your patience. Old Master Bai looked up at Chen Jianghe, a smile on his face, yet Chen Jianghe caught a glint of sharpness beneath that genial expression. I called you here to inform you. Now that you've secured your foothold on North Street, you'll be paying rent every month from here on. How much? Chen Jianghe's heart sank. Instinctively he reached for a cigarette, only to find he hadn't brought any. The beauty in the qipao smiled, took out a pack, offered him a cigarette, and even lit it for him. Thanks. Chen Jianghe acknowledged. Old Master Bai frowned and gave him a sweeping glance. 10%. 10% of your net profit. That much? Chen Jianghe's brows knitted into a deep frown. My father only paid 3% back in the day. Since when has it gone up to 10? Chen Jianghe knew all about paying the fee. Back then when Chen Jiming ran the Blaze Arcade on North Street, he'd paid 3% of his net profit every month. That 3% guaranteed that Old Master Bai's men wouldn't cause trouble. It also guaranteed that if any trouble arose, one could seek Old Master Bai's help. But that would cost a separate sum of money. Young man, your father has been dead for 3 years now. This is the current rate. Also, Lysan's billiard hall is in your hands now. I'll waive this month's fee for that place, but starting next month whether the billiard hall operates or not you'll still pay up. Old Master Bai spoke casually while playing mahjong. Chen Jianghe's face turned slightly cold as he slowly clenched his fists. This was plainly bullying him. There was no way others were paying 10% of their net profit. 3%, even 5% Chen Jianghe could accept. But 10% was too much. Have some tea. The beauty in the chi pao suddenly spoke in a gentle voice, pouring Chen Jianghe another cup. Chen Jianghe gripped the teacup, his eyes cold. Old Master Bai 10% is too high. I can give you 5%, he said in a low voice. He was well aware that his current power was insufficient. This money had to be paid. If he didn't pay, the Blaze Arcade couldn't survive on North Street. Young man, there's something you seem to have misunderstood. I called you here today not to discuss terms, but to inform you. A playful smile spread across Old Master Bai's face. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. You may leave now. A loud crack echoed. Chen Jianghe's knuckles popped as he clenched his fists. Chen Jianghe squeezed his fists so hard his knuckles cracked, and a flash of blood-red light flickered in his eyes. Behind Bai Jiang, two burly men immediately tensed and moved closer, while men from outside the door also stepped in, glaring at Chen Jianghe with menace. Bai Jiang wore a knowing smile, not even bothering to look at Chen Jianghe. On North Street, no one could overturn his sky. Young brother, Old Master Bai is doing this for your own good. If you want to do business peacefully on North Street, you'd best accept his kindness. The beauty in the chi pao suddenly spoke. Her voice was pleasant, carrying a soft, watery accent of the Jiangnan region. Her voice also helped Chen Jianghe calm down. If he turned hostile now, forget keeping the Blaze Arcade. He might not even make it out of this room alive. Chen Jianghe said nothing and turned to leave. Green fruit. The man of authority sneered contemptuously. The other two chuckled, equally dismissive of Chen Jianghe. Aqiang, what do you think of this kid? Seems to me you've taken quite a shine to him. Old Master Bai suddenly asked the beauty in the chi pao with a chuckle. This beauty in the chi pao was named Fang Qiong, a female college student. Years ago at a reception, Old Master Bai had encountered her and been utterly captivated by her beauty. Although Fang Qiong had a boyfriend at the time, Bai Jiang had used his methods to take her for himself. The brief contact between Fang Qiong and Chen Jianghe just now had already stirred his displeasure. I just thought he resembles you when you were young, Fang Qiong said indifferently as she poured tea. Me when I was young. Have you seen me when I was young? A cold laugh formed in Bai Jiang's heart, but he asked with feigned interest. Don't you often tell me stories about your past? Those tales of going alone to meet enemies, the banquet traps, and all that. Fang Qiong replied casually while brewing tea. Now that you mention it, there is a resemblance. Brother Bai was truly fierce back in the day. I remember one time you chased 7 or 8 men all by yourself, and none of those punks dared to turn back and fight you. I heard this kid took down Li Jindi and Lai San. He does have a bit of your style from the old days. One of the men playing cards spoke up. That was 20 or 30 years ago. I'm old now. Can't even lift a blade anymore. A trace of pride appeared on Old Master Bai's face. That's not how I'd put it. Look at our status and position now. Why would we need to wield blades ourselves? One word from us and plenty of young punks would die for us. Take this Chen Jianghe for instance. Brother Bai doesn't have to lift a finger, and the kid still has to come crawling with his money. Another man at the table laughed. Exactly. He's just a little punk. If I fancy him, I take 5%. If I don't, I make him pay 10%. Either way, he has to hand it over obediently. Old Master Bai glanced at Fang Qiong and said coolly. Fang Qiong lowered her head, her hand trembling faintly. She understood. This was Bai Jiang warning her not to entertain any improper thoughts. Originally, Chen Jianghe only needed to pay 5%, but because she had exchanged a few extra words with him, the fee had become 10%. Bai Jiang's possessiveness was too fierce. He would never let her go easily. Godfather, who's upset you? Just say the word, and I'll cripple them. Just then a man with a streak of dyed yellow hair, an earring on one ear, and a wild grin on his face, walked over carrying a bag. The group of bodyguards saw him and made no move to stop him. Just a small matter. On North Street, no one dares to make your godfather angry. Old Master Bai glanced at him and said casually. That's right. The man nodded and placed the bag beside the card table. Godfather, your birthday is coming up soon. I had a golden cicada specially custom-made for you at the gold shop and a pair of bracelets for my godmother. This golden cicada weighs 1.5 gene. Godfather, you can fiddle with it in your free time too. It brings wealth. The man took out a hefty golden cicada. The golden cicada was half a palm-sized. Not bad. Uncle Bai examined the cicada, turning it over a few times, and gave a slight nod. I say, Jean, how is this how you plan to fool your godfather on his birthday? The card player beside them said with a knowing smile. Uncle Jean, how have everything I have today, all thanks to my godfather's help. This golden cicada is just a small token. I've also prepared a pure gold longevity peach weighing 8 Jin and 8 Liang for my godfather. I'll set it up at home when the birthday arrives. A cold glint flashed swiftly across Jean Hao's eyes before his face broke into a wide smile. 8 Jin and 8 Liang of pure gold longevity peach, that's worth a Toyota Crown. Jean Hao, looks like you've made quite a fortune these past 2 years. The man said meaningfully. All thanks to my godfather's patronage. Jean Hao's gaze grew colder, but his smile widened even more. Jin Hao was the godson Bai Jiang had acknowledged. His main business was watching over the venues for Bai Jiang. He made plenty of money. That comment implied he was embezzling, siphoning money from Uncle Bai's venues. Hey Hao, bring this bracelet to your godmother. She'll definitely like it. Uncle Bai casually tossed the golden cicada aside and continued playing cards. Godmother, look, a dragon flying and phoenix dancing. What wonderful symbolism this bracelet has. It's a perfect match for you. Jin Hao took the pair of bracelets and approached the beauty in the cheongsam. Thank you. You shouldn't have. Fang Xiong's attitude was cold. She took the box casually. However, as she took the box, Jin Hao intentionally or not brushed against her hand. Fang Xiong frowned, giving Jin Hao an unhappy look, but Jin Hao seemed not to notice at all. Fang Xiong furrowed her delicate brows, but couldn't say much. She hardly could scold Jin Hao just because he accidentally touched her hand. Godfather, godmother, I'll take my leave now. Jin Hao called out, and turned to leave. As he descended the stairs, he raised his hand to his nose, and inhaled deeply, a rapturous, yet disturbed smile spreading across his face. Brother Bai, I see treachery written all over this Jin Hao. You should keep an eye on him. The card player glanced at Jin Hao's retreating figure. Only after he had completely left did he lower his voice to speak. Third brother, you're overthinking. In North Street, no one can overturn my Bai Jiang's sky. Not him and not anyone else. Uncle Bai spoke with domineering confidence. I can elevate him to the heavens with one word, and just as easily send him plummeting into hell with another. He wouldn't dare rebel against me. Come on, keep playing cards. Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Jin Hao's temper is bad enough, and his brain is frozen solid. Don't go bad-mouthing him behind his back. He might just cut you. The man with the distinguished air laughed. Does he even have that kind of courage? Third brother wore a look of utter contempt. Soon the group continued their card game, and the matter of Jin Hao was dropped entirely. Jianghe, what happened? What did Bai Jiang want with you? It wasn't until they left the tea house that Zhang Peng finally asked. Seeing the troubled expression on Chen Jianghe's face, he knew Bai Jiang's visit couldn't have been good news. Bai Jiang wants his cut, 10% of the monthly net profit. Chen Jianghe said coldly. What the hell, isn't that just daylight robbery? Zhang Peng's expression darkened, fury rising instantly. What makes Bai Jiang think he's above us? Tang Aiguo wants money, Bai Jiang wants money. Does this mean every time we do business we have to pay off both the white hats and the black hats? Paying Tang Aiguo, Zhang Peng could understand. After all, slot machines weren't legal, and there was no way to make big money through legitimate means. Those wearing the uniform could find any excuse to crush guys like them. But what right did Bai Jiang have to demand so much? They were all in the same game. Who was anyone to think they were better than the rest? In this line of work, wolves eat meat, dogs eat scraps. To Bai Jiang were just a few wild dogs scrounging for food on North Street. Chen Jianghe puffed on his cigarette, his voice frigid. Jianghe, are we really just going to hand over the money like that? When I worked for Lai San, he only took 3%. I've heard the most anyone pays on North Street is 5%. Why are they demanding 10% from us? Zhang Peng wished he could charge back and kill Bai Jiang right now. But he also knew, if Bai Jiang were that easy to kill, someone would have done it long ago. There were so many big shots on North Street, and not one of them was easy to deal with. They were all the type to swallow a man whole without spitting out bones. Would they willingly pay up? Of course they weren't willing, yet they still paid. That alone spoke volumes. With just a few greenhorns like them, there was no way they could handle Bai Jiang. Simply because he has more people and greater power than us. Chen Jianghe took a deep breath, his voice ice cold. Depeng, I want to move against Bai Jiang. Are you with me? Jianghe, you're really going to take him on? Zhang Peng's expression shifted, shock evident. Given Bai Jiang's current strength, killing them would be no harder than crushing an ant. What others dare not do, I Chen Jianghe will do. What others dare not touch, I Chen Jianghe will touch. If I haven't guessed wrong, that Tianwei Electronics Plaza definitely has something to do with Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe said gravely. I heard Bai Jiang has a godson named Jin Hao. That blonde guy who went up just now should be him. The Tianwei Electronics Plaza is very likely Jin Hao's venture. Once his game arcade opens, sooner or later it will threaten our business. These past few days, Chen Jianghe hadn't been idling around at the game arcade either. He'd listened to the patrons chatting and done some investigating of his own. He knew that a few years ago Bai Jiang had taken on a godson not long before Chen Jianghe was sent to prison. Few people knew about it at the time, and Chen Jianghe hadn't paid it any mind. Never even heard about it until he was already incarcerated. During the 3 years he was inside, Bai Jiang gradually handed his business operations over to Jin Hao. Jin Hao, however, had no venture of his own for a long time. His own businesses were all minor endeavors. This Tianwei Electronics Plaza was most likely approved and backed by Bai Jiang specifically for Jin Hao. On North Street, having 2 or 3 small to medium-sized game arcades wasn't a problem. There wasn't that much mutual impact. They'd just have varying levels of business, some eating better than others. But once 2 large game arcades appeared on North Street, it would be a different story entirely. One large arcade alone could devour most of North Street's gaming business. 2 large arcades, and there simply wouldn't be enough business to go around. When conflict erupted between them, it would be inevitable. Once conflict arose, Bai Jiang would undoubtedly side with Jin Hao. Today's demand for 10% was probably just a warning shot at Chen Jianghe. In the future on North Street, there would be no meat left for Chen Jianghe to eat. That arcade belongs to Jin Hao. Zhang Peng's expression changed. After careful thought, he felt Chen Jianghe's deduction was very likely correct. If Bai Jiang wants to crush our rice bowl, then we'll have no choice but to fight him with our lives. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Jianghe, I'm with you. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Zhang Peng nodded emphatically, teeth gritted. This matter can't be rushed. We have to take it slow. And don't tell Zhang Chong or Zhou Bing either. Chen Jianghe instructed. Jianghe, rest assured I know what I'm doing. If this leaks out, we're all done for. Zhang Peng nodded solemnly. Bai Jiang's influence was too vast that dealing with him wouldn't be easy. A single strike had to be fatal. If they failed to finish Bai Jiang in one go, and he caught on they were finished. Have you found out where those little bastards are? Chen Jianghe pinched his cigarette, his gaze icy. He urgently needed to expand his strength, but those insignificant pawns were useless. If he was going to recruit, he needed ruthless men who dared to fight. I found out where their den is. I'll go with you tonight. Zhang Peng also felt that if they could win those brats over, they'd better do it quickly. With a few more fierce men on their side, they'd have more confidence when trouble came. All right, you'll come with me tonight. Chen Jianghe nodded and returned to the Blazing Fire arcade together with Zhang Peng. Bai Jiang never took them seriously at all. The Blazing Fire arcade had only 4 people, and the only ones who would truly risk their lives were Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. They couldn't possibly make waves. Bai Jiang was the Tathagata Buddha of North Street. Even if Chen Jianghe were the Monkey King, he couldn't escape his palm. What's more, Bai Jiang didn't think Chen Jianghe was the Monkey King. At most, he was a low-ranking demon. Back at the arcade, Chen Jianghe did the math. Every month the arcade had to give Tang Aigua a 20% cut, Zhang Peng 10%, and now Bai Jiang would take 10% too. When it was all counted, Chen Jianghe could take only 60% out of the arcade each month. Chen Jianghe bore all the costs, and Zhang Peng helped shoulder some of the risks. The arcade had been secured with Zhang Peng's help, so it was only right for him to get his share. Tang Aigua could be considered Chen Jianghe's backer, so him taking a cut was understandable. As for Bai Jiang, he was a sheer parasite, a bloodsucker. The money Bai Jiang took was essentially protection money, but he provided no protection at all. At best, his men simply refrained from causing trouble. Adding the billiard hall, we'd owe Bai Jiang at least 3,000 a month. Chen Jianghe's gaze grew cold as he muttered to himself. 3,000 was no great sum to him now. He could afford it, but it galled him to pay it. What's more, 3,000 was just the beginning. Once Tianwei Electronic World opened its doors, the Blazing Fire arcade would be in serious trouble. If I don't deal with Bai Jiang, the Blazing Fire arcade is finished. But dealing with Bai Jiang won't be easy. Chen Jianghe took out a pen and paper, wrote down Bai Jiang's name, then drew 2 diagonal lines, one to the left and one to the right. He wrote Li Quan's name beneath the left side of Bai Jiang's name, and Jin Hao's name beneath the right side. Li Quan was Bai Jiang's right-hand man, and Jin Hao was Bai Jiang's godson. Li Quan and Jin Hao didn't get along. A portion of Bai Jiang's business had previously been looked after by Li Quan, but now it had all been taken over by Jin Hao. The conflict between Li Quan and Jin Hao was known to everyone on North Street. Bai Jiang used this method to keep his subordinates' power in check, keeping any one of them from growing strong enough to threaten his position. Perhaps that was a thread Chen Jianghe could pull to find a way to deal with Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe stared at those 2 names and finally circled Li Quan's name. The one most dissatisfied with Bai Jiang right now should be Li Quan. Just as Chen Jianghe was pondering, the mobile phone lying nearby suddenly rang. Chen Jianghe picked up the mobile phone and answered. This is Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, it's me and you. And Yu's voice sounded through the phone. And you? What's wrong? Chen Jianghe was a little surprised. He hadn't expected you to call him. What can an old classmate call you now? I had to track down your number through Li Shuwen. And you laughed. No, I'm just flattered that Beauty would call me. Chen Jianghe laughed and shot back. You're such a smooth talker. And you pursed her lips and smiled. Let's talk business. I asked around these last 2 days. The man Li Haibao found that night is called Yongzi. Yongzi's boss is Lin Guobin of Hepping Road. Manager Zhang at our restaurant knows Lin Guobin. I've set up a table tonight. We'll sit down and talk it through. Chen Jianghe paused and frowned. A peacemaking dinner. Chen Jianghe's tone revealed nothing. That's not what I mean. We're just sitting down for a talk to see how this matter can be handled. And you said tactfully, I don't think it's a big deal. It should be settled with 20 or 30,000. This matter started because of me, so I'll cover the cost. You just need to come over. Otherwise, I'm afraid Lin Guobin will keep causing you trouble. And you felt that since the matter had arisen because of her spending some money was only fair. A girl who worked the nightlife scene didn't have much sense of money. If she actually wanted to save 20 or 30,000, it would only take 2 or 3 months. If Chen Jianghe didn't show up, she could still resolve it, but that would only settle the problem between her and Lin Guobin and Yongzi. With Chen Jianghe, all the problems could be resolved. It would keep Lin Guobin from bothering Chen Jianghe again. At most, Chen Jianghe would need to have a drink and offer an apology. She would pay the money, Chen Jianghe would bow his head, and the matter would be settled. Chen Jianghe had only just come out, so he definitely couldn't afford to offend a hardened old hand like Lin Guobin. And you was doing this for Chen Jianghe's own good. And you have come out to walk this road because I'm not afraid of trouble. If I were, I'd never have come out at all. I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this. You don't need to spend a cent. Chen Jianghe truly didn't consider Lin Guobin a big deal. If he dared to set his mind on killing Bai Jiang, what was Lin Guobin? How could anyone on the streets avoid friction? If you had to apologize and pay up over every little clash, then you might as well not be on the streets at all. You'd be better off going to some unlicensed factory and working an honest job. Jianghe, please, I'm begging you. Just come tonight. I don't want to cause you trouble because of me. Can't you do it for the sake of our old classmate friendship? There was a touch of sincerity and pleading in Yu's voice. All right, I'll go. Chen Jianghe fell silent, a stifled rage rising in his chest. But the anger was not aimed at Yu. It was because of Bai Jiang, Lin Guobin, Yongzi, and Tianwei Electronic World. What the hell? If you're in the underworld and can't even settle your own beef, you go crying to your boss. What kind of lowlife is that? 8 o'clock tonight, 4C's Grand Restaurant. I'll be waiting for you. And you didn't know what Chen Jianghe had been through lately. She breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said Chen Jianghe grunted in reply and hung up. Jianghe, what's wrong? Zhang Peng happened to come upstairs and hearing the commotion asked. We're not going to see Xiang Fei and the others tonight. We're going to 4C's Grand Restaurant. Get Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing over. We're closing up early tonight. Chen Jianghe said in a low voice, and Yu has made an appointment with Lin Guobin to settle this matter. Zhang Peng knew who Yu was. He had heard Chen Jianghe mention her last time. Should we bring the weapons? Zhang Peng nodded. Bring them. Put them in the car. At 8 in the evening, Chen Jianghe drove a Santana, bringing Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong to the Sihai Grand Restaurant. The restaurant was brightly lit with cars filling the entrance. As soon as the car stopped, Chen Jianghe pushed the door open and stepped out. Jianghe, are we bringing the blades? Zhang Peng also got out of the passenger seat and asked. Bring 2 short ones, not the long ones. Even if Lin Guobin wants to fight, he won't do it here. Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette and said calmly. The boss behind the Sihai Grand Restaurant held far more power than Lin Guobin. Even if Lin Guobin wanted to make a move against them, he wouldn't dare cause trouble at the restaurant. He wasn't about to offend the restaurant's boss just to defend his subordinate's pride. If Lin Guobin truly had that kind of backing, he wouldn't need to show deference to a mere manager at the Sihai Grand Restaurant. But in the streets, one thing is certain: never be overconfident. Many a boss has fallen from excessive arrogance. Better safe than sorry, so he still needed to bring the blades, just in case. Short blades, no machetes. Zhang Peng nodded and said a word to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. The two opened the trunk, took out several short knives, handed one to Zhang Peng, and tucked 2 more at their own waists. Let's go. The 4 headed straight for the entrance of the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Jianghe, you're here. And Yu spotted Chen Jianghe and approached with a bright smile, naturally linking her arm through his as she led him inside. They've all arrived and I've arranged everything. Whatever they say later, don't take it to heart. Just let the matter pass. Anyway, you don't understand our world. When you send someone to negotiate, it's no longer a matter of a few thousand yuan. Chen Jianghe knew Yu meant well and didn't want her to cause him trouble. But although Yu worked in the nightlife, she might not fully grasp matters between men on the streets. In situations like this, whoever initiates mediation through others is essentially the one bowing first. Once you bow your head, simply hoping the matter will drift away is far from simple. Moreover, Yu had only contacted the restaurant manager, not the owner. The weight and authority of a manager versus an owner are naturally different. With the owner's involvement, 20 or 30,000 would suffice, but a manager alone couldn't resolve it for that amount. Jianghe, don't worry, brother Zhang said, he can handle this. And Yu didn't fully grasp Chen Jianghe's meaning, thinking he doubted the effectiveness of her contact. The group entered the Sihai Grand Restaurant and quickly made their way upstairs to a private room. Inside the private room, a burly man in his 30s sat at the head of the table. To his right sat brother Zhang, the contact, and Yu had arranged, while on his left sat Yongzi, the man who had been beaten the previous night. Across from them, a table was occupied by young men tattooed with dragons and tigers, their expressions menacing and far more dangerous than the internet cafe fighters from the previous night. These were seasoned thugs who weren't afraid to strike or wield weapons. When Lin Guobin saw Chen Jianghe, a sneer crossed his face. Earlier, when Chen Jianghe had spoken so defiantly on the phone, Lin Guobin had assumed he was some formidable figure, a man of rare talent. But then Yu had someone call him begging for mercy and offering compensation. To Lin Guobin, Chen Jianghe was just a woman-dependent nobody who held no real threat. Brother Zhang, Chen Jianghe is here. And Yu led Chen Jianghe into the room with a bright smile. You're here, sit down. Brother Zhang welcomed them warmly, gesturing for them to take their seats. Chen Jianghe, you bastard. Yongzi spotted Chen Jianghe, his face twisting with fury as he suddenly produced a switchblade, lunging toward him with intent to stab. Fuck you wanting to fight. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong kicked back their chairs and drew their short blades ready to engage. Before coming today, everyone had prepared by wearing leather armor vests underneath their clothes, giving them protection even if things escalated immediately. Enough. Creating disturbances in our restaurant. I won't tolerate this disrespect. Brother Zhang's expression darkened as he slammed his fist on the table. Yongzi, put away that blade and look around at where we are. Lin Guobin's cigarette dangling from his lips glared at Yongzi. This fool would have them offending the Sihai Grand Restaurant if they started fighting here today. Dapeng. Chen Jianghe exhaled a smoke ring, glanced at Zhang Peng, then took his seat across from Lin Guobin. He gave Yongzi a dismissive look. I only acted against you because you're a worthless nobody. If you want to fight, we can settle this. You fucking bastard Chen Jianghe, who the hell do you think you're talking to? Yongzi was beyond furious. He hadn't expected that despite his brother Lin Guobin bringing so many people, Chen Jianghe would still dare to provoke him without showing any respect. You little shit, you've got some nerve. Lin Guobin's gaze turned icy as he fixed Chen Jianghe with a threatening stare. You think I'm playing games with you, eh? Chen Jianghe met Lin Guobin's glare without flinching, offering no concessions. Jianghe, don't speak recklessly. And you quickly grabbed Chen Jianghe's arm and turned to Lin Guobin with a practiced smile. Brother Bin, Jianghe is young. Please don't hold it against him. What happened that night was our fault. Let me apologize, and perhaps we can resolve this with some compensation. And then you're a woman and Yongzi was defeated by you. That's his incompetence. I won't hold it against you. Today I only came because Brother Zhang asked me to. Lin Guobin sneered, cigarette in hand. Out of respect for Brother Zhang, pay out 100,000 yuan, and we'll consider this resolved. Do you have any idea how many lives that 100,000 yuan could buy? Chen Jianghe laughed. Tang Aiguo wanted money, Bai Jiang wanted money, and now Lin Guobin wanted money too. It was as if people thought he ran a charity or a bank. Everyone seemed to come collecting. Kid, are you fucking tired of living? All the tattooed thugs around the table rose to their feet, their hostile gazes fixed on Chen Jianghe. Who the hell wants to try? Zhang Peng and the others gritted their teeth. Rather than backing down, they advanced aggressively toward the thugs, knowing their short blades would be most effective at close range. Up close, there was no need for anything else. Just stab. Jianghe stopped talking. And you pleaded, gripping Chen Jianghe's arm. Biting her lip, she added hesitantly, Brother Bin, can you lower it? 100,000 is too much. Haha, since you're in it, is asking, I'll give you face. Even if I didn't want to, I'd respect Brother Zhang. Lin Guobin laughed loudly. Very well, give me 80,000, and if my brother is satisfied, what more can I ask? And 80,000 should be enough. If you can't manage it, you could take some from the company first, Brother Zhang interjected. And you bit her lip. Money from the company wasn't easy to obtain. Anyone who took it, regardless of who they were, had to account for interest. This loan would be straightforward to get, but difficult to repay. Once she accepted the company's money, she'd be permanently tied to them. Brother Ben, I don't have that kind of money. Could you please be more lenient? And you hesitated for a moment. And then you're really putting Brother Ben in a difficult position, Lin Guobin said with a smile. But since you and have spoken, I'll give you this face. Hand over 50,000 and come out with Brother Ben for a drink tonight. Then this matter will be settled. Fine, Brother Ben. Tonight Jianghe and I will keep you company upstairs. We'll sing and drink. And you nodded with a smile. And if you talk that way, then there's no fun in it. Lin Guobin smiled and looked you up and down with an aggressive gaze. Brother Ben, weren't you the one who wanted to drink and sing? Why is there no fun in it? And you seem not to have caught his meaning. And I asked for 100,000, but you're only giving 50,000. For that missing 50,000, you owe me some compensation. Come out with me tonight, and the 50,000 is forgiven. Do I make myself clear enough? Lin Guobin laughed. Brother Ben, you're putting me in a tight spot. I have plenty of girls under me, but I don't do that myself. Seeing that he had spelled it out and you had to answer. Then which of the girls under you is worth 50,000? Lin Guobin asked. These days 50,000 could buy a life. None of Yu's girls could command an appearance fee of 50,000, not even 5,000. At the current rate, a few hundred yuan was already considered high-end. Brother Zhang. And you had not expected the negotiation to become so difficult, and she looked at Manager Zhang at a loss. And then Brother Ben is showing you respect by only asking for 50,000. If he gave you no face, 50,000 wouldn't solve this at all. Brother Zhang took a sip of tea and said no more. Brother Ben, give me 1 week for the 100,000. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll scrape it together for you. And you said, biting her lip. Oh, a woman of spirit, interesting. Lin Guobin's expression was teasing. He turned to Chen Jianghe and said, kid, you're pretty lucky. You found a woman who can take on such a big matter for you. These days, not many women are willing to shoulder 100,000 in debt for a man. And then it's settled. 1 week from now, Yongzi will come find you. And you nodded uneasily. Yongzi wore a smug look, glanced at Chen Jianghe with contempt, and was just about to mock him. His boss had stepped in and demanded 100,000, and Lin Guobin certainly couldn't keep it all. He would give Yongzi at least 20 or 30,000. Combined with the money squeezed out of Li Haiba, Yongzi had made a killing on this job. Before he could get a word out, however, Chen Jianghe spoke. Lin Guobin, have I been giving you too much face? Chen Jianghe casually flicked his cigarette away, grabbed the table with both hands, and heaved it over. Crash! The heavy rosewood dining table was sent flying by his violent overturn. Lin Guobin, Yongzi, Brother Zhang, and the others stumbled back as the dishes, food, and drinks scattered across the floor. Fuck you, Chen Jianghe. You're asking for death. Yongzi, drenched in spilled drinks, cursed in a fluster. The moment Chen Jianghe flipped the table, the thugs from the other table swarmed over. But they weren't carrying many weapons. None of them had expected Lin Guobin to be unable to control Chen Jianghe, nor that Chen Jianghe would dare to flip the table outright. You little piece of shit, you're fucking asking for trouble, aren't you? Lin Guobin's face was extremely ugly. He had thought Chen Jianghe was just a bastard pretty boy. He never imagined Chen Jianghe would dare to show him such disrespect. And it's been a long time since anyone has dared to cause trouble at the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. Brother Zhang's face also turned ugly. Chen Jianghe flipping the table directly was equivalent to saying he didn't give Brother Zhang any face either. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. I'll pay full compensation for everything damaged today. And you hadn't expected Chen Jianghe to act so suddenly. She hastily grabbed him and pleaded, Jianghe, stop making trouble. I'll pay the money. And this isn't about money. Chen Jianghe had been holding a belly full of anger since meeting Bai Jiang earlier that day. With Lin Guobin pushing his luck, demanding money, and even wanting Yu to accompany him. Lin Guobin truly seemed to think Chen Jianghe was a pushover he could squeeze at will. Lin Guobin, if you want to tangle, then we'll tangle. This matter no longer has anything to do with Yu. Don't go after her. If you want something, come at me. If there's a problem, Yu and I will settle it. Chen Jianghe shook off Yu's hand and stared coldly at Lin Guobin. You little shit, you're pretty fucking arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Lin Guobin was now thoroughly enraged. For the past 2 years he might have let the fire die down, but he hadn't banked the furnace. In Pingjiang district the name Lin Guobin still carried weight. A little punk who had crawled out of nowhere dared to turn against him. If he couldn't put Chen Jianghe in his place, wouldn't he, Lin Guobin, become a joke? Go ahead and try to teach me. Chen Jianghe kept his hands in his pockets, slipped on his brass knuckles, and stared coldly at Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin had brought quite a few men, but they weren't well armed. If a fight really broke out, Chen Jianghe was confident he could take down Lin Guobin and fight his way out. You bastard. Lin Guobin was about to give the order to attack when Brother Zhang suddenly smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Bang. This is the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. If you want to fight, take it outside. Anyone who makes a move here is picking a fight with the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. Don't blame me for being impolite. With a grim face, Brother Zhang let out a furious roar. At once a dozen or 20 in-house security guards rushed in from outside, each holding a steel pipe and glaring menacingly at the people in the private room. Jianghe, don't fight. And you called out nervously. The boss behind the Four Seas Grand Restaurant was a top-ranked big shot throughout Pingjiang district. If Chen Jianghe truly offended him, Chen Jianghe probably wouldn't be able to stay in Pingjiang district. Brother Zhang, I'll show you face today and won't make a move here. Kid, you just wait. This isn't over. Let's go. Lin Guobin swept a glance over his men and unexpectedly waved his hand and led them away. Chen Jianghe frowned. He hadn't expected Lin Guobin to leave so readily. That clearly didn't bode well. Jianghe, you all should leave first too. Afraid that Chen Jianghe and his men would be cornered outside the Four Seas Grand Restaurant, and you urged them to leave. Be careful yourself. Let's go. Chen Jianghe nodded, knowing this was no place to stay long, and immediately left with Zhang Peng and the others. Jianghe, I don't think Lin Guobin will let this go. Once out of the Four Seas Grand Restaurant, Zhang Peng watched Lin Guobin's group leave, and said with concern, take the weapons and head back first. Chen Jianghe glanced at Lin Guobin's men, and signaled Zhang Peng and the others to take the weapons from the trunk and get in the car ready. If Lin Guobin's men dared to block the car, they would fight their way out. Zhang Peng and the other two were vigilant. They quickly took machetes from the trunk of the Santana, and one by one they got into the car, machetes in hand, put on work gloves, and got ready for a fight. Chen Jianghe started the engine and drove away from the Four Seas Grand Restaurant at a measured pace, heading toward North Street. As they left, none of Lin Guobin's men came to stop them. Chen Jianghe drove the Santana away swiftly. Watching Chen Jianghe and his group depart, Yongzi's expression darkened, and he hurried toward the car. Brother Bin, that kid got away. We can't just let him off that easily, can we? Yongzi said. In Pingjiang district, if I, Lin Guobin, can't even handle a mere greenhorn, I might as well pack it in. Take your men and finish Chen Jianghe tonight. Lin Guobin sneered, coldly handing his men over to Yongzi and telling him to get it done. He then took 2 of his own men and drove off. Brothers, follow me. Tonight we'll make Chen Jianghe understand why the flowers are so red. Yongzi shouted, leading a dozen tough guys adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos. They piled into 2 Toyota Hiace vans and sped off after him. And you watched the 2 groups disappear in opposite directions, her heart heavy with worry and uncertainty about what to do next. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe kept glancing behind him the entire way, eventually reaching North Street. They hadn't noticed anyone tailing them all the way back. Boss, I think Lin Guobin's a spineless coward. He wouldn't dare make a move. Zhou Bing felt a wave of relief when he saw no one following them. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who's made it this far has some tricks up their sleeve. Chen Jianghe drove slowly and pulled into the area near the arcade, but instead of stopping at the entrance, he continued another couple hundred meters and parked by the roadside right in front of the Hail Light open-air restaurant. Depungo, tell them to prepare a couple dishes. Let's eat first. He deliberately avoided bringing Zhang Peng and the others back to the arcade directly, lest Lin Guobin's men lie in wait there. Besides, it was evening and nobody had eaten yet. It was safer to stay at the open-air restaurant and keep an eye on the situation. If Lin Guobin sent a crew to raid the arcade, Chen Jianghe would simply call Tang Igua and have the man come sweep them up. Since Tang Igua was after money, he'd need to deliver results. A true protector must act like one. Soon after, Boss Li rolled up his sleeves and stir-fried a few dishes. Brother Chen, Brother Peng, may we join you? Boss Li cleared a table, hauled over a case of beer, and smiled broadly as he passed around cigarettes. Make yourselves comfortable right here. Chen Jianghe nodded. From this spot, he could keep an eye on the arcade entrance. The four of them sat down, cracked open the beer, and began to eat. After a while, noticing no one appearing at the arcade's entrance, they gradually relaxed. Brother Chen, Brother Peng, I've heard word that Tianwei Electronics World is backed by Jianghe, the godson of Lord Bai. They say he invested over $1 million and plans to build the largest arcade in all of Pingjiang district. After finishing his work, Boss Li took the opportunity to raise a glass, glancing left and right before lowering his voice. Jianghe, Zhang Peng, and Chen Jianghe exchanged a look. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Jianghe's eyes. His suspicions were confirmed. Tianwei Electronics World indeed belonged to Jianghe. Once it opened, Jianghe would never allow Liuhua Arcade to continue operating. Yes, that's him. Boss Li glanced around nervously and whispered, they say Jianghe bought over 300 gaming machines. More than 100 of them are slot machines. The bastard, he bought that many machines. Zhang Peng was thoroughly startled. Their Liuhua Arcade was already sizable, boasting nearly 100 machines with 20 or 30 slot machines. Compared with Jianghe's scale, the gap was staggering. Once Tianwei Electronics World opened its doors, there would be no room for Liuhua Arcade to survive. Brother Peng, Brother Chen, don't say I was the one who told you this. Boss Li spoke in a nervous tone, raised his glass in a toast, and prepared to return to work. Boss Li, one more question. Chen Jianghe suddenly spoke up. Brother Chen, please. Boss Li immediately bowed slightly. Your Hail Lai open-air restaurant. You must pay Lord Bai a monthly fee as well, right? Chen Jianghe asked. Yes, every month without fail. Boss Li nodded, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face, though he dared not voice it. In these times, everyone paid protection money. How much do you pay each month? 5%. Those of us who have no ties to Lord Bai pay 5%. Those who can curry favor with him pay only 3%. And those close enough to keep him pleased don't pay a single cent. Boss Li rubbed his hands together, offered a self-deprecating smile, and bit back further words. Damn it. That bastard Bai. Pushing his luck too far. Zhang Peng slammed his cup down on the table hard. Chen Jianghe shot him a warning glance, signaling him to stay calm. You're saying the highest rate on North Street is only 5%? Chen Jianghe asked sternly. Exactly. The cap is 5%. If they squeezed us any harder, the whole of North Street would rise in revolt. Brother Chen, you. Boss Li read the room carefully. Something was clearly brewing. He could tell at a glance that Liuhua Arcade was likely paying more than 5%. Never mind. Go about your work. Chen Jianghe waved him off. Boss Li didn't dare pry any further, offered a few polite words, and hurried back to his duties. Jianghe, that Bai fellow is truly oppressing us beyond reason. Everyone else pays at most 5%, and he's charging us 10. That's outright bullying. Zhang Peng said in fury. Boss, I think Lord Bai is paving the way for his godson, trying to squeeze us out of North Street. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing shared the same indignation. They had finally found work that paid well, and Chen Jianghe had been generous to them. They had been hoping to build the arcade into something great under his leadership. But with this development, it was impossible to say how long Liuhua Arcade could survive. Don't worry. The real money in arcades comes from slot machines. Jianghe is after that same profit. At worst, we cede the slot machine business to him and focus on regular gaming machines. We'll lower our prices slightly. It means earning a bit less, but we'll manage. Chen Jianghe glanced at Zhang Peng and smiled, pretending not to be overly concerned. Arcade business will eventually become a sunset industry. I'm bullish on internet cafes. I've already spoken with Zhang Jun, and our business will gradually shift toward internet cafes and other profitable ventures. A Chang Bingzi, rest assured. Jianghe has a sharp mind for business. He'll definitely lead us to greatness and prosperity. Zhang Peng quickly grasped Chen Jianghe's intention and played along with a smile. It was about steadying hearts. When people see a future, they stay united. Without hope, morale crumbles, and a team falls apart. Boss, we believe in you. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded firmly, raising their glasses to toast Chen Jianghe. In the past, when they followed Li Jindi, he never promised them a path to riches, because Li Jindi knew deep down he couldn't deliver. But Chen Jianghe had said it. Whether that prosperity would ever materialize remained to be seen, but the promise itself was enough to give them hope. Just then, two Toyota vans suddenly appeared outside the arcade. They're here. Chen Jianghe's gaze turned icy, his eyes instantly sharpening. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong hastily turned to look back toward the arcade, only to see two vans pulling up outside the blazing fire arcade. In those days, a Toyota Hiace was essentially the gangster's troop carrier. The mere sight of one made people tremble. Two Toyota Hiaces showing up at the arcade entrance could only mean trouble. However, Chen Jianghe and the others soon realized something was off. The two Toyota vans didn't stop at the arcade entrance at all. They drove straight at them. Not good. Get in the car. Chen Jianghe's expression changed as he instantly understood what was happening. Lin Guobin must have planted someone to watch North Street in advance, which was why he had so easily let them leave the Sihai Grand Restaurant. He never intended to make his move there. He meant to strike on North Street. Lin Guobin's men knew Chen Jianghe and the others hadn't returned to the arcade, so they weren't heading there at all. They were coming straight for them. Shit. The three of them turned pale, sprang to their feet, and dashed toward the Santana. Screech. The two Toyota vans skidded to a halt in an instant. The doors were yanked open with a loud clatter, and more than a dozen thugs flung the newspapers off their cleavers and charged out swinging. The people around screamed in fright. Chen Jianghe, I'm settling your ass today. Yongzi sneered, gripping his cleaver and swaggering through the crowd. Chen Jianghe's eyes turned cold. He violently flipped the table, sending the board along with the soup and dishes crashing into the two thugs at the front. These thugs were nothing like the punks from the arcades or internet cafes. They were the real deal men who actually dared to cut people. The small table crashed against them, but they just shoved it aside, without slowing down, charging straight at Chen Jianghe. Still, the table had bought him a moment. Chen Jianghe lunged forward and smashed his fist into the lead thug's face. The man let out a muffled grunt, his head snapping back as blood and two teeth flew through the air. He stumbled backward and collided with the thugs behind him, momentarily blocking their advance. Chen Jianghe spun around and dashed toward the Santana parked by the roadside. Jianghe, get in. Zhang Peng and the others had already yanked open the doors and piled inside. Zhang Peng was in the driver's seat, engine already revving. Fucking hell. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing sat in the back. Zhang Chong leaned out and hurled his cleaver with all his strength at the thugs chasing Chen Jianghe. The thug instinctively dodged, his steps faltering. Chen Jianghe sprinted to the Santana, leaped bodily through the open passenger window. No door, no hesitation, contorting his body as he dove inside. The moment Chen Jianghe was in the car, Zhang Peng floored the accelerator. The Santana's engine roared as it shot forward. You bastards, don't run. Several thugs gave chase, hacking wildly at the Santana. Zhou Bing ducked his head as the blade slammed against the car, sparks flying. The Santana tore ahead, leaving the thugs chasing for a dozen meters before they could only watch it shrink into the distance. Yongji, they got away. Let's go trash their arcade. One thug snarled. Trash my ass. Get in the car and chase them. Yongzi's face was grim. He hadn't expected the ambush to fail and Chen Jianghe to slip away. They scrambled into the vans and gave chase. Jianghe, let's call the cops. Zhang Peng urged. There were only 4 of them, and picking a fight with a dozen well-prepared thugs who dared to shed blood was a losing bet. They're catching up. Lose them first. Chen Jianghe glanced at the rearview mirror and said coldly. Calling the cops now was useless anyway. In these times, by the time the bastards in uniform arrived, the attackers would be long gone and the damage done. If Yongzi had tried to break into the arcade, Chen Jianghe could have called Tang Igua to send people. That might have worked. But under the current circumstances, even Tang Igua wouldn't be able to help. Even if he sent men, they might not catch Yongzi and his crew. If Chen Jianghe drove straight to the police station, though, Yongzi and his thugs wouldn't be stupid enough to follow them there. Faster. Turn off the headlights. The Santana picked up speed. Zhang Peng quickly killed the headlights. They knew North Street like the back of their hand, and soon they darted from the main road into the alleyways. Yongzi and his men weren't as familiar with the area. By the time they chased into the alleys, they'd already lost their target. With no choice, they roamed the alleys in frustration, searching for a while before reluctantly giving up. Jianghe, they're gone. Zhang Peng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Keep the lights off. Follow them. Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette and suddenly gave the order. Follow them. Zhang Peng was stunned, but he instinctively started the car and quietly tailed them, puzzled by Chen Jianghe's intention. If we don't clash with them tonight, this won't end. Chen Jianghe stared coldly at the Toyota van ahead, his gaze as sharp as a hunting beast's. At this point, the matter could no longer be settled with a few tens of thousands in cash. One side had to bleed, be beaten into submission, or be frightened out of their wits. Only then would it truly be over. Otherwise, if Lin Guobin dared to send Yongzi to attack them today, tomorrow he might send him to wreck their turf. If Yongzi suddenly stormed the arcade while it was open for business tomorrow, the losses at Blazing Fire Arcade would be devastating and the damage to its reputation would be even worse. This matter had to be resolved as soon as possible, and right now was a golden opportunity. But they've got numbers. Maybe we should talk to Xiang Fei and those kids first. Zhang Peng hesitated, though the Santana never lost its tail on the Toyota van ahead. No need. The 4 of us are enough. Chen Jianghe said coldly. He had already given Xiang Fei and those kids a decent offer, yet they still hadn't agreed. If he couldn't build a fearsome reputation in Pingjiang district, those kids would never truly respect him or want to follow him. Tonight he would use Lin Guobin as his sacrificial flag to establish his name in a single battle. All right, we'll do it your way. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and nodded. Yongji, where are we headed now? Should we go smash that bastard Chen Jianghe's arcade? A thug in the van asked. Let's go back and see what Binji says first. I heard that kid has some backing. If we go break in and wreck the place now, it'll take time. And if we get caught by those bastards in uniforms, we're screwed. Yongzi continued. If we want to trash his place, we'll wait until he opens tomorrow. Smash the machines and get the hell out. Yongji, you think of everything. The thugs in the van quickly chimed in. Yongzi wasn't particularly talented, but he had been with Lin Guobin a long time and held some standing with him, so these thugs naturally had to call him brother. None of them noticed the Santana silently trailing them from behind. 2 vans arrived one after another and soon pulled up outside a mahjong parlor. The doors swung open and Yongzi and his men stepped out, leaving their weapons behind in the vehicles. This was Lin Guobin's mahjong parlor, where carrying weapons would likely spook the patrons inside. Brother Yong, is it done? Two hooligans with cigarettes dangling from their lips approached from the entrance of the mahjong parlor. Damn it, that kid got away fast. His brother been here. Yongzi scowled and was about to stride into the mahjong parlor. He's in there. The thug guarding the door nodded. Just then a Santana sped toward them with its headlights off. The men who had just descended from the van had not noticed until the Santana crashed straight into them. A car. One thug let out a blood-curdling scream. Before he could react or dodge, the Santana plowed into him, sending several thugs standing beside the van flying through the air. 5 or 6 hooligans were knocked flat by the impact. The Santana skidded to a halt, the door flew open, and Chen Jianghe and 3 others descended with cold expressions pouncing forth like wolves. Chen Jianghe slipped on his knuckles and fixed his sharp gaze on Yongzi, launching himself directly at him with astonishing speed. Chen Jianghe, you bastard. Yongzi, narrowly avoiding the collision, turned to see Chen Jianghe and was seized by shock and fury. He could never have imagined Chen Jianghe would be so audacious as to launch a counterattack. Seeing Chen Jianghe charging toward him, Yongzi reached for the knife at his waist and found nothing. Their weapons had all been left in the van and not yet retrieved. Grab your weapons and block him. Yongzi roared and hurriedly charged toward the van. The remaining thugs either tried to hold off Chen Jianghe or dove toward the van to fetch their weapons. The difference between armed and unarmed combat was enormous. Damn it. 2 thugs, one drawing a switchblade from his pocket and the other stooping to tackle Chen Jianghe around the waist, dared to confront him precisely because he was unarmed. Had Chen Jianghe held a weapon, they would certainly have rushed to the van first. One thug bent low, attempting to grapple Chen Jianghe's waist and take him down, while another lagged half a step behind, spring knife in hand, aiming to stab him. Chen Jianghe surged forward with incredible speed, then suddenly launched himself into the air, his flying knee crashing into the temples of the bending thug. The man let out a muffled groan and was knocked unconscious before he could even scream. The thug, half a step behind, saw red and thrust his knife toward Chen Jianghe's abdomen. Chen Jianghe landed, sidestepped with fluid grace, and in one motion seized the thug's wrist before smashing a fist into his face. The serrated edge of the knuckles tore open the thug's cheek. He let out a shriek as blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Chen Jianghe's blow sent him sprawling, unable to rise. Fuck you, die. Zhang Peng and the others chased down the retreating thugs and slashed furiously. One thug had barely turned and reached the side of the van when Zhang Peng brought his blade down across his back, dropping him with a terrible cry. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, taking advantage of the unarmed opponents, also slashed down 2 more hooligans. 5 or 6 thugs had been knocked down by the impact, 4 or 5 had been slashed to the ground, and the remainder had only just retrieved their weapons from the van by then. But their momentum had already been crushed by Chen Jianghe and his men. Chen Jianghe, I'll fucking kill you. Yongzi snatched a machete from inside the van, his eyes crimson with rage, and charged at Chen Jianghe, bringing the blade down in a vicious arc. Chen Jianghe did not retreat a single step. With a cold, piercing glare, he charged directly into the blade's path, and at the moment of impact smashed his fist against the side of the machete. The blade was deflected instantly by the force of the punch, the sharp edge of the knuckles scraping along the steel and sparking wildly. Chen Jianghe's left hand knocked the machete aside, and his right hand drove a fist straight into Yongzi's face. Up! Yongzi screamed as nearly half his face was shattered in an instant. Flesh, teeth, and blood erupted together, distorting half of his face. With Yongzi fallen, Chen Jianghe had taken him down with a single punch. Zhang Peng and the other 3 fought like tigers, engaging the remaining 4 or 5 thugs in a brutal melee. Their overwhelming momentum drove the opponents into continuous retreat, and one by one men fell wounded to the ground. They retreated into the mahjong parlor. The people inside, startled by the commotion, erupted into chaos. Lin Guobin, accompanied by 3 or 4 men, descended quickly from upstairs and froze in fury at the scene before him. Chen Jianghe, you son of a bitch. Lin Guobin roared and tried to charge forward, but the thugs beside him held him back with desperate force. Their courage had been broken. Witnessing so many of their comrades slashed and lying in pools of blood outside, none dared to rush out of the mahjong parlor. They were both spiritless and outnumbered, unwilling to fight to the death. Daping! Chen Jianghe called out. Zhang Peng and the others halted upon hearing him blocking the entrance to the mahjong parlor. Lin Guobin, flanked by his remaining 6 or 7 men, stood inside the parlor, but dared not charge out to risk everything. Chen Jianghe seized Yongzi by the hair and dragged him to the doorway of the mahjong parlor, his expression savage as he stared down Lin Guobin. Then he picked up a blade from the ground and slashed it across Yongzi's lower leg. He severed Yongzi's tendons alive. Lin Guobin, you've lost your nerve. If you want to test yourself, let's do it today. If you don't have the guts, you'll walk a wide circle around me, Chen Jianghe, from now on. Chen Jianghe raised his blood-dripping blade and pointed it dominantly at Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin's face turned ashen, his hand gripping the blade, trembling slightly. He wanted to charge out and fight Chen Jianghe to the death, but reasoned it was unnecessary. He now had a mahjong parlor and an ice skating rink, earning at least 6 figures in pure profit each month. He also had a wife and children. Risking everything against a street thug was not worth it. If something happened to him, the money would be gone, and his wife and children would certainly fall into someone else's hands. Hep, let's go. Seeing no response from Lin Guobin, Chen Jianghe sneered and signaled Zhang Peng and the others to leave with his blade. The four of them quickly boarded the Santana, and within moments it vanished into the streets. From the moment the Santana had plowed into the thugs, until now less than 5 minutes had passed. Brother Bin, we should call the police. One thug instinctively licked his lips. Call my fucking ass. Get cars and send the injured to the hospital. Lin Guobin bellowed in frustration. These street rats all had a pile of scandals on their records. If the police launched a thorough investigation, even if Chen Jianghe went to jail, he would end up there too. Besides, if you called the police every time something happened on the streets, you'd become a laughingstock. Yes, Brother Bin. The thug dared not argue, and hastily helped carry the more severely wounded into the vehicles. The lightly injured were told to find a nearby clinic instead of going to the hospital. Lin Guobin looked at the chaos that had engulfed his mahjong parlor and knew that the world he had once ruled was over. He had not been defeated by a rival gang. He had simply grown too old. Jianghe, today we're definitely going to make a name for ourselves. Zhang Peng gripped the steering wheel, his entire body trembling with excitement and exhilaration. Boss, you're a legend. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were equally thrilled, gazing at Chen Jianghe with admiration. Today the four of them had actually taken down Lin Guobin. 4 against a dozen, and they had won. It was nothing short of incredible. Back when they followed Li Jindi, they had always bullied the weak with numbers. Whenever the sides were evenly matched, they never dared to make a move. But under Chen Jianghe, they consistently won against overwhelming odds. It was dangerous, yet the glory would spread far and wide. Lin Guobin had been a big shot boss for over a decade, but so what? They still took him down. Don't let your guard down. We're going to Sister Lu's clinic first. Lin Guobin took a fall today, but this isn't necessarily over. Chen Jianghe wiped the blood off his knuckle duster, stowed it away, and lit a cigarette. Jianghe, Lin Guobin didn't even have the guts to face us head on. I doubt he'll dare to cause us any more trouble. Zhang Peng said. Exactly. Brother Peng is right. These so-called bosses aren't all that tough after all. Zhang Chang said excitedly. In the past, whenever he encountered a boss like Lin Guobin, Zhang Chang would obediently step aside. But after tonight's fight, they suddenly realized these big shots were nothing special. Everyone has one head and one life, oh, nobody has an extra head. Worst case, they could just fight to the death. What was there to fear? Pride goes before a fall. Calm down, all of you. Chen Jianghe swept his gaze across them, and only then did the three gradually settle down. Before long, the Santana pulled up outside Lu Wen's clinic. Are you hurt? Lu Wen opened the clinic door, her concerned gaze landing on Chen Jianghe. Chang took a slash. Take a look at him. Chen Jianghe shook his head. In tonight's battle, he, Zhang Peng, and Zhou Bing had escaped unscathed. Only Zhang Chang had taken a deep gash on his arm from a single sword stroke. Lu Wen nodded silently and began examining Zhang Chang's wound. Ever since that incident last time, the two of them still felt a hint of awkwardness whenever they met. But neither of them brought up that matter, as if by unspoken agreement. The wound is deep. It needs debridement and stitches. After examining it, Lu Wen found the cut was substantial and rather deep. The blade had struck hard. Yet for some reason she felt a quiet relief that Chen Jianghe was uninjured. Chen Jianghe nodded and watched as Lu Wen tended to the wound. Brother Chen, have some tea. Just then Lu Xiaoxiao came downstairs and brewed tea for Chen Jianghe and the others. Thanks. Clutching the teacup, Chen Jianghe casually chatted with Lu Xiaoxiao for a few moments. He learned that Lu Xiaoxiao had already finished her college entrance exams and scored quite well. Her estimates suggested she could get into a first-tier university. Lu Wen wanted her to attend a local college. If she went too far away, Lu Wen would worry too much. Lu Xiaoxiao herself didn't want to leave home either. This time, however, Lu Wen unexpectedly didn't shoo Lu Xiaoxiao upstairs. She let her stay until the wound was dressed, and only when it grew late did she send her up to bed. Sister Lu, thank you. Get some rest. After the wound was dressed, Chen Jianghe placed a 100 yuan note on the table and prepared to leave. Jianghe, I can't take this. You all saved Xiaoxiao last time, and I never even thanked you properly. Lu Wen picked up the money and tried to return it. Sister Lu, business is business. Keep the money. We're leaving. Chen Jianghe waved his hand. He wasn't short on cash now, and what was owed had to be paid. By the time Lu Wen chased after them, Chen Jianghe and the others had already gotten into the car and driven off. Watching the departing Santana, a conflicted expression crossed Lu Wen's face. In the end, she shook her head, turned back inside, and locked the clinic door. Jianghe, why are you so distant with Sister Lu? In the car, Zhang Peng suddenly spoke with a sly look on his face. What do you mean distant? Chen Jianghe didn't catch his meaning and asked casually. Boss, Brother Peng said you two already slept together, so why still act so standoffish? Zhou Bing suddenly chimed in with a nosy remark. Who said we slept together? Chen Jianghe's expression darkened, and he shot Zhang Peng a sharp look. That night, didn't you two spend the night together? Zhang Peng said guiltily. Stop talking nonsense. I don't care about myself, but don't ruin Sister Lu's reputation. Chen Jianghe said with a deep frown. Got it, boss. Seeing that Chen Jianghe seemed genuinely annoyed, Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing quickly replied. Zhang Peng let out an awkward laugh and fell silent. The Santana soon returned to the Blazing Fire arcade. Getting out, they opened the door, went inside, and warily locked it behind them. Chen Jianghe went upstairs and took some cash straight from the safe. This time he didn't treat himself differently to avoid making Zhang Peng refuse. 3,000 yuan for each of them. Out on the streets, everyone was in it for the money. He was, and so was everyone else. When people did the job, they had to be rewarded or else they wouldn't stay loyal. 3,000 each. Don't blow it all on yourselves. Give some to your families. Chen Jianghe handed out the money with a brief instruction. Thanks, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing's eyes lit up as they took the cash and thanked Chen Jianghe. Then they went downstairs to rest in the small room below. Zhang Peng, however, seemed hesitant. Jianghe business isn't doing too well right now. Money's going out a bit too fast. Zhang Peng said. After tonight's payout, that was nearly 10,000 yuan gone. The average person working a regular job would have to toil for over half a year to earn that much. Scattering this money is still better than paying out compensation. I'd rather spend money to make my brothers fight tooth and nail than hand it over to our enemies for nothing. Chen Jianghe said casually. Besides, business grows bit by bit. It'll only get better. All right, then, as long as you know what you're doing. I'm off to bed. Zhang Peng nodded and left as well. Chen Jianghe stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and sat in his boss chair, a deep look in his eyes. Out on the streets, what mattered most was money and power. Dealing with a man like Ling Guobin was hardly a big matter. Right now, the most important thing was to build up the business. With more money, his influence would grow. The internet cafe still needed to be set up as soon as possible. Although the internet cafe would require a considerable investment, it would likely earn more than the arcade in the future. The next morning, the Blazing Fire arcade opened for business as usual. News of last night's events had already spread throughout Pingjiang district. Though the district was sizable, news like this traveled fast. If Ling Guobin wanted revenge, today would be the most likely day. Yet the whole morning passed without any sign of him bringing people over. But the news did reach North Street. At the North Street tea house, Uncle Bai was walking his bird, as usual, playing cards with some people in the tea house. Li Quan answered a phone call, his expression shifting slightly. He quickly went inside and whispered a few words into Uncle Bai's ear. That kid actually swept Ling Guobin. Hearing Li Quan's report, Uncle Bai showed a flicker of surprise. Yes, Ling Guobin's people took heavy casualties and Yongzi, one of his men, had his Achilles tendons severed. Li Quan nodded. That kid sure is rising fast. Uncle Bai sneered, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Gao Hu, a card-playing companion sitting beside him, casually played a tile and asked. That kid who came by yesterday. Chen Jianghe clashed with Ling Guobin and swept away Ling Guobin's men. Master Bai took a sip of tea and said calmly. Not far away, Fang Qiong, who was brewing tea, felt secretly astonished. She had been with Bai Jiang for 2 or 3 years and was already quite familiar with the Jianghu affairs of Pingjiang district. She had also heard of Ling Guobin. In Pingjiang district, although Ling Guobin was not counted as a first-tier or second-tier boss, he could still be regarded as a fairly prominent figure among the third tier. In comparison, Master Bai was a mid to upper-tier boss of the second tier. Ling Guobin was no match for Master Bai, but in Pingjiang district he was still considered somebody. She had not expected that the young man from yesterday could actually sweep away Ling Guobin's men. That kid is quite something, Gao Hu said in surprise. He is quite something. I did underestimate him a bit. Master Bai smiled casually and did not take it to heart. In recent years, Pengcheng had never been short of fierce figures who came to prominence, but those fierce figures either died violently on the streets, got locked up, or suddenly vanished without a trace. There were too many people who dared to fight and risk it all. That didn't count as true skill. Being able to stand firm and put down roots was the real skill. Among these Jianghu bosses, which one wasn't a fearless brawler in his youth? Master Bai had seen plenty of such young men over the years. Gao Hu stared at the tiles in his hand, lost in thought, and suddenly spoke up again. Brother Zhang Jinhao's arcade is about to open. Won't he end up crossing paths with that kid then? Gao Hu suddenly said. Doing business on North Street. If I say he lives, he can live. If I say he dies, he must die. What right does Chen Jianghe have to compete with Jinhao? Master Bai let out a cold laugh and glanced at Fang Qiong. Fang Qiong remained calm and continued brewing tea as if she had not heard them at all. That's not how it should be said. For such a small matter, if you make a move, won't people in the Jianghu say you're bullying the smaller party with your superior strength? Look, Jinhao has grown strong in numbers and force over the past 2 years. Why not let Jinhao clash with that kid? If anything does happen, it will also take the edge off Jinhao's arrogance. Gao Hu laughed. Strong in numbers and force. At these 4 words, Master Bai's brow furrowed slightly. If Jinhao became too strong in numbers and force, wouldn't old-timers like them be forced into early retirement? Have some tea. Master Bai made a gesture of invitation and did not take up Gao Hu's words. Gao Hu sneered inwardly and did not bring it up again. That afternoon, as the day wore on, Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and the others remained on high alert. Their weapons were placed at hand, ready to strike at any moment. But as the afternoon was almost over, Ling Guobin's men still had not appeared. If they did not act today, the chances of Ling Guobin making a move afterward would be rather slim. If he did not win back his ground today, this loss of face would be permanent. With no need to do so later, Ling Guobin would probably not choose to clash with Chen Jianghe again. Zhang Peng, is Jianghe around? As it was getting dark that afternoon, an unexpected figure arrived at the Liehua arcade. It was in Yu. He's in. He's upstairs. You can head up directly. Seeing that it was in Yue, Zhang Peng greeted her. Okay. And Yu nodded, walked into the arcade, and went upstairs. Brother Peng the boss has so many girlfriends. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing crowded over with gossipy faces, speaking enviously. What nonsense are you talking about? Go take care of your own business. Zhang Peng waved his hand and shooed the two away. Still, he was also curious as to why Yu had come now carrying a bag. Jianghe. And Yu reached the top of the stairs and pushed open the office door. Why are you here? Chen Jianghe looked at Yu in surprise. What, not welcoming me? And Yu gave Chen Jianghe a look and said deliberately, welcome, welcome. Since the beautiful Miss N has arrived, how could I not welcome you? Sit. Chen Jianghe smiled and stood up to brew tea for Yu. Don't brew tea. I still have things to do tonight, so I'm leaving soon. And Yu shook her head, placed the bag on the table, and opened it to show Chen Jianghe. As soon as the bag was opened, inside were stacks of 100 yuan bills. Why are you bringing so much money? Chen Jianghe frowned. This isn't my money. Ling Guobin had it delivered to the Sihai Grand Restaurant this afternoon, and he asked me to send it to you. And you said, Jianghe, I didn't expect you to be so impressive that you could make Ling Guobin lower his head. And you had not known about what happened last night either until later when Ling Guobin sent a younger brother over, handed the money to Yue, and asked her to convey his intention. Only after making inquiries did Yu learn that Chen Jianghe had swept away Ling Guobin's men the night before and made a name in a single battle. She had not expected that Chen Jianghe now already had that kind of power. What does Ling Guobin mean by this? Chen Jianghe was also a little surprised, not expecting that Ling Guobin would send Yu to bring him money. Ling Guobin wants a truce with you. Consider this 100,000 yuan as compensation to you. From now on we'll go our own separate ways. He won't bother you anymore, and he hopes you won't bother him either. And Yu said with a sigh, I didn't expect you to have beaten Ling Guobin into submission. Ling Guobin hasn't been beaten into submission by me. He lost to himself. Now he has money and underlings, and he no longer wants to go head-to-head with a reckless hothead like me. Chen Jianghe was not proud or smug. He said calmly, the longer you walk the Jianghu, the less daring you become. Many Jianghu people end up like this in the end. They didn't lose to anyone else, they just lost to themselves. Or to put it another way, it's not losing at all. It's simply growing up and learning what to keep and what to let go. The shod fear the barefoot. I understand what you mean, but being able to make him afraid is itself a form of strength. And you looked at Chen Jianghe with complex eyes and said, Jianghe, you're not the same as before now. The only thing that never changes in this world is that everything is always changing. People always change. Chen Jianghe smiled self-deprecatingly. If Chen Jiming had not died, perhaps he would still be the same as before. Right? A complicated look flickered in Yu's eyes, perhaps because she was reminded of the old days, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and smiled playfully. Boss Chen, last time I said that if you couldn't make it I would take you in. Now it seems that in the future it might be me asking Boss Chen to take me in. Hee hee, you're welcome anytime. Chen Jianghe also smiled. Jianghe, I'm serious. And Yu braced her hands on the table, suddenly leaned forward, and the tip of her nose quickly came close to Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe instinctively leaned back. I was serious too. Chen Jianghe said with a smile. Jianghe, we're old classmates now. Why are you being so shy? And Yu blinked, smiled, and straightened up. Then it settled. I'm leaving now. See you later. And Yue, take 20,000. Chen Jianghe took out 20,000 from the bag. That's money you risked your life for. I can't take it. Besides, you're short on cash now. I'm leaving. And Yu waved her hand and left without looking back. Jianghe, why did she leave so soon? Zhang Peng walked over and asked. Why don't you call her back and invite her to stay for dinner? Chen Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a glare. Hee hee, I was just asking. Zhang Peng scratched his head and quickly tried to slip away. Wait. Ling Guobin sent over 100,000 yuan as compensation for us. This money was earned with our brothers' lives. You take 10,000 and Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing get 5,000 each. Chen Jianghe directly pulled out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills and tossed them to Zhang Peng. Jianghe, there's no need to throw money around like this. You've already paid us before. Holding the money, Zhang Peng hesitated. The brothers see no future following me. Cheap bribes could easily buy them off. Li Jindi's fate is a lesson right before our eyes. Take it and give it to them. Chen Jianghe didn't care about such a small amount of money. If he got the meat, his men deserved the soup. If he refused to share even a little soup with those below him, the end result would be losing the pot along with the meat. Keeping 80,000 for himself was already the lion's share. Giving away 20,000 was nothing. All right, I understand. Zhang Peng nodded, took his own share into the room, wrapped 5,000 yuan each in newspaper, and carried them downstairs to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were utterly thrilled and expressed their gratitude profusely. Since Ling Guobin had bowed his head at least for a short while, there should be no more trouble. Chang Yu and Zhou Bing watch the shop tonight. Be careful. If anything seems off, close up early. Daping, you're coming out with me. That evening, Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng prepared to head out. Boss, you two be careful too. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded solemnly. Don't worry about the shop. Unless the two of us are hacked down, no one's making trouble here. Chen Jianghe nodded, waved his hand, and got into the Santana. Zhang Peng drove, and the two headed toward a small urban village not far from North Street. Pengcheng was developing rapidly, changing with each passing day, but there were still many urban villages, especially in the districts where development lagged behind. When they arrived, Zhang Peng parked the car outside and led Chen Jianghe into the village. Before long, they came to a two-story building. It wasn't too run down, fairly decent by the standards of this village, unlike the other houses that were haphazardly built, either waiting for demolition or crammed with extra rooms to rent out to migrant workers. Xiang Fei. Zhang Peng stood outside the small courtyard, pounded on the gate, and called out a few times. Who is it? Footsteps quickly sounded from behind the door, followed by a wary voice. Through the gap in the red iron gate, a figure flickered. Someone was secretly peering outside. We're from Blazing Fire Arcade. We're here to talk to Xiang Fei about something. Zhang Peng said. Wait here. The person inside looked out, seemed to recognize Zhang Peng, and quickly left. Before long, the footsteps of several people could be heard approaching. After observing them through the gap, for a moment the door creaked open. Xiang Fei stood there with 4 young followers behind him, eyeing Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng warily. What do you want with me? Xiang Fei stared at Chen Jianghe guardedly and asked coldly. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go inside. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and said coolly. Xiang Fei glanced behind them, confirmed that only the two of them had come, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. What's the matter? Speak. After letting them into the courtyard, one of Xiang Fei's lackeys quickly shut the door. Xiang Fei showed no intention of inviting them into the house. That's no way to treat a guest. At least invite us in for a cup of tea, right? Zhang Peng said discontentedly. If you have something to say it. If not, please leave. Xiang Fei looked at Chen Jianghe and said bluntly. He knew Chen Jianghe was the one calling the shots, not Zhang Peng. Brother, who are they? Just then a timid voice suddenly rang out. A pale-faced frail girl sitting in a wheelchair was staring at Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng in alarm. Strangers rarely came here, and when outsiders showed up, it meant a fight. Little sister, go inside. The moment Xiang Fei saw the girl, he grew anxious and urged her back. Brother, don't fight. The girl said uneasily, then turned her wheelchair and went back inside. Can her legs be treated? Chen Jianghe suddenly asked. What's it to you? What do you actually want? We're not going to join you. If that's what this is about, don't even bother saying it. Xiang Fei suddenly grew irritable and said impatiently. Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with anger, and he was about to speak, but Chen Jianghe raised a hand to stop him. Xiang Fei, if your sister's legs can be treated, then come work for me. From now on, I'll pay for her treatment and give you both a job. Think it over. Chen Jianghe directly pulled out a stack of cash, 10,000 yuan, and stared at Xiang Fei. Brother Fei, just agree. Little sister's legs can't wait much longer. One of the young followers suddenly spoke up. Brother Fei Ming is right. Just agree. Yeah, Brother Fei, agree. The others chimed in as well. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiang Fei's face, but he still didn't agree. I can't sell all your lives to him just for Xiang Li's sake. Xiang Fei said through gritted teeth. Brother Fei, Chen Jianghe even beat Lin Guobin into submission. There's a future following him. We'd be swinging our blades for someone anyway, so why not listen to him? One of the young men said. Reputation preceded a man like the shadow precedes a tree. Chen Jianghe had taken down Li Jindi and Lai San, and now he had swept away Lin Guobin as well. In the underworld circles of Pingjiang district, his name already carried weight. When you're in this life, everyone wants to follow a boss with a name, not some nobody who crawled out of nowhere. Chen Jianghe now had a reputation. Jianghe pays for your medical treatment and gives you 1,000 yuan a month in wages. Which boss these days pays that much? Even if you work day and night in a factory, you wouldn't earn this much. What are you still hesitating about? Zhang Peng said directly. If you follow me, I promise to treat everyone equally. When there's money, we all earn it together. When there's fortune, we all share it together. Chen Jianghe declared with conviction. The other young followers were clearly tempted. Xiang Fei remained indecisive, but as he looked at the money in Chen Jianghe's hand, he couldn't tear his eyes away. His sister needed money for her legs, and his brothers needed jobs. Fine, I'll work for you. But my sister needs a job too. If you want me at the arcade, I have to bring her along. Xiang Fei gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. Done. She'll also earn 1,000 a month working the cash register at the arcade. All she has to do is handle the money and nothing else. Chen Jianghe agreed without hesitation. Xiang Fei lowered his head. Thank you, Brother Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiang Fei felt a weight lift from his heart, his inner resistance melting away completely. He bowed deeply to Chen Jianghe. Thank you, Brother Chen. The 4 lads behind Xiang Fei also bowed to Chen Jianghe simultaneously. From now on, call me President Chen or Boss. Zhang Peng wore a broad smile. Their ranks had finally grown considerably. With a strong team, only then would they have a chance to weather the coming storms. Boss. Xiang Fei and the others called out once more. Xiang Fei, take this money. Use it first for your sister's medical treatment. If it's not enough, come to me again. Chen Jianghe handed the money to Xiang Fei. You 5, 2 of you go first and start working at the arcade. Thank you, boss. Xiang Fei took the money, his fingers gripping it tightly until his knuckles turned white. With this 10,000 yuan, his sister's leg had a chance to be saved. Boss, what about the 3 of us left? One of the lads asked, puzzled. The remaining 3, I need the sharp ones. Go keep an eye on someone for me. Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze sharp as he spoke. Jianhao's arcade was about to open, and with the extra hands today his operation against Bai Jiang could finally begin. Watch who? Li Quan, Chen Jianghe said coldly. Xiang Fei and the others had no idea who Li Quan was, but since they had followed Chen Jianghe, whatever he asked them to do they would do. The four lads who had followed Xiang Fei were named Aming, Aguang, Ayao, and Ajian. Among the five, the strongest fighters were Xiang Fei himself and Ajian. The other three were sharper mentally, with Aming being the cleverest. Chen Jianghe assigned Xiang Fei and Ajian to help at the arcade first. The arcade's second floor had many rooms, and one was allocated for them to live in. Xiang Fei, you two report to the arcade tomorrow. Aiming tomorrow, I'll have Zhang Peng take you three out to identify the target. Chen Jianghe did not explain much. He simply instructed Aiming and the other two to dig up everything there was to know about Li Quan. Where Li Quan lived, how many people were in his family, who his friends were, what business he had on the side, and who his trusted lieutenants were. Chen Jianghe wanted to know absolutely everything about Li Quan that could be gathered. Chen Jianghe had placed his primary focus on Li Quan. If no breakthrough could be found with Li Quan, he would have no choice but to investigate Jianhao as well. It was unavoidable. He currently lacked sufficient manpower to investigate two people simultaneously. He had to find a way to exhaustively investigate one of them as soon as possible. For now, all he could do was hope to find an entry point through Li Quan. After giving his instructions, Chen Jianghe left with Zhang Peng. Jianghe, aren't you worried Xiang Fei and the others might take that 10,000 yuan and disappear? Back in the car, Zhang Peng couldn't help but ask. In these times, 10,000 yuan was no small sum. Everyone has ambition. Who doesn't want to make big money? If they split that 10,000 among 5 people, each would only get 2,000. The likelihood of them running away for such a trivial amount is slim. If they really would run for that little, they wouldn't be worth my concern in the first place. Chen Jianghe took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, you really think things through? Zhang Peng nodded and drove Chen Jianghe back to the Lieshua game hall. Everything in the arcade remained as usual and business was still quite good. Chen Jianghe's growing reputation had inadvertently become a significant boost to the business. Some customers felt that since Chen Jianghe had managed to establish himself firmly on North Street, combined with reports of people winning money on the slot machines and collecting their payouts smoothly, slot machine business had also picked up. On a typical day, around 15 to 20 people would come to try their luck. Most played small while a smaller portion played bigger. The daily revenue from slot machines had gradually reached around 2,000 yuan. Occasionally a high roller would come through, adding several thousand more without issue. Overall, the business at Lieshua Game Hall was slowly getting back on track. The next morning, Xiang Fei arrived with Ajian to start work. The previous night, after Chen Jianghe had left, Xiang Fei had taken Xiang Li to the hospital and paid the fees in preparation for her surgery. Xiang Li had a disability in her leg, and over the past 2 years Xiang Fei had been saving money for her operation. The 5 brothers had saved over 10,000 yuan together over the past 2 years, and with the additional 10,000 Chen Jianghe had given them the night before, they now had enough for the surgery. Xiang Li was highly independent and very resilient. She was fine staying alone at the hospital, and Xiang Fei only needed to bring her meals on time. That morning, Chen Jianghe arranged for Zhang Peng to take Aiming and the other 3 to identify their target. After quietly tailing Li Quan for a period and becoming thoroughly familiar with him, they began the surveillance operation. Several days passed in a row, and the business at Lieshua Game Hall continued to improve. Planning ahead, Chen Jianghe began making adjustments to the store's operations. First, any customer who spent money at the game hall, whether playing regular machines or slot machines, would receive a free cigarette. On the counter near the cash register sat a box filled with opened loose cigarettes. These were not premium brands, mostly Hongmei and Mutant, around 3 yuan per pack. The cigarettes by the slot machines were of a higher grade, using a Shima at 10 yuan per box. Slot machine players not only received free cigarettes, but also a bottle of Jianlibo just for coming over to play, whether consumed on site or taken away. However, the cigarettes in the game hall could only be consumed on the premises and could not be taken away. No spending, no tokens, no free cigarettes. Chen Jianghe's approach increased the game hall's operating costs considerably, but it established the reputation of Lieshua Game Hall. Word spread like wildfire, and the business only grew better and better. Zhang Peng and the others understood clearly that Chen Jianghe was making these preparations in advance to compete against the upcoming opening of Tianwei Electronics World. Before the grand opening of Tianwei Electronics World, Chen Jianghe had to stabilize a loyal customer base. One morning, Zhang Jun arrived at Lieshua Game Hall early. Boss Zhang. Seeing Zhang Jun appear, Zhang Peng quickly stood up to greet him. Where's your boss, Chen? I need to speak with him. Zhang Jun frowned, clearly somewhat anxious. He's upstairs. You can go right up. Zhang Peng pointed upstairs. He could vaguely guess the reason for Zhang Jun's urgency. Lysan's billiard hall had been vacant for many days with no sign of construction, and Zhang Jun naturally had every reason to be anxious. Zhang Jun nodded and hurried upstairs. Brother Peng, who was that? Ajian asked curiously. A business partner of our boss. Our boss doesn't only have the game hall as his enterprise. Work hard, and following Jianghe means you'll eat well. Boss Chen, it's been a full week now. Why hasn't any work started on the internet cafe site? As soon as Zhang Jun reached the top floor, he asked anxiously. He had already prepaid 50,000 yuan to Chen Jianghe. What did Chen Jianghe's continued inaction mean? Was he trying to swindle his money? Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Aren't I waiting for you to provide the design blueprints? Chen Jianghe put on an expression of surprise and personally poured tea for Zhang Jun. What design blueprint? Zhang Jun frowned, somewhat bewildered by the question. Judging by Chen Jianghe's demeanor, he didn't seem like someone looking to renege on his word. Could there truly be a communication issue between them? The Internet Cafe design blueprint. I've never run an internet cafe before, so I don't know how it should be decorated inside. You provide a design plan, and only then can I arrange for people to start renovating, right? What design blueprint do we need? This isn't about constructing a building. Just invite a renovation contractor to take a look at my shop, and something similar will suffice. Zhang Jun said patiently. Brother Zhang, that's not quite right. If you're aiming to build a chain of internet cafes, the signage needs to be consistent across all locations, and the interior decoration should match as well. Only then can they stand out from other cafes and establish a brand identity. I think every new century internet cafe should maintain a similar layout and aesthetic moving forward. Chen Jianghe gestured for Zhang Jun to drink his tea, explaining earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun found Chen Jianghe's reasoning quite sound. When all the internet cafes share the same interior design, customers will form strong memories of the experience. If someone has a satisfying session at this new century location today, tomorrow, when they're elsewhere, their first instinct will be to find another new century branch nearby. This is what we call the economies of scale effect. When other internet cafes are measured against New Century, they'll appear as unorganized individuals without any real backing. Boss Chen, you're absolutely right. So right that I can't believe I didn't see this myself. Zhang Jun slapped his thigh in excitement. Let's not rush into renovating this internet cafe just yet. I'll find a designer to create proper blueprints first, and then we can standardize the renovation. Once you finish your side, I'll also redo the decoration and change the sign at my Red Spider Internet Cafe. After saying this, Zhang Jun didn't bother to continue his conversation with Chen Jianghe and hurried downstairs to find someone. He was in such a hurry descending the stairs that he almost collided with Zhang Peng. Jianghe, why is Zhang Jun in such a rush? Zhang Peng walked into the office with a puzzled expression. It's about the internet cafe. I've been delaying the renovation, and he's getting a bit anxious about it. Chen Jianghe took a sip of tea. The real reason he hadn't proceeded with the renovation wasn't about design blueprints at all. He was deliberately trying to stall. With Tianwei Electronics World set to open soon, he knew he'd inevitably clash with Jinhao. If the internet cafe was already up and running, any conflict would drag it into the crossfire. Each computer cost several thousand to over 10,000 yuan. If they were actually destroyed, Chen Jianghe would be heartbroken. He definitely planned to operate the internet cafe, but he intended to wait and see. He had merely offered an excuse on the spur of the moment, never expecting Zhang Jun to actually believe it. But this worked out well enough. He could wait for Zhang Jun to find a designer and produce the blueprints first. Exactly. He invested 50,000 yuan, and seeing us make no moves, he's clearly worried we might swallow the money. Zhang Peng nodded, understanding Chen Jianghe's concerns. That's how the Jianghu works. Many things can't be evaluated purely from a business perspective. What's up? Did you come here for something? Chen Jianghe pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Zhang Peng. Guang just came over secretly and said he found something. Zhang Peng handed Chen Jianghe some materials wrapped in newspaper. Chen Jianghe unfolded the newspaper. Inside were handwritten notes. Xiang Fei and the other four had all started hanging around on the streets around middle school age, but Aiming had actually finished middle school. Aiming not only had no trouble writing, but his handwriting was quite good. Li Quan has a younger brother. Chen Jianghe examined Aiming's notes and found the key information. A full brother, and he's a university student. Word is he works at a big company and has made something of himself. Zhang Peng wore an envious expression. Despite being thugs like them, they actually respected intellectuals quite a bit. In these times, university students were considered successful people above the common crowd. A university student? What's their relationship like? Chen Jianghe's eyes showed contemplation. I'm not sure about that. Probably pretty good, I suppose. If my younger brother could get into university, I'd be over the moon. Zhang Peng thought for a moment before replying. After all, the investigation had only been going on for a short time, so there wasn't much they could uncover yet. Matters of emotion and relationships couldn't be gauged in just 3 or 5 days. Tell Aiming to figure out a way to investigate Li Quan's younger brother. Focus your efforts on him. Chen Jianghe said in a grave tone. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded. Have the pagers been distributed? Chen Jianghe asked again. He had asked Zhang Peng to purchase several pagers to maintain constant communication. Issuing a mobile phone to each person wasn't practical. Cheapest one still cost over 10,000 yuan, and Chen Jianghe had no intention of being taken advantage of. Providing one pager per person was already decent. Each pager cost over 1,000 yuan even for off-brand models, while name-brand ones ran 2,000 to 3,000. A frightening price. They're all distributed. I gave one to Aiming, and the rest went to Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, Xiang Fei, and that Ajian. Zhang Peng had hesitated to buy 2 extra units, feeling that Aiming's group just needed one pager to maintain contact with this side. Aiming, Guang, and Yao have been running around outside constantly. Get pagers equipped for them as well. Chen Jianghe took out another stack of money and handed it to Zhang Peng. Alright, I'll go buy them this afternoon. Zhang Peng agreed, and seeing there was nothing else turned and headed downstairs. Once Zhang Peng had left, Chen Jianghe sat in his office, cold glints flashing in his eyes. He then took out the personnel chart, drew another diagonal line beneath Li Quan's name, and wrote the characters for younger brother on that line. He didn't yet know the name of Li Quan's younger brother, but starting today, Ming would arrange for someone to keep watch on him around the clock, doing everything possible to gather detailed information about him. If Li Quan and his brother shared a particularly close bond, they might resort to kidnapping the university student under desperate circumstances, forcing Li Quan to do things he wouldn't otherwise consider. But that was a measure of last resort. If it failed, both Chen Jianghe and the Liehua arcade would face irreversible ruin. After writing down younger brother, Chen Jianghe drew several more diagonal lines and filled them with the names of Li Quan's core lieutenants, a tight-knit group of trusted confidants. In critical moments, these men would likely follow Li Quan rather than Bai Jiang. But that wasn't certain either. In the world of the Jianghu, one must never place too much faith in loyalty. Ultimately, money holds the greatest influence. Having finished his preparations, Chen Jianghe took a deep breath. The cigarette in his mouth burned quickly down to the filter, and he pinched it out before tossing it into the ashtray. Chen Jianghe casually took out Zhou Ming's photograph, glanced at it, then retrieved Zhou Ming's file from a manila envelope and tucked it into his clothing. He then headed downstairs. "Depeng, I'm stepping out for a bit. You keep an eye on the shop." After giving his instructions, Chen Jianghe grabbed the van keys and walked out. The Santana had previously crashed into Lin Guobin's people and damaged its bumper, so it was sent for repairs. "Boss, shall I accompany you?" Xiang Fei hurried out after him. These days, Chen Jianghe had appointed Zhang Peng as manager to handle collections and other matters in the arcade, while Xiang Fei and Zhang Chang were responsible for the slot machines, and Zhou Bing teamed up with a Jian to manage the arcade machines at the front. With 5 people watching over the arcade, no ordinary troublemakers could cause any upheaval. "No need. Stay at the shop." Chen Jianghe waved his hand and drove off in the van. That evening, the arcade was bustling with business, brightly lit. Driving the van, Chen Jianghe left Pingjiang district and entered the neighboring Wanqing district. 3 years ago, Zhou Ming and several other thugs had hacked Chen Jiming to death at the entrance of Liehua Game Hall. Zhou Ming was sentenced to 2 years, but was released after serving only 1. After his release, he didn't remain in Pingjiang district. Instead, he invested his money in a small arcade. Over the past 2 years, the business had expanded rapidly. Zhou Ming's arcade now occupied 2 rooms with over 30 machines and 7 or 8 slot machines. The profits were substantial. Not only was Zhou Ming a small boss, he also handled security at the arcade. With money in hand, he lived quite luxuriously, frequently picking up girls at the gaming hall. Many girls who came to play at the arcade fell victim to his schemes. Some, seeking financial gain, would even drag their classmates into the pool, introducing them to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming could go through 5 or 6 girlfriends in a year alone. Those rebellious girls who could be seduced with a single meal of malatang. He had already played with countless such girls. He had nearly forgotten the person he had hacked to death 3 years prior. In fact, he considered it the starting point of his rise in life, never once regretting helping Li Jindi carry out that deed. Chen Jianghe parked the van at a distance, donned a cap, lit a cigarette, and walked toward the arcade. The place was crowded, mostly filled with nearby students, some dropouts, and unemployed drifters. No one noticed Chen Jianghe's arrival. Most were deeply absorbed in their games. The arcade was thick with smoke, the stench of sweat mixing into an unpleasant haze. The games here were similar to those in Chen Jianghe's own arcade, primarily titles like King of Fighters, Street Fighter, and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Chen Jianghe's gaze swept across the room, and quickly found Zhou Ming, who had his arm around a girl with dyed yellow hair while playing King of Fighters. A gold chain hung around Zhou Ming's neck, and a brick-style mobile phone sat beside him. He was a far cry from the thug he had been 3 years prior. Chen Jianghe cast one glance at Zhou Ming, then calmly turned and lingered near the entrance, pretending to watch 2 students play before naturally exiting the arcade. Once outside, Chen Jianghe immediately returned to the van, smoking as he sat with a profound, waiting gaze. Time ticked by. Chen Jianghe had expected to wait until midnight before Zhou Ming might leave, but at just 11 o'clock, a barely dressed young woman appeared and made her way toward him. "Brother Ming, how about that thing I told you about last time?" The girl pulled Zhou Ming to the arcade entrance. Seeing Zhou Ming appear, Chen Jianghe immediately sat upright. Last time. Zhou Ming's eyes darted about, as if his mind were clouded. He first shooped away the girl beside him, then wrapped an arm around the newcomer's waist. "Let's talk somewhere else." "Brother Ming, don't do this. I have a boyfriend." The girl pushed against Zhou Ming, yet without much force. "Having a boyfriend only makes it better. Your boyfriend won't find out." Zhou Ming's hand wandered restlessly. "Can we go somewhere else? Please." The girl grasped Zhou Ming's hand, her face filled with pleading. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go have some private conversation." Zhou Ming wrapped his arm around the girl and led her forward. The girl hesitated for a moment, her face showing conflict, but ultimately followed him obediently. After walking for a while, Zhou Ming led the girl into an alley beside the street, too lazy to even pay for a hotel room. "Come on, let's warm things up." Eager to proceed, Zhou Ming attempted to pull down the girl's pants. Brother Ming, how about I become your girlfriend? That way I might accept it more easily. The girl clutched her belt tightly, preventing Zhou Ming from succeeding. Damn it, girlfriend. Look, sister, why don't you just become my wife? I'll marry you. Zhou Ming grew impatient. Really? The girl's eyes lit up. Really, my ass. In these times, husbands clock in by the minute. Are you kidding me with talk of feelings? I'm just asking if you can do it. If yes, I'll take care of your matters. If not, scram, and don't waste my precious nightlife. Zhou Ming said impatiently. The girl bit lip, her cheeks flushing red as she lowered her head. Zhou Ming smirked triumphantly, preparing to make his move, when suddenly, click, two bright headlights flared to life outside the alley, illuminating the entire passage with intense high beams. The girl let out a terrified scream and hastily pulled up her clothes. Fuck, who the hell is that? Blinded by the van's high beams, Zhou Ming pulled up his pants, shielded his eyes with his hand, and roared in fury. The girl, ashamed with her face burning red, pulled up her clothes, kept her head down, and fled deeper into the alley, disappearing within moments. Wearing his cap, Chen Jianghe stepped out of the van, hands tucked into his pockets, and walked toward Zhou Ming. The strong light shone from behind him, casting only a shadow that approached. Zhou Ming could not make out Chen Jianghe's face. Fuck you, are you fucking sick in the head? Seeing that only one man had approached, Zhou Ming gripped his spring knife and cursed his way toward Chen Jianghe. Zhou Ming. Chen Jianghe stopped before him, his expressionless face fixed on the man. Who the fuck are you? A chill ran through Zhou Ming, his vigilance instantly sharpening. This kid knew his name, which meant he was specifically here for him. 3 years ago at the entrance of Liaohui Game Hall. Chen Jianghe. Do you still remember? Chen Jianghe spoke slowly. You're here for revenge on behalf of Chen Jianghe. Zhou Ming's eyes turned vicious. Instead of fleeing, he slammed the switch on his spring knife and charged directly at Chen Jianghe, driving the blade toward his stomach. Regardless of whether this kid had come seeking vengeance, he would take him down first. Chen Jianghe's eyes narrowed coldly. He sidestepped and punched Zhou Ming in the face. Schlick. The sharp tip of the knuckle duster tore open Zhou Ming's face. Zhou Ming let out a wretched scream as the sharp knuckle duster tore through his face, warm blood splattering across Chen Jianghe's fist, exposing the bone and gum beneath the shredded skin. Yet Zhou Ming was also a ruthless man. Madness flickered in his eyes as he stumbled backward half a step, his spring-loaded knife slashing through the air before thrusting toward Chen Jianghe's belly. Chen Jianghe thrust out his hand, seizing Zhou Ming's wrist, and delivered another crushing blow to his face. Several teeth mingled with blood sprayed through the air as Zhou Ming screamed once more, his body already half softened with agony. Chen Jianghe gripped the wrist like an iron clamp, delivering punch after punch, several consecutive strikes that beat Zhou Ming to the point of hovering between life and death, nearly blacking out entirely. Then Chen Jianghe warily scanned his surroundings, confirming no one was present. He directly dragged Zhou Ming, opened the van's rear compartment, and stuffed Zhou Ming inside. Plastic sheeting had been laid out in advance inside the van's rear compartment, ensuring no blood would remain in the vehicle. After stuffing Zhou Ming inside, Chen Jianghe shut the rear compartment, swiftly got in, and drove away. After Chen Jianghe had driven away in the van for quite some time, the young woman finally emerged from the alley, her face streaked with panic. She gazed at the blood on the ground, trembling uncontrollably with fear, then bit her lip and swiftly departed. She vanished into the darkness of night. She had no idea what had occurred, not daring to linger nearby to observe. She only knew that something terrible had surely happened to Zhou Ming, who had left with her. She absolutely did not want to be implicated. Chen Jianghe drove the van slowly out of the city. Not long after he arrived at the edge of a cliff. Li Jindi and Huang Kuan had both perished here. Zhou Ming would die here too. This place was a geomantically auspicious location, and Chen Jianghe intended to let the remaining scoundrels all meet their end here. Chen Jianghe brought the van to a halt, took out a rope from inside the car, and opened the rear compartment. The moment it opened, Zhou Ming rolled outside, scrambled to his feet, and stumbled desperately toward the distance. Chen Jianghe let out a cold laugh, instantly giving chase. He kicked Zhou Ming to the ground with a single sweep, then produced a blade, and stabbed it viciously into Zhou Ming's leg. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I'll give you money, however much you want, I'll give it to you. Zhou Ming collapsed in agony, yet still refusing to surrender. He attempted to rise again, dragging his wounded leg as he limped desperately, trying to escape. Chen Jianghe stabbed another blade into Zhou Ming's other leg. With both legs wounded, Zhou Ming seemed to understand there was no road to escape. Only then did he finally quiet down. Stop struggling. Let me send you on your way so we can both be at ease. Chen Jianghe looked down at Zhou Ming from above, directly seized Zhou Ming by the hair, and dragged him beside the van. He then produced a rope, preparing to bind Zhou Ming. The purpose of binding was to attach stones so the weight would carry the corpse to the bottom, preventing someone from discovering Zhou Ming's body on the shore the very next morning. Chen Jianghe had spent 3 years in prison and possessed some knowledge of modern forensic investigation techniques. In this day and age, without a corpse, it was merely a missing persons case. Missing persons cases were numerous. Whether they could even be filed was questionable. Even if filed, most were tossed in archive rooms to gather dust. Perhaps when luck eventually led to discovering a body, would investigative resources be deployed? If the body could never be found, the missing persons case would forever remain just that, a missing persons case. The case file might perpetually gather dust in that very archive. Without a body to be found, there was no homicide case. A homicide absolutely required a corpse. With current investigative methods, even if a body were discovered 3 to 5 months later, what could possibly be done? Furthermore, thrown into the sea, if the corpse truly could resurface, that would be Zhou Ming and the others finding extraordinary luck. If they truly possessed such luck, they would not have ended up as corpses discarded into the sea. Brother, who exactly are you? I'll pay you money. Will 100,000 be enough? Take the money and pretend nothing happened tonight. I absolutely won't come looking for you. How about it? Consider it. Zhou Ming, his mouth full of blood, desperately begged Chen Jianghe. My name is Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe is my father. When you reach the gates of King Yama, give my name, so you won't become a wrongfully killed ghost. Chen Jianghe directly bound Zhou Ming's hands. He then began tying stones to the rope. You're Chen Jianghe. Zhou Ming's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Of course he knew that Chen Jianghe had a son named Chen Jianghe. Today at the arcade, he had overheard people chatting mentioning Chen Jianghe. They said another fierce character had emerged in the Pingjiang district. Having just been released from prison not long ago, he had snatched Li Jindi's territory and caused trouble for Lingua Bin. When he heard this matter, he had felt uneasy. However, he believed the incident was long past, and Chen Jianghe was developing in Pingjiang district anyway. It seemed impossible for him to come to Wangxing district in the short term. He was reluctant to part with his arcade, reluctant to leave his carefree days. He also thought Chen Jianghe might not necessarily be able to find him. He never expected Chen Jianghe to locate him so quickly. Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. We're both in the underworld. I was just paid to do a job. Leave some room for maneuver. I'll compensate you 200,000. That's all I've earned over the years. It's all yours. Spare me, please. Zhou Ming struggled to crouch and begged desperately. Keep the 200,000 for your family. Consider it your contribution to them. Chen Jianghe bound 2 large stones onto Zhou Ming's body, securing them tightly and firmly. Chen Jianghe, you mother. Zhou Ming lowered his head and suddenly let out a roar. Enduring the excruciating pain in both legs, he suddenly lunged upward, headbutting toward Chen Jianghe's chin. Chen Jianghe's gaze turned ice cold. He retreated half a step, and with a clean, decisive motion drove the blade into Zhou Ming's throat. Zhou Ming's body seemed to have its strength instantly drained away. He collapsed to the ground. Chen Jianghe yanked the blade back, and with a kick sent him tumbling off the cliff. The sound of waves crashing against the shore drowned out everything. Chen Jianghe watched Zhou Ming's body plummet off the cliff, then turned back to meticulously inspect the cliff's surface, ensuring no evidence had been left behind. Only then did he drive the van away. He drove the van directly back to his 3-story house, parked the car in the courtyard, and first set the plastic sheets from the rear compartment ablaze, reducing them to ashes. Then he meticulously cleaned the van from inside to outside, thoroughly scrubbing every surface. Only after that did he leave the van doors open to air it out completely before returning inside to rest. The next morning, Chen Jianghe drove the van back to the Blaze arcade. Boss. Xiang Fei was just about to head out when he saw Chen Jianghe appear. He quickly nodded respectfully to Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe nodded, as if suddenly remembering something. He tossed the van keys to Xiang Fei. It's your sister undergoing surgery today, right? Take the car. Boss, it's fine. I can just walk. Xiang Fei declined hastily. No worries. It'll be more convenient for you to drive. Coming and going will be easier. Chen Jianghe shook his head and walked into the arcade. Xiang Fei clutched the car keys, his heart filled with gratitude. He truly felt Chen Jianghe was an excellent leader. He took the keys and sat in the van. Suddenly his expression shifted slightly. He noticed the van had been meticulously cleaned from top to bottom. Last night, Chen Jianghe went out alone and did not return until dawn. When he came back, he thoroughly cleaned the minivan inside and out. A Jian who also operated in the underworld immediately made certain associations. However, he said nothing. Merely his expression shifted subtly before he silently drove the minivan away. Today was the day Xiang Li was undergoing surgery. Chen Jianghe had pulled them through at a critical moment. Not to mention that he did not know what Chen Jianghe had done. Even if he had known, he would not have said a word. Jianghe, I heard Jin Hao's game arcade is opening tomorrow. Zhang Peng hurried out looking somewhat worried. So soon? Chen Jianghe frowned. He had expected the Tianwei Electronics World to open in another week or so, never anticipating it would open tomorrow. Yes, they were installing machines yesterday and kept going until this morning, working through the night. Zhang Peng nodded, also surprised by how quickly Jin Hao had acted. The man was clearly impatient to open and start making money. Don't panic. When the tide rises, we raise the sail. Just because they're opening doesn't mean we have to fear them. Who will ultimately prevail remains to be seen. Chen Jianghe reassured everyone. Don't worry, I have other plans. What plans? Zhang Peng asked curiously. You'll find out when the time comes. In short, when it comes to business competition, Jin Hao is no match for me. Chen Jianghe smiled with absolute confidence. Zhang Peng nodded. When it came to fair business competition, no one was afraid. What they feared was Jin Hao resorting to dirty tricks if he couldn't compete fairly. With Bai Zhang's backing, Jianhao might prove unstoppable. Jianhao alone was formidable enough, and adding Bai Zhang to the mix made them extremely difficult to deal with. Chen Jianghe go to the tea house later to pay Bai Yi his tribute. Speak of the devil. A man in his early 30s bearing tattoos suddenly entered and glanced at Chen Jianghe. Last time Chen Jianghe visited the tea house, these middle-aged men had looked at him with disdain. But this time that contempt had vanished. Everyone on North Street now knew that Chen Jianghe had dealt with Lin Guobin. If he could handle Lin Guobin with just a handful of men, no ordinary thug would dare underestimate him. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned and left, heading to notify the next shop. On certain days each month, the merchants on North Street had to pay Bai Zhang his tribute. This had been the norm for years. Some had tried not to pay. The consequence of non-payment was that your shop would be destroyed the next day. On North Street, Bai Zhang was the undisputed local tyrant. His word was law, carrying more weight than Tang Aigua could ever command. Jianghe, what should we do? Zhang Peng looked at Chen Jianghe. Get 2,000 yuan. You and a Jian come with me. Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette, his expression unreadable. 2,000. That probably won't be enough. Zhang Peng hesitated. 2,000 yuan would certainly not satisfy Bai Zhang. Even without adding Lysan's billiards hall, 2,000 yuan fell far short. He'll have to accept it. Chen Jianghe said coolly. At 5% one would need a monthly net profit of 100,000 to owe that much. Even under Li Jindi, the Blazing Fire game arcade had never generated 100,000 in monthly net profit. It was lucky to make 60 or 70,000. Paying 2,000 was already giving Bai Zhang considerable face. All right then. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth, took 2,000 from the register, recorded it, summoned a Jian, left Zhang Chong and the others to mind the store, and followed Chen Jianghe toward the tea house. At the tea house, merchants were arriving one after another to pay their dues. Some paid 200 or 300 a month, others paid 1,000 or 2,000. Only the most prosperous shops on North Street paid that amount. And these top establishments typically paid only 3%, with monthly net profits reaching over 100,000. With at least several dozen merchants on North Street, Bai Zhang collected over 100,000 in protection fees monthly, exceeding $1 million annually. At current prices, that could buy 2 apartments in the most prosperous district of Pengcheng. Bai Zhang was dripping with wealth from protection fees alone. Not to mention Bai Zhang's own businesses and his equity stakes on North Street. Counting all legitimate ventures alone, excluding his underground operations, he earned over 200,000 or 300,000 monthly. This man was unquestionably the wealthiest on North Street. Bai Yi. Chen Jianghe is here. Today Li Quan was not playing cards, but stood behind Bai Zhang with arms crossed. When he spotted Chen Jianghe, he announced his arrival. Chen Jianghe, I hear you've been making quite a splash lately. You even took down Lin Guobin. Impressive for a young man. Bai Zhang glanced at Chen Jianghe as he casually played a card. Gao, who had been sitting opposite Bai Zhang, turned around and eyed Chen Jianghe with interest. Just luck, Chen Jianghe replied calmly. He glanced around and noticed the beauty in the Chongsam Fong Qiong was not present. It seemed that lady was not by Bai Zhang's side at all times. Composed and unassuming, a true player. You're better than your father. Your future prospects are limitless. Another of Bai Zhang's card companions laughed. Don't flatter him too much. Young people these days can't handle too much praise. Give them an inch, and they forget who they are. Bai Zhang coldly laughed and poured cold water on the praise. Hearing this, Zhang Peng's expression darkened, while a Jian coldly sneered and stared openly at Bai Zhang. What are you looking at, kid? Li Quan's fierce eyes locked onto a Jian, who met his gaze with defiant contempt. You little punk, you've got some nerve. Li Quan frowned, then grinned wickedly. Several senior thugs closed in with cold expressions. What's the matter? A Jian immediately reached into his jacket and gripped his knife. Quainer, Bai Zhang called out. The thugs immediately halted. He glanced at Chen Jianghe and said, Chen Jianghe, control your men. This is not a place for your nonsense. Bai Yi, I'm here to pay my tribute, not to cause trouble. Chen Jianghe flung the 2,000 yuan onto the table. Though his words were polite, his actions were rebellious and defiant. Bai Yi frowned and studied Chen Jianghe intently. Quainer, take the money. Yes, Bai Yi. Li Quan strode forward with arms crossed, grabbed the cash, and quickly counted it. Bai Yi, there's only 2,000. 2,000. Bai Yi's hand froze mid-card. He coldly fixed his gaze on Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, do you understand what happens when you try to deceive Bai Zhang on North Street? What consequences? Chen Jianghe's gaze also chilled. He stubbed out his cigarette and shoved both hands in his pockets. You little punk, looks like you want to start a rebellion. Li Quan coldly stared at Chen Jianghe, his face twisted with menace. On North Street, anyone who dares deceive Bai Yi, having your place destroyed and your people crippled, would be the least of your worries. You dare. Chen Jianghe refused to back down, locking eyes with Li Quan. Zhang Peng and a Jian had already drawn their short blades ready to shield Chen Jianghe and fight their way out at the first sign of trouble. Bai Zhang's men shoved aside chairs, pulled out their weapons, and surrounded Chen Jianghe and his 2 companions, glaring at them with fierce predatory eyes. Gao Hu and Bai Zhang's 2 other card-playing associates stared at Chen Jianghe in shock. It had been years since anyone dared speak to Bai Zhang like that. This kid truly had nerve. A fearless newborn calf fears no tiger. If this kid survives another couple of years, he's bound to become someone. Bai Zhang's face turned cold, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Jianghe. It had been a long time since anyone dared speak to him like that. Ha ha ha, fine fine fine. Awe-inspiring youth, truly awe-inspiring. Feng Xiong was right. This kid really does have a bit of my young self's flair. Bai Zhang's face remained cold as he looked at Chen Jianghe, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. 2,000 it is then. Chen Jianghe, for this month, I'll give you face. Then I'll thank you, boss Bai. Chen Jianghe's expression remained calm. Go on then. But remember, next month bring 5,000. From now on you pay me 5,000 every month. Otherwise you'll get a taste of Li Quan's methods. Bai Zhang's smile faded as he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Without a word he turned and left. The thugs behind him glared menacingly, blocking the way. Move aside. Chen Jianghe's eyes turned icy. The thug blocking his path felt a jolt of danger, instinctively stepped back, and meekly made way. Chen Jianghe and his two companions walked away unchallenged. Boss, by that Chen Jianghe is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson he'll think he's somebody. Once they were gone, Li Quan said resentfully. He's young. Youthful arrogance is only natural. Why don't you and your boys go have fun? Don't worry about us. Boss Bai waved his hand with a smile, dismissing Li Quan and his men. Bai Ji, these young punks these days are really hard to handle. Their heads are practically in the clouds. They need to be knocked down a peg, or they'll become a real threat. One of the card players remarked. No matter. Jin Hao's arcade opens tomorrow. That kid's been getting a little too cocky lately with his own shop. Let Chen Jianghe be his whetstone. Sharpen him up a bit. Bai Zhang chuckled. Gao Hu's heart stirred, and he silently cursed. So the old bastard had finally been swayed. All this time he'd been feeding Bai Zhang stories about how Jin Hao's forces had grown strong. It had clearly planted a seed of suspicion. Bai Zhang was keeping Chen Jianghe around precisely to have him bite at Jin Hao. When two tigers fight, one is bound to get hurt. Once Jin Hao was wounded, he'd have no choice but to remain Bai Zhang's obedient dog. That way Jin Hao wouldn't grow too big for his britches and stop listening. As for Chen Jianghe, he was no match for Jin Hao. Let Jin Hao clean up Chen Jianghe. Ideally, both sides would tear each other apart, leaving Bai Zhang to pick up the pieces. Had that worked out nicely. Jianghe, that was too dangerous back there. It wasn't worth falling out with Bai Zhang over 1,000 yuan. Zhang Peng said, still shaken, as they left the tea house. If it had really come to blows, the three of them might not have made it out of that tea house alive. Boss, just let me go kill that old bastard. He's got plenty of men now, but he's bound to be alone eventually. If I get the chance, I'll take him out. A Jian, on the other hand, was completely unfazed, eagerly itching to take Bai Zhang down. True, Bai Zhang had a strong crew, but he couldn't have that many guards around him at all times. As long as Bai Zhang had no more than 3 men beside him, a Jian was confident he could kill him. A Jian surviving in this world takes brains. Without brains, you'll always be nothing but a street thug with no future. Chen Jianghe tapped his own head. Not to mention, you'd hardly have a chance at killing Bai Zhang. And even if you did, what then? If Bai Zhang dies, his men are still around. Jin Hao is still around. Whoever kills us then becomes the avenger of Bai Zhang, and they'd have the perfect excuse to take over his business. Li Quan and Jin Hao would chase us down like mad dogs. There's no way we'd survive that. Bai Zhang definitely has to die, but not like that. Chen Jianghe paused, then continued. And it's not about the 1,000 yuan. I wanted to test Bai Zhang's bottom line. He's probably planning to have us clash with Jin Hao. Clash with Jin Hao. But he's Bai Zhang's godson. Zhang Peng was stunned. Exactly. Godson, not his real son. Chen Jianghe sneered. Even real sons will turn against their fathers over money and power, let alone a godson. Do you think if Jin Hao grows strong enough, how will he treat Bai Zhang? He'd make Bai Zhang step down and retire. A Jian said after thinking for a moment. If he lets Bai Zhang retire, that's already merciful. If he's ruthless, he'll replace Bai Zhang entirely and take his business and his women. Chen Jianghe let out a cold laugh. Most people in that life were nothing but thugs. Expecting them to have high moral standards was wishful thinking. Once Jin Hao grew powerful enough that Bai Zhang could no longer control him, Bai Zhang's end would come. Could Bai Zhang not have considered that? Now that Jin Hao's Tianwei electronic world was opening, he'd have his own turf. In a few years, after recruiting more men, Bai Zhang might no longer be able to keep him in check. Chen Jianghe guessed that the reason Bai Zhang didn't flip out today was precisely so that he and Jin Hao would collide, ideally to blunt Jin Hao's edge and force him back into being Bai Zhang's dog. Bai Zhang was getting old. A man of the underworld, when old, should wash his hands and go legit completely. Staying half dark, half white in the streets only made him a stepping stone for others. Jianghe, I understand what you mean. A look of sudden realization dawned on Zhang Peng's face. Only a Jian was still puzzled. A Jian, you don't need to overthink it. Just know that Bai Zhang won't make a move on us for now. Chen Jianghe said. What about the 5,000 next month? A Jian was still uneasy. If we don't fight Jin Hao to a standstill, even if we don't pay next month, let alone 5,000, even 2,000, Bai Zhang won't make a move. What he wants isn't the money at all. Telling Chen Jianghe to pay 5,000 starting next month was just posturing, words meant for others to hear. Bai Zhang was telling everyone that disobedience would cost you. But as long as Chen Jianghe clashed with Jin Hao and made some noise, drawing blood, Bai Zhang wouldn't bother making a move over such petty cash. A Jian looked at Chen Jianghe with admiration. Chen Jianghe saw things more clearly than anyone. Jianghe, so are we really going to clash with Jin Hao? Zhang Peng asked again, worried. Once his Tianwei electronic world opens, even if we don't look for trouble, he'll come looking for us. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Zhang Peng and a Jian silently nodded, thoroughly convinced by Chen Jianghe's wisdom. Chen Jianghe saw further, perceived more deeply, and thought more comprehensively than them. Mr. Chen, I heard that Tianwei Electronics World is opening tomorrow with a 3-day grand celebration. Coin-operated games for just 1 yuan. Are you going to run any promotions at your arcade? As soon as they returned to Liehua, an old customer saw Chen Jianghe and asked with a smile. 1 yuan for unlimited play. Zhang Peng and a Jian's expressions changed. That bastard Jin Hao was really willing to invest heavily. When Liehua Arcade previously reopened, they ran a promotion of 10 coins for 1 yuan, though 10 coins wouldn't last long anyway. Whether this unlimited play lasted a full day or just half the promotional intensity clearly surpassed what Liehua had offered before. Jin Hao's aggressive promotion strategy was obviously designed to dominate the entire market on North Street, leaving no room for competitors to survive. Of course we'll run promotions. I'm not opening this arcade just to make money. I want to give everyone a place to relax and enjoy themselves. I appreciate that kind of thinking, Mr. Chen. What kind of promotion are you planning? The familiar customer, despite knowing Chen Jianghe was merely putting on a show, asked with genuine curiosity. We'll announce Liehua's promotion this afternoon. Everyone will find out then. Chen Jianghe raised his voice so all the customers in the arcade could hear, then exchanged a glance with Zhang Peng and a Jian, signaling them to follow upstairs. Jianghe, if we also offer unlimited play for 1 yuan, we'd lose a fortune. The revenue wouldn't even cover the electricity bill. Zhang Peng followed upstairs, visibly anxious. Arcade operators pay commercial electricity rates, which add up significantly each day. Unlimited play for 1 yuan isn't sustainable. Jin Hao probably won't last more than 2 or 3 days. If he manages a full week, then I'll acknowledge his courage. Chen Jianghe sneered. A Jian, go to Tianwei Electronics World and see exactly how they're running their promotion. Their grand opening event must already be posted. Got it. A Jian nodded and hurried downstairs toward Tianwei Electronics World. Doping, I have an idea. Chen Jianghe tossed Zhang Peng a cigarette, lit one for himself, and as Zhang Peng struck the match to light it, he continued, I'm planning a long-term promotion, valid as long as this shop stays open. What kind of promotion? Zhang Peng lit his cigarette, still deeply concerned. A coin reload bonus. Deposit 10 yuan and get 15 worth of coins, deposit 20 and receive 35, deposit 100 and get 200. What do you think? During his time in prison, Chen Jianghe had heard about this business strategy. Prison houses people from every walk of life, not just criminals as commonly believed. Deposit 10, get 15 worth. Wouldn't that result in a loss? Zhang Peng struggled to grasp the business logic behind it. We won't lose money. It's simply low profit margins with high volume, and we might actually earn more. Chen Jianghe stated with confidence. So 10 yuan gets you 75 coins. Zhang Peng nodded, thoughtfully reassured by Chen Jianghe's certainty. If this held true, Liehua would become the most affordable arcade in Pingcheng, and with Chen Jianghe's growing reputation, it could establish itself as one of the city's most renowned gaming venues. 10 yuan for 75 coins, 100 yuan for 1,000. Chen Jianghe announced. That's quite an aggressive promotion. Zhang Peng calculated that charging 100 yuan would equal 1 yuan per 10 coins, matching the first week after Liehua's reopening. The promotional intensity was substantial. However, Chen Jianghe knew his clientele consisted mainly of students, unemployed youth, and troublemakers. Most wouldn't have 100 yuan to deposit. 10 or 20 yuan would be the realistic range. This reflected Pingcheng's rapid economic growth. In inland cities, such a promotion would be unfeasible given the higher threshold. Boss, there's a red paper posted at Tianwei Electronics World's entrance detailing their promotion schedule. They're running the 1 yuan unlimited play for 3 days only, starting tomorrow and ending the day after. You pay 1 yuan to enter and play freely, but if you leave mid-session you'll need to pay again to re-enter. A Jian returned with the details of Jin Hao's promotion and reported directly to Chen Jianghe. Had Jin Hao truly lacks the courage to commit fully, Chen Jianghe scoffed. If this promotion ran for a full week, Tianwei Electronics World would cement its reputation. 3 days shows no real boldness. Chen Jianghe then discussed with Zhang Peng the specifics of implementing the membership recharge promotion at Liehua Arcade. In the afternoon, Chen Jianghe had Zhang Peng post an announcement detailing Liehua's promotion. Recharge and get free coins. At 10 yuan for 75 coins, that's enough for a week of play. This promotion seems too modest compared to what Tianwei Electronics World is offering. Exactly. They let you play freely for just 1 yuan. Mr. Chen isn't being sincere enough. Customers gathered around the notice discussing the promotion. Most felt Chen Jianghe's offer lacked competitiveness when measured against Tianwei Electronics World's more generous deal. Zhang Peng waited expectantly through the afternoon, but found few customers willing to recharge for membership. Business remained steady at the arcade since Tianwei Electronics World hadn't yet opened. Xiang Fei arrived late in the evening, visibly exhausted from his journey. "Brother Fei, how did Xiang Li's surgery go?" A Jian immediately asked with concern upon seeing him return. Chen Jianghe, who happened to be downstairs, also turned to look. "The surgery was successful. The doctor says she can be discharged after a few more days of rest, and if she recovers well, she'll be able to walk normally again," Xiang Fei said excitedly, then walked over to Chen Jianghe and bowed deeply. "Boss, thank you so much. From now on, my life belongs to you." Chen Jianghe had spent 10,000 yuan on Xiang Li's medical treatment. If he relied on them earning money through violent means, it would take far too long to accumulate such a sum. Xiang Fei, stand up straight. "From now on, we're all family. No need for this formality." Chen Jianghe scanned the group and spoke solemnly. "Those of you who follow me from here on, I can't promise anything else, but as long as I, Chen Jianghe, have food, none of you will go hungry. Boss, we believe in you." Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing nodded enthusiastically. Though they had only followed Chen Jianghe for a short time and faced considerable danger, they had earned far more than before. In their line of work, the real fear wasn't risking one's life for money. It was risking life and getting nothing in return. The next morning, Tianwei Electronics World opened on schedule. Jin Hao had arranged firecrackers and lion dancers, making the occasion quite spectacular. The sound of firecrackers and lion dances rang out precisely at 9 in the morning. The idle young men of North Street all rushed over to join the spectacle. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei emerged from their arcade. "Jianghe, they've opened." Zhang Peng took a drag from his cigarette, then viciously crushed the stub onto the ground and ground it under his heel. As soon as Tianwei Electronics World opened, Fire Flame Arcade grew desolate. Where there had once been over a dozen patrons, each morning only 2 or 3 remained. Upon hearing about the new opening, those 2 or 3 left as well. Fire Flame Arcade stood empty with only Chen Jianghe and his group left behind. "Achang, keep watch with Zhou Bing. We'll go take a look." Chen Jianghe flicked out his cigarette and strode directly toward Tianwei Electronics World. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianwei Electronics World, Jin Hao, dressed in a striking white suit, stood at the doorway with a beaming smile, bowing and thanking the attending business owners. Bai Jiang had personally appeared today, bringing 2 large flower baskets and a framed calligraphy piece inscribed with the 4 grand characters, "May wealth pour in from all directions." The signature belonged to Bai Jiang himself. With this inscription, it was clear the establishment operated under Bai Jiang's protection. Any underworld figure thinking of causing trouble here would need to consider whether they could afford to provoke him. Bai Jiang was the first to arrive, demonstrating his deep respect and support for Jin Hao. Gao Hu came next, bringing only 2 flower baskets and not even a single opening day red envelope. "Congratulations, Hao. With a grand establishment like this, may you grow ever stronger and harvest golden fortunes day by day," Gao Hu said with a wide smile, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Uncle Gao." Jin Hao responded with a cold sneer, raising his hand dismissively. A flash of coldness crossed Gao Hu's eyes, yet his smile never faltered as he entered the office to share tea with Bai Jiang. Shortly after, Bai Jiang's 2 other gaming companions arrived, as well, each bearing flower baskets and red envelopes. These 3 friends of Bai Jiang were brothers from his early days of navigating the streets. Jin Hao was Bai Jiang's sworn son, while Gao Hu and the other 2 were effectively uncles to Jin Hao. Gao Hu was the youngest of Bai Jiang's quartet, barely under 40, yet his fortunes had been unremarkable. He had suffered repeated business failures over the years and lost considerable sums. Bai Jiang, now older, had spent these years elevating Jin Hao and helping manage his enterprises. Gao Hu, watching from the sidelines after his own failures, grew envious and plotted to undermine Jin Hao and seize control of his operations. Thus he frequently whispered poison in Bai Jiang's ear about Jin Hao. Jin Hao in turn had long harbored deep resentment toward Gao Hu. Following them came Lord Bai's friends, allies, Jin Hao's associates, and the numerous shop owners and bosses, great and small, from North Street, all converging to show their support. This was influence, Bai Jiang's power. It was not something Chen Jianghe could overcome through brute confrontation. After receiving his guests, Jin Hao invited Bai Jiang to preside over a brief opening ceremony, and Tianwei Electronics World officially opened its doors. Impatient young men surged inside, quickly filling the gaming hall with energy. Several key clients headed straight to the 2nd floor and began playing the slot machines. Watching all this, Zhang Peng and the others could only stare in envy. These connections had effectively maxed out Jin Hao's social capital. Jin Hao held Fire Flame Arcade in utter contempt. Confident in Lord Bai's backing and his own solid standing, he believed that once Tianwei Electronics World was open, Fire Flame Arcade would shut down within no time. All business would flow to him. After mingling briefly in the upstairs office, Bai Jiang departed. On his way out, he happened to spot Chen Jianghe waiting outside. He offered Chen Jianghe a loaded, meaningful smile before leading his entourage away. And true to Jin Hao's expectations, the first 3 days of promotional activities were extraordinarily prosperous. The arcade section downstairs was packed every day, while the slot machine area upstairs saw its peak on the first day, declining steadily on the second, and worse still on the third. Many slot players had come primarily out of respect for Bai Jiang. Jin Hao was calculating. He had set the slot machine win rate exceedingly low, swallowing 100 coins and spitting out merely 10. Seasoned players quickly caught on and never returned. By contrast, ordinary venues typically returned 20 coins for every 100, which was considered a reasonable win rate. Yet Chen Jianghe consistently returned 30 coins for every 100, a win rate 3 times higher than Jianghe's. One might grant face for a visit, but who would willingly lose money while propping up someone else's vanity? Consequently, Jianghe's slot machine business never took off before declining rapidly. Some slot machine players passing through North Street happened to try their luck at Fireflame Arcade. Finding the win rate far better, they became customers of Fireflame instead. However, Jianghe paid it little mind, for the opening 3-day promotion had indeed been highly profitable at Tianwei Electronics World. At 1 yuan for unlimited play, the game area alone earned over 1,000 yuan daily, buzzing with activity. The second-floor slot machines promised even greater profits. Have the numbers been calculated? Jianghe asked from the innermost office on the second floor, cigarette dangling from his lips, legs crossed, looking thoroughly at ease. Brother, how they have. Over the 3 opening days, the arcade section earned a total of 3,687 yuan, and the slot machine area brought in 6,7875 yuan. Approximately 7,100 yuan in total, said a bespectacled man in the office. 71,000 in 3 days? Excellent, excellent. Jianghe was overjoyed. Projecting forward, the arcade's monthly revenue would reach over 7,000 yuan, and after deducting profit sharing and costs, he could pocket over 100,000 yuan monthly. With this arcade, he would not only make money, but also maintain a household of followers. A venture of this scale could easily support 15 or 20 men, people and capital strong and ready. Brother, how the past 3 days were profitable, but today's business hasn't been as strong, the bespectacled man said cautiously. Today's business isn't good. Jianghe furrowed his brows, tucked in his legs, and descended the stairs with his cigarette still between his teeth. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he confirmed it. The arcade section had grown noticeably quieter. Just yesterday at this hour, at least 100 or 200 people had been playing. Now the vast arcade housed only 2 or 3 dozen. Why so few people? Jianghe's expression darkened. Brother, how the promotions have ended, and we've reverted to normal pricing. That's why fewer people are coming, a thug hurriedly explained. Jianghe believed Tianwei Electronics World was large enough with new machines and a fine environment. 3 tokens per yuan was only fair. But reality slapped him hard. With 3 tokens per yuan, business immediately dried up. Damn wretched poor ghosts. Jianghe cursed bitterly. Brother, how all the customers from our game arcade have drifted over to Chen Jianghe's place. I hear he's running some kind of membership recharge promotion. Should we consider something similar? The bespectacled man followed him down. What kind of recharge promotion is he running? Jianghe furrowed his brow. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Jianghe, go check out Chen Jianghe's arcade and see exactly how they're structuring their promotion. The bespectacled man shook his head, then gave an instruction to a henchman standing nearby. The thug nodded and hurried out the door. Brother Peng, Jianghe's man is here. Xiang Fei had been smoking by the entrance. Spotting the approaching thug, he casually turned around and murmured to Zhang Peng. How many came? Zhang Peng immediately grew alert and quickly reached beneath the counter. Just 1. Then he's certainly here to scout us out. No need to concern ourselves with him. Zhang Peng finally relaxed. Business at Liehua Arcade was particularly brisk that day, especially at the arcade machines. The turnout was at least a third higher than usual. Once Tianwei Electronics World's promotion ended, everyone realized Liehua's prices were far more affordable. The recharge promotion and complimentary cigarettes had even drawn customers from farther along North Street. At Liehua, even without recharging, 5 coins cost just 1 yuan, an already competitive rate, and the free cigarettes made the experience far superior to other arcades. With recharging, you deposited 10 yuan and received 15 yuan worth of tokens. Any leftover coins carried over to your next visit, effectively dropping the cost to 7.5 coins per yuan, a genuinely unbeatable price across the entire city. Once the recharge promotion launched and free cigarettes were handed out, Liehua Arcade's business began spiraling into full-blown frenzy. During the previous 3 days of Tianwei Electronics World's 1 yuan unlimited play event, no one had recharged at Liehua. But this morning alone, over a dozen customers had already topped up their accounts. At this pace, the number of recharge customers would only grow. Before long, Liehua Arcade's business would truly explode. Zhang Peng, a cigarette dangling from his lips, soon spotted Jianghe's henchman appearing. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng had taken the time to memorize Jianghe's regular crew at the arcade. They had identified nearly all of them. If they were going to clash, they needed thorough preparation. Knowing oneself and one's enemy meant higher odds of victory. The thug thought he was undetected, so he strutted pretentiously through the arcade, carefully inspected the red promotional papers on the wall, struck up a conversation with Zhou Bing to gather intelligence, and then hurried away. Brother, how I found out. They're offering bonus coins with every recharge. Jin Mao returned and relayed everything he had uncovered to Jianghe. Bonus coins with recharges. Jianghe frowned, clearly displeased. That penniless Chen Jianghe actually thinks he can squeeze money from other penniless scum. In Jianghe's eyes, arcade players were little more than broke hooligans. The The true premium clientele were the slot machine players. A thriving arcade business might earn small profits, but it would never be lucrative. Only slot machines could generate substantial wealth. He had witnessed high rollers lose hundreds of thousands in a single evening. How long would it take to amass such a fortune from arcade games alone? The bespectacled man thought to himself money from the poor was actually the easiest to earn, and the poor were the most numerous demographic in the world. A broad customer base made accumulation through small gains far more attainable. Brother, how should we consider matching their offer? The bespectacled man suggested. I've heard Chen Jianghe's arcade is also handing out free cigarettes, and the local youths absolutely love going there to play. Free cigarettes, my ass. With an operation this massive, how many packs would I go through in a single day? Jianghe's expression darkened. His operation was large, his investment enormous, and he was counting on making substantial profits once the doors opened. If he offered free cigarettes and ran a recharge promotion, how would he ever recoup his investments? Still, he couldn't leave all those machines idle. Brother, how 2 cartons a day is a trivial expense. If we improve our service, the business will flourish and everything will come back to us, the bespectacled man urged. All right then, remember, buy the cheap cigarettes. Those beggars wouldn't know quality from trash anyway. Jianghe pondered for a moment. As for game tokens, drop the price to 5 coins per yuan. We won't run a recharge promotion. 5 coins per yuan is already our lowest possible rate. The bespectacled man nodded. 5 coins per yuan was still reasonable, especially given the superior environment, brand new machines, and complimentary cigarettes. It would be far more competitive than ordinary arcades. Even if business wouldn't reach the same frenzied heights as before, as long as it wasn't as desolate as it currently was, that would suffice. The real priority was to leverage Jianghe and Master Bai's operations to build up the slot machine business. Brother, how there's also the issue with the slot machines. Our win rates are far too low. Many regulars aren't satisfied, and some haven't returned since their first visit. The bespectacled man continued in a lowered voice. Jianghe hurried upstairs to check and found the customers indeed dwindling day by day. Among the over 100 slot machines on the upper floor, only about 10 people were playing. Yesterday at this same hour there had been 20 or so players. Evenings were worse. Traffic could triple or quadruple. Brother, how you wouldn't slaughter a pig before fattening it up? Our business isn't established yet. Once we've secured our footing, lowering the win rates won't be too late. The bespectacled man urged him. Damn it, this fucking money is impossibly hard to make. Jianghe cursed irritably before issuing his order. Adjust the slot machine win rates. Raise them. To what level? 40% payout is fine. Are you suggesting we only return 30%? Jianghe's eyes narrowed. Yes, brother, how I'll arrange it immediately. A 40% payout rate was standard across most arcades in the market. Doubling the win rate would undoubtedly attract a considerable crowd. After making his arrangements, Jianghe returned upstairs to his office and grabbed his brick phone, making calls everywhere, to friends, acquaintances, and local business owners, inviting them to come play the slot machines. Leaning on by John's backing, he had thrived considerably over the years and possessed genuinely extensive connections. When he called, people rarely dared refuse, so they came bearing cash to play. With the adjusted slot machine win rates, some patrons won, while others lost, which indeed drew in a certain number of customers. Tianwei Electronics World's slot machine business was clearly far stronger than Liehua Arcade's, attracting dozens of players every single day. A week later, both Liehua Arcade and Tianwei Electronics World's businesses gradually stabilized. Liehua's arcade machine business remained strong with heavy crowds daily, but the slot machine side was merely mediocre, significantly improved from the reopening period, generating modest profits, though nothing substantial. Tianwei Electronics World's slot machine operation was solid, with daily revenue consistently reaching several thousand yuan, exerting considerable pressure on Liehua Arcade's slot business. The competition between the two parties had essentially reached a fever pitch, with neither side capable of completely defeating the other. How's business today, Da Peng? A few days later, Xiang Fei's younger sister Xiang Li was also discharged from the hospital, but her leg was still healing, and she couldn't walk. Chen Jianghe had originally planned to let Xiang Li continue recuperating with her wages still paid, as usual. But Xiang Li and Xiang Fei had been accustomed to hard lives since childhood and refused to take money without working. Xiang Li insisted on helping out at the arcade. Chen Jianghe had Xiang Fei bring Xiang Li over, arranged a private room for her on the second floor, and assigned her to work as the cashier. Xiang Li handled the cash, while Zhang Peng kept the accounts, separating money and ledger duties. When Zhang Peng was away, Zhang Chang would take over the ledger, and they would reconcile the books once a week. This did not mean he distrusted Xiang Li. One cannot run a business on trust alone. A proper systems must be established. Otherwise, when problems arise, the money vanishes and morale collapses. Chen Jianghe had once taught Chen Jianghe never to test human nature, and his death had proven one thing: the human heart cannot withstand trials. Running things more formally was actually better for everyone. Jianghe business is great today. The revenue has nearly reached 3,000. We're not far from a monthly turnover of 100,000. Zhang Peng beamed. That's not bad. Chen Jianghe silently calculated the revenue was 3,000 after deducting costs. It was still less than 2,500, and after subtracting protection fees and other expenses, the net profit in his hands was just over 1,000. This money was actually quite a lot. In an era when a 10,000 yuan household was a symbol of wealth, earning 30,000 a month was considered a high income anywhere. But Chen Jianghe wanted more than just that. By the way, Jianhao's men have been lurking around here more often these days. Gang hasn't brought anyone over for over a week. Apparently his people were pulled away by Jianhao's crew. Several of our bigger spending customers have been harassed by Jianhao's men. Zhang Peng's expression grew somber as he spoke. Not long ago, Gang would bring bosses to play the slot machines every few days, and the cooperation had been going quite well. Now that he'd been taken away, that connection was severed. Jianhao's underlings were also harassing other clients of Lihua, clearly trying to uproot Lihua's foundation. It seems Jianhao can no longer hold back. Since he's poaching our people, we don't need to be polite anymore. Daping, come out with me. Chen Jianghe stubbed out his cigarette, his resolve set. His investigation had yet to yield decisive progress, and he didn't want a direct confrontation with Jianhao, but Zhang Jun was starting to press, and Jianhao was poaching people from his store. If this continued, once the slot machine customers were lured away, and Jianhao made up his mind to launch recharge promotions like Chen Jianghe, Lihua would truly face a slow death. Chen Jianghe was not one to wait passively for doom. Since Jianhao had begun playing dirty, Chen Jianghe couldn't be blamed for retaliating. Jianghe, where are we going? Zhang Peng acknowledged, called Zhang Chong over, then followed Chen Jianghe out and got into the Santana. The Santana had been repaired and driven back the past couple of days. Sihai Restaurant. Zhang Peng drove the Santana, taking Chen Jianghe directly to the Sihai Grand Hotel. The hotel was brightly lit, with the restaurant below and the KTV above both bustling with business. Chen Jianghe estimated that the hidden boss of this establishment raked in several 100,000 yuan a month after dividends and kickbacks. The two entered the Sihai restaurant, went straight upstairs, and got a private room in the KTV. Handsome, isn't you here? Ask her to come over. Chen Jianghe pulled out a stack of cash and tossed it onto the table, saying to the waiter. The money on the table wasn't too much, 2,000 to 3,000. Enough to cover the cost of a few girls and even take 2 of them out. Please wait a moment, boss. The waiter responded, not daring to take the money directly. He ordered some items for Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng before picking up the money and leaving. Jianghe, do you have business within you? Zhang Peng was puzzled and felt a bit out of place in this environment. He rarely went to KTVs before. Occasionally, when he helped Lai San with something and Lai San was in a good mood, he would invite the billiard hall staff to sing. In over 2 years with Lai San, he had only been to a KTV 2 or 3 times. Yeah, I need to discuss something with her. Chen Jianghe nodded. Before long, fruit platters, beer, and drinks were brought in. After waiting nearly half an hour, and you finally arrived at the private room dressed in a leather miniskirt and wearing makeup. Jianghe, why are you here? If you'd told me earlier, I would have come straight over. And Yu's face lit up at the sight of Chen Jianghe. She sat down right beside him and said with a grin, what, here to support an old classmate's business? Not welcome. Chen Jianghe smiled. Of course you're welcome. Zhang Peng, what would you like to drink? I'll give you a discount. And Yu laughed, linked her arm through Chen Jianghe's, and turned to greet Zhang Peng. Beer, I'll just have beer. Maybe I should head off first. Holding his beer glass, Zhang Peng felt like he might be a third wheel. If he stayed in Yu, and Chen Jianghe might feel constrained, unable to talk freely. Da Peng is a bit lonely alone, and you might call over a few of your girls to drink with him. Chen Jianghe said. Is it to drink with him, or to drink with you, eh? And Yu pouted unhappily. You men turn bad once you have money. That said, and Yu didn't spoil the mood, and called over several girls. Each one was dressed more alluringly and seductively than the last. Hello, brother Chen. Hello, brother Peng. The girls walked in and greeted Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng as if they were old friends. They had heard about Chen Jianghe, how when he clashed with Ling Guobin last time, his men had wiped the floor with Ling Guobin. At the time, many KTV patrons had talked about it. Many people in the underworld said that North Street had produced a fearsome man, Chen Jianghe. And since Chen Jianghe was also in Yu's classmate, it made the girls even more curious about him. Take a seat, everyone. We're all friends here. No need to be formal. Chen Jianghe carefully appraised the girls, quite satisfied. Over the years, as the economy of Pengcheng soared, countless girls from all over the country came to the city every year to work. Some unwilling to endure hardship, but eager to make quick money, ended up as regulars in bars and KTVs. Some even became mistresses of Hong Kong men. In Pengcheng, a mistress district had even emerged, a residential area where almost all the residents were young, pretty mistresses. The girls under Yu were also high quality, mostly just over 20, young, pretty, and full of vitality. Thank you, brother Chen. The girls bowed again and took their seats. What's there to look at? Can't you look at me instead? And Yu gently pinched Chen Jianghe's waist. Chen Jianghe didn't know whether Yu was like this with everyone or if she really treated him differently, but it didn't matter. Right now, he only wanted to focus on his career and nothing else. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? And Yu saw Chen Jianghe's serious expression and straightened up as well. Bang! Just then a waiter suddenly pushed open the private room door, found Yu, hurried over, and whispered a few words in her ear. A friend of young Master Hai. And Yu furrowed her delicate brows and gave Chen Jianghe an apologetic look. Jianghe, you keep enjoying yourself. I need to step out for a moment. Chen Jianghe nodded and did not insist on keeping her. I'll be right back. And Yu rose, trailing a wisp of fragrance as she left the private room. Jianghe, what exactly did you need to see Yu about? As soon as Yu was gone, Zhang Peng eagerly sidled over, desperate to break the silence. Chen Jianghe glanced at him and noticed that Zhang Peng was drenched in sweat, his whole body stiff, not daring to even look at the girls beside him. Zhang Peng had never had a girlfriend in his life. The moment these girls sat down next to him, he became completely at a loss. This isn't the right place to talk. I'll tell you later. I'm going out for a smoke. A sly smirk suddenly crept across Chen Jianghe's face as he rose and headed out of the private room. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Zhang Peng scrambled to his feet and hurried after Chen Jianghe. Brother Peng, don't go. Let's have a drink. A girl grabbed Zhang Peng's arm and teased him deliberately. Brother Peng, don't leave. Brother Peng, why don't we play a game together? Several girls blocked Zhang Peng's way, refusing to let him go. They could tell he was a novice. When they met a novice on a call-out, not only would they charge no money, they might even give him a red envelope. Seeing how red-faced he was, they just wanted to tease him. No, don't. Don't touch me. Zhang Peng's face flushed as if it would drip blood. He struggled violently, as if fleeing from a ghost, and bolted out of the room. Da Peng, why is your face so red? Chen Jianghe stood not far from the private room door, smoking. Seeing Zhang Peng come out, he chuckled deliberately. It's a bit hot. Zhang Peng hid his face in embarrassment, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Brother Ma, stop it. I'm not going out with you. As he spoke, a shout from Yu suddenly rang out from a nearby private room. Chen Jianghe's brow furrowed, and he immediately strode over. Zhang Peng heard the commotion too. He felt inside his pocket, then quickly followed. Damn it, Yu, you're just a cheap whore, you know that. Who do you think you are, playing the pure maiden with me? Inside the private room, a pot-bellied man in his 30s, reeking of alcohol, pointed at Yu and cursed loudly. A waiter nearby tried to intervene, but the man kicked him away. The man's friends all rose to their feet, towering and aggressive. Chen Jianghe's face turned cold as he pushed the door open and walked straight in. And then what's wrong? Nothing, Jianghe. Just a small misunderstanding. Go back to our room. We'll talk later. Seeing Chen Jianghe come over, Yu forced a smile, trying to get him to leave first. She didn't want to drag him into trouble. You little bastard, what's it to you? Get lost. One of the man's friends reached out to shove Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe suddenly snatched his hand, seized one of his fingers, and wrenched it hard. With a crack, he snapped the finger clean off. The man let out a miserable scream, clutching his hand, and collapsed to the floor. Jianghe, don't fight. And Yu cried out in alarm, but it was too late to stop him. Damn your mother, get him. The pot-bellied man flew into a rage. He snatched up a beer bottle and roared. His friends grabbed bottles as well and charged straight at Chen Jianghe. Stop fighting. Don't fight. And Yu tried to block them, but was roughly shoved aside. A cold glint flashed in Chen Jianghe's eyes. He darted forward and slammed his fist into a man's jaw. The man screamed and was knocked to the ground. The man beside him swung a bottle at Chen Jianghe's head. Chen Jianghe dodged to the side, grabbed the man's hair, and smashed his head straight onto the tempered glass table. With a shattering crash, the glass table burst apart. Blood gushed from the man's head, and without even a groan, he passed out cold. Almost at the same moment, Zhang Peng charged at another man. With a flick, the blade of his switchblade snapped out, and he plunged it deep into the man's thigh. Blood sprayed out at once. How does a knife in the leg feel, you bastard? How many lives do you think you have? Zhang Peng yanked the blade out, kicked the man over, and pointed the dripping knife straight at the pot-bellied bastard. The man was completely stunned, clutching the bottle, but too scared to swing it. The remaining two men didn't dare move either. You dare touch me. Do you know who the hell I am? Young Master Hai is my friend, the pot-bellied man shouted, blustering, but terrified. Young Master Hai. Never heard of him. Chen Jianghe casually picked up a bottle of imported liquor and smashed it over the man's forehead. Everything went black before his eyes. He plopped down on the ground, blood trickling down his face from the wound. He stared blankly at Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, it's you again. Just then, Brother Zhang hurried over with several security guards. Seeing Chen Jianghe, his expression shifted, and a flicker of wariness appeared in his eyes. The first time he had met Chen Jianghe, he thought the young man was fierce and ruthless enough to maybe take under his wing, which would have been a good gang. But afterward, he heard that Chen Jianghe had taken down Lingua Bin. Only then did he realize that Chen Jianghe was not a fierce dog, but a hungry wolf, or even a ferocious tiger, something he could never hope to tame. Manager Zhang knew his own standing in the underworld was only about the same as Lingua Bin's. That was mainly because he had the backing of the Four Seas restaurant and was well connected there. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have measured up in front of Lingua Bin. And since Chen Jianghe had taken down Lingua Bin, someone like him simply couldn't afford to provoke Chen Jianghe. Manager Zhang, this kid beat my man. Look what he did to me. Get rid of him now. Seeing Brother Zhang, the fat man looked as if he had found a savior and shouted at him urgently. Manager Zhang's brows knitted tightly. He knew this fat man, a small factory owner in the leather business. Because he frequented the Four Seas KTV, he had gotten acquainted with Gao Hai, nicknamed Young Master Hai, the son of Gao Xingxiang, the owner of the Four Seas restaurant. Lately, for some reason, the bastard had become obsessed with Yu and wanted to take her out for the night. But although Yu was a madam who managed a stable of girls, she never went out herself. She was just stringing the man along. Probably tired of being dangled, he had decided to force himself on her. And now a scene had broken out. When you go out to play, both sides should be willing. Making it ugly like this was a bad look. He's Chen Jianghe. Don't mess with him. Brother Zhang said with a frown. Chen Jianghe, I don't care what river he is. If you don't deal with him today, I'll go straight to young Master Hai. The fat man shrieked. Hai Xiao is running a business. He is not stupid. Is it really worth offending Chen Jianghe over something like this? Boss Ma, if you put it that way, this matter becomes rather complicated. Manager Zhang grew somewhat impatient. A friend beside Fatty seemed to have heard of Chen Jianghe. He suddenly realized something, cast a frightened glance at Chen Jianghe, and whispered quickly into Fatty's ear. Chen Jianghe might not be renowned everywhere, but within Pingjiang District he had already made quite a name for himself. Any local tough in Pingjiang District who took the trouble to inquire would soon hear of Chen Jianghe's deeds. Lin Guobin had been dealt with by him. Li Jindi was also a prominent figure, supposedly returned to his hometown. But who could possibly know where Li Jindi's hometown was? Li Jindi had neither been seen alive nor found dead. Li Sin had been crippled, losing the use of one leg, and had since vanished without a trace. How long had Chen Jianghe been out? And in that time, he had already taken down 3 bosses, great and small. Could an ordinary little boss afford to offend such a man? Upon hearing his friend's words, Fatty shuddered. He was merely the owner of a small factory. People like Chen Jianghe were to be avoided at all costs, yet here, he was provoking one deliberately. Was this not courting death? Sihai Grand Restaurant existed to conduct business, and there was no need for them to bear this trouble on his behalf. Realizing he had angered the wrong person, Fatty hurriedly turned to Manager Zhang for help. Chen Jianghe, what happens at Sihai is our concern. We do not need you interfering. Do not cause trouble, and leave at once. Manager Zhang warned, keeping a wary eye on Chen Jianghe. Yes, Brother Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. I did not know you had any relation to you. I will certainly not touch her leg next time. Fatty quickly chimed in. What an idiot. And you cursed silently. If Boss Ma had not spoken nonsense, this matter might have been settled quietly. Why did he have to add fuel to the fire and say that? Jianghe, let it go. I am fine. And you hurriedly intervened, attempting to shield Chen Jianghe. Which hand touched in you? Chen Jianghe stared coldly at Boss Ma. What do you mean? Boss Ma trembled, realizing his mistake. Swoosh. Chen Jianghe stepped forward suddenly. A switchblade appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he drove it deep into Boss Ma's right hand, piercing straight through. Boss Ma stared blankly at his hand. After a 2-second pause, the pain finally struck, and he let out a piercing scream. Manager Zhang's face twitched, but he did not order his security guards to intervene. All one could blame was Boss Ma's own foolishness and inability to choose his words. In these times, merely glancing at someone else's woman at an ice rink or arcade could land you with a knife. Touching a woman's thigh was far worse. Jianghe. And you clung tightly to Chen Jianghe, preventing him from striking again. Remember, this is merely a small lesson. If it happens again, it will not be so simple. Chen Jianghe withdrew the switchblade, careful not to leave evidence. He then cast a casual glance at Manager Zhang and strode away with Zhang Peng. Manager Zhang led his security team, but dared not obstruct them. The aura Chen Jianghe carried this time was entirely different from his first visit. This young man was indeed someone to be reckoned with. Send Boss Ma to the hospital. Remember, do not call the police. Chen Jianghe has nothing to lose, but you have families and businesses. If you push him too far, do not provoke him at all. Manager Zhang spoke those words and turned to leave. Hospital. Quickly take me to the hospital. Boss Ma clutched his wounded hand tightly, screaming in terror. His gathered drinking buddies hastily escorted him out and rushed him to the hospital. Manager Zhang was right. Such a minor incident, even if he reported it to the police and got Chen Jianghe locked up, how long would it last? Once Chen Jianghe was released, would he spare him? The person could flee, but the factory could not. Moreover, anyone who had managed to rise in these times had connections somewhere. Perhaps Chen Jianghe would find someone to pull strings and be released within 10 days or half a month. In that case, once Chen Jianghe emerged, his fate would be even worse. Jianghe, you were too impulsive. Following Chen Jianghe into the car, and you said helplessly. Incidents like this were everywhere in nightlife venues. There was no need to shed blood over trivial matters. If they provoked someone beyond their reach, it would only cause trouble. Are you not working tonight? Chen Jianghe did not respond, merely smiling, and signaled Zhang Peng to drive. I am not busy tonight. After what happened, it does not matter if I do not go. What exactly did you want to discuss with me? And you shook her head. Do the girls under your care work every day? Chen Jianghe considered for a moment, then asked suddenly. Not necessarily. When they come to work, they must drink every day. If they do not wish to drink, they take 1 or 2 days off. Sometimes they have personal matters, or are on their period, and ask for leave as well. Sihai's management is relatively lax. As long as they earn enough commission each month to meet the sales target, that is all that matters. And you explained. The girls at Sihai KTV appeared glamorous on the surface, but making money was not easy. They faced endless drinking every day, and only by selling alcohol could they earn their commission. Those wishing to earn more money would offer escort services. Escort work was far more profitable. Women, after all, could make money simply by spreading their legs if they were willing to throw caution to the wind. Yet some girls only sold drinks and refused to earn that kind of money. These were usually newcomers who believed that although they were often groped and harassed, at least they remained pure. But as time passed amid the neon lights and decadence, the vast majority eventually followed the crowd. After all, in this profession one earned either hard money or flesh-based money. If they offer escort services, does Sihai also take a cut? Chen Jianghe nodded and asked again. Yes. For escort services, I take 10% and the company takes 20%. If it is not a guest from the shop, but someone who calls to request a girl, the company is responsible for sending her and bringing her back safely. And you did not hide anything from Chen Jianghe. Actually, there are plenty of girls in Pengcheng now. In some places the company takes half. Sihai is considered rather reasonable. Pengcheng certainly had no shortage of girls, but high-quality ones remained perpetually in short supply. Moreover, these girls followed in you rather than being recruited individually by the company, so the company's cut naturally differed. Currently, the girls Sihai recruited themselves handled both drink sales and escort services together. The commission for drinks was lower while the cut for escort services was higher. Therefore, after Gao Hai began taking over the business, he was deeply dissatisfied with this arrangement. Anyway, I have an idea. Chen Jianghe pulled out a cigarette. Can you arrange for 2 of your girls to come work at my place every day? Regarding wages, I will pay 100 per girl per day. If they are willing, they can also accept clients there. Whatever they earn is theirs entirely. I will take 0 commission. What do you think? Jianghe, you run an arcade. What do you need girls for? And you looked at Chen Jianghe in astonishment. Chen Jianghe's offered wage was already generous. Without having to drink, they could earn 100 a day, a salary even many female office workers in skyscrapers could not match. And you simply could not understand what Chen Jianghe intended to do with the girls, or what her girls could possibly do at his place. Let's shake things up. In business, you have to be flexible. Jianghe immediately shared his plan within you. Jianghe, you actually have ideas. Soon we'll even have access to women at the game arcade. And you was taken aback after hearing this. She never expected Chen Jianghe to come up with such an idea. Who would have thought back then that in a hair salon you could not only get a haircut, but also find women? Chen Jianghe smiled. As long as there's a market, there will be business. Those willing to play slot machines surely have some spare cash and can afford it. I'll bring people over tomorrow. And you nodded and asked Zhang Peng to drive her back to the Sihai restaurant. Zhang Peng turned the Santana around, dropped off in Yue, and then drove back to the game hall with Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, do you really think this will work? Zhang Peng found Chen Jianghe's idea questionable. With the customer base at the game hall, they could barely afford to treat a young girl to a bowl of spicy hot pot, let alone find women. Those delinquent youths were getting free sex anyway. The women under and you are here to attract high-quality customers who play slot machines. As for those teenagers who only play arcade games, just let them watch. It's free. Who wouldn't want to look? Just wait and see. Chen Jianghe gave a calm smile full of confidence. This card was just one of many in his hand, and not the most ruthless one. It would be best if it worked, even if it didn't, the impact would be minimal. When the time came, he would let Jin Hao know what the underworld was truly about. Seeing Chen Jianghe's confidence, Zhang Peng also felt reassured. He trusted Chen Jianghe even more than himself, especially in business matters. Chen Jianghe was far more astute. Whatever Chen Jianghe said, he would do. The Santana moved along the street. When passing a corner, Chen Jianghe flicked ash out the window, and his gaze accidentally swept across something, causing him to frown. Stop the car. Chen Jianghe suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Zhang Peng instinctively hit the brakes, bringing the Santana to a halt. Chen Jianghe frowned, pushed open the car door, and walked directly to the rear. Zhang Peng grabbed something from the passenger seat, concealed it on his person, and followed. Chen Jianghe walked straight toward a beggar by the roadside. Jianghe's just a beggar. Why do you care? Zhang Peng looked bewildered, not understanding what Chen Jianghe wanted to do. Chen Gang. Chen Jianghe approached the beggar and suddenly called out. The beggar shuddered, kept his head down, picked up his belongings, and staggered to leave. Chen Gang. How did he become a beggar? Zhang Peng was greatly shocked and quickly blocked the beggar. Move, let me go. Chen Gang tried hard to push Zhang Peng away, but Zhang Peng stood still. Chen Gang had already lost the use of one arm. Even standing still, Zhang Peng was impossible for him to move. Chen Gang, how did you end up like this? Chen Jianghe frowned. How long had it been? Had Chen Gang already squandered the 100,000 yuan he had given him? Seeing he couldn't escape, Chen Gang collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Chen Jianghe, why do I keep running into you wherever I go? Chen Gang hung his head, muttering to himself. Did someone deceive your money? Chen Jianghe asked with a frown. For anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered to ask. In this world, rising above others is normal, falling below dogs is also normal. The path you chose must be walked even if you have to crawl. My half-life has been wasted. Chen Gang smiled bitterly, muttering. I took on a big brother, but he had no loyalty. The moment I was disabled, he kicked me aside like trash. He found another woman, disliked that I was useless, stole all my money, and ran away. My half-life has been a complete failure, truly a failure. As Chen Gang spoke, he suddenly slapped himself hard twice. Sure enough, Chen Gang's money had been taken by his woman. Now that Chen Gang was in this state, it was uncertain whether he would leak the matter about Li Jindi. The best solution now was to make Chen Gang disappear. Jianghe, what should we do? Zhang Peng also realized this. Looking at Chen Jianghe, he began observing the surroundings to see if anyone had noticed them. If things came to it, they would have to kill to silence him. But this was murder after all, and Zhang Peng was somewhat hesitant. If discovered, it would be a disastrous affair, harming both others and themselves. Chen Jianghe frowned, also pondering. Those who knew about Li Jindi's incident were not limited to Chen Gang alone. If they simply killed Chen Gang right away, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing would inevitably have reservations. That was one reason. Second, Chen Jianghe was not someone who killed indiscriminately. Those with deep enmity, kill them, and it would be justified. Those without deep enmity did not deserve to be exterminated. Daping, go get some money. Chen Jianghe suddenly said. All right. Zhang Peng nodded, turned around, and went to the car to fetch money. There was some cash in the Santana that Chen Jianghe kept, though not much. Only 2 or 3,000 yuan. Jianghe, that's all we have. Chen Gang, you have no future left in Pengcheng. Take this money and go back to your hometown. Chen Jianghe handed the money to Chen Gang. I'll have Daping take you to the station. Chen Gang held the money, his whole body trembling. Let's go. If there are no trains today, I'll get you a small hotel room to stay one night and leave tomorrow. Zhang Peng pulled Chen Gang up and pushed him into the car. Jianghe, I'll first drive you back to the game hall, then take him to the train station. Zhang Peng said this to Chen Jianghe again. Chen Jianghe gave Zhang Peng another glance, and Zhang Peng nodded in understanding. Chen Jianghe's meaning was for Zhang Peng to keep an eye on Chen Gang tonight. If there were no trains, he should arrange a hotel for Chen Gang to stay at. After washing up, Zhang Peng should not leave either. Tomorrow, wait until seeing Chen Gang board the train before departing. Chen Jianghe, I don't want to go back to my hometown. Chen Gang, sitting in the car, suddenly spoke. Then what do you want? A flash of killing intent suddenly appeared in Chen Jianghe's eyes. In this era, making someone disappear was far too easy. Every year over 100,000 people went missing nationwide, and fewer than half were ever found. He did not want to kill Chen Gang, but if Chen Gang sought death himself, then he could not be held responsible. I'm already crippled. I can't even farm back home, and this money isn't enough to start a small business. Chen Gang said with a bitter smile. Chen Gang, what do you mean? We killed Li Jindi and Jiang. He already gave you the 100,000 yuan he promised. If you couldn't keep that money, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with us. We can't possibly give you that much more money again. Giving you a few thousand yuan is already more than fair. Zhang Peng said angrily. I know. That matter is already settled between us. I don't want money. I just want a job. I can repair arcade machines and help you maintain them. Moreover, I know more about North Street than anyone else. If you want to fight Jin Hao, you'll need me. How did you know we're going to fight Jin Hao? A sharp glint flashed in Chen Jianghe's eyes. Actually, before you took care of Li Jindi, Jin Hao had already approached Li Jindi about investing in the arcade. Afraid of inviting a wolf into the house, Li Jindi turned him down flat. That was when Jin Hao first got the idea of opening his own arcade. Tianwei Electronic World is his. I've known that all along. Chen Gang said. Even before Li Jindi set foot on North Street, Chen Gang had already been making his way there. It was only after Li Jindi arrived that Chen Gang started to follow him. When it came to knowing North Street, Chen Gang knew it even better than Li Jindi. I know the workings of North Street. I know Jin Hao, and I know Bai Jiang. If you want to bring down Jin Hao, or even Bai Jiang, it won't be easy. You're bound to have use for me. Afraid that his bargaining chips weren't enough, Chen Gang went on. Hell, we only want to gain a firm foothold on North Street. We've never thought about bringing down Jin Hao, let alone Boss Bai. You're overthinking this. Chen Jianghe smiled and said, Boss Chen, I know you have ambition, that you're no one destined to stay in a small pond. You're also far more loyal than Li Jindi. I genuinely want to throw in my lot with you. If you don't trust me, I can swear to heaven that I will never betray you. If I, Chen Gang, ever do betray you, may I die a miserable death, and may my whole family perish. Chen Gang gritted his teeth and immediately swore a most solemn oath. In the world of the Jianghu, you don't judge a man by what he says, but by what he does. For some, such an oath carried weight. To others, it was nothing more than a fart. Chen Jianghe did not know Chen Gang well enough to tell which kind he was, so he didn't dare trust the oath lightly. Still, what Chen Gang had said was of some use to Chen Jianghe. But Chen Jianghe had his own misgivings. He was the one who had chopped off Chen Gang's arm, and that was not something easy to get past. Chen Gang, I don't mind telling you the truth. I don't trust you. I'm the one who chopped off your hand, so I'm afraid you'll betray me. Why don't you go back to your hometown? That way we won't all have to be stuck in an awkward spot. Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette and said in a low voice. The hand had been chopped off, the enmity had been established. How could that be so easily resolved? Chen Gang, Jianghe, telling you to go back home is better for all of us. Don't force us to do anything. Zhang Peng said coldly. Chen Gang gritted his teeth, his expression shifting uncertainly. It was a long time before he finally made up his mind. Boss Chen, if I told you I don't hate you, you definitely wouldn't believe me. But when you're in this life, you take money and do the job. I've been out here so long that I've cut down anywhere from 10 to 30 people. If I held a grudge over every person I cut, my list of enemies would be too long to count. There's no rule in this life that says I can cut others, but no one can cut me. I chose this path through the underworld myself, and if I've fallen, I accept it. I know you definitely won't believe me for now, and that's alright. Time reveals a person's true heart. In the future, you'll come to know Chen Gang. But I can tell you a secret. Ever since I learned it, I've never told another person. Ooh, I've kept it buried in my heart. But I'm willing to tell it to you in exchange for one chance. Chen Jianghe gritted his teeth and looked Chen Jianghe straight in the eye. In his life, Chen Jianghe had crippled plenty of people. When Chen Jianghe had crippled him back, then he had hated Chen Jianghe to the bone. But when you drift through the Jianghe, who never gets cut, if he had ended up ruined, it was because his luck was bad. What he hated even more were Li Jindi and the woman who had run away with his money. What secret? Chen Jianghe asked, his cigarette pinched between his fingers. Bai Zhang's woman Fang Qiong has a paramour, Chen Jianghe said quietly. She has a paramour. Chen Jianghe suddenly sat up straight. Who is this paramour, and how do you know about it? This was an extremely important piece of news. It might just give them something to make a big deal out of. He's a pretty boy, fairly young, about the same age as Fang Qiong. Once when I went out drinking at night, I passed by the park and saw Fang Qiong dating him. Chen Jianghe explained. After I saw them, I didn't dare look any longer, and I didn't dare tell anyone. If I ever ran my mouth about it, Bai Zhang would definitely not let me off. As he said this, Chen Jianghe gave a bitter laugh. Bai Zhang was vicious and ruthless. If Chen Jianghe spread this around, not only would Fang Qiong be finished, he would surely be finished too. If the news leaked and made Bai Zhang lose that much face, how could Bai Zhang possibly let Chen Jianghe off? As for who that pretty boy actually is, I don't know. I never saw him again afterward, but one thing's for sure. He isn't from the North Street crowd. Chen Jianghe went on. Chen Jianghe, you're not lying to us, are you? With Bai Zhang's power, would his woman dare to keep a pretty boy on the side? Zhang Peng found it somewhat hard to believe. Bai Zhang was ruthless and had immense power. If Bai Zhang ever learned of this, he would surely drown the adulterous pair in the river. He found it hard to believe Fang Qiong had such nerve. Besides, with Bai Zhang, Fang Qiong had wealth and influence, more money than she could spend. Why would she need to risk finding a pretty boy? I heard Fang Qiong was originally taken by force by Bai Zhang. She was still a female college student, and Bai Zhang was old enough to be her father. Who knows whether she was willing or not? Maybe that pretty boy is her real boyfriend. Chen Jianghe said. At these words, Zhang Peng was only half convinced. Chen Jianghe recalled how cold and aloof Fang Qiong had been when he saw her at the tea house before, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. If you saw that pretty boy again, could you recognize him? Chen Jianghe asked abruptly. I should be able to. Chen Jianghe hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Stopping, take him to find a hotel. Have him wash up and get some rest first. Chen Jianghe turned to Zhang Peng to give the arrangement. All right. Zhang Peng agreed, planning to find a small hotel near North Street to get Chen Jianghe settled first. Boss Chen, I've already told you the biggest secret I know. I just want to follow you and scrape a living. Give me a chance. Chen Jianghe looked at Chen Jianghe earnestly. Don't worry. Since you trust me, I'll definitely give you this chance. Stay at the hotel for now, rest up, and I'll make arrangements for you later. Chen Jianghe smiled. Boss Chen, I believe you. Chen Jianghe nodded. He had no other choice now except to believe in Chen Jianghe. This was his only lifeline, his last chance to turn his life around. That evening, Zhang Peng sent Chen Jianghe back to the Blazing Fire Arcade. Then he took Chen Jianghe to find a small hotel near North Street that cost 30 yuan a night. He bought Chen Jianghe some food, left him a little money, and only then hurried back to the arcade. Jianghe, we have bad blood with Chen Jianghe. I still don't trust him much. As soon as he came back, Zhang Peng went to find Chen Jianghe. I don't trust him either. Don't worry, I have a clear picture. I won't casually put him in the arcade, but he really is useful to us for now. Chen Jianghe remained calm. Naturally, he wouldn't easily trust Chen Jianghe. But for now, he had a use for Chen Jianghe. What matters now is not Chen Jianghe, but Fang Qiong's lover. I have a feeling that her man could be the key to taking down Bai Zhang. Chen Jianghe spoke slowly. A pretty boy can take on Bai Zhang. Zhang Peng was puzzled. Find out who this pretty boy is first. Chen Jianghe crushed out his cigarette and said in a low voice, go to Huiqiang by tomorrow and buy a cheap camera. Give it to Aiming. Tell him to suspend the investigation on Li Quan for now. Keep a close watch on Fang Qiong and make sure you capture photos of her meeting up with that pretty boy. If Fang Qiong has a lover, they've got to meet at least once or twice a month. Alright, I understand. I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Peng nodded, withdrew some cash from the register, and the next morning set out early in his van. Meanwhile, the Liehua Game Hall was decked out in celebration, with firecrackers echoing through the air. And Yu had specifically brought 8 girls who stood at the entrance and instantly became a stunning spectacle. These young and vibrant women were tall and striking. Following Chen Jianghe's instructions, they were all dressed in short skirts and pantyhose, skirts even shorter than what most girls on the street wore. The hemlines rested roughly midway up their thighs, and paired with black stockings, they were impossible to ignore. A crowd of truants, unemployed youths, and street thugs had never witnessed such a scene. The moment these stunning girls appeared, the entrance to Liehua Game Hall erupted into commotion. The young men huddled together, whispering excitedly, their eyes burning with interest as they stared at Yu's girls. They couldn't figure out why the game hall had brought so many attractive women. Why would Liehua Game Hall bring so many beautiful women? I don't know. Do you think they're switching to a karaoke bar? That's impossible. They haven't moved any of the arcade machines inside, so they're definitely not converting to a karaoke venue. Then why hire so many pretty girls? Don't tell me they're actually working here. Holy shit, these girls are top-notch. Even better quality than the hostesses at regular KTVs. The crowd kept growing, surrounding the game hall in dense layers. Even those not particularly interested in attractive women came just to witness the spectacle. No one understood what Chen Jianghe was trying to achieve by bringing so many beautiful women over. Jianghe, you really have a knack for business. Create a spectacle, gain attention, and the customers will follow naturally. And you watch the bustling crowd outside the game hall, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had never realized before how sharp Chen Jianghe was with business. You can actually learn a lot while in prison. Chen Jianghe smiled. Seeing that all the onlookers had been drawn in, he stepped out of the game hall with a microphone and announced loudly, "Everyone, starting today, Liehua Game Hall will be introducing a beautiful waitress service. These ladies will serve you drinks, bring your cigarettes, and keep you company while you play. Our service at Liehua Game Hall will only keep getting better, but our prices will never change. Beautiful companion service." That sounded incredibly tempting. Boss Chen, exactly what does this companion service entail? If we get along, well, can we take one of the beauties out with us? A young man with dyed yellow hair spoke up smoothly and loudly. Our beautiful waitresses are all very free. Whether or not you can take them out depends entirely on your own skills. Holy shit, you can actually take them out. Many of the young men's eyes lit up instantly. If they struck up a good conversation, perhaps they could enjoy both the games and the company of beautiful women, a prospect that held enormous appeal for plenty of single guys. The crowd erupted into excitement. For ordinary people, beautiful women have always been a scarce commodity, and you felt this marketing strategy would remain effective for decades to come. Service from attractive men and women would always find a market. After finishing his announcement, Chen Jianghe gave you a signal. She called out, and the 8 tall, stunning women turned and walked into the game hall. The onlookers crowded inside, but quickly discovered that the pretty girls were primarily attending to customers near the slot machines. Some people eager to experience the thrill of beauty service bit the bullet and headed to the slot machine area. 5 or 10 yuan per session was affordable anyway, plus they'd get a bottle of Jianlibo and the attentions of a beautiful woman. Why not? By morning, Liehua Game Hall was packed not just with arcade players, but nearly every one of the 2 or 3 dozen slot machines was occupied. Word spread fast about the high-quality service at Liehua Game Hall, growing more sensational with each retelling. Even premium slot machine players were drawn in. Customers from Tianwei Electronics World were directly lured away. Why play elsewhere when the service at Liehua Game Hall was so much better? Playing there was simply the smarter choice. Chen Jianghe's promotion made Liehua Game Hall increasingly famous. And you didn't see I have any objections to you bringing over so many girls. Upstairs in the office, Chen Jianghe poured tea for you. We mainly work nights at High, and it's not our shift right now. They can't control everything. And you shook her head. Besides, I can't send this many girls over every day. I can't handle more than 2 a day anyway, Chen Jianghe joked. Chen Jianghe was only half joking. The game hall was decent sized, but nowhere near as large as Tianwei Electronics World. With only 2 or 30 slot machines at Liehua, they didn't need that many girls. 8 girls at a day would cost 800, a steep price. Don't worry, today's just to support you, no charge. Tomorrow I'll send 2 girls to start working officially. 2 per day. And you rolled her eyes at him again. We're old classmates, calling me by my full name feels so distant. Just call me in. Alright, and pleasure doing business. Chen Jianghe extended his hand, and they shook. And Yu's girls were happy to work at the game hall. 100 yuan a day wasn't as much as KTV work, but at least they didn't have to drink as heavily. Plus, Chen Jianghe had made it clear they could go out with clients whenever they wanted, no pressure either way, and he wouldn't take any cut from those arrangements. At High, they had to hand over 20%. Here with Chen Jianghe, nothing was taken. The work was easy and free. At High, a night out fetched around 500 yuan, a solid price. Streetwalkers charged 50 or 100, and many women competed for that work despite being lower quality and older. 500 was considerable money, but from that they had to give 100 to the company and another 50 to you. At Chen Jianghe's place, they only gave 10% to you, keeping everything else. You don't have to drink on the job here, and Chen Jianghe doesn't take a cut of your earnings. Just keep the big clients happy, and these girls are all experts at it. Dealing with old-timers isn't easy, but they handle it effortlessly. As for those rich kids, just handed some allowance from their families, that's child's play. For 3 consecutive days, business at Liehua Game Hall kept growing stronger and stronger. Not only was the arcade section packed every single day, but the slot machine area was equally bustling with a steady stream of customers coming and going. All it took was a mere 10 or 80 cents to enjoy the attentive service of pretty girls. Who wouldn't be delighted? Liehua Game Hall not only made a name for itself in the vicinity of North Street, but its reputation spread throughout the entire Pingjiang district. Some high-rolling clients even began to seek out Liehua Game Hall specifically. Within just a few days, Liehua's business had already recovered to the level it enjoyed when Li Jindi was running things. At the arcade section, there were free cigarettes and stunning girls in black stockings and short skirts to feast one's eyes on. Over at the slot machine area, customers enjoyed free cigarettes, complimentary drinks, and the attentive service of beautiful girls. On top of that, the winning odds were higher than other establishments, and winnings were paid out immediately without a single complaint from the boss. Liehua Game Hall's reputation soared effortlessly. Why play anywhere else when you could have better service and a more straightforward boss? After winning, chatting up the girls and having a good time, spending 3 or 500 yuan to take one out was perfectly reasonable. Most importantly, these girls changed almost every day, keeping things fresh and exciting. As for the girls under and use management, they were genuinely happy with their work. No drinking required, yet still earning hundreds or even thousands of yuan a day. Those who tossed 3 to 5,000 yuan at the slot machines didn't hesitate for a moment to pay 3 or 500 to enjoy the companionship of a pretty girl. After all, the quality of these girls was genuinely outstanding, and the prices weren't steep at all. And used girls knew how to read their clients. 300 yuan for a handsome young man, and 5 to 600 for someone older, pot-bellied, and slightly seedy. For them, business was easy, money came naturally, and Chen Jianghe guaranteed their safety. For Chen Jianghe, these girls alone elevated Liehua Game Hall service to an entirely different tier, delivering a devastating blow to every other gaming hall in the area. It was a perfect win-win. However, as Liehua's business thrived, Tianwei Electronics World's fortunes continued to decline. Damn it, why are there so few people today? Jianhao had been drinking all night the previous evening and only arrived the next morning, only to find Tianwei Electronics World eerily quiet. Out of 200 or 300 machines, merely 3 or 5 customers were playing. Upstairs, the slot machines sat completely empty. With just these handfuls of customers, they couldn't even cover the daily electricity bill. This was literally losing money every single day they stayed open. Boss, how our business has been getting worse day by day lately. All the customers have gone to Liehua. That bastard Chen Jianghe hired some fine girls who wear tiny mini skirts and sway their hips around the shop all day, drawing all the customers away. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses, fuming with indignation. Then why the hell didn't you hire some girls too? Jianhao was even more frustrated. Attractive girls were nothing to him. One phone call, and he could have a dozen any day. Boss, how the girls Chen Jianghe hired are top tier. Ours don't even hold a candle. The bespectacled man said with a bitter smile. It was indeed easy for them to recruit girls, but the problem was that the girls they could get were either mediocre at best or rough around the edges, delinquent types. They could fill seats, but they certainly couldn't hold down the fort at Tianwei Electronics World. Damn it, where did he find such fine young women? Jianhao growled, his face dark. That bastard Chen Jianghe, a gaming hall isn't some kind of brothel. Jianhao hadn't paid much attention to Chen Jianghe's operations these past couple of days. He never expected that within just 2 or 3 days Tianwei Electronics World's business would deteriorate to this extent. The bespectacled man recounted everything he had gathered, equally stunned that Chen Jianghe, merely arranging a few girls, could have such a dramatic impact on the gaming hall's business. Especially today, Tianwei Electronics World's business was particularly atrocious. At this hour it should normally be at least 3 to 4 times busier, but today was truly abysmal. The slot machine business, Jianhao's most prized venture, had absolutely no customers. All the patrons had been lured away by Liehua Game Hall. Where did Chen Jianghe get those girls? Jianhao asked, his expression grave. I sent someone to investigate. A woman named and you arranged them. She appears to be a madam from the Sihai area, the bespectacled man reported. She works for Gao Hai. Jianhao's expression shifted instantly. Gao Hai was the son of Gao Xingxiang, owner of the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Gao Xingxiang was on the same tier as Bai Jiang, a sworn brother, but his biological son and adopted son were worlds apart. Jianhao knew Gao Hai personally, and they got along reasonably well. He didn't dare cross him. If Gao Hai wanted to insert himself into the gaming hall business, this would become a serious problem. I don't know about that, but I have a feeling that woman is working on the side, the bespectacled man suggested. Working on the side. Jianhao let out a cold sneer, his eyes flickering with calculation. He then pulled out his brick-sized mobile phone and placed a call. Moments later, a smile spread across his face. Young master, hi, it's me, Jianhao. Yeah, there's something I wanted to ask about. A woman named in you. She's bringing quite a few girls, all top quality, over at Liehua Game Hall. Sure, I understand. Let's grab a drink tonight. Jianhao put on a counterfeit smile and hung up after feigning friendliness toward Gao Hai. You little shit trying to play games with me. I'll teach you a lesson. After ending the call, a cruel grin twisted across Jianhao's face. Boss, how, what did Gao Hai say? The bespectacled man hurriedly asked. What else could he say? He's going to look into it first. Jianhao sneered, his expression darkening as he pondered for a moment, then beckoned the bespectacled man closer with a gesture. Arrange for a few people to do this. Boss, how, that's brilliant. Hearing the plan, the bespectacled man immediately began flattering him. How, I know the girls from Sihai, top quality. They cost at least 3 to 5,000 a month, and you still can't always get them. That bastard Chen Jianghe thinks running a business is all about service quality. I'll let him learn who really runs North Street. Jianhao said with a menacing grin. Liehua Game Hall wasn't nearly as large as Tianwei Electronics World, and both the arcade and slot machine areas were on the first floor, so placing 2 high-quality girls in the slot machine section would suffice. But Tianwei Electronics World was a different matter entirely. With so many machines, they'd need at least 4 girls upstairs and 2 downstairs just to turn the tide. Girls of that caliber cost at least 3,000 a month. 6 of them would total around 20,000 yuan. With that kind of money, Jianhao had plenty of other ways to crush Chen Jianghe. The Sihai Grand Restaurant. Gao Hai hung up the phone and asked his secretary to summon manager Zhang. Young master, Uncle Zhang, sit down. Gao Hai wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined and gentle-spirited with an approachable demeanor. But inside, Uncle Zhang knew well that all the staff at Sihai Grand Hotel privately called Gao Hai the Smiling Tiger. When he could generate profit for the company, Gao Hai typically maintained a lenient and amiable countenance. However, should mistakes arise that jeopardized the company's earnings, he revealed a ferocity unmatched by anyone else. Last month, a girl from Sihai was lured away by a fellow townsfolk to work at another KTV, and within 3 days, she was doused with sulfuric acid, leaving her permanently disabled. Although no one spoke of it openly, beneath the surface, the company knew Gao Hai had orchestrated the attack. Before, when Gao Xingqiang managed the company, his ruthlessness never drove people to such desperate measures. Back then, when girls changed employers, there were established ways to handle it. They could either negotiate with Gao Xingqiang in advance, pay a sum to the company, and call it even, or simply receive a word from him and return to their duties. There was nothing like what Gao Hai did, directly splashing sulfuric acid. Such vicious tactics were so cruel that even Uncle Zhang felt uneasy. "Young master, what do you need me for?" Uncle Zhang offered a courteous remark before taking the seat opposite Gao Hai. "Uncle Zhang, are you aware that Yu has taken our company's girls out to earn money elsewhere?" Gao Hai interlaced his fingers beneath his nose, his gaze fixed on manager Zhang. "Earn money elsewhere? Which KTV is this?" Uncle Zhang's expression shifted slightly as he straightened in his chair. "Not a KTV, but Chen Jianghe's arcade on North Street," Gao Hai replied. "What would an arcade need our girls for?" Uncle Zhang struggled to understand how a gaming hall could possibly require their girls. They'd work as servers and, if needed, provide additional services. Gao Hai's expression remained unreadable. He loosened his grip and leaned back in his leather chair. "That wouldn't affect us either." Uncle Zhang studied Gao Hai's face carefully before responding. "And you and the girls under her are rather special within our company. Technically, they operate as independent partners rather than employees, so I believe we shouldn't be too concerned about them taking on outside work." Uncle Zhang Sihai's rise to prominence depends entirely on everyone working together with unified purpose. Gao Hai opened the cigar box and offered one to manager Zhang, who declined since he wasn't accustomed to cigars. Gao Hai trimmed the end and lit it with his windproof lighter, continuing, "And you and these girls occupy a rather unique position in our company. Our management of them is comparatively lenient, yet their compensation is quite substantial. Many within the company harbor grievances about this arrangement. What is your perspective on this, young master?" Uncle Zhang watched Gao Hai carefully. "My intention is that going forward we sign a new contract with you and the others. Everyone will be part of Sihai. No more of this partnership arrangement," Gao Hai stated firmly. "Young master, the girls under you are of exceptional quality, and there are numerous venues eager to recruit them. Taking such measures could easily drive her away." Uncle Zhang protested. Uncle Zhang sighed inwardly. Young masters were always so calculating, wanting to squeeze every possible profit. They failed to grasp the fundamental truth that wealth grows only when everyone shares in it. If one person hoarded all the money, who would continue partnering with you to generate more? Do you think Sihai is some place people simply come and go as they please? Gao Hai sneered coldly. "Young master, what would you have me do?" Uncle Zhang had no choice but to ask. Gao Hai's reasoning held merit. And you was merely a woman who couldn't create significant disruption. She commanded over a dozen girls, accounting for more than half of Sihai's monthly beverage sales. Between their commissions and additional earnings, these girls earned anywhere from 2 to 500,000 yuan per month. If he could reduce their commission rates while increasing the company's cut, Sihai could gain an additional 100,000 monthly. Over a year, that amounted to over 1 million. That represented a substantial sum. Go speak with Yu's girls and see if they're willing to renegotiate their contracts with the company, Gao Hai instructed. "Very well, young master, I'll talk to them." Uncle Zhang understood Gao Hai's meaning. This was essentially a veiled threat to ensure compliance. Those who refused would face dire consequences. Yet Sihai wouldn't move against so many girls lightly. They were the company's golden geese. Any confrontation would only result in mutual destruction. "Go about your duties." Gao Hai nodded, dismissing Uncle Zhang. "Young master, I'll take my leave then." Uncle Zhang acknowledged, turned, and exited quietly, gently closing the office door behind him. During their discussion, neither mentioned Chen Jianghe. Such matters left no room for his interference. Compared to Sihai, Chen Jianghe was merely a street thug. On ordinary occasions, a measure of respect might be extended. But in times of real concern, Chen Jianghe amounted to nothing. While eliminating Lingua Bin might deter minor players, it wouldn't intimidate Sihai. After Uncle Zhang departed, Gao Hai smoked his cigar in contemplation before dialing Yu's residence. Though she lacked a mobile phone, her family had recently upgraded to a landline. In an era when landlines were still uncommon, the phone rang multiple times before being answered. "Hello, this isn't you." Yu's voice sounded groggy on the other end. "I'm still not awake," Gao Hai responded in a gentle tone. "Hi, Xiao. As you know, we're all night owls who stay up late and rise late." Upon recognizing his voice, Yu became noticeably more alert. At this hour, Gao Hai rarely called unless there was cause. "Indeed." Gao Hai acknowledged dismissively, then casually inquired, "I've heard you took the girls to North Street for outside work. Is that true?" Yu's expression shifted slightly. After a pause, she carefully replied, "Hi Xiao, I was merely helping a friend. It won't affect the company's business. If you disapprove, I'll bring them back. It's a minor matter. As long as Sihai's business isn't impacted, why would I make things difficult for you?" And Yu's measured response caught Gao Hai off guard momentarily. His original intent was to use this as leverage against her, but he hadn't anticipated that someone who'd navigated society so long would prove difficult to control. The moment Gao Hai spoke, she'd already surmised his intentions. "Then I appreciate your understanding, Hai Xiao. I'm calling to discuss something important with you. The company wants to sign a new contract with you and your girls. Let's talk about this together. You can rest assured your terms will be the most favorable," Gao Hai said with a smile. Gao Hai spoke with a smile, but in Yu's heart sank. "Young Master Hai, I cannot make this decision on my own, but I will definitely support whatever you decide. I need to discuss it with the girls first. Would that be acceptable?" And Yu followed Gao Hai's words, but never actually agreed. "All right, and we've known each other for years. There's no need to beat around the bush." Gao Hai furrowed his brows slightly and spoke. "Young Master Hai, you flatter me. I'm not circling around the issue. This involves over a dozen people. Even if I agreed outright, it wouldn't help. You understand, don't you?" And Yu's brows knitted tightly, yet her tone carried no hint of displeasure. "Then fine, go talk to them first," Gao Hai said mildly. "All right, I'll get back to you couple of days." And Yu said with a smile, "That settles it." After Gao Hai finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sighed. And Yu listened to the dial tone and helplessly rubbed her forehead. What kind of days are these? Do we really have to squeeze every last coin before we stop? Renewing the contract with Sihai in plain terms meant lowering the commissions on beverage sales. From now on, the company would take half of whatever the girls earned from appearing with clients. The girls under her management, even if they didn't lose half their monthly earnings, would certainly lose at least a third. Once those girls became company employees, and you would naturally no longer be able to take a cut from their appearance fees, meaning the bulk of her income would simply vanish. Gao Hai's words sounded reasonable, but no one was a fool. Yet Gao Hai was ruthless, and Yu dared not refuse outright, for who knew what Hai might do if pushed too far. If this matter were not handled properly, it could bring grave trouble. Liehua Gaming Hall. The arcade had been thriving these past 2 days. Having worked so late, Chen Jianghe did not come downstairs until noon. Before even reaching evening, at least 80% of the arcade machines were occupied. Even over by the slot machines, more than 10 of the 30-plus units had players. 2 tall girls in high heels, black stockings, and mini skirts sat beside VIP customers, serving them attentively. They occasionally offered light physical contact, stirring the patrons into a fever pitch and making them play with even greater enthusiasm. The arcade's business had improved visibly. Business was getting better day by day. "Jianghe, you're up." Zhang Peng was excited to see Chen Jianghe come downstairs. "Business today seems even better than yesterday. No trouble, I hope." Chen Jianghe glanced around. Who would dare cause trouble? Everyone on North Street knows your reputation as Iron Fist Chen by now. Zhang Peng, beaming with excitement, pulled Chen Jianghe toward the front desk. "Iron Fist Chen." Chen Jianghe looked puzzled. "It's because you prefer using brass knuckles instead of knives when fighting. Someone gave you that nickname, and I think it suits you well." Zhang Peng lowered his voice. "Jianghe, do you know how much our gaming hall has earned in the past 3 days? These past few days, Liehua's business had been booming, and they hadn't reconciled the accounts for 2 days. That morning, Zhang Peng and Xiang Li finally finished the books. In recent days, the average must be at least 4 or 5,000. Chen Jianghe laughed. He did not mind his nickname at all. Anyone who had made a name for themselves in the underworld typically had an alias, and he was no exception. Iron Fist Chen, Iron Fist Chen Jianghe. The nickname was quite fitting. But Chen Jianghe did not care about such things. Without power or influence, no matter how resounding the nickname, it was useless. As for business, these past few days, Chen Jianghe estimated it had already recovered to where it was when Li Jindi had managed the gaming hall. Not just 4 or 5,000. The average has already reached 6,000. Judging by the ledgers Li Jindi left behind, it's already better than his time. If business stays steady, it will definitely surpass what he had. Zhang Peng spoke in a hushed, thrilled tone. When Li Jindi had managed the gaming hall during its peak period, daily revenue had averaged around 5,000, totaling about 150,000 a month. After covering all expenses, paying protection money, and deducting costs, the monthly net profit was probably around 50 to 60,000. That was considered high income. None of them, including Zhang Peng, had expected that Chen Jianghe could make the gaming hall's revenue surpass Li Jindi's in such a short time after taking over. Chen Jianghe's business acumen was truly impressive. Xiang Fei and Ajian also felt invigorated. Though they were all surviving on the streets who did not want a brighter future, following someone like Chen Jianghe, an incapable leader, was far better than following a good-for-nothing. That's pretty good. Keep up the good work. If business stays smooth this month, I'll give everyone a generous red envelope. Chen Jianghe promised with a nod. Thank you, boss. Their eyes lit up, even more thrilled. Daily revenue exceeding 6,000 was equivalent to half a year's wages for an ordinary worker. This figure excited Chen Jianghe too, but his ambitions extended beyond this. He must become someone of stature, not to prove anything but to show those who had abandoned him that they had made a mistake. By the way, Jianghe, Chen Gang has been staying at that small inn for several days now. He keeps saying he wants to come help you out. Zhang Peng suddenly remembered. He still hadn't arranged anything for Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe had been very obedient these past few days. Chen Jianghe told him to stay at the inn, so he stayed there, even refraining from going to North Street. The only thing he did was ask Zhang Peng to tell Chen Jianghe that he wanted to come help out and wouldn't just eat without contributing. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and frowned in thought. Chen Jianghe still had his uses, and leaving him idle indefinitely would not do. Tell him tonight to wait patiently for 2 more days. Lysan's billiard hall is about to be converted into an internet cafe, and once that's done I'll have him come work there. Chen Jianghe said. All right, I'll let him know tonight. Zhang Peng nodded, thinking this was a good approach. It gave Chen Jianghe something to occupy himself with. And keeping him away from the gaming hall prevented any potential sabotage if he harbored ulterior motives. This arrangement seemed ideal. Just then, as they were speaking, a young man with yellow hair walked in from outside. Hello, would you like to play some games? We're running a recharge bonus event. Xiang Li immediately offered an enthusiastic introduction upon seeing the customer. Her surgical recovery was progressing well. She could now walk independently with the aid of crutches. Chen Jianghe, our brother, Hao wants to see you. The blonde-haired youth ignored Xiang Li entirely and confronted Chen Jianghe directly in a cocky manner. Kid, show some respect. Do you think you can just call our boss by name, eh? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing immediately surrounded him, glaring at the yellow-haired youth with hostile expressions. Everyone on North Street knew by now that Jin Hao and Chen Jianghe were rivals, so there was no need to extend courtesy to Jin Hao's men. What do you think you're doing? This is North Street, Lord Bai's territory. The yellow-haired youth stumbled backward, trying to sound brave, but clearly frightened. You are also aware that North Street falls under by Zhang's turf, not Jin Hao's. What's this rush to replace him? Chen Jianghe walked up to Jin Mao and loomed over him. Jin Mao, overwhelmed by Chen Jianghe's formidable presence, involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Chen Jianghe, you're talking nonsense. Brother Hao has no such intention. Jin Mao stammered in denial, backing away in fear. Though not particularly bright, he understood these were words designed to sow discord. If this reached Master Bai's ears, it would only cause trouble. Brother Hao asked to meet you at the tea house. I'm merely the messenger. I bear no responsibility. After Jin Mao spoke, he turned and fled. Boss Jin Hao wanting to see you is never a good sign. Xiang Fei approached. Jianghe, we've taken most of Tianwei's business. I fear Jin Hao may be setting a deadly trap for you. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. Jin Hao coming after Chen Jianghe now could only mean ill intent. Bai Jiang is cunning and ruthless, but alas, he's grown old. Jin Hao plays dirty and deceitful games, cunning without courage, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. He is no man of great ambition. He lacks the nerve to commit murder in broad daylight on North Street. Chen Jianghe understood what Zhang Peng and the others feared. However, it was broad daylight on North Street, bustling with people. If a killing truly occurred and caused a scandal, even Jin Hao's connections would struggle to hush it up, unless Bai Jiang intervened. But Bai Jiang preferred to sit back and watch the tigers fight. He would certainly not aid Jin Hao so soon. Furthermore, Jin Hao's Tianwei electronics world had just opened with enormous investment. He would hardly wish to shut down his gaming hall due to an uproar. Chen Jianghe understood the likelihood of Jin Hao making a move was low. Still, in the Jianghu, one must never be overconfident. Many powerful figures convinced others dared not touch them met their downfall because of it. So Chen Jianghe made arrangements. He brought Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei along, instructed Jian and Zhang Chong to provide backup downstairs at the tea house, and left Zhou Bing at the gaming hall to help Xiang Li run the shop. With 5 men, Chen Jianghe felt confident they could fight their way out even if surrounded by a dozen blade-wielding assailants. This was merely precautionary. He did not expect violence today. Jin Hao's summons was nothing but an attempt at coercion and bribery, hoping to make him concede. Let's go see what Jin Hao wants. Chen Jianghe led Zhang Peng and the others toward the tea house. At the tea house, 5 or 6 of Jin Hao's henchmen stood guard. Seeing Chen Jianghe approach, they rose immediately, their gazes hostile and unfriendly. Chen Jianghe, a cigarette dangling from his lips, paid them no mind and walked directly toward the tea house entrance. The men wore cold expressions, showing no intention to step aside. As Chen Jianghe drew near, Xiang Fei suddenly strode forward and kicked a blocking thug to the ground. What the hell? The other henchmen, faces contorted with anger, surged forward ready to fight. Whoosh! Xiang Fei produced a machete in one fluid motion, pressing its cold blade against the thug's throat. The chilling steel raised goose flesh on the man's neck. Who the hell dares make a move? Xiang Fei's icy gaze swept across the group, making their eyes twitch. Instinctively, they halted, too afraid to act. They sensed Xiang Fei was genuinely capable of slitting his comrade's throat. This young bastard was a madman. Chen Jianghe, you dare commit murder in the street? The thug with the blade at his throat roared in fear and anger. Dare or not, you'll find out. Chen Jianghe crushed his cigarette, his sharp gaze locking onto the man. The thug shuddered and fell silent. Chen Jianghe, don't make things difficult for the little guys. Come upstairs and let's talk. At that moment, Jin Hao appeared on the 2nd floor and shouted down to Chen Jianghe. Upstairs. Chen Jianghe gave a casual order. Xiang Fei, expressionless, sheathed his blade and followed Chen Jianghe up the stairs alongside Zhang Peng. Jian and Zhang Chang remained downstairs facing off against several of Jin Hao's thugs. Though outnumbered, their menacing aura rivaled that of their opponents. Upstairs Bai Jiang was absent, and neither was Li Quan or the others. Some of the timider patrons in the tea house had already fled in terror at the tense atmosphere. Few guests remained, and those who stayed were mostly veterans of the Jianghu, acquainted with either Jin Hao or Bai Jiang, and unafraid of causing trouble. Inside the private room once occupied by Bai Jiang, Jin Hao sat sprawling across his seat, looking utterly at ease. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe enter, he made no move to rise. Witnessing this bold posture, Chen Jianghe grew even more certain of his earlier suspicion. Jin Hao harbored ambitions to supplant Bai Jiang. Taking the very seat Bai Jiang once occupied was proof enough. Brother Hao, Chen Jianghe is here. A dozen hardened thugs stood guard inside and outside the private room, Jin Hao's trusted inner circle. Their fierce glares and imposing demeanors far exceeded those of ordinary arcade brawlers. Jin Hao's cold expression concealed his inner surprise. Chen Jianghe was younger than he had imagined. Halt! Hand over your weapons and leave them outside. As Chen Jianghe and his companions approached the doorway, one of Jin Hao's men stepped forward to search them. Get lost. There was no way Chen Jianghe would submit to a search. Xiang Fei roughly shoved the blocking thug aside. Rustle. Instantly, the other henchmen reached into their coats, closing in on all sides. These thugs were armed. Jin Hao, you summoned me to talk and bring all these men. We are only 3, yet you're already frightened. If you lack such courage, what business do you have in the Jianghu? You might as well find a factory job and forget about this life. Chen Jianghe mocked mercilessly. Chen Jianghe, you're provoking me. Jin Hao sneered and waved his hand dismissively. With mere kittens like you, what wave do you think you can stir? Let them in. There were other guests in the tea house, and Jin Hao could not afford to look foolish in public. With his forces so superior, if he showed fear of 3 men, it would become a laughingstock. Though unwilling, Jin Hao's men dared not defy their boss's command. They could only watch as Chen Jianghe walked in with an unfazed expression. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng both reached into their coats, gripping their weapons. Should anything go wrong, they would immediately charge at Jin Hao, decapitate the head of the snake. Chen Jianghe, your fame has spread recently. You truly are someone of note. Jin Hao regarded him coldly and spoke directly. However, there was one mistake you should not have made. You dared to challenge me, Jin Hao. From now on, North Street will have only one gaming hall, not your Liehua, but my Tianwei Electronics World. Is that so? Since when does North Street answer to your word? Does Bai Jiang agree? Chen Jianghe sneered, his piercing gaze fixed on Jin Hao without the slightest intention to yield. Humph, my godfather naturally supports me. Jin Hao's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Though not particularly sharp-witted, he was no fool either. He could see through Bai Jiang's intentions clearly, yet he didn't think much of Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe might have taken down Lingua Bean, but the arcade only had a handful of men. Jin Hao could rally 20 or 30 brothers who dared to fight and die with a single phone call. What did Chen Jianghe have to compete with that? Jin Hao knew Chen Jianghe was fierce, with underlings willing to risk their lives. He didn't want to clash head-on with Chen Jianghe, lest he lose men and money alike. If his people were wiped out, his wealth would follow. If he were truly crippled by the fight, that would play right into Bai Jiang's hands. Chen Jianghe wasn't his real target. His goal was to supplant Bai Jiang. To replace Bai Jiang, he needed sufficient strength. Is that so? Then have Bai Jiang come out and talk to me. Chen Jianghe sat imposingly across from Jin Hao, his tone dripping with contempt. Jin Hao's expression turned ugly. This little bastard Chen Jianghe had real nerve, and a few smooth words wouldn't faze him. And my godfather is a busy man. He has no time for your nonsense. Jin Hao sneered and said firmly, Chen Jianghe, don't be ungrateful. In this North Street, you can't stir up any waves. But I, Jin Hao, am generous, and since you're young, I won't bully you. I'll buy your blazing fire arcade. You take the money and get the hell out of North Street. This actually caught Chen Jianghe off guard. He hadn't expected Jin Hao to try reasoning with him. Indeed, that saying was true: rules are built upon strength. The same applied to reason. If Chen Jianghe were just a nobody, forget about making Jin Hao buy his arcade. He'd be lucky to even get a meeting with Jin Hao. The only reason Jin Hao was willing to negotiate was that he didn't want an all-out war with Chen Jianghe. You want to buy blazing fire? Chen Jianghe asked. That's right. I'll give you 300,000. Take the money and get as far away from me as possible. Jin Hao waved his hand, and one of his thugs behind him placed a suitcase on the table. When it opened, it revealed stacks of 100 yuan bills. 30 stacks in total, exactly 300,000. Jin Hao, you must really look down on me, Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe glanced at the money. Instead of taking it, he reached out and flipped the suitcase over, letting the stacks of 100 yuan bills scatter all over the floor. Fuck you, Chen Jianghe. What the hell do you mean? Jin Hao flew into a rage, slamming the table as he stood up. His men all drew their weapons at once, uniform machetes ready to strike at any moment. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng didn't hesitate either. Xiang Fei held a machete in one hand and a bayonet in the other, while Zhang Peng drew his machete and spun around to guard Chen Jianghe's back. They glared at Jin Hao's men in a tense standoff. Chen Jianghe, hands in his pockets, slipped on his brass knuckles and calmly regarded the furious Jin Hao. Downstairs, Jian and Zhang Chang suddenly kicked open the door, knocking aside the thugs guarding it, and charged up with their weapons blocking the private room's entrance. 5 against 11. If it came to blows, victory wasn't out of reach. Jianghe 300,000. You're fucking tossing scraps to a beggar. The machines alone in Blazing Fire are worth more than that. If you want to buy Blazing Fire, I'll give you face. Bring out 3 million, and it's yours. Chen Jianghe said with narrowed eyes. If Jianghe really were willing to fork over 3 million, Chen Jianghe might genuinely consider selling Blazing Fire to him. Blazing Fire's net profit was 50,000 a month. That was what Chen Jianghe pocketed. In a year that came to 600,000, meaning 3 million, could be earned back in 5 years. Adding in the machines and the property, Blazing Fire was indeed worth that price. To put it bluntly, Pengcheng was now a land of gold and opportunity everywhere. With that money, Chen Jianghe could work through Li Shuan's connections, sinking 2 million into smuggling and using the remaining 1 million to open an internet cafe with Zhang Jun. That had far more potential than clutching onto an arcade. Li Shuan was already in the customs department. With someone on the inside, it wouldn't be hard to build relationships. These days, everyone takes money. If you don't pay, you're sidelined and soon replaced. What Chen Jianghe lacked now was startup capital. Even taking 200,000 or 300,000 to dabble in smuggling wouldn't be enough to break through and establish connections. 3 million. You really do have the nerve to ask for the moon. Jianghe gritted his teeth and swept his gaze over Chen Jianghe's men. His eyes inadvertently met Xiang Fei's, and he instantly felt a chill in his heart. That kid's gaze was fixed on his throat. If a fight broke out, the little bastard would genuinely go for his life. No wonder Chen Jianghe dared to flip the table without a care. Chen Jianghe simply wasn't afraid of going toe-to-toe with Jianghe. Jianghe, after all, wasn't Bai Jiang. When facing Bai Jiang, Chen Jianghe wouldn't flip the table unless absolutely necessary. But Jianghe was different. He lacked the strength and standing to make Chen Jianghe truly wary. Whether I'm asking for the moon, you know it in your heart. Blazing Fire is worth exactly that. If you pay the price, we can talk. If you don't, there's nothing left to discuss. Chen Jianghe said coldly. Jianghe's expression shifted unpredictably. 3 million, he definitely couldn't produce that. Earlier, to build up Tianwei Electronics World, he had already sunk 1 to 2 million into it, nearly his entire fortune. How could he possibly have 3 million to buy Blazing Fire? Besides, dealing with Chen Jianghe didn't require 3 million at all. Even 300,000 was probably enough. Chen Jianghe, are you saying there's nothing to talk about? Jianghe had originally planned to intimidate Chen Jianghe, extorting Blazing Fire for 300,000. He was wary that Chen Jianghe wouldn't be easy to deal with, so he thought he'd throw some money, scare him a bit, and drive him out of North Street. Unexpectedly, Chen Jianghe wouldn't budge. Even bringing up Master Bai couldn't frighten him. Now that Chen Jianghe refused to play along, Jianghe was in a bind. A tiger perched on a mountain, unable to climb down. 300,000. No deal. Chen Jianghe said calmly. Fine, Chen Jianghe. You've got guts. Today I'm doing you a favor by offering you 300,000. After today, you won't get even 30 cents. You just wait. If I don't destroy you, Chen Jianghe, I'll take your surname. Jianghe gnashed his teeth. I'll be waiting. Chen Jianghe fixed a piercing gaze on Jianghe, leaving behind those words one by one before turning and walking away. Let's go. Chen Jianghe turned and left. Jianghe's men all looked at their boss, and seeing no signal from him, they dared not block Chen Jianghe's group. They could only watch helplessly as they departed. Behind him, the sound of a teacup shattering soon rang out. Chen Jianghe smiled contemptuously. That was the rage of the powerless. His goal was never Jianghe, but Bai Jiang. If Bai Jiang wouldn't let him do business in peace, then Bai Jiang only had himself to blame for being dragged down from power. Brother, how that Chen Jianghe really doesn't appreciate kindness. But his men are all ruthless types. There's no need for us to go at him head on. Glasses walked out from the inner room. I know. We proceed with the plan. I'm going to make Chen Jianghe understand who the hell calls the shots on North Street. Chen Jianghe and the others returned to the arcade. Today's negotiations fell apart. We've thoroughly burned bridges with Jianghe. Stay alert over the next few days. Prepare your weapons. Jianghe may come to sweep us out. Chen Jianghe lowered his voice to add his instructions. Boss, should we call on Ming and the others back? Xiang Fei and the rest nodded, then spoke in hushed tones. With only 6 people at the arcade, including Chen Jianghe, they would be severely understaffed if Jianghe came to clear them out. Calling on Ming and the others back would significantly bolster their numbers. Not yet. They're more critical on their end. Chen Jianghe calculated the timing. Ming's group had been tailing Fang Xiong for about a week now, and over that entire week Fang Xiong hadn't met her lover even once. The next few days were a crucial window. Fang Xiong was highly likely to meet her lover soon. That would be the best time to capture photos. If they missed this opportunity, they might not know how long they'd have to wait for the next one. They absolutely could not let this slip. If she went a week or 2 without seeing him, there'd be no point in keeping a lover. She might as well rely on herself. Ming's photographic surveillance was important, but the arcade also needed proper arrangements. Everyone pushed through these few days. Wear the leather vests, especially after dark. Stay ready for Jianghe any moment. Also, Zhang Peng, take the Santana over to Ming's group tonight. If anything happens here, have Xiangli page them immediately, so they can come reinforce us. Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, then carefully laid out further arrangements. To facilitate Ming's surveillance of Fang Qiong, he had previously ordered Zhang Peng to purchase a second-hand motorcycle, which he now sent over for them to ride. Now he was temporarily lending the Santana to Ming's group as well, ensuring that if they were scattered while tailing, they could still converge quickly to reinforce the arcade in an emergency. Then it's settled. Fang Qiong mostly operates around North Street, and Ming's crew is always in the vicinity. One page, and they'll be here immediately. Xiang Fei nodded. With this arrangement, Ming and his two companions became a mobile reserve force. Should Jin Hao's men attempt to sweep the arcade, Ming's group would be ready. They could approach from the outside, creating a pincer movement that would significantly improve their odds of success. Once Chen Jianghe finished making arrangements, he went upstairs. The entire afternoon passed with no activity from Jin Hao's people. As night fell and darkness settled, Zhang Jun came looking for him once again. Boss Chen, if you're free tonight, let's grab a meal at Old Li's place and share a drink. Zhang Jun arrived with a smile, extending his invitation. Brother Zhang, dinner will have to wait. There's been some trouble at the arcade recently, and it's not convenient for me to go out. Chen Jianghe smiled back. Yeah, I've heard. North Street isn't large enough to support two major arcades. Zhang Jun nodded, but a trace of hesitation immediately appeared on his face, as though he were struggling with something. Brother Zhang, we're partners. Just say what's on your mind. Chen Jianghe personally poured Zhang Jun a cup of tea and gestured for him to sit down. Boss Chen, I've handed over the internet cafe design plans to you 3 or 4 days ago. I know you've been dealing with complications recently, but we can't just leave the cafe project stalled with no progress. The internet cafe market in Pengcheng isn't yet saturated. It's a prime opportunity to grab market share. I expect the number of internet cafes in Pengcheng to explode within the next 2 to 3 years. We must seize this trend and get in early. Zhang Jun spoke with a tone of resignation. Opening an internet cafe required enormous investment, easily hundreds of thousands of yuan to get started. Zhang Jun had few partners he could turn to, and he refused to let go of anyone showing the slightest interest. Not to mention Chen Jianghe's sharp business acumen. He dismantled Jin Hao's massive arcade operation with remarkable ease. That alone made him an invaluable ally. His proposal for unified signage and standardized design across all internet cafes had struck Zhang Jun as particularly brilliant. Such a capable partner was someone he never wanted to lose. But Chen Jianghe currently showed little enthusiasm for the cafe project, and progress remained stagnant. Brother Zhang, this is such a minor matter. You could have just called. There was no need to make a special trip. Chen Jianghe smiled. For the internet cafe, Brother Zhang, arrange a renovation crew. They can begin construction tomorrow. I'll have Chen Gang coordinate with you. Really? Zhang Jun's face lit up with delight, but then he looked puzzled. You mean Chen Gang? Rumors had circulated through North Street that the man who had hacked off Chen Gang's hand was none other than Chen Jianghe. When Li Jindi had disappeared and Chen Gang had vanished simultaneously, Zhang Jun had assumed Chen Gang was either dead or had retired from the underworld and returned to his hometown. Hearing Chen Jianghe speak of him, it seemed Chen Gang was now working for him. Yes, Chen Gang. I'll have him come over now. From now on, you'll coordinate with him regarding the cafe renovations. Once the construction is complete, we'll discuss the equipment. Chen Jianghe sent Zhang Peng out to fetch Chen Gang. Zhang Jun had never expected that Chen Gang was genuinely working for Chen Jianghe at this point. It seemed there were many secrets surrounding how Chen Jianghe had settled the Li Jindi affair. Chen Gang, you'll be responsible for renovating Lisan's billiard hall. I plan to convert it into an internet cafe. Work closely with Brother Zhang, and come to me if anything comes up. Chen Jianghe tossed the keys to Lisan's arcade directly to Chen Gang. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much, boss. I'll work hard from now on. Chen Gang clutched the keys, overwhelmed with gratitude. For the past week, he had been staying at a rundown motel, tossing and turning every night. Without any tasks assigned by Chen Jianghe, he feared he could be dismissed at any moment. Only when given something to do did he feel at ease. Brother Zhang, does this arrangement work for you? Chen Jianghe nodded and smiled. It does. I'll coordinate with Chen Gang from now on, and we'll talk further once the renovation is complete. Zhang Jun was also satisfied. As long as the cafe project began moving forward, that was all that mattered. Afterward, Zhang Jun and Chen Gang departed together. Chen Gang led Zhang Jun to Lisan's billiard hall with the keys. Everything inside remained. Billiard tables and all sorts of equipment were still in place. All of it needed clearing out. Zhang Jun promptly contacted workers who arrived that evening to remove everything. He had arranged to sell the items as second-hand goods. He handed the proceeds to Chen Gang, who in turn passed the money to Chen Jianghe. The next day, Liho's arcade business remained booming, especially in the evening when over 100 people would pack into the arcade, smoking, playing games, and watching the beauties. The arcade was packed to capacity. However, business at the slot machines was not as strong as it had been in previous days. By the third day, the decline became even more pronounced. In the evenings, only about 10 players remained at the slot machines, and those high-spending customers from recent days had completely disappeared. Chen Jianghe immediately realized something was wrong. He promptly sent Zhang Peng to investigate and find out exactly what had happened. Jianghe, I've gotten to the bottom of it. Jin Hao has stationed men at the intersection of North Street, specifically targeting the big clients who play the slot machines. As soon as they arrive, Jin Hao's men take them away. That bastard has started directly snatching customers. Zhang Peng rushed back, reporting his findings with visible anger. Boss, let a Jian and me go take out Jinhao's men. Xiang Fei said impulsively. Taking down those punks is easy, but would that bring the customers back? Chen Jianghe took a drag of his cigarette and said coldly, if we go to blows with Jinhao now, we'll only scare the customers away. Even the arcade players will leave. Since Jinhao has people watching, they've definitely planted someone to keep an eye on this Blaze arcade. The big spenders on the slot machines will be picked off one by Jinhao's men. They'll either go play at Jinhao's venue or simply stop coming to North Street altogether. Even if Chen Jianghe's arcade is appealing, they probably won't dare come over anytime soon. That's because Jinhao holds a lot of power in North Street. They certainly won't risk offending Jinhao just to play. If they end up getting beaten up instead of having fun, it'd be a miserable loss. Besides, if they started a direct war right now, Blaze's business would plummet. It might even be forced to shut down completely. The good news was that Jinhao had only intercepted the high rollers playing slots. They hadn't yet bothered with the small spenders, let alone the arcade players. With those arcade customers, Blaze could still turn a profit. Boss, are we just going to let them walk all over us? Xiang Fei said, unconvinced. I've told you time and again. Out in this world, you've got to use your head. Otherwise, you'll end up as street thugs forever. Can't you all use your brains for once? Chen Jianghe pointed at his head, looking at them with fierce disappointment. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng each hung their heads. Use their brains. If they could, they wouldn't have become thugs in the first place. A Fei. Chen Jianghe shook his head and gestured for Xiang Fei to come closer. After whispering a few instructions into Xiang Fei's ear, Xiang Fei's eyes lit up. Boss, I got it. Xiang Fei nodded, took out his pager, and sent a message to a Ming. 20 minutes later, a Ming found a public phone and called Chen Jianghe's office. Chen Jianghe gave a Ming his instructions, then hung up. That evening, a Ming and a Yao changed their appearance and showed up at the Tianwei Electronic World. Welcome, gentlemen. As soon as they stepped inside, the receptionist girl greeted them warmly. Jinhao felt Chen Jianghe's pretty girl strategy was quite effective. Although he wasn't willing to hire top-tier beauties, he dolled up a few young hooligan girls and had them stand in the arcade. They looked passable enough. Unfortunately, these girls lacked both the looks and the figure. They could only fool those poor souls who'd never even held a girl's hand. Give us 200 worth of credits. A Ming slapped 200 yuan onto the counter. The hooligan girl quickly called someone over to lead them upstairs and load up the credits. A Ming and a Yao played the slot machines upstairs, watching and observing as they played. Ever since Jinhao had his men intercept customers, quite a few slot players had been brought over. On top of that, Jinhao had mobilized his connections, making calls and personally fetching people. He had also arranged 2 hostess girls near the slot machine area, and business had indeed picked up somewhat. A Ming and a Yao quietly took stock. There were nearly 100 machines on this side, with about 20-odd people playing. A Ming and a Yao watched and played while only a Guang was left to keep an eye on Fang Qiong. She was currently at the tea house across the street with Bai Jiang, so there was no need for so many people to watch her. The two of them kept watching while playing, and they noticed that the Tianwei Electronic World had a good dozen or so men. Jinhao had stationed plenty of his lackeys there. By evening, business at the Tianwei Electronic World gradually picked up. Although Blaze was booming, it had only about 100 machines in total. No matter how brisk the business, there was a limit to how many people it could hold. Those who couldn't squeeze in, or didn't want to, came over here instead. After dark, the street-level arcade area at Tianwei slowly gathered 30 or 40 players. Counting upstairs and downstairs together, there were several dozen people in total. A Ming and a Yao blended in perfectly unnoticeable. Not far away on the tea house across the street, dusk had just fallen. A faint smile quickly blossomed on Fang Qiong's stunningly cold face. Then, with an aloof expression, she picked up her handbag, said a quick goodbye to Bai Jiang, and got ready to head downstairs. I'm going home. Emma, be careful on the way. I'll send someone to pick you up later. Bai Jiang glanced at Li Quan casually as he played cards. Li Quan understood and tilted his chin. Lao Wu Yu and a Jiang escort the lady boss home. Li Quan ordered. Yes, Quan, go. 2 younger thugs immediately came over and took Fang Qiong's bag for her, escorting her downstairs. Soon they got into the Audi 100, parked on the street. This car had been specially purchased by Bai Jiang for Fang Qiong. Li Quan arranged 2 underlings to accompany her because he worried that sending just one man and a woman alone together might lead to trouble. After all, Bai Jiang was getting on in years, nearly 50, while Fang Qiong was only 24 or 25 at the peak of her youthful vitality. If she were lonely or restless and got seduced by one of his men, things would get really awkward. Sending 2 people along basically eliminated that risk. In a corner not far from the tea house, a Guang was smoking. When he saw Fang Qiong come out, he hurried to the nearby public phone and said a few words in a low voice. Beep, beep, beep. A Ming and a Yao were in the middle of playing when the pager at a Ming's waist went off. A Ming pulled it out and glanced at the screen. His expression changed slightly. She's left. You go find a Guang and keep an eye on her with him. I'll stay here to handle things. A Ming quickly instructed a Yao. A Yao nodded, grabbed a free drink they'd been given, and hurried downstairs out the door. After leaving, he quickened his pace. A Guang wearing a helmet was already waiting on a motorcycle not far away. Let's go. Up ahead, Fang Qiong's Audi 100 was about to drive out of North Street. As soon as a Yao got on, a Guang gunned the motorcycle and chased after them. Bai Zhang's men never expected anyone to be following Fang Qiong. They drove the Audi 100 out of North Street and headed toward her place at an unhurried pace. Fang Qiong normally lived with Bai Zhang, but she went home once or twice a month to have dinner with her parents. Bai Zhang was even older than Fang Qiong's parents, so meeting each other frequently was awkward. That's why Fang Qiong usually went home by herself to have meals with her parents. Bai Zhang certainly couldn't stop her from going home. Sister-in-law will wait for you here. The two men parked the Audi 100 outside the residential compound and didn't go inside. Fang Qiong's parents cared about their reputation and didn't want the neighbors gossiping that she had found herself an old man. Bai Zhang's men were perceptive enough to stay out of the compound. Fang Qiong responded indifferently, took her bag and some things, got out of the car and walked toward the residential compound. She's out of the car, I'll follow her. A Guang and a Yao parked the motorcycle some distance away. A Yao quickly crossed to the opposite side of the street pretending to be a resident of the compound and walked in before Fang Qiong. The sky had grown dark and no one was keeping watch at the residential compound. Fang Qiong, unaware of a Yao, carried her things and went upstairs. A Yao dared not follow closely. Every building in the compound was walk up and going after her would only risk exposure. He watched Fang Qiong ascend the stairs, then found a shadowy corner where he smoked, his eyes fixed on the entrance. That evening Chen Jianghe had assigned them an additional task. Now only a Ming remained at Tianwei, and it was unclear whether the mission could be completed. A Yao pondered this, but had no intention of leaving. Fang Qiong rarely strayed from Bai Zhang's side. If she truly had a lover, tonight would be a golden opportunity, unless Chen Jianghe had deceived them and Fang Qiong had no affair at all. As a Yao was deep in thought, a faint red dot flickered in the darkness. At that moment Fang Qiong suddenly hurried downstairs and stood warily at the entrance, scanning her surroundings. A Yao quickly crushed out his cigarette and melted into the shadows, his heart racing with excitement. Fang Qiong's behavior was certainly suspicious. Fang Qiong observed briefly at the entrance, then crept toward the compound's front gate. From a distance, she spotted Bai Zhang's two subordinates sitting in an Audi 100 across the street, puffing away and paying no attention to her. Cautiously she retreated and hurried toward the back door of the residential compound. This compound had both a front gate and a back gate, though few people used the rear entrance. Near the back door lay a small park. Fang Qiong slipped out the back gate, warily checked that no one suspicious was nearby, and hurried toward the small park. A Yao had no time to notify a Guang. He quickly grabbed his compact camera and followed. As soon as he entered the park, he spotted a Santana parked in the corner with a young man inside. Fang Qiong walked straight to the car, opened the door, and got in. She and the man embraced and began kissing passionately. Fang Qiong indeed had a lover. A Yao quickly raised his camera and captured the scene. He waited until the embrace ended, then managed to snap a clear photo of the man's face. By the time the man drove the Santana away with Fang Qiong inside, it was too late to follow. But having captured the photographs, the mission was essentially accomplished. We got it. Let's find a place to develop these. A Yao stowed his camera, quickly exited the residential compound, and hopped onto the motorcycle. Hold on tight. A Guang twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life, speeding away. The two henchmen stationed in the Audi 100 failed to notice a thing. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jianghe, seated in his office, received a phone call. Boss, we got it. Good. Excellent work. Chen Jianghe's eyes lit up. After so long of surveillance, they had finally achieved results. A Yao and I will bring the photos over in a moment. A Guang spoke in a low voice. I'll come alone, and quietly handing the photos directly to Xiangli. The three of you should not expose yourselves yet. You remain a fresh force for the critical moment. Chen Jianghe considered this and decided against having a Guang and a Yao return directly. They could not afford exposure at this point. A Ming, a Guang, and a Yao had never been to the arcade before, and no one knew they were also Chen Jianghe's men. Jin Hao only knew that Chen Jianghe's group comprised 6 people and would undoubtedly plan around that number. In that case, a Ming and the other 2 could strike unexpectedly and potentially turn the tide. They 3 also served as a trump card in Chen Jianghe's hand. Understood. A Guang held Chen Jianghe in deep regard. Chen Jianghe had neutralized Li Jindi, dealt with Lai San, dismantled Lin Guobin's operations, and even seized the business of Tianwei Electronics World. That was true capability. Capable people commanded respect wherever they went. When Tianwei Electronics World first opened, no one on North Street believed Chen Jianghe's Lihua arcade could survive. Yet the reality was that Lihua not only remained unscathed, but grew busier, never allowing Tianwei Electronics World to gain an advantage. Soon after, a Guang quietly arrived at Lihua, acting like an ordinary customer. He exchanged a few coins for arcade tokens with Xiang Li, with the photographs concealed beneath the change. Xiang Li took the photographs and quietly tucked them into the ledger before handing them to Zhang Peng, who carried them upstairs. Jianghe, I never imagined Chen Gang's story was true. Fang Qiong really does have a lover, and quite handsome he is. Zhang Peng handed the ledger to Chen Jianghe and leaned in to glance at the photographs. Go fetch Chen Gang. Chen Jianghe examined the photos. The man appeared roughly the same age as Fang Qiong, refined and scholarly looking, resembling a pale-faced intellectual, genuinely handsome. Chen Jianghe suspected this man was not merely Fang Qiong's casual lover, but her actual boyfriend, one she could only abandon after Bai Jiang had set his sights on her. Otherwise, given Bai Jiang's power and methods, it would not be surprising if this young man had suddenly disappeared that day. Good. Zhang Peng nodded, turned, and descended the stairs. Within moments, he had brought Chen Gang over. Chen Jianghe handed the photographs to Chen Gang. Take a look. Do you recognize him? Chen Jianghe asked. Yes, that's him. The one I saw before. Chen Gang examined the photographs and immediately recognized the young man in the pictures, the very same person he had encountered previously. Chen Gang was secretly startled. He never expected Chen Jianghe to possess such capability managing to obtain these photographs. He could faintly guess at Chen Jianghe's purpose in going to such lengths. If that were indeed the case, it could only mean Chen Jianghe's ambitions were enormous, and he possessed the ability to match them. Chen Gang and Li Jindi had not lost unjustly. Truly the younger generation was surpassing the old. Do you have no impression of this man at all? Chen Jianghe asked after a slight nod. Boss, I truly have no impression whatsoever. I have definitely never seen this man before. Chen Gang studied the photograph carefully for a long while, then shook his head. Never mind then. Go about your business. Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. Boss, I apologize for not being of more help. I'll head to the billiard hall now. Chen Gang nodded, then gave a respectful nod to Zhang Peng before preparing to leave. About these photographs, keep them buried in your stomach. Say nothing to anyone. Chen Jianghe suddenly remarked. Boss, I understand. Rest assured I will tell no one about this matter. Chen Gang acknowledged and departed. Zhang Peng escorted Chen Gang out, then turned back and asked, Jianghe, what now? Should we circulate the photographs to cause some trouble for Bai Jiang? Do you think I went to all this trouble merely to annoy Bai Jiang? Chen Jianghe shot him a sharp glance, checked his watch, and said grimly, have a Guang, and a Jian continue surveilling Fang Qiong. She will not be gone long, and will surely return soon. Once that man brings her back, have them tail him instead, and discover where he lives. To avoid arousing Bai Jiang's suspicion, Fang Qiong would surely return after a brief encounter. It would not take long. Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and called the pager service center, exchanged a few coded phrases, and instructed them to send the message to a Guang's pager. The boss wants us to investigate that man. Let's go. A Guang's pager vibrated a few times. He took out the device and glanced at it, then signaled a Yao to go wait for Fang Qiong again. But what about a Ming? I still need to help a Ming with his errands. A Yao hesitated. That evening, Chen Jianghe had other tasks assigned to both a Yao and a Ming. With only a Ming left at Tianwei, the mission would likely fail. I already left a message for a Ming. That matter doesn't necessarily have to be done tonight. Investigating this man is more important. If we miss this chance, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Let's handle this first, a Guang stated firmly. All right, then let's go. A Yao nodded, mounted the motorcycle, and sped into the night. Within 15 minutes, the two arrived at the residential compound again. This time, a Yao had a Guang park the motorcycle across the street from the rear entrance of the residential compound, and the two lay in wait in the shadows. Less than half an hour passed before the Santana that had picked up Fang Qiong reappeared. Fang Qiong and the man inside shared another embrace and kiss, then she straightened her clothes and hurried across the street. Big brother Bai Jiang has a mistress behind his back. A Yao sneered. Cut the chatter. Move. A Guang flicked out his cigarette. As soon as the Santana left the small park, he fired up the motorcycle and gave chase. Meanwhile, on another front, while a Guang and a Yao were tailing Fang Qiong's lover, a Ming was at Tianwei Electronics World, nearly having lost all his credits. The slot machines at Tianwei were currently paying out at a rate of 20 for every 100 taken in. Most players lost, but each day there were some lucky ones who managed to win. Sometimes they won small amounts, sometimes larger sums. Today someone was particularly lucky and won handsomely. It's happening again. A train. Suddenly a crowd gathered around a nearby slot machine, erupted in excited cheers. A customer had hit a big win, betting 1,000 and walking away with nearly 3,000 in a single pull. Including earlier winnings, he had taken home over 5,000 that night. Though this paled in comparison to the high rollers who risked tens of thousands over a single evening, for an ordinary person winning several thousand in one night was enough to make others envious. After all, in these times most people couldn't even earn 1,000 yuan in a month. The win drew a crowd, and some bystanders itching to try their luck jumped into play with their own credits. Boss, cash me out. I'm done. The customer shouted loudly. Many eyes turned toward the bespectacled man nearby. He was Jin Hao's right-hand man managing the arcade business. About half of the slot machine players had been forcibly coerced by Jin Hao's men. Only a handful were there of their own volition. If they truly wanted to play slots, they'd go to Liahua instead. There were pretty girls catering to customers, and the odds felt better. People won there every day, whereas at Tianwei winners were far rarer. Cash him out. Give him his money. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. He knew Tianwei had to pay out. He actually hoped more people would win, so they could leave smoothly with their money. How could you catch big fish without casting a long line? The more winners there were, the more players would come. The more players, the more winners. A virtuous cycle that would keep the business thriving. The arcade would never lose money. With a 20% payout rate, how could it possibly go under? What the customers won was never the arcade's money. It was other customers' money. What the arcade feared most was having no customers. Fewer guests meant fewer winners, which meant fewer players, creating a vicious cycle. The principle was the same as in a casino. They weren't afraid of people winning. They were afraid of nobody playing. Soon a subordinate brought 5,000 yuan upstairs. Thanks, brother Feng. I'll treat you to a meal next time. The customer held a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, nodded to the bespectacled man, and left with his two friends. Seeing him successfully cash out, the others felt much more at ease. As long as winners could actually take their money home, it was far better than those shady arcades that paid out small wins but refused large ones. Or worse, treated different customers differently. For some people, winning a bit more meant they could leave with it. For others, even a small win couldn't be cashed out. Damn it, I'm busted. At that moment, A Ming had just lost his last few credits. He angrily shoved the slot machine and stood up. Why do you want to keep playing a while? The bespectacled man took out a box of premium cigarettes and offered one. No more playing. I'll come back tomorrow. A Ming feigned anger, took the cigarette, and walked away, puffing on it with visible frustration. Hep. The bespectacled man smiled and didn't mind. He moved around distributing cigarettes and greeting customers. After leaving Tianwei Electronics World, A Ming immediately kept his eyes on the man who had just departed. Him and his two friends were heading toward the outer part of North Street. It was already late at night. On North Street, beyond the arcades, internet cafes, roller rinks, billiard halls, and food stalls, very few people could be seen elsewhere. Outside North Street, it was even emptier. With the poor public security situation these days, most people didn't venture out after dark. Let's go. I want some money today. Let's head to Sihai and let loose. I'll buy a few girls to hang out with us. The customer looked smug and waved his hand generously, preparing to flag down a taxi to Sihai KTV. Sihai KTV was famous in Pingjiang district for the high quality of its hostesses. Pity we can't go to Liehua, a man beside him said. Their girls are cheaper, just 300 or 400 and you can take them out. Exactly, another man chimed in. The same girls at Sihai cost at least 500 minimum plus expensive alcohol charges. What could be sorted for 1,000 around here would double at Sihai. Hey, you're talking about Liehua. I think Liehua won't last many more days. Before long, brother, how will crush that bastard Chen Jianghe. The customer sneered, his face twisted with jealousy. Chen Jianghe had built his reputation at a young age and turned Liehua into a booming success, which naturally bred envy in many, including this guy. True. Brother Hao has lured by behind him, while Chen Jianghe is just some inexperienced kid. How could he possibly stand against brother Hao? His two friends nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. They had just won some money and were about to go out and have fun. As they flagged down a passing taxi, a dark figure suddenly burst out from behind them. The shadow kicked one man to the ground, then, without hesitation, slashed another across the head with a knife, grabbing him tightly. Hand over the money. The taxi, just about to pull over, sensed trouble and stepped on the gas to flee. W, what are you doing? The man hadn't yet processed what was happening, his death grip still clamped onto the money bag. Give me the money. The masked assailant, blood dripping from his blade, stared dead at the man and lunged for the bag. But the fellow not only refused to let go, he even cried out to his friend for help. Old Chen, help. Chen, sprawled on the ground after being kicked, was scrambling to his feet when the masked man's expression hardened. A blade flashed, slashing across the guy's face. The knife tore through his cheek, and warm blood gushed from the wound. Oh! The man screamed, his grip loosening. The bag was snatched from his grasp. The masked figure clutching the prize turned and fled. Damn it, you bastard, stop right there. Upon seeing the gaping wound on the man's face, old Chen's legs buckled. He feigned severity, struggling to rise. Only after the masked man had put over 10 meters between them did he leap to his feet and shout after him. In the blink of an eye, the masked figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving no trace. Half an hour later, a police car finally arrived. Finding all three had only minor injuries, the officers asked a few brief questions and dismissed them, telling them to go to the hospital. That was the end of it. In the present day in Pengcheng, such incidents barely registered as matters of concern. Even if female factory workers were pulled over and assaulted by passing cars on their way home from night shifts near the local factories, it was treated as nothing out of the ordinary. Some factory owners would even tell the women not to report it to avoid trouble for the business. It would affect their profits. Shortly thereafter, a phone call came through to the Lear game hall. Boss, it's done. A Ming's voice crackled from the other end of the line. Execute according to plan. A cold smirk curled across Chen Jianghe's lips. Understood. A Ming acknowledged and hung up. Jean Hao wants to play dirty. Fine. Let's see who outmaneuvers whom. Chen Jianghe lit a cigarette and took a drag, speaking to himself. Amid the flickering light and shadow of his office, he was beginning to carry himself with the air of a true kingpin. The next morning, Chen Jianghe gathered the photographs and stuffed 20,000 yuan into a thick craft paper envelope. He grabbed his things and headed downstairs. Dapeng, come with me. We're going out. Chen Jianghe called out to Zhang Peng. All right, Chang, you cover the register. Zhang Peng acknowledged and beckoned Zhang Chang over. Jianghe, where are we headed? Zhang Peng asked as they climbed into the minivan. To Tang Aiwa's place, Chen Jianghe replied. Again, to hand over money to that guy. Those bastards are bloodsuckers. Zhang Peng muttered bitterly, starting the engine. We still can't afford to cut ties with those bloodsuckers. Without them, Jean Hao could pull a few strings, and the police station could shut us down with a single phone call. Chen Jianghe said it flatly. People who operated in the underworld existed in a symbiotic relationship with these parasites. When the parasites stopped sucking, it would mean the good times for men like them were over. I know. I just can't accept it. Zhang Peng fell silent for a moment as they drove out of North Street. If you're resentful, climb higher. Climb to the point where even Tang Aigua has to greet you with a smile. Then you'll feel better. Chen Jianghe lit another cigarette and took a drag. Soon the minivan arrived outside Tang Aigua's residential compound. Tang Aigua was off work today. Chen Jianghe had called ahead to confirm. Stay in the van and wait for me. Chen Jianghe handed off a few instructions, gathered his things, and walked into the compound. He quickly reached Tang Aigua's door, knocked, and it creaked open with a soft groan. Oh, Xiaochen is here. Come and sit down. Auntie will brew you some tea. Aigua, Xiaochen's here. Tang Aigua's wife Zhang Xuemei threw open the door. The moment she saw Chen Jianghe, her demeanor became immediately warm and enthusiastic. Since Tang Aigua had become the police station chief, gifts had begun flowing in regularly. But someone like Chen Jianghe who showed up consistently with such generous amounts was still rare. Jianghe, you made it. Sit, have you eaten? If not, we'll eat together. I'll have Xuemei go out and get something. Tang Aigua emerged from his room, a genial smile spread across his face. Uncle Tang, I left in a hurry this morning. I planned to grab a bite after visiting you. Chen Jianghe replied with polite courtesy. Oh, there's no need. Let's just have something simple together here. Xuemei, go out and pick up some breakfast. I'll eat with Jianghe. Tang Aigua waved his hand dismissively at Zhang Xuemei. All right, then you two chat. I'll be right back. Zhang Xuemei agreed with a bright smile and slipped out the door. Zhang Xuemei understood perfectly. They needed an excuse to send her away so they could discuss matters privately. With a third person present, it would be awkward. Uncle Tang, here's this month's dividend. Lear's doing well now. You hold a 20% share. That's 20,000 yuan. Indeed, the moment she was gone, Chen Jianghe produced the thickly stuffed craft paper envelope. Jianghe, we're all family here. You're being far too generous. Lear's business has only just recovered, and you're the one who needs the money most. We're all on the same side. There's no rush on this. Take it back and use it first. Tang Aigua offered a perfunctory protest, playing the part of reluctant acceptance. Uncle Tang, Lear has more than enough capital. Keep this. And I have another matter this time. Chen Jianghe pushed the envelope back toward him, then produced a photograph and placed it before Tang Aigua. I want to look into this person's background. The more detailed, the better. Why do you need to investigate him? Tang Aigua glanced at the photograph. It showed a young man standing beside a woman, though her face had been deliberately scratched out. We have a minor disagreement, but I don't know his background. I want to get the lay of the land. Chen Jianghe spun a carefully crafted lie. His relationship with Tang Aigua was purely transactional, and he had no intention of revealing his true purpose. It's difficult to trace someone from just a photograph alone, Tang Aigua said after a moment's consideration, feigning difficulty. His address is here. Chen Jianghe produced another note upon which was written the man's address. The very place where Fang Qiong had been meeting this pretty young paramour. Very well, having an address makes things easier. By the way, I heard construction has begun on Lai San's billiard hall. Tang Aigua mentioned suddenly. Yes, I'm partnering with Zhang Jun to open an internet cafe. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Jianghe's eyes. The billiard hall had only broken ground the day before, yet Tang Aigua already knew. His information network was remarkably swift. Opening an internet cafe is an excellent idea. I've heard it's a promising business going forward. This uncle would like to take a share as well. You don't mind, do you? Tang Aigua pushed the craft paper envelope back toward Chen Jianghe with a grin. Consider this money my investment. Uncle Tang, you flatter me. When there's a good opportunity, I will certainly include you. In that case, I'll accept it. Chen Jianghe readily took back the envelope, then looked at the photograph again. Then what about this person? Within 3 days, I'll give you a definitive answer. Uncle, then I'll be going. After finishing his business, Chen Jianghe was about to leave. Oh, Jianghe, leaving so early. Stay for a meal before you go. Tang Aigua said with false reluctance. Uncle, the shop is busy, no need. Chen Jianghe made a polite remark and left directly. The moment he walked out, Zhang Xuemei returned. Zhang Xuemei had never gone to buy breakfast at all, though she had merely been strolling downstairs. When she saw Chen Jianghe coming down the stairs, she immediately turned back. Where's the money? How much did Chen Jianghe give you this time? The moment Zhang Xuemei stepped through the door, she could hardly contain her urgency. Money, money, money. All you ever think about is money. One day you'll lose yourself in it, and ruin us both. Tang Aigua snapped impatiently. What, am I the only one who loves money? Don't you? Everything revolves around cash these days. What's wrong with me liking money? Who doesn't? Zhang Xuemei let out a cold sneer, already frantically searching, but she couldn't find the money anywhere. Enough, stop looking. I didn't take it. I put it into Chen Jianghe's internet cafe as an investment. Tang Aigua said irritably. You invested in a cafe? Money's sitting right in front of you, and you won't take it. Are you sick in the head? Zhang Xuemei raised her voice, her tone suddenly piercing. Women with short sight, I'm not wasting my breath on you. Tang Aigua turned and walked into the room, slamming the door with a loud bang. Zhang Xuemei's curses echoed from outside the door. Years ago, Tang Aigua had only gotten out of the police station because of his father-in-law. But now his father-in-law had long since retired. He naturally no longer needed to watch her every mood swing. At the same time, Chen Jianghe climbed into the minivan holding a thick brown paper bag. Jianghe, he didn't take the money. Zhang Peng asked in disbelief. Didn't take it. Consider it an investment in the internet cafe. Chen Jianghe said calmly. Damn, that bastard tried to get something for nothing. Zhang Peng cursed angrily. Let's go. That was just a small amount, not important. We need his help now anyway. Chen Jianghe was unfazed. He and Tang Igua were in a mutually beneficial arrangement. It was only natural for Tang Igua to want more money. As long as Bai Jiang could be handled, this sum was nothing compared to what was at stake. Back at Fire Street Arcade, Chen Jianghe checked the time. The next phase of his plan was ready to begin. In the afternoon, a few customers also arrived at Tianwei Electronics World. Those who couldn't fit into the Fire Arcade had mostly migrated to Tianwei. Tianwei was larger and newer. Though there were no pretty girls to look at with air conditioning blowing and cigarettes in hand, the experience was comfortable enough. There were 200 or 300 arcade machines and 30 or 40 players were scattered across the floor. More people would come at night. Upstairs, the slot machine room was also busy. Most of Fire's high-roller clients had been lured away by Jianhao's men. Jianhao had watched for several days and assumed Chen Jianghe was too afraid to make a move, convinced he had backed down. One day, a Yao and a Guang entered, exchanged some coins, and deliberately sat near a floor manager's bodyguard. Did you hear? Someone got robbed on North Street last night. A Guang spoke loudly enough for the bodyguard nearby to overhear. Who? How much was taken? Going out to rob people now. How much could you possibly steal? Not worth the risk, right? A Yao chimed in, playing off his partner's setup. You've got it all wrong. The robbery last night was huge. 5,000 yuan taken. A Guang lowered his voice mysteriously. The bodyguard was immediately drawn in. Brother who got robbed of 5,000 yuan. The bodyguard handed him a cigarette and couldn't resist asking. What you don't know yet. The person robbed was the one who won big at your place last night. He won 5,000, barely made it out the door when he was hit. A Guang feigned astonishment. Brother, what are you implying? That's not something our Tianwei would do. Boss Hao wouldn't even bother with that kind of money. The bodyguard grew anxious and quickly defended. I never said it was you. So what if it was? You couldn't catch the culprit anyway. A Guang said, and then ignored the bodyguard, focusing intently on his game. The bodyguard, however, wore a thoughtful expression, clearly troubled. For the next 2 days, anyone who won money at Tianwei, especially those who won significantly, was robbed the moment they stepped outside. Panic spread through the arcade, and customers began to thin out again. Rumors flew through the district, with everyone having an opinion. Some claimed Chen Jianghe was behind it, deliberately damaging Tianwei's reputation to drive away the slot machine players. Others said it was Jianhao himself robbing winners to recoup his losses, a common tactic among casinos. The problem is it's easy to lose at a casino, but getting out with a big win is another matter entirely. Still, others believe these people had simply been targeted, that someone was specifically waiting for winners to leave and snatching their money. Whatever the truth, one thing was certain: business at Tianwei Electronics World slot machines was declining once again. Boss Hao, there's a problem at the arcade. That day, Glasses, having confirmed the situation, hurried to find Jianhao. Jianhao was enjoying a massage at the club. A striking woman in remarkably scant clothing knelt over him, working her hands across his shoulders. Jianhao lounged back, one hand resting on her smooth thigh. What is it? Jianhao asked lazily. Customers who win at our slot machines have been robbed 3 nights in a row. People are saying it's us, that Tianwei can't afford to lose. The slot machine business is suffering again. Glasses reported with a grim expression. Damn, this has to be Chen Jianghe. That bastard is playing dirty. Hearing this, Jianhao bolted upright. The beautiful woman beneath him cried out and tumbled onto the floor. Glasses glanced over briefly, noting the impressive view, and quickly spoke up. Boss Hao, I also suspect Chen Jianghe. I heard the legendary Bang Yaju from Macau used the exact same tactic years ago. Bang Yaju, the boss of Macau, was a well-known figure. His exploits had reached Pengcheng as well. Years ago, to destroy a rival's business, he had his men watch the competitor's casino, waiting for big winners to leave, then robbing each and every one of them. Soon enough, nobody dared play at the rival's casino anymore. Chen Jianghe was using the same strategy against them. That cunning bastard. No wonder his men had tried confronting them days earlier and met no resistance. Boss Hao, what should we do now? Just eliminate Chen Jianghe already. Glasses said fiercely. Do it, do it, do it. Do your motherfucking shit. This goddamn bastard hides in the game parlor every damn day. Do you think it's that easy to take him out? If we fail to get him the first time, he'll set fire to my game parlor and burn it to the ground. You want to cover the losses. Jianhao jabbed his finger right into Glasses' head, cursing furiously. Glasses lowered his head, dodging quickly. Though he was Jianhao's right-hand man, Jianhao certainly wouldn't spare his feelings when angry. Glasses stood with head bowed, his expression darkening as he hesitated over everything. If you're afraid of this, and that, what's the point of even being in this line of work? How gee, so what do we do? Glasses stepped back, asking helplessly. He understood Jianhao far better than Chen Jianghe did. Jianhao lacked Chen Jianghe's decisiveness, his ruthlessness, his daring. Come to think of it, if Jianhao had possessed Chen Jianghe's ambition and capability, Bai Jiang would never have chosen him or elevated him in the first place. Raising a tiger would only bring disaster upon oneself. If Bai Jiang were a fool, he wouldn't have done things this way. Chen Jianghe's actions are destroying our reputation, destroying North Street's reputation. As long as we get evidence, even Bai Jiang won't spare him. Jianhao said through gritted teeth. He's not grabbing people. Let him grab. We'll set a trap with goods and catch him red-handed. Once we have him, let's see if there's any place left for him on North Street. How gee, that's a brilliant plan. Glasses inwardly dismissed the idea, but on the surface nodded in approval. Jianhao was a bully who picked on the weak, but cowered before the strong. He dreamed of replacing Bai Jiang, but his ambitions far exceeded his abilities. He'd been managing operations and business for Bai Jiang all along, never having encountered any real force. When trouble arose, ordinary people would let it slide for Bai Jiang's sake. Now that they'd finally met Chen Jianghe, a real fighter, Jianhao's true colors were exposed. The man was nothing but a lucky bastard, a useless piece of trash that couldn't be propped up no matter what. Glasses felt that if he could become Bai Jiang's adopted son, he'd definitely do better than Jianhao. Even now, Jianhao was still counting on Bai Jiang's support, too cowardly to make a desperate stand against Chen Jianghe. What a waste. Jianhao stroked his chin, growing more convinced by the moment that his plan was brilliant, truly a stroke of genius. Since he can know exactly who's winning money at our game parlor every day, there must be an informant. I'll assign you some people for this job. Don't use anyone from the game parlor, and don't leak any information. We can't have some idiot accidentally letting it slip and giving Chen Jianghe warning. Jianhao considered and said, Understood, Hao Ji. Glasses nodded. On closer thought, this plan wasn't bad either. As long as they caught Chen Jianghe red-handed, Bai Jiang truly wouldn't let him stay on North Street. It's just that whenever Jianhao faced a tough opponent, he turned to Bai Jiang. When would he ever be able to replace Bai Jiang and let them all rise to glory? Go ahead. I'll send someone to find you later. Jianhao waved his hand, thoroughly pleased with himself. Finally, he could deal with Chen Jianghe. This Chen Jianghe was indeed a tough nut to crack. He'd taken down Li Jindi, sorted out Lai San, and handled Lingua Bin. But what of it? Now he was going to fall right into Jianhao's hands. Yes, Hao Ji. Glasses nodded, quickly glancing at the gorgeous woman before turning to leave. Then Jianhao continued his enjoyment. That afternoon, Blaze game parlor. The telephone in Chen Jianghe's office rang. Hello, Chen Jianghe speaking. Chen Jianghe picked up the phone casually. Jianghe, I found what you needed. I'll have little Zhang send it over later. Tang Igwa's voice came through the phone. Thanks, Uncle Tang. Appreciate the trouble. A sharp glint flashed across Chen Jianghe's eyes. Jianghe, Uncle reminds you. Think carefully before taking action. Don't provoke people you can't afford to mess with. One misstep, and you could fall into an abyss with no return, losing even the good life you have now. Tang Igwa offered a tactful warning. Uncle Tang, rest assured. I know where I stand. I just got out and haven't enjoyed the good life for more than a few days. I won't act recklessly. Chen Jianghe's heart stirred as he smiled. Hee, with that promise, Uncle can rest easy. Tang Igwa laughed and hung up. So this pretty boy's identity isn't simple. He's actually making Tang Igwa warn me. Chen Jianghe hung up and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, deep in thought. Either this pretty boy's identity was extraordinary or his background involved certain people that had alerted Tang Igwa to some hint of danger. Otherwise, Tang Igwa wouldn't have said those things. But if that pretty boy's identity were really so special, how could Bai Jiang have stolen his girlfriend? Though Bai Jiang had done well for himself and was a powerful boss, he wouldn't be so foolish as to compete with those princelings for a woman. And Tang Igwa wouldn't have warned Chen Jianghe about an ordinary rich second generation. So the only explanation was that Fang Qiong's lover had certain connections that had triggered Tang Igwa's vigilance. Chen Jianghe murmured to himself, brow furrowed in contemplation. Just then Zhang Peng walked up carrying a document folder. Jianghe, someone came by just now and said this was what you needed. Zhang Peng handed over the folder and asked curiously, Jianghe, what's this? The intel on that pretty boy. Chen Jianghe opened the folder directly. Inside were indeed all the files on Fang Qiong's lover. His name is Zhang Wenli. He works at Guomao Technology and is a college graduate from Pingqing University. Chen Jianghe read through the information. I remember Chen Gang mentioned before that Fang Qiong was also a college student, right? Seems like it. Zhang Peng thought for a moment. It's possible. She and Zhang Wenli were college classmates, a couple. That explains why Fang Qiong would take such huge risks to be with him. As Chen Jianghe spoke, he suddenly coldly laughed, thinking again of Ling Shui. Fang Qiong was willing to risk everything for her lover, unwilling to break up with him despite the danger. But Ling Shui, despite having a very wealthy fiancé, had still ended up sleeping with Chen Jianghe one last time before parting. Women truly were complicated creatures. This kid is just an ordinary college student. Zhang Peng frowned, somewhat disappointed. If that were the case, he didn't seem to have much value to exploit. Wrong. He's actually Li Quan's biological younger brother. Chen Jianghe had also been slightly disappointed, but when he saw the copy of Zhang Wenli's household registration, his pupils contracted sharply, and he jumped to his feet. He's Li Quan's biological brother. Then why does he have the surname Zhang? Zhang Peng was also shocked and quickly turned to close the office door. Li Quan takes his father's surname, while Zhang Wenli takes his mother's. They're full-blooded siblings. Li Quan is so bold, actually letting his own younger brother cuckold his elder brother. Chen Jianghe finally understood why Tang Igwa had been so vigilant. Tang Ai would definitely knew who Li Quan was. He was worried that Chen Jianghe would overestimate his abilities and try to deal with Bai Jiang. Jianghe, this information is of paramount importance. Zhang Peng was extremely excited. Though not the sharpest tool in the box, he understood well enough how crucial this intel would be in their efforts against Bai Jiang. Just imagine once Bai Jiang learned of this matter, could he continue to place his trust in Li Quan? And what would Li Quan do once he discovered the secret had leaked? Either Li Quan would have to silence the witnesses permanently, or, well, let's just say the consequences would be dire. Dapeng, keep this news to yourself for now. Pull Ming and the others back and have them stay at a small inn near North Street. Wait for further orders. There's no need to monitor Feng Qiong anymore. Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. We too must prepare to launch a counterattack. What about the operations over there? Continue with those operations, just no longer monitor Feng Qiong, Chen Jianghe said. Zhang Peng nodded and then asked further. Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and called the paging center. Almost immediately Ming and his team received a brief message, nothing more than a few words. Ignore Feng Qiong. Continue with everything else. Jianghe, what are your plans now? Zhang Peng asked after hanging up the phone. First I'll use others as my blade to eliminate Jin Hao, then deal with Bai Jiang. From now on North Street will no longer be under Bai Jiang's control. Chen Jianghe said coldly. That afternoon one of Yu's girls came to work. Chen Jianghe handed the girl a small tape recorder instructing her to deliver it to Yu. As for how to use it, Chen Jianghe had already explained everything to Yu over the phone the previous night. It seemed Yu was encountering some trouble, though she had not shared the specifics with Chen Jianghe. He planned to settle matters with Jin Hao first, then get to the bottom of what was happening. That evening a gentle night breeze blew. At the Livefire game arcade, the joystick section was thriving, packed with customers almost every night. However, the slot machine area was considerably quieter, attracting mostly patrons who spent a small amount to enjoy the company of attractive women. But Chen Jianghe was not concerned with temporary fluctuations in business. Once Jin Hao was dealt with, the prosperity of Livefire would naturally return. Dapeng, come with me on a trip. Not long after dark, Chen Jianghe had Zhang Peng drive, and the two left Livefire. The minivan wound through the streets, quickly shaking off whoever was tailing them. Brother Hao, Chen Jianghe has stepped out with one of his men. Glasses quickly received the report and passed it on to Jin Hao. That little rascal trying the same trick again. Get ready and execute according to the plan. Tonight I'm treating some friends to entertainment. Make sure everything goes smoothly. I'm waiting for your good news. Jin Hao sneered, glanced at the time, and also departed the Tianwei electronics world with his men. Over 2 hours later the night grew deeper. North Street had grown nearly empty. In the quiet night, only a handful of arcades, internet cafes, and roller rinks remained brightly lit. Two men having won over 3,000 yuan emerged from Tianwei. Both men had been fortunate, turning a mere 500 yuan into over 3,000. Second brother, let's take a taxi. I've heard there have been robberies on North Street lately. Several people who won money were attacked. Stepping out of the Tianwei gates, the tall, thin, young man spoke. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's go take a cab. Second brother glanced back, signaling the lean young man not to speak further. Once inside the taxi, he murmured, I've heard about what you mentioned. Those robbers are sent by Jin Hao. Taking money out of Tianwei isn't going to be easy. Did you two just come from Tianwei? The taxi driver asked mysteriously as he drove toward the outskirts of North Street. I've heard several people recently won money at Tianwei only to be robbed shortly after leaving. Some were even slashed. You didn't win anything, did you? No, we don't play slot machines. How could we possibly win money? Second brother hurriedly shot a glance at the lean young man and waved his hand to deny it. Good then. If you ask me, go to Livefire to play slots. It's got better odds and pretty girls. I've heard the girls at Livefire are quite lovely. If you win, you can even take one out for fun. Too bad Jin Hao's men block the entrance to North Street every day, preventing anyone from going to Livefire to play slots. The taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror. Doesn't Livefire do anything about Jin Hao's tactics? Second brother asked curiously. Who knows? In my opinion, Chen Jianghe of Livefire is a coward who wouldn't dare confront Jin Hao directly. Anyone else would have gone to war with him by now. The taxi driver said disdainfully. That's not how it is. I've heard Chen Jianghe isn't someone to be underestimated. Even Lin Guobin couldn't stand against him. Second brother said. There's a lot of boasting in these circles. Who knows whether Chen Jianghe is a donkey or a horse? In my opinion. Careful, someone ahead. The taxi driver was mid-sentence when a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Startled, second brother shouted urgently. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, knocking the person down. Fortunately, the speed was not high, otherwise it could have been a disaster. Fuck, I hit someone. The driver hastily brought the car to a stop, opened the door, and jumped out. Second brother and his companion instinctively followed, ready to see the commotion. But barely had they stepped out when the tall, thin young man was kicked to the ground and two figures emerged directly from the darkness. Hand over the money. Before second brother could react, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. I don't have any money. Son of a bitch, give me the money. To his surprise, these words enraged the masked man, who raised his knife and delivered a vicious blow to second brother's forehead. Second brother screamed and collapsed onto the ground. Yet he still clutched the money to his chest, struggling with the masked assailant. Meanwhile, from the shadows across the street, not far away, Ming swiftly turned and sprinted toward North Street. Ming ran back to North Street, burst directly into the Livesfire game arcade, and shouted loudly, "There's a robbery outside. People who won at Tianwei are being robbed again. Everyone come see." Ming's shout sent the arcade into an uproar, and everyone swarmed out behind him like bees. Almost simultaneously on the outskirts of North Street, several figures armed with weapons charged directly from nearby. "Don't let them escape," Glasses shouted triumphantly. His men rushed directly at the two masked individuals. "Run!" The two masked men, sensing the tide turning against them, suddenly realized they had walked into a trap and immediately turned to flee. Still thinking about running, Glasses stood behind, directing several men to rush forward. One of the thugs kicked up his leg and delivered a vicious blow to the back of a masked man's lower waist, sending the fellow crashing to the ground with a scream of agony. They were quickly pinned down. The other masked man trembled in terror, hurried his steps, and tried to flee. But before he could get far, he was caught and dealt a savage slash across the back with a blade. "Ah, don't hit me, I'll never do it again." The masked man fell to the ground with a cry of agony, clutching his head and screaming in sheer terror. "Fungo, we've got them!" A thug roared loudly. The entire three-person gang was subdued. Meanwhile, Ming blended into the crowd and happened to arrive just then. Glasses saw so many people approaching and let out a triumphant shout. "Chen Jianghe, you bastard! You're stealing our customers from Tianwei and using dirty tricks to ruin our reputation. Today I finally catch you red-handed. Now let's see how you deny it." Everyone looked clearly. The one robbing our Tianwei customers these past few days is Chen Jianghe. Glasses shouted loudly, then violently ripped off the man's mask on the ground. But beneath the mask was not Chen Jianghe's face at all. "Liangzai, why is it you?" Glasses' expression changed drastically once he recognized the man's face, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. This masked man turned out to be Su Liang, one of Jin Hao's men stationed at the game hall. "Fungo, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I was possessed by greed for a moment. I only robbed once. The previous 2 times weren't me," Su Liang explained in terror. But Glasses felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his entire body. From head to toe, he was chilled to the bone. They had been played. This damn trap was set by Chen Jianghe. Fuck, the robber is from Tianwei themselves. That's Jin Hao's subordinate. His name is Su Liang. I know him. Tianwei's own people are robbing and still trying to frame Chen Jianghe. They're treating us like fools. The game hall customers who had followed them outside erupted in chaos. "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We made a mistake." Glasses hurriedly tried to defuse the situation. "A mistake? I was slashed so badly, and you call it a mistake? Call the police, call them now." Second brother clutched his head, blood still pouring down from the wound. "Don't call the police, don't call them, brother, give me some face. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's not make this too big." Seeing the situation spiraling, Glasses tried to reason with second brother in a conciliatory tone. "Fuck your misunderstanding. Are you Tianwei people just too good to lose? You can't even afford to lose a few $1,000. What kind of garbage game hall is this?" Second brother roughly pushed Glasses aside and snatched the money bag from Su Liang's hand. "Give my money back. The ones who robbed were Jin Hao's men, and the ones who grabbed were also Jin Hao's people. Even if Jin Hao didn't orchestrate this, he couldn't be absolved of responsibility. Either way, the blame would land squarely on Tianwei Electronics World." "Stopping, help this brother, call the police. We do business on North Street. Reputation is everything. We won't tolerate someone digging holes under our feet." Just then Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng emerged from the crowd. "Alright, I'll call the police." Stopping took out his brick-sized phone and dialed immediately. "Chen Jianghe, you fucking framed us." With no way out, Glasses locked eyes on Chen Jianghe, his gaze burning with fury. "Phone go, I was also set up. I'm in debt to loan sharks, and when I saw others robbing without consequence, I thought, if they can do it, why can't I? I was possessed by greed for a moment. It must be Chen Jianghe who's behind this." Su Liang finally realized what was happening and hastily shouted out his defense. Over the past few days, customers had been whispering in Su Liang's ear about how robbing went unpunished, how the cops didn't care, and how victims just had to accept their bad luck. Pressured by loan sharks and tempted by these lies, he had recruited 2 friends to try it. But on their very first attempt, Glasses had them pinned. This was indeed their first time attempting robbery. Chen Jianghe stood there, a cigarette in hand, his expression cold and calm. Over the past 3 days, those first 2 robberies had indeed been orchestrated by him through a Ming. After the robberies, he deliberately had his people plant the idea in Su Liang's ear. Chen Jianghe had also investigated Su Liang's debt to loan sharks. The boy was short on cash, and now a sudden opportunity to make money had presented itself. How could he resist? Human nature is inherently greedy. The thing that proves most unable to withstand temptation is human nature itself. Indeed, Su Liang failed the test and finally made his move. "So what are you saying? That this kid is my man, or that I bribed him to rob?" Chen Jianghe sneered coldly. Glasses' face darkened. He had no evidence whatsoever, and saying such things would only make him seem like he was shifting blame. Besides, Chen Jianghe had directly ordered the police to be called, which further proved his innocence. No matter how much Glasses argued today, this dirt would never stick to Chen Jianghe. With no options left, Glasses decided he had to quell the situation before it escalated further. He quickly signaled to his men beside him to let Su Liang go. As long as Su Liang escaped without the police getting involved, there would still be some room to maneuver. At least Tianwei Electronics World wouldn't have to close temporarily. After all, the slot machines were illegal. If nothing happened, eyes were turned a blind eye as long as the protection money was in place. But if something did happen, they'd have to show something. Close for a few days. At Glasses' signal, his men immediately released their grip and gestured for Su Liang to run. But Zhang Peng had already arrived with his people blocking the way. What, trying to let him go? Zhang Peng sneered coldly and immediately surrounded Su Liang and the others. Chen Jianghe, don't push your luck. Driving people into a corner benefits no one. Glasses gritted his teeth as he spoke. Don't push it. When Jinhao was robbing Li Hua's customers, did he not think about not pushing it? Chen Jianghe sneered coldly and said calmly. Glasses' face darkened, unable to say a word. In this business, when you're grabbing customers, you can't expect mercy from others. That was impossible. His gaze swept around, and he noticed that many of the game hall customers were looking at them differently now. Tianwei had a traitor within its own ranks. After today's incident, Tianwei's reputation was thoroughly shattered. In the future, some customers would rather avoid North Street altogether than set foot in Jinhao's game hall. Hurry and notify Hao Ge. Let Hao Ge think of a solution. Glass's face was grim as he hurriedly instructed his men to contact Jinhao, hoping Jinhao might still come up with a plan. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe had also contacted Tang Igua in advance. Now, upon receiving the call, Tang Igua immediately arranged for his men to arrive, taking away Su Liang and the other two. Glasses and his people were also taken along to assist with the investigation. Since Tang Igua had taken the money, when it came time to do his job, he naturally had to deliver. Su Liang and Glasses and the others were ultimately taken away by police under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At the same time, inside Sihai KTV, Jinhao was entertaining his guests. The men were of varying ages, some in their late 20s, others already past 30. After consuming considerable alcohol, the atmosphere in the private room grew warm and spirited. 7 or 8 voluptuous and alluring young women sat beside them. As the group drank and boasted, someone inexplicably brought up Fang Xiong, the woman of Baijiang. Boss, how brother Bai really has a blessed life. He enjoyed everything in his youth, and even in his old age he found a woman as enchanting as Fang Xiong. What's the age gap between brother Bai and Fang Xiong? Nearly 30 years, isn't it? A man in his late 20s wearing a thick gold chain around his neck suddenly slurred drunkenly. I heard she's still a female college student. I wonder if brother Bai can satisfy her. The man beside him chuckled with ill intent. If brother Bai can't satisfy her, we have our boss, how don't we? Once brother Bai steps down, Fang Xiong will be at her prime. Perfect for our boss, how to enjoy. Ha ha ha. The men, somewhat tipsy, made shameless jokes without restraint. How, why aren't you saying anything? Someone turned to look at Jinhao. What's there to say? Words are just empty satisfaction for now. Wait until we actually get to play, and you'll know how thrilling it is. A lewd and sinister gleam flashed in Jinhao's eyes. He had drunk too much, and his mouth lacked any filter. Jinhao had long harbored ambitions to replace Bai Jiang. He coveted Bai Jiang's power, status, wealth, and women. Especially every time he saw Fang Xiong maintaining that aloof and superior demeanor, he wanted to conquer her and make her understand his dominance. How could you actually be having an affair with Fang Xiong? Well, brother Bai is already over 50. You're young and virile. Which woman wouldn't prefer a younger man? The man with the gold chain whispered mysteriously. Before Jinhao could respond, a figure burst into the private room in a hurry. Panting heavily, he exclaimed, Boss, how something terrible has happened. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm entertaining friends? Did Li Feng and the others restrain Chen Jianghe? Jinhao perked up and immediately asked. No. Brother Feng and the others caught the person who's been robbing shops these past few days. It was Su Liang. The police have arrested Su Liang and Brother Feng and the rest. They claim our game center is involved and that we illegally operated gambling machines. We've been ordered to suspend operations for rectification. The subordinate hurriedly explained. Su Liang. Upon hearing this, Jinhao abruptly stood up. Damn it. This bastard eats from my hand and then dares to smash my pot. Jinhao disregarded his guests and immediately led his men back to Tianwei Electronics World. By then the electronics market had already closed for the night, its corridors eerily desolate and quiet. Inside the private room, as Jinhao departed, the guests lost their appetite for drinking and soon dispersed. The girls also began walking toward the exit. Ali, where are you going? I've had a bit too much and don't feel well. Let me tell sister and clock out early. The two girls exchanged a few words outside the private room. Then one of them headed upstairs to find Yue, who was arranging private rooms for guests. For the past few days, Yue hadn't sought out Gao Hai, nor had Gao Hai sought her out. It was as if their previous conversation had never happened. Ali glanced at Yue and, taking advantage of no one noticing, slipped a small recording device into Yue's hand. Yue casually took it and naturally placed it in her bag. Sister, and I've had a bit too much and don't feel well. I'd like to head back early. Ali feigned discomfort. All right, go home early. Be careful on the way. Yue nodded naturally. Ali gave an affirmative response, gathered her things, changed, and left. Relieved, Yue finished attending to the remaining guests. After a while she also left Sihai KTV and headed home. As soon as she arrived she immediately called Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, I got the item. I listened to it. It should be useful for you. And you said in a low voice while holding the phone. Previously Chen Jianghe had learned that Jin Hao and Gao Hai were acquaintances who frequently visited Sihai KTV. He had given in you a small recording device and asked her to help record what Jin Hao said during his visits. People tend to reveal things they would normally dare not say when drunk and the atmosphere is heated. Such information might prove useful. And you herself hadn't expected Jin Hao to arrive so quickly, nor had she anticipated he would indeed say things that should not have been said. And thank you. I'll send someone to pick it up. Chen Jianghe's eyes gleamed with sharp light upon receiving the call. Just saying thanks won't do. You'll have to treat me to a meal. And you joked. No problem. Once this busy period passes I'll treat you. Chen Jianghe smiled, then remembered something. And then is there some kind of trouble on your end? And Yu's brows furrowed. After a moment's hesitation she finally replied in a cheerful voice, what trouble could I possibly have? I'm eating well, and sleeping soundly. No troubles at all. Alright then we'll talk next time we meet. Seeing that and you didn't wish to elaborate, Chen Jianghe didn't press further. Okay. And you agreed, and hung up the phone. Not long after Zhang Peng arrived in a minivan and collected the recording device. He brought it back to Liehua and handed it to Chen Jianghe, who immediately played back the recording. Jianghe Jin Hao actually has designs on by Zhang's woman. This kid really is ambitious. After listening Zhang Peng exclaimed in surprise. It's not just by Zhang's woman he covets. He has designs on by Zhang's money, business's power, and status as well. However, this is precisely something we can exploit. Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment, then beckoned Zhang Peng closer and whispered something into his ear. Jianghe using someone else's blade to kill. This move of yours is brilliantly cunning. After hearing it, Zhang Peng gave Chen Jianghe an enthusiastic thumbs up. Go handle it. Bring Xiang Fei and Xiang Li up. Chen Jianghe said. Yes. Zhang Peng grabbed the recording device and hurried downstairs to fetch Xiang Fei and Xiang Li. Fei, there's something I want Li to do. Chen Jianghe stated directly once they had come upstairs. Boss, is it dangerous? My sister's leg isn't fine. I can do whatever needs doing. Xiang Fei instantly grew tense, a look of worry crossing his face. Fei, rest assured. This matter is not dangerous at all. Moreover, only Xiang Li is suitable to handle it. I trust no one else. Chen Jianghe wrote a note containing a phone number followed by a name. Zhang Wenli, Fang Qiong's lover. Xiang Li, I want you to deliver this note to Fang Qiong. Boss, is there any danger? Xiang Fei asked hesitantly. Chen Jianghe would never blink when assigning him risky tasks, but with his younger sister involved, Xiang Fei simply couldn't shake his worries. Brother, it's just delivering a note. What danger could there possibly be? Boss, I'll go. Xiang Li held the note, folded it carefully, and practiced concealing it in her palm until not even a hint showed on the surface. Chen Jianghe had instructed her on exactly how to pass it along. She nodded, then limped slowly down the stairs. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since her surgery. Just 2 days ago she had managed to walk without crutches. However, she still could not walk for extended periods and her gait remained noticeably uneven. The hospital advised continued rest for better recovery. Achieving full mobility comparable to a normal person would prove difficult, but it was far better than being confined to a wheelchair. Xiang Fei, if you're uneasy, come along. Tell a Jian to accompany you. Chen Jianghe tossed a cigarette to the anxious Xiang Fei. Thank you, boss. Xiang Fei nodded gratefully and hurried downstairs, fetching a Jian before following Xiang Li in single file. Inside the tea house, 9 o'clock had arrived. Fang Qiong, her pretty face cold and expressionless, had accompanied by Jiang in a card game for a while longer, but her patience was finally worn thin. I'm heading back now. Fang Qiong gathered her bag and informed Bai Jiang. You two see our eldest Mrs. home. Bai Jiang said it casually. Li Quan waved his hand, signaling the 2 underlings who usually drove Fang Qiong home to escort her first. Bai Jiang loved playing cards. Though his years were quietly mounting, he often stayed up until 11 or 12 at night. Fang Qiong, young and unwilling to burn the midnight oil for him, would frequently slip away around 9. 3 maids remained at Bai Jiang's villa, 1 cooking, the other 2 handling cleaning and laundry. Every soul in that house was Bai Jiang's eyes and ears, so he harbored no fears that Fang Qiong might misbehave upon her early return. Fang Qiong was young, and Bai Jiang kept a remarkably tight watch over her. What he had failed to foresee was that a woman truly determined to stray would not be so easily contained. The 2 underlings followed Fang Qiong downstairs. As they reached the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared, and Fang Qiong collided straight into them. Are you blind? Can't you see where you're going? One thug erupted in fury, cursing loudly. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking. Xiang Li apologized in a rush. Never mind. Let's go. Fang Qiong cast a curious glance at Xiang Li, but let it drop without further inquiry. Seeing that Xiang Li was merely a woman, the 2 thugs relented. After shooting her a warning glare, they fell in behind Fang Qiong, quickly guided her into the car, and drove off to see her home. Xiang Li kept her head lowered and hastily turned to leave entirely unnoticed. Not far away, Xiang Fei and a Jian finally exhaled in relief and followed at a distance. The task Chen Jianghe had assigned to Xiang Li was genuinely harmless. Only Xiang Fei's anxiety had been misplaced. Shortly thereafter, Fang Xiong's Audi 100 returned to Bai Zhang's villa. The estate lay no great distance from North Street, situated in Pingjiang district near the suburban outskirts, a sprawling solitary property with ample grounds. When Bai Zhang was usually home, 8 underlings resided within the villa to provide protection. But on nights when he was absent, only the 2 who had escorted Fang Xiong remained on duty. Mrs. Beck. Upon seeing Fang Xiong's return, a maid hurried forward to welcome her. Aunt Lu, there's nothing pressing tonight. You may rest first. Fang Xiong treated her servants with a measure of courtesy. All right, miss. Then I shall turn in. The maid replied promptly. Fang Xiong waved her hand, and once the maid was ushered inside, she promptly descended the stairs. Neither of the 2 escorts who had accompanied Fang Xiong entered. Their quarters were a small building in the courtyard adjacent to the grand villa where bodyguards typically resided. When idle, they did little more than accompany Bai Jiang and Li Quan in dining, drinking, and card games, receiving their wages reliably month after month. Alone on the stairs, Fang Xiong waited until all eyes were elsewhere. Frowning, she opened her handbag, and there unmistakably lay a neatly folded slip of paper. That note had been secretly pressed into her palm the moment the woman had collided with her downstairs. Though she had no idea what the matter concerned, Fang Xiong, intelligent enough to keep silence, had quietly slipped the note into her bag. It was only upon returning home that she produced it for examination. The moment Fang Xiong read the words upon the paper, it was as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her in the dead of winter. Her entire body trembled, and her once vivid complexion drained to ashen pallor. The note bore the name Zhang Wenli, who had discovered she was still entangled with him. Fang Xiong understood all too clearly once Bai Jiang learned of this, he would never spare her, and he would certainly not spare Zhang Wenli either. Li Quan would likely be quietly eliminated as well. They would all be ruined. Panic seized her, and her instinctive reaction was to dial Zhang Wenli's number. But then she sobered. Calling him would accomplish absolutely nothing. Zhang Wenli was merely a company clerk who had graduated from university not long ago. He had no idea how to handle such matters. Calling Li Quan was equally unviable. He was always at Bai Zhang's side, and a sudden call from Fang Xiong would inevitably arouse Bai Zhang's suspicion. Fang Xiong paced like an ant upon a scorching walk, utterly at a loss. Then her gaze fell once more upon the note, and she noticed something she had overlooked. Above Zhang Wenli's name, a phone number had been written. After lingering in hesitation for what felt like an eternity, she crept quietly to the corridor and listened intently downward, confirming that the 3 maids on the first floor were almost certainly asleep. She then returned to her room, shut the bedroom door, wavered for a long moment, and finally dialed the number on the slip. Hello? Who is this? The moment the line connected, Fang Xiong bit her lip and lowered her voice. Miss Fang, this is Chen Jianghe. Have you forgotten me already? Chen Jianghe's voice echoed through the receiver. You? Fang Xiong sprang to her feet, utter disbelief etched across her face. She had never imagined the caller could possibly be Chen Jianghe himself. Chen Jianghe, we have never crossed paths. Why are you doing this to me? Composing herself as best she could, Fang Xiong demanded through her fear. Miss Fang, one cannot always choose one's path in this world. I had no desire to meddle in others' affairs, yet some matters leave me no choice. Chen Jianghe laughed lightly. Chen Jianghe, I have never wronged you. Fang Xiong retorted angrily. If anyone should bear responsibility, it was you, Miss Fang. That is what compelled Bai Jiang to demand 10% of my profits. Chen Jianghe spoke with cold detachment. During his earlier encounter with Bai Jiang, Fang Xiong had deliberately engaged him in conversation, feigning interest in Chen Jianghe to provoke Bai Jiang's displeasure. Precisely the maneuver that had driven Bai Jiang to demand such an exorbitant share. Fang Xiong had been by Bai Jiang's side for several years and knew him intimately well enough to foresee the consequences of her actions. Yet she had proceeded anyway. There was only one explanation: she had intended it all along. She had deliberately used Chen Jianghe to goad Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe was not confident enough to believe that Fang Xiong had developed feelings for him. Fang Xiong was no fool. If she truly cared for him, she would never have shown it so plainly in front of Bai Jiang. Fang Xiong had done that on purpose that day. That day I didn't mean it, Chen Jianghe, please forgive me this once. Fang Xiong lowered her voice and pleaded pitifully. Miss Fang, there is no need for such nonsense now. I need you to do something for me. Chen Jianghe said calmly. What is it? Tell me. Fang Xiong bit her lip and could only reluctantly agree. A few minutes later, Chen Jianghe hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. After a while, Zhang Peng hurried back. Jianghe, it is done. The item has been delivered into Gao Hu's hands. Zhang Peng said. Gao Hu didn't see you, did he? Chen Jianghe asked. No, I left the item at his doorstep, knocked hard on the door, and then hid. I saw someone open the door and take it inside before I left. He didn't see me. Zhang Peng shook his head. Then everything is ready. A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Jianghe's eyes. The trap for Jin Hao had been dug. Whether Jin Hao would be buried in it depended on how tough his fate was. First, deal with Jin Hao and eliminate one of Bai Jiang's right-hand men. Next, it would be time to handle Bai Jiang himself. Since Bai Jiang had made his life difficult, Chen Jianghe would ensure Bai Jiang had no easy time either. The next morning, North Street remained much the same, except the Tianwei Electronics World was closed. Glasses, Su Liang, and several others were still detained inside. Jianhao's men had suddenly dropped by a third, and even early that morning Jianhao himself had been called in for questioning. However, he had connections behind him and by Zhang's protection, so after a brief questioning he was released. The moment Jianhao was freed, he hurried back to the North Street tea house to seek by Zhang's help. Godfather, that kid Chen Jianghe has gone too far. You must help me deal with him. Jianhao charged up the stairs with several men, and upon seeing Bai Jiang gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. What happened? You can't even handle a mere Chen Jianghe. Bai Jiang chuckled, asking something he already knew. Such a huge incident had occurred the night before, and even Tianwei Electronics World had been sealed shut. How could Bai Jiang not know? He had even planted informants among Jianhao's men. Godfather, that Chen Jianghe used underhanded schemes against me, and even Tianwei has been shut down. That kid is too arrogant. Godfather, you must help me. Jianhao could only briefly explain what had happened. It seems this Chen Jianghe indeed has some ability. Bai Jiang smiled, looking down on Jianhao even more. Tianwei had been tricked into closing by Chen Jianghe, yet Jianhao still refused to fight Chen Jianghe to the death. Truly devoid of any backbone. He had worried too much before, fearing Jianhao might plot to usurp him. This kid lacked both the courage and the capability. Having ambition without strength was simply courting death. Jianhao's expression darkened. Chen Jianghe was indeed capable, or otherwise he would have taken him out long ago. Chen Jianghe not only had brains, but also a tough crew underneath him, a hard nut to crack. Jianhao had his own considerations. If he went head-to-head with Chen Jianghe, and somehow managed to kill him, his own strength would be severely depleted, leaving him no choice but to continue being Bai Jiang's dog. He simply did not want to remain Bai Jiang's dog any longer. Fearing heavy losses, he had never considered leading men to eliminate Chen Jianghe. Unless forced, he did not wish to risk his life against Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe had nothing to lose, but Jianhao certainly did. Hey Hao, listen. The businesses on North Street can be considered my businesses in the end. Since you and Chen Jianghe are in conflict, I cannot ignore this either. Quan, send someone to Liehua and invite Chen Jianghe over. Seeing that Jianhao could cause no further trouble, Bai Jiang glanced at Quan and instructed him to send someone to fetch Chen Jianghe. Hey Z, go and invite Chen Jianghe. Quan turned to a burly man in his 30s. Understood, Brother Quan. Hazy nodded and turned to leave immediately. Be polite. Quan added. In their world, respect was earned through strength. The fact that Chen Jianghe could force Tianwei to close regardless of his methods showed he already possessed considerable power. Those with strength naturally commanded higher regard. Hazy left the tea house and headed straight for Liehua. Where is your boss? He asked the receptionist Xiang Li directly. Bro, someone is looking for the boss. Seeing the burly man appear, Xiang Li quickly called out into the arcade. Business at Liehua was particularly busy today. Not only were there many people playing arcade games, but the slot machines also saw more customers than the past 2 days. With Tianwei's reputation ruined and its doors closed, customers from around North Street naturally flocked to Liehua. What do you want with our boss? Xiang Fei walked over quickly, asking warily. He recognized this man and knew he was one of Bai Zhang's people. Lord Bai wishes to see him. Tell him. Hazy said. Fine, wait here. Xiang Fei finished speaking and immediately went upstairs to inform Chen Jianghe. Jianhao is truly useless. Outsmarted by us and too afraid to come after us directly, yet he still went running to Bai Jiang. Zhang Peng said disdainfully after hearing the news. Do not underestimate anyone. Jianhao merely wants to preserve his strength. If he were truly useless, he could not have kept Li Quan and Gao Hu in check. Chen Jianghe rose, slipped on his leather jacket, and checked his brass knuckles. Prepare yourselves as well, just in case, he said gravely. Yes. Zhang Peng and the others immediately began preparing, donning leather jackets and concealing weapons beneath their clothes. Zhou Bing remained at the shop, while the rest followed Chen Jianghe toward the tea house. Even Aiming A Guang and A Yao had been notified. They drove a Santana with its license plates removed, quietly arriving at North Street and lying in ambush near the tea house. Should anything go wrong, they would rush over to support Chen Jianghe and the others. When Chen Jianghe and his men arrived at the tea house and headed upstairs, Bai Zhang's trusted subordinates appeared outside the largest private room on the second floor, clearly carrying weapons. Chen Jianghe guarded against Bai Jiang and Jianhao just as Bai Jiang guarded against others, not merely Chen Jianghe. Bai Jiang had stationed people at the tea house daily, and weapons were hidden in several spots on the second floor. In the event of trouble, they could act immediately. Hold it. Hand over your weapons. As Chen Jianghe's group approached, He Zi stepped forward and ordered firmly. What, Lord Bai still isn't satisfied with just the 4 of us? It seems the older one grows in the Jianghu, the smaller his courage becomes. Chen Jianghe sneered, showing no intention of surrendering his weapons. What did you say? He Zi's expression darkened. A group of burly men behind him turned to look at once, their gazes feral and predatory. He Zi, show some courtesy. Chen Jianghe is the most prominent boss on our North Street these days. In Hong Kong, what rank would that correspond to? Red Pole. Li Quan interjected. That's right, Red Pole. Chen Jianghe is now our North Street's Red Pole, truly formidable. Show them proper respect, and let them in. It was evident that Bai Jiang was in a fine mood today. Smiling, he waved Chen Jianghe and his men inside. Although Chen Jianghe's group had several men, Bai Jiang's side consisted of hardened fighters who were fearless in combat. They were not only numerically superior, but also armed, showing no fear of any trouble from Chen Jianghe. When Chen Jianghe entered the private room, he and Fang Qiong exchanged a glance, whether deliberate or not. Fang Qiong quickly lowered her head and busied herself with brewing tea, avoiding further eye contact with him. Chen Jianghe, you son of a bitch, you dare to set me up. It was Jin Hao who glared fiercely at Chen Jianghe and roared in fury. Jin Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? You sent men to rob your own winning customers, and then dispatched others to arrest the very brothers who were doing the robbing. I truly cannot fathom this operation of yours. Chen Jianghe, I'll kill you. Jin Hao's face turned black with rage. Roaring, he lunged toward Chen Jianghe, but was forcefully restrained by Bai Zhang's men. Enough, stop this. Bai Zhang frowned and rebuked sharply, then turned to Chen Jianghe with a smile. Chen Jianghe, I didn't expect you to be so much sharper than your father. If your father had half your cunning, he'd still be alive and well. Jin Hao ended up in this mess because he lacked smarts. Don't blame anyone but himself. Lord Bai, get to the point. No need to mention my father. Chen Jianghe said calmly. Good, straightforward. I appreciate that. Then I'll be direct. Bai Zhang smiled. Our North Street is thriving business, growing larger, all because smart bosses put profit first and save the brawling for last. I don't wish to dwell on your feud with Jin Hao. Today I'll speak fair. From now on, neither of you is to fight anymore. Lord Bai, I opened the game hall to do business, not to pick fights. As long as you remain impartial, I have no objections. Good, a young man who knows when to advance and when to yield. Well done. Bai Zhang nodded approvingly. He had expected Chen Jianghe, having suppressed Jin Hao, might grow arrogant and forget himself. Instead, this kid clearly knew where he stood. Hey Hao, what do you say? Bai Zhang turned to Jin Hao. Godfather, I obey you. Jin Hao gritted his teeth and replied. With matters pressed this far, and Chen Jianghe already granting Bai Zhang face, picking further quarrels would make him appear immodest and ungrateful. Then let me propose a solution. What do you think? Bai Zhang casually discarded a mahjong tile, as if handling a trivial matter. From now on, Tianwei stays open, and Laisher continues operating as well. Business belongs to everyone, not one person alone. I can't simply open my mouth and order your Chen Jianghe to shut down, can I? If this door closes, do you expect Chen Jianghe and his people to drink the northwest wind? Bai Zhang's words made it clear. He had no intention of driving Chen Jianghe to extinction. If he truly wanted to crush Chen Jianghe, he would have to eliminate him. But Bai Zhang had no desire to kill Chen Jianghe for Jin Hao's sake. Jin Hao simply wasn't worth that much to him, nor was there any necessity. On the other hand, if he didn't eliminate Chen Jianghe, but still wanted to push him to the brink, Chen Jianghe's 5 or 6 men might resort to desperate measures, such as risking everything to kill Bai Zhang. And in such a scenario, success was not impossible. Besides, with Chen Jianghe and Jin Hao at odds, having Chen Jianghe as a thorn in Jin Hao's side meant Jin Hao would continue to serve obediently and keep his head down, unable to stir up trouble. Godfather, what exactly do you mean by that? Jin Hao, unable to contain his anger, asked through gritted teeth. My meaning is this: Laisher may continue operating, but from now on you will only run arcade machines. The slot machine business is yours no longer. All slot machine operations hereafter belong to Tianwei. Laisher's slot machines will be sold to Tianwei. Do you agree to this arrangement? Bai Zhang said calmly. Hearing this, a smile flickered across Jin Hao's face. Bai Zhang was indeed favoring him. Chen Jianghe has 2 or 30 slot machines. Jin Hao could easily absorb them. But Tianwei's arcade machines could not be sold to Chen Jianghe because he simply couldn't handle them. 200 or 300 arcade units. What capital did Chen Jianghe have to take them on? Jin Hao swallowed Chen Jianghe's slot machines and could continue both slot and arcade business. In contrast, once Chen Jianghe sold off the slot machines, Jin Hao would monopolize every slot machine business on North Street going forward. While Jin Hao rejoiced, Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei behind Chen Jianghe were furious. Without the slot machine business, Laisher's monthly earnings would drop by at least 2/3. Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei were about to speak up, but Chen Jianghe raised his hand and said calmly, fine, I agree. Jianghe. Zhang Peng urgently called out, but Chen Jianghe shook his head, forcing him to swallow his remaining words. Ha ha ha, Chen Jianghe, you're a man of your word. I have confidence in you. For the second half of this year, Laisher's tribute payment is waived. That's my compensation to you. Bai Zhang laughed heartily, feeling that the entire North Street remained firmly under his control. Even upstart figures like Chen Jianghe had to stay put without his nod. Come, finish this cup of tea. From now on we are friends. Please, tea. Fang Xiong poured 2 cups and served them with a cold, beautiful face. Jin Hao smirked triumphantly at Chen Jianghe and drained his cup in one gulp. Chen Jianghe also picked up his teacup, smiled faintly at Jin Hao, and took a slow sip. Jin Hao's brow furrowed. Something felt off. He had the unsettling sense that Chen Jianghe's smile concealed something. Could this kid be plotting another scheme? Alright, Hao, go check out the slot machines at Laisher. Pay Chen Jianghe every cent his machines are worth, not a copper less. And you two keep your heads down and cause no more trouble. Go. After they finished their tea, Bai Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Godfather. Jin Hao suppressed his unease and prepared to leave. But he noticed Chen Jianghe had no intention of departing. What tricks is this kid playing? Before Jin Hao could speak, a figure suddenly entered from outside and leaned close to whisper something into Bai Zhang's ear. Instantly Bai Zhang's gaze sharpened, and his look toward Jin Hao changed completely. "Hey, who is what you're saying true?" Bai Zhang asked with a chilling expression. "Big brother, of course it's true, and I have proof." The newcomer was none other than Gao Hu. Jin Hao's expression changed, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. "What evidence?" Bai Zhang asked coldly. "Listen to this." Gao Hu immediately took out a small cassette recorder and played it. "I heard she's still a female college student. Let's see whether Master Bai can satisfy her. If Master Bai can't satisfy her, don't we have our brother Hao? Once Master Bai steps back, Fang Xiong will be at the prime of her life, perfect for our brother Hao to enjoy. Ha ha ha. What's there to say? Talking now is just all talk. Only when you truly enjoy it will you know how satisfying it is." Soon the lewd voices of several men echoed from the recorder, and the last speaker was none other than Jin Hao. Upon hearing the recording, Master Bai's expression darkened instantly. Li Quan and the others also changed expressions, staring at Jin Hao in shock. They never expected Jin Hao to dare entertain thoughts about Master Bai's woman. This kid had enormous ambition. Bai Zhang's other two friends lowered their heads, slightly choosing to keep their heads down and play it safe. "Gao Hu, you fucking framed me." Jin Hao shuddered, staring deathly at Gao Hu, his eyes blazing with fury. "Framed? You mean the voice on this recording isn't yours, or are you saying the recording is fake?" Gao Hu said with a sneer. Jin Hao's face turned ashen. He wanted to deny it, but dared not. To determine whether the recording was authentic or fabricated, they only needed to bring Jin Hao's associates over. Jin Hao didn't believe they could stick to a denial. Thud. After a moment's hesitation, Jin Hao quickly knelt on the ground and pleaded with Bai Zhang. "Godfather, I was just drunk and talking nonsense. I truly had no improper thoughts about Godmother. Please spare me this once." As Jin Hao spoke, he slapped himself viciously on both cheeks. Only when Jin Hao had slapped himself until his mouth bled did Bai Zhang pick up his teacup, take a sip, and speak faintly. "You were drunk and talking nonsense?" Bai Zhang asked indifferently. Yes, Godfather, I was just drunk and spouting nonsense. I truly had no improper thoughts about Godmother. I won't dare speak carelessly again. I'll quit drinking, I won't drink anymore." Seeing Bai Zhang finally speak, Jin Hao felt relieved. He knew Bai Zhang had no intention of pressing further. Bai Zhang still needed him at present, and wouldn't dispose of him merely for saying stupid things while drunk. The key now was to give Bai Zhang an out. Jin Hao may not have been decisive, but he was not stupid either. Alcohol is a fine thing. It can make people speak their true feelings, but it can also make them talk nonsense when drunk. Bai Zhang stared coldly at Jin Hao, weighing his options in his heart. It seemed Gao Hu was right. This kid Jin Hao indeed had rebellious ambitions and dared to entertain improper thoughts about his woman. However, at present Bai Zhang did not yet have a suitable candidate to replace Jin Hao. Furthermore, Bai Zhang understood Gao Hu's intentions clearly. Gao Hu wanted to bring Jin Hao down and then take over his business. But Gao Hu had been operating in the underworld for much longer with far deeper foundations than Jin Hao. If he handed the business over to Gao Hu would soon become powerful and far more difficult to control. He could give Gao Hu some small favors, but he absolutely could not hand all the business over to him. Now was not yet the time to deal with Jin Hao. "Godfather, I really was just drunk and talking nonsense." Jin Hao pleaded, slapping himself hard twice more, his cheeks swelling red and blood trickling from his mouth. "How you followed me for so long, and Godfather believes you were simply drunk and talking nonsense. However, since you spoke improperly in front of your godmother, you should apologize to her," Bai Zhang said calmly. Seeing Jin Hao had nearly beaten his own face swollen, Bai Zhang felt he had given him a sufficient way out. It was just a few words matter, and Bai Zhang was ready to let it go. He would settle this score another day. "Godmother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have talked recklessly after drinking. I'll buy you a gift right away to make amends." Jin Hao quickly knelt and turned around, saying fawningly to Fang Xiong. At this point, if Fang Xiong simply said she would let it go, the matter would be over. But Chen Jianghe's lips curled into a knowing smile as he watched Fang Xiong quietly. Fang Xiong looked at him coldly from the corner of her eye and said dismissively, "You don't need to apologize to me. Just don't take the opportunity to touch my hand next time you give me a gift." Bang! Upon hearing Fang Xiong's words, Bai Zhang angrily smashed his teacup onto the ground. Outside, Bai Zhang's men heard the commotion and flooded in. Downstairs, Jin Hao's men also sensed something was wrong and were about to climb the stairs when they were directly intercepted by He Zi and two burly men. "What are you doing?" "Trying to rebel." He Zi stood on the stairs glaring coldly at Jin Hao's men. Jin Hao's second-in-command glasses was still rotting in a police station. The remaining lackeys, intimidated by Bai Zhang's authority, hesitated and dared not advance. Besides, without a direct order from Jin Hao, charging up there would only bring trouble upon themselves. "Godfather, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't intentionally touch Godmother's hand. It was definitely an accident. Please believe me." At this point, Jin Hao was truly panicked and hastily tried to explain to Bai Zhang. "Xiong, is that true? Did Jin Hao really intentionally touch your hand? Why didn't you say anything before?" Bai Zhang did not look at Jin Hao, but instead turned to Fang Xiong and asked, "He is your godson. Would you have believed me if I had said it before?" Fang Xiong gave a bitter laugh and said coldly, Without the recording, even if Fang Qiong had mentioned this before, Bai Jiang might only have reprimanded Jianhao lightly. After all, it was just a touch of the hand, not a major offense. But with the recording and Fang Qiong suddenly bringing this up, now the situation was entirely different. Boss, I always said that kid Jianhao has a rebellious nature. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? This kid has huge ambitions. Gao Hu took the opportunity to stir the pot. By producing the recording today, he had already completely severed ties with Jianhao. If he didn't crush Jianhao completely now, when would he? Chen Jianghe smoked his gaze sharp. He had known that handing the recording to Gao Hu would set things in motion, and the current situation was developing exactly according to his plan. He had arranged for the recording to be given to Gao Hu, and Fang Qiong's words were also arranged by him. With both prongs of his strategy working simultaneously, Jianhao would find it far from easy to escape tonight. This was precisely why Chen Jianghe had agreed to Bai Zhang's arrangement from the start. Once Jianhao fell, that arrangement would become meaningless. Gao Hu, I'll curse your ancestors. Jianhao stared at Gao Hu with pure hatred, cursing furiously. Big brother, look at this kid, even now he's still so arrogant. Gao Hu sneered and continued speaking to Bai Jiang. Hey, how you've disappointed me greatly. Bai Jiang stared coldly at Jianhao and suddenly produced a dagger, throwing it in front of Jianhao. Bai Jiang had already resolved to dispose of Jianhao. A dog that bites its master is not a good dog. But not now, not here. He needed to arrange a replacement for Jianhao before disposing of him. But that was no trouble for him, it was simply a matter of propping up another Jianhao. Jianhao had to be taught a lesson today. Godfather, Godfather, please spare me. Jianhao stared at the dagger and shouted in panic. It is not for me to spare you. It is for your godmother. Bai Jiang said coolly. Jianhao, his hands trembling, slowly picked up the dagger from the floor. As soon as he picked it up, Li Quan silently moved a step closer to Bai Jiang. In the private room, Bai Jiang's other men each slipped a hand into their clothing and gripped their weapons. Jianhao glared at the dagger in his hand, madness flashing in his eyes. He wished he could rush over and kill Bai Jiang with one slash, but he knew all too well that even if he wanted to risk his life, Li Quan and the others would never give him the chance. Not to mention that even if he could kill Bai Jiang, he would still die in this place today. Gritting his teeth, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes, Jianhao suddenly grabbed the dagger and chopped off his own little finger with a fierce stroke. The blade severed the finger, and warm blood gushed out immediately. Ah! He screamed miserably, forcibly severing his own little finger. Fang Qiong's eyelid twitched, and her face went pale. Because of a single sentence she had spoken, Jianhao had just cut off his own finger. Chen Jianghe was too terrifying. Last night, Chen Jianghe had not asked her to do anything on the phone, he had only told her to say that one sentence at the critical moment. She had never imagined that a single sentence could lead to such disastrous consequences. Godmother, please forgive me. Jianhao clutched his wound, lowered his head, and turned to face Fang Qiong. Such a trifle warrants none of this. Fang Qiong said in a low voice. Ahao, you are my godson. Look at you. You've cut off your own finger. Quick, send Ahao to the hospital and see if the finger can be reattached. Bai Jiang finally showed a satisfied smile at the sight. His woman's hand was not so easily touched. Whoever touched it had to pay a price. Yet with his purpose achieved, Bai Jiang again wore a hypocritical smile. Godfather, I was wrong today. I deserve this. Don't be upset. I will still be your good son from now on. Jianhao forced out a smile, picked up the severed finger from the floor, then staggered outside. Blood dripped all over the ground. Brother, how are you okay? Seeing Jianhao coming downstairs, his gang of underlings immediately crowded around. To the hospital, Jianhao said through gritted teeth before being hurriedly taken to the hospital by his men. Let's go. Upstairs, Chen Jianghe and his group, including Zhang Peng, had watched a good show. With the show over, he led them downstairs and left. Fang Qiong watched Chen Jianghe's back, worry flickering in her eyes. Chen Jianghe knew her secret. This was always a ticking time bomb. But last night, he had promised her he would not reveal it. Fang Qiong didn't know what to do about this matter. Should she quietly discuss it with Li Quan? But she rarely found a chance to speak to Li Quan privately, and even a quiet phone call was difficult. She had to wait for an opportunity because Li Quan was most often at Bai Jiang's side. By the time Li Quan was away from Bai Jiang would likely have returned to the villa, giving her no chance to make a call. Bai Jiang watched Chen Jianghe's retreating figure, a thoughtful look crossing his eyes, and said flatly, "This godson of mine is becoming more and more unruly. It seems he needs to be replaced as well. Boss, someone with a rebellious bone should have been replaced long ago." Gao Hu's heart leapt, and he said hurriedly, "Young people these days, too many can't be tamed. Jianhao never thinks who raised him up, who gave him food. Without your support, boss, by what is he?" Exactly. The worst thing for a person is never knowing when enough is enough. Bai Zhang's other two card-playing friends chimed in only after Jianhao had left. They had no personal grudge or conflict of interest with Jianhao, so there was no need to offend him to his face. But now that they could kick him while he was down, they naturally would not pass up the chance. A person should know his place. Unfortunately, some people never do. Bai Zhang's eyes flickered. After today's incident, he and Jianhao were already estranged. To avoid trouble, he had to replace Jianhao as soon as possible. He would raise another godson in his place. Zhang Feng, Jianhao's top lieutenant, might be a suitable candidate. Boss, why did Bai Jiang and Jianhao suddenly turn against each other? Xiang Fei couldn't help asking on the way back. Chen Jianghe's scheme was known in full only to Zhang Peng, the others did not know the details. This was also for secrecy to ensure the plan could succeed. Jin Hao has ambitions, and Bai Jiang is getting old. Their conflict is natural. I just magnified it, poured fuel on the fire. Chen Jianghe did not go into detail, he only mentioned the tape recorder without explaining even the matter of Fang Qiong. The matter of Fang Qiong was currently known only to Zhang Peng, Xiang Fei, and a few others. Even Zhou Bing and Zhang Chang did not know. It was an information quarantine deliberately set up by Chen Jianghe. One must guard against treachery. If information leaks when some know and some don't, the leaker is naturally easier to trace. The show has only just begun. Wait and see. The next 2 days will be even more exciting. Chen Jianghe said indifferently. With today's incident, both Bai Jiang and Jin Hao clearly understood that the rift between them was beyond repair. Bai Jiang would certainly begin to arrange someone to replace Jin Hao. And Jin Hao would certainly not sit idle and wait to be captured. In this situation, Jin Hao had no mood to worry about his business. If he did not settle Bai Jiang, he would not only lose everything, but might very well disappear inexplicably. Jin Hao was in no position to look for trouble with Chen Jianghe now. At the Liehua arcade, the place was especially lively today. The arcade section was packed. Almost every machine was occupied, and many people holding tokens stood behind the machines watching others play King of Fighters, waiting for their turn. As for the slot machine section, the impact of Tianwei's closure was not yet obvious. But by the afternoon, when news spread that Bai Jiang had chopped off one of Jin Hao's fingers, business in the slot machine area visibly picked up and became lively. After all, Jin Hao's backing was Bai Jiang. Now that Jin Hao had lost Bai Jiang's support, no one knew how long he could still swagger around North Street, so they naturally did not have to show him much face. Without thugs blocking the entrances to North Street, they simply went straight to Liehua to play. Chen Jianghe had a good reputation, and Liehua had pretty girls. Why not come? As night fell at the entrance of the Sihai Grand Hotel, Gao, who smugly brought a few friends to hold a celebration banquet. They did not notice that several pairs of cold eyes had already fixed on them. Gao, who and his entourage entered the Four Seas Grand Restaurant, headed straight upstairs to the KTV lounge, and booked a private room. Soon wine, fruits, snacks, and beautiful companions were all in place. Brother Hu, you're truly a genius strategist. Now Jin Hao is finished, and in the future, Master Bai will have to rely on you to manage the business, said one of Gao Hu's friends, flattering him. Brother Hu, once you rise to greatness, don't forget your brothers. Come, let's all toast Brother Hu together. Yes, let's toast Brother Hu together. Old Zhao, that's being too formal. If I, Gao Hu, ever rise to greatness, I will never forget sharing meat with my brothers. Cheers. Gao Hu was full of vim and vigor, as if he could already see Jin Hao's downfall and himself taking over Master Bai's business operations. By then he would have people, money, and face, all within his grasp. The atmosphere in the private room quickly grew lively. Gao Hu and his men drank and ate heartily for 3 or 4 hours. When they finally emerged from the Four Seas Grand Restaurant, it was already past midnight. Brother Hu, I'll see you back home. A middle-aged man helped support Gao Hu as they walked toward the car parked by the roadside. At that moment, 2 bright headlights suddenly blazed in the darkness, and a black sedan sped straight toward them. It struck both men directly, sending them flying through the air. The car screeched to a halt, and a figure leaped out, machete in hand, and sprinted after them. He planted his foot firmly on Gao Hu's chest. Gao Hu, you damn traitor, for betraying me. This is the price you pay. The man raised his blade, his face twisted in ferocity, and brought it down in a vicious swing. The sharp machete severed flesh and bone, chopping off Gao Hu's arm. Warm blood erupted in a gushing spray. Still unsatisfied, the attacker kicked the severed limb away before quickly turning and fleeing in the car. Only after the assailant had disappeared did Gao Hu's friend open his eyes, scramble to his feet, and frantically lift Gao Hu, shouting wildly. Brother Hu, are you okay? Quick, get Brother Hu to the hospital. Call Master Bai. This has to be Jin Hao's doing. Chaos reigned as Gao Hu's companions scrambled to get him to the hospital. When Bai Jiang arrived the following morning, what he saw was Gao Hu lying missing an arm. Gao Hu's severed arm had been kicked into a filthy gutter. The doctors determined that the limb was already infected, and attempting reattachment would not only risk losing the arm, but could also trigger a life-threatening systemic infection in Gao Hu himself. Consequently, the hospital did not attempt to reattach the arm. They merely treated Gao Hu's wounds. Big Brother Jin Hao is far too brazen. I simply exposed his true nature, and he had my hand chopped off. You must avenge me. Lying on the hospital bed, Gao Hu had regained consciousness and spoke in a weak voice. Who are you certain Jin Hao was behind this? Bai Jiang's expression was grim. If Jin Hao dared to attack Gao Hu today, would he dare to come after Bai Jiang tomorrow? It was definitely him. Though his face was covered, I recognized his voice. He said I betrayed him, that this is the price. Big Brother, I am absolutely certain it was him. Gao Hu moved excitedly, which pulled at his wound, and he let out another agonized scream before collapsing back onto the bed. Hu, calm down. Rest assured I will make this right. Bai Jiang ordered Li Quan to give Gao Hu 20,000 yuan, then turned away with a cold expression. Where is Jin Hao now? He asked, his face grim. I just checked. Jin Hao has gone into hiding. Li Quan's eyes gleamed with calculation. Now Jin Hao was undoubtedly finished, and Gao Hu was crippled. Bai Jiang had no one left to manage his business, which meant, if no one else stepped in, the opportunity could fall to Li Quan. Find him and bring him before me, Bai Jiang said coldly. Yes. Li Quan nodded and immediately dispatched 2 of his men to hunt for Jin Hao. Master, by what if Jin Hao runs away or refuses to come see you? Li Quan asked after making his arrangements. Given the current situation, Jin Hao had clearly thought through the consequences before daring to strike. He would know that appearing before Bai Jiang now could result in his crippling, or worse. At this point, Jin Hao was unlikely to come simply because Bai Jiang summoned him. Jin Hao has a lieutenant named Li Feng, his top enforcer, who is currently detained. I'll make a phone call. You go fetch him. If Jin Hao won't come, send Li Feng in his place. Bai Jiang spoke coldly. The implication was clear: replace Jin Hao with Li Feng. Yes, Master Bai. Li Quan lowered his head, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes though he concealed it, and hurried off to carry out the order. Master Bai watched Li Quan's retreating figure with a dark gaze. Now older and less vigorous, he wanted to cultivate someone as a front man while staying hidden behind the scenes. But the choice of whom to elevate must be entirely his own decision. He understood Li Quan's ambitions perfectly well, yet he would never allow Li Quan to interfere in his business. Li Quan already controlled his armed forces. Bai Jiang could not let him control his finances as well. Currently the money was in Bai Jiang's hands, and his men received their pay directly from him, which reinforced their loyalty to him as the boss. If they were paid by Li Quan in the future, would they still regard Bai Jiang as their leader? Flaming Fire Game Hall. Flaming Fire's business was thriving day by day. Today's trade surpassed yesterday's. The arcade machines remained consistently popular, and the slot machine revenue was nearly matching its previous peak. It wasn't even evening yet. If things continued like this, business would likely surpass all previous records by nightfall. Brother Chen. Many patrons greeted Chen Jianghe as they passed, hoping to build familiarity. Chen Jianghe's ruthless closure of Tianwei Casino had impressed people throughout and beyond North Street. The impact on many was no less significant than his earlier takedown of Lingua Bin. The various power brokers of North Street now had to admit that Chen Jianghe had firmly established himself as one of the district's leading figures. They also acknowledged that his current status mirrored that of his father Chen Jiming from years past. Chen Jianghe nodded with a smile, treating his customers with genuine warmth. Those who brought him money deserved nothing less, and he was nothing like Jin Hao. Jianghe, something happened last night. Zhang Peng made his way around the game hall gathering rumors, then hurried upstairs to find Chen Jianghe. What happened? Chen Jianghe produced a cigarette and tossed it to Zhang Peng. Last night Gao, who had his hand chopped off outside the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. Master Bai is now hunting for Jin Hao everywhere. It seems Jin Hao is responsible, and he has completely broken with Bai Jiang. Zhang Peng whispered. I heard Gao Hu and Bai Jiang were sworn brothers, so Jin Hao's actions were a direct insult to Master Bai's honor. Jin Hao severed Gao Hu's hand. That wasn't just a slap to Bai Jiang's face. It was a threat to Bai Jiang, so Bai Jiang would surely move against him now. A sharp glint flickered in Chen Jianghe's eyes. In his original blueprint, Jin Hao was destined to decline, yet not at such a precipitous pace. He hadn't expected Jin Hao to be so impatient, avenging himself on Gao Hu outright. This time Bai Jiang would certainly perceive the threat, and would no longer spare Jin Hao. Jin Hao would soon be done for. Jianghe, what should we do then? Should we send our men out to help Bai Jiang search for him, and take Jin Hao out? Zhang Peng said in a low voice. My handling of Jin Hao was never merely about dealing with him. The most crucial objective is to take down Bai Jiang in the future. Now that Jin Hao has fallen out with Bai Jiang, he is no longer our enemy. Chen Jianghe's mind raced. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, pondering the current situation. His previous moves against Jin Hao had been driven by 2 factors. Tianwei was in direct competition with Liehua, and Jin Hao was Bai Jiang's right-hand man. To deal with Bai Jiang, he naturally had to resolve the issue of Jin Hao. But the situation had now shifted. Tianwei had already closed its doors and could no longer threaten Liehua. As for Jin Hao, his rupture with Bai Jiang meant he was no longer Bai Jiang's trusted lieutenant. Simply put, Jin Hao could no longer threaten Chen Jianghe. The enemy of one's enemy could become an ally. Jianghe, what exactly are you suggesting? Zhang Peng was somewhat baffled. Jin Hao hasn't reached his breaking point yet. The ideal outcome would be to let Jin Hao and Bai Jiang destroy each other. After weighing it for a moment, Chen Jianghe replied, send Xiang Fei out to see if any of Jin Hao's men are still on Beijia Street. All right. Zhang Peng went downstairs and murmured a few words to Xiang Fei. Xiang Fei nodded, pretended to go out for some shopping, and made a full circuit of Beijia Street. In less than a dozen minutes he returned. Boss, there are no more of Jin Hao's men on Beijia Street. But Bai Jiang's people are everywhere, openly and in the shadows, all searching for Jin Hao. Xiang Fei said, Jin Hao must be aware of the consequences after severing Gao Hu's hand. He's bound to have gone into hiding. Chen Jianghe gave a cold laugh. Jin Hao served as Bai Jiang's godson for 3 years, so he knows Bai Jiang's strength well. Bai Jiang probably won't find him anytime soon. What do you think Bai Jiang will do if he can't find Jin Hao? What would he do? Zhang Peng scratched his head, unable to come up with anything. Boss, I think when Bai Jiang accepted Jin Hao as his godson and entrusted his business to him, he must have taken precautions. he would have planted his own men among Jianhao's subordinates. If he still can't locate Jianhao through his informants, he'll approach those Jianhao trusts and try to dig him out. Xiang Fei mused for a moment and spoke. Exactly. There must be some of Bai Zhang's people among Jianhao's inner circle. But now that Jianhao is in hiding, he's probably only brought a few of his most trusted men and won't let them go out alone or have any chance to contact the outside world. If so, the only route to uncover Jianhao is through the people he trusts. Chen Jianghe nodded. That was exactly what he had been thinking. He hadn't expected Xiang Fei, despite his youth, to be so level-headed and reach the same conclusion. That bespectacled Li Feng under Jianhao should still be at the police station. He's Jianhao's top lieutenant, and Jianhao consults him on many matters. With such a major incident, Jianhao will surely seek him out. Fei inform Amin and the others. Two of them should stake out the Hepping Road police station, and one should come to Beijie Street, immediately find a place across from the tea house, and keep tabs on Bai Jiang. I have a feeling Bai Jiang will definitely look for Li Feng. Chen Jianghe said directly. Boss, that's incredibly thorough. I'll notify Amin and the others right away. Xiang Fei nodded, picked up the landline in the office, and immediately called the dispatch center to have a message sent to Amin's pager. Hepping Station 2. North Tea House 1. At that moment, Amin and his two companions, idle with no task, were resting in a small hotel. The moment his pager beeped, he turned over and sat up. During this period, Amin and his team had essentially communicated with Chen Jianghe through coded language. Seeing the message now, Amin grasped it at once. 2 people to the Hepping Road police station, 1 to the Beijie Tea House. The night before last, Jianhao's men were taken to the Hepping Road police station. The boss probably wants us to watch those people. As for the Beijie Tea House, that must be to watch Bai Jiang. Amin thought for a moment, then said, Bai Jiang is of critical importance, and watching him is risky. I'll go myself. Agu and Io, you two go stake out the Hepping Road police station. If you spot anything unusual, call the boss. Alright, Amin, be careful. Guang and Io nodded, grabbed the keys to the Santana, and drove off to mount surveillance outside the Hepping Road police station. Amin rode his motorcycle and swiftly arrived at Beijie Street. He parked the motorcycle outside the street and crept in quietly. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he went directly behind the building across from the tea house. The buildings on both sides of Beijie Street were largely storefronts below and residences above. Only establishments like the tea house, the mahjong parlor, and the Liehua arcade might occupy both floors as commercial space. The building opposite the tea house had a food stall downstairs and residences upstairs. No one seemed to be home during the day. After observing for a while, Amin climbed up from the back, reached the third-floor balcony, and curled up inside it. Then he poked half his head out to watch the tea house across the street. For the whole morning, Bai Zhang's men searched for Jianhao. But just as Chen Jianghe had foreseen, Jianhao had gone into hiding after severing Gao Hu's hand. He had siphoned a sum of money from the accounts of Bai Zhang's businesses and was prepared to take Bai Jiang out directly. As long as Bai Jiang was eliminated, Beijie Street would be his to command. Even if he couldn't match Bai Zhang's imposing authority, being the boss of bosses on Beijie Street would make him one of the most formidable bosses there. Since Bai Jiang would inevitably move against him sooner or later, he chose to risk everything on a desperate gamble. In the afternoon, Bai Jiang made a phone call, and Li Feng was released. Li Feng and the others walked out of the police station in bewilderment, totally unaware of what had happened. They guessed Jianhao had pulled some strings, otherwise having slashed someone and being entangled in a robbery case, they wouldn't have gotten out in a day or two. The moment they emerged, a Santana pulled up in front of them. Get in. Li Quan sat in the passenger seat, giving Li Feng a cold look. Brother Quan, what's going on? Li Feng instinctively reached for a cigarette, but felt nothing on him. Only then did he remember that their belongings had been confiscated when they were locked up. He quickly wore a fawning smile and asked, Get in first. The rest of you ride in the van behind. Li Quan glanced at him, impatiently pointed at the others, and had them take the minivan behind. Sensing something was off, Li Feng obediently got into the car. They had been locked up for 2 days and had no idea what was happening outside. Soon 2 cars arrived outside the tea house on North Street. Have them wait here. Come up with me. Lord Bai wants to see you. Li Quan opened the car door and said coldly, Brother Quan, what? What exactly happened? Li Feng swallowed hard, feeling his legs turn to jelly. Something must have gone terribly wrong. If that weren't the case, whoever came to pick them up would surely be Jianhao's men, not Bai Zhang's. Li Feng quickly scanned his surroundings, but surprisingly he didn't spot any of Jianhao's subordinates on the street. Instead, the streets were now filled with many more of Bai Zhang's men. Enough chit-chat, let's go. With a cold expression, Li Quan shoved Li Feng forward roughly. They had already reached North Street, so even if Li Feng wanted to run, he couldn't. He had no choice but to steel himself and follow Li Quan upstairs, his heart filled with anxiety. The atmosphere inside the tea house today was even more tense. Throughout the entire tea house, Bai Zhang's men had doubled in number. Normally, Bai Zhang only had a dozen or so men stationed at the tea house, but today there were at least over 20 each armed. The moment Li Feng went upstairs, these men cast hostile glances his way. His legs buckled from fear, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. What had Jianhao gotten himself into that they would have to bear the consequences? In an instant, Li Feng understood. This was definitely Jianhao's doing, and Lord Bai must be furious. Useless. Li Quan gazed at Li Feng with contempt, unable to comprehend how Bai Jiang could favor such a hopeless failure. with Jianhao now finished, Bai Jiang should hand over the business to him and help him rise to power. Trembling, Li Feng approached Bai Jiang's private room. The people keeping Bai Jiang company had changed today. Unexpectedly, Bai Jiang wore a composed smile, showing no signs of rage. Lord Bai, the man is here. Li Quan stepped forward to announce. Li Feng's legs gave way and he dropped to his knees with a thud. Lord Bai. Speaking with a tremor, he called out. Others might not know how terrifying Lord Bai was, but Li Feng understood perfectly well. In this day and age, every boss who made it big in Pingcheng had blood on their hands. Who among them hadn't shed blood? This was an era where wolves devoured meat while dogs scraped for scraps. Those bosses were all ferocious, ravenous wolves. Lord Bai had clawed his way to the top, standing out even among those ravenous wolves. He truly was someone who devoured people. Hey Feng, you're here. Why kneel? Stand up and sit. With a kind smile, Lord Bai glanced at Feng Qiong. Hey Qiong, make tea for A Feng. Feng Qiong poured a cup of tea and set it before the trembling Li Feng. Thank you, sister. Li Feng wasn't sure what to call Feng Qiong. Sister wasn't quite appropriate since Jianhao was his brother and called Feng Qiong godmother. Yet he couldn't address her the way Jianhao did either. He lacked the standing. Stop calling her sister. From now on you should call her godmother. Bai Jiang suddenly said. Gee, godmother. Li Feng's eyes went wide with disbelief. Then catching on quickly, his face lit up with joy as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed again. Thank you, godfather. Thank you, godfather. Ha ha ha, excellent. A Feng, you're a smart one. From today onward you're my adopted son. Bai Jiang rose and walked over personally, extending his hand to help Li Feng up. Jianhao dared to defy his superior, chopped off Gao Hu's hand, and even made advances toward his own godmother. A Feng, tell me, what should be done with such a traitor? Li Feng understood. He never imagined that in just a day or two so much could unfold on North Street. That fool Jianhao had the audacity to even cut off Gao Hu's hand. As for his advances toward Feng Qiong, Jianhao must have spoken out of turn, and those words had reached Lord Bai's ears. Li Feng saw through Jianhao's ambitions clearly. He coveted Lord Bai's power, status, wealth, women. All of it. Jianhao's ambition had grown too vast. Lord Bai could no longer tolerate him. Now it was finally his turn to rise. Godfather, someone who defies his superior and violates his godmother deserves 3 stabs with 6 holes, death by 1,000 cuts. Li Feng declared without hesitation. Excellent, excellent. You're right. A scoundrel like Jianhao deserves death. Then I'll leave this matter in your hands. Godfather, Jianhao has money and men at his disposal. I might not be his match. Li Feng's eyelids twitched as he quickly said. Hey Feng, don't worry. Your godfather will help you. I'll have Li Quan arrangement to assist you. Once you've dealt with Jianhao, I'll gather all the bosses from North Street for a celebration. In front of everyone, I'll officially take you as my adopted son and elevate you. Bai Jiang smiled. By then Tianwei will be your territory. Thank you, godfather. Rest assured I'll hunt down Jianhao and send him to his grave. Greed flickered in Li Feng's eyes as he agreed without hesitation. Men die for wealth, birds for food. One only gets chances like this a few times in life. Now that the opportunity was before him, he would seize it without a doubt. Quanzi assigned some men to help A Feng. Bai Jiang nodded with satisfaction and gave Li Quan his instructions. This satisfaction churned inside Li Quan, but he dared not show it. If Bai Jiang ever sensed his displeasure, Jianhao's fate would likely become his own. Heisei, take a few men and assist Li Feng. Li Quan turned to give the order. Yes, brother Quan. Heisei nodded and assembled roughly a dozen men. Godfather, those who came out with me are all Jianhao's loyalists. I'm afraid they might tip him off. Keep them under watch first. I'll deal with them after I've handled Jianhao. Li Feng's eyes flickered as he continued. If Jianhao planned to move against Lord Bai, even ordinary foot soldiers would likely flee in terror. As for these loyalists of Jianhao, each one he could neutralize meant one less source of strength in Jianhao's hands. Quanzi, handle those men he mentioned. Bai Jiang instructed. Yes, Lord Bai. Li Quan nodded and agreed without hesitation. A Feng, go ahead. I'll await your good news. Bai Jiang said to Li Feng once more. Godfather, don't worry. I promise to handle this flawlessly. Li Feng turned eagerly, departing with Heisei and the others in high spirits. He had arrived in terror, yet now he left triumphant and exhilarated. Brother Bai, you truly are the master strategist. With just a few casual words you've crippled Jianhao. Not just crippled, Jianhao will lose his life entirely. Lord Bai is truly formidable. Several of Bai Jiang's friends broke into smiles and began to flatter him. As Li Feng departed with his men across the street from the tea house, Iming hunched down and slipped silently from the balcony, climbing over the wall and escaping North Street. Shortly after, he found a public phone booth outside North Street, sent the owner away and dialed Chen Jianghe's number. Boss, just now Li Feng, Jianhao's top lieutenant, went to see Bai Jiang. He was scared half to death when he went in, but he left looking absolutely delighted. I feel like Bai Jiang must have promised him some kind of reward. Once the call connected, Ming glanced at the shopkeeper standing in the distance. Holding the receiver in one hand and covering his mouth with the other, he lowered his voice. He probably promised to elevate Li Feng into that spot. Chen Jianghe said. Alright, I got it. Go find Guang and the others. It's safe for now. Got it, boss. Ming acknowledged and hung up. Jianghe, how's it going? Seeing Chen Jianghe hang up, Zhang Peng immediately asked. Bai Jiang met Jin Hao's top lieutenant Li Feng, and he probably promised to put Li Feng on top if he kills Jin Hao. Chen Jianghe pondered. If Jin Hao had no idea about this, and Li Feng caught him off guard, his chances of success were high. As long as Li Feng took out Jin Hao, Bai Jiang would have disposed of a major threat without spending a single soldier. That old man truly had his ways. That old bastard is trying to kill with a borrowed knife. Zhang Peng was startled, realizing the truth as well. Boss, what should we do? Should we send our men out to tip off Jin Hao? Xiang Fei asked. No need for all that trouble. Jin Hao is just hiding. It's not like he's vanished. After thinking it over, Chen Jianghe pulled up Jin Hao's number directly and gave him a call. Jin Hao might be in hiding, but he would definitely carry his mobile phone and wouldn't cut off contact with the outside world. He simply refused to meet Bai Jiang. That didn't mean Bai Jiang's people couldn't reach him. The first call went unanswered. Chen Jianghe didn't mind and kept dialing. After 3 or 4 attempts, the line finally connected. Who? A voice full of agitation sounded the moment the call connected. Earlier that morning, after slashing Gao Hu, Jin Hao had calmed down and begun to regret it. He immediately went into hiding with a few trusted men, one moment contemplating taking Bai Jiang out, the next thinking of throwing himself at Bai Jiang's mercy. He still hadn't made a decision. If only he had been more decisive, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. It's me, Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe said calmly. Fuck you, Chen Jianghe. Did you call me just to have a laugh at me? At the sound of Chen Jianghe's voice, Jin Hao's rage burst into flames. Chen Jianghe smiled silently. This idiot still couldn't see who had actually orchestrated everything behind the scenes. But then again, even Bai Jiang hadn't noticed by now. They only thought Jin Hao was too ambitious and Gao Hu had fought him too hard, leading to the current situation. It never crossed their minds that someone was pulling strings behind it all. He had set a trap. Jin Hao, don't be so irritable. I called because I want to save your life. Chen Jianghe said unhurriedly. Save my life? Just you? Jin Hao sneered, not believing a word. Bai Jiang is out to kill you now. Are you fucking threatening me? At these words, Jin Hao instantly became furious and wanted to hang up. I know who he's sending. Chen Jianghe continued. Who? Jin Hao hesitated a moment and ultimately didn't hang up. He too was worried that Bai Jiang might have him killed. Li Feng. Chen Jianghe stopped wasting words. My people saw Li Feng go to see Bai Jiang today. Bai Jiang promised to elevate him if he kills you. You're on your own. Li Feng wants to kill me. Are you trying to sow discord? You. Li Feng was his right-hand man. Jin Hao simply didn't believe what Chen Jianghe said. Just as he was about to explode into curses, he heard a continuous, busy tone from the phone. Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe. Jin Hao called out several times before realizing shouting was useless. Chen Jianghe couldn't hear him. His face darkened as he cursed resentfully, then his expression shifted uncertainly. He didn't believe what Chen Jianghe had said, yet he was afraid it might be true. Brother Hao, what's wrong? A young thug sidled over and asked. Jin Hao was hiding in a residential apartment, the home of one of his mistresses. He rarely kept in touch with her, so most people had no idea he was hiding there. Even the mistress herself didn't yet know Jin Hao was there. Jin Hao had previously paid to rent an apartment for her, a nice newly built place. The mistress assumed it was his property and had already moved in. It's nothing. Jin Hao glanced around at his trusted underlings. These 6 were the ones he found relatively reliable. As for those he couldn't quite trust, he hadn't brought them along. Still, he was fully aware that the underlings were sticking with him because he still had money. Once his money ran out, these men would probably bolt immediately. Right then, Jin Hao's mobile phone rang again. His expression shifted slightly, and he answered immediately. Before he could even speak, the person on the other end started talking. Brother Hao, it's me, Alphone. Where are you now? Li Feng's voice sounded from the phone. Alphone, you're out. Jin Hao's face changed. Chen Jianghe had just called, and now Li Feng's call came right after. This made him even more suspicious of Li Feng. I'm out. The precinct said our matter wasn't serious and let us go. Li Feng brushed it off, then pressed impatiently. Brother Hao, where exactly are you? Not serious. Seeing how urgently Li Feng wanted to know his whereabouts, Jin Hao grew even more suspicious. Besides, Li Feng and his men had wounded someone badly. Jin Hao hadn't pulled any strings for them. By all logic, they shouldn't have been released after only a day or two. That would only be possible if someone had found connections, paid hush money, or put in a good word for them. Yeah, Brother Hao, it was just a minor offense. How long could they hold us? Did something happen on your end? Li Feng kept pressing. You don't know? Jin Hao asked back warily. I don't know, Brother Hao. I went to North Street and didn't find you. Then I saw Boss Bai's men all over the streets. I heard Boss Bai was looking for you. I was afraid of trouble, so I hid. Li Feng said it with a perfectly straight face. I've fallen out with Bai Jiang. What do you have to say? Jin Hao was already a bit suspicious of Li Feng, but he still couldn't believe Li Feng had the guts to betray him. Brother Hao, you fell out with Boss Bai. What happened? Li Feng feigned astonishment and asked hurriedly. Damn it, that old bastard Bai Jiang doesn't trust me. I already cut Gao Hu. Anyway, things are what they are. Are you with me or not? Jin Hao was too lazy to explain in detail. He just summarized and asked directly. Brother Hao, don't worry. I will definitely help you. Li Feng was able to carve out a place in the underworld all because you gave me a leg up. No matter what, I'll help you. Li Feng put on a fiercely loyal look and declared it with absolute certainty. Good brother, I knew I was right about you. This time with our brothers working together as one will take down Bai Jiang. Once I've seized his assets, Tianwei shall be yours. Jianhao spoke with unwavering conviction, painting his grand vision. Brother, I trust you completely. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Li Feng replied with equal fervor. Very well then. Bring all the men I arranged for you, and we'll figure out how to eliminate Bai Jiang, declared Jianhao. No problem, brother Hao. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Li Feng's heart soared with joy. He knew Jianhao had fallen for his act. I'm at. Jianhao was about to blurt out his location when a flicker of caution crossed his mind. Glancing at a small motel sign across the narrow street, he said, I'm at the Home Inn on Longping West Road. Come find me there. Got it, brother Hao. I'm on my way. Li Feng hung up the phone, his excitement barely contained. What a fool Jianhao was, to be taken in so easily, giving up his location in just a few words. He's at the Home Inn on Longping West Road. Li Feng hung up and turned to Heisey. Let's go. Heisey's expression turned cold. With a sharp command, he ordered his gang to arm themselves, then led them straight toward Longping West Road. Jianhao certainly had nerve. Longping West Road wasn't far from North Street at all, just a few blocks away. The fellow hadn't run far at all. Li Feng and Heisey arrived at Longping West Road in no time. Heisey led the men, their faces covered, ready to storm in. It was getting dark anyway. Nighttime made for better work. Wait. Let me go in first alone and check if Jianhao is really there. If he tricks us, you all rushing in would blow our cover, Li Feng said before leaving the van. Jianhao has that kind of cunning. Heisey sneered contemptuously. If Jianhao possessed such intelligence, he wouldn't have ended up in this sorry state. Better safe than sorry. Li Feng was counting on eliminating Jianhao quickly and rising to power himself. Now was no time for carelessness. Fine. You scout ahead. Once you confirm he's inside, send the signal. Heisey considered it and decided caution was indeed the wiser course. Best to settle this with Jianhao today. Letting things drag on only invited trouble. Li Feng nodded, pulled open the van door, and stepped out, making his way toward the nearby Home Inn. The van was parked roughly 100 meters away. No sense getting too close and alerting Jianhao's people prematurely. Li Feng stood outside the home and took out the mobile phone, still the one Jianhao had given him specifically for reporting on developments at Tianwei Electronics World, and dialed Jianhao's number. Brother Hao, I'm outside the hotel. Which room are you in? Asked Li Feng. Room 503. Come on up. Jianhao's voice was ice cold. Alright, I'm coming up right now. Li Feng suppressed the excitement raging in his chest, hung up, and turned to signal the van in the distance. Moved. At Heisey's command, a dozen or so gang members piled out of the van and the sedan behind it, faces covered, weapons in hand, and sprinted toward the Home Inn. Pedestrians on the street dove out of their way, treating such scenes as commonplace. Room 503. Li Feng called out. Room 503, go. Heisey gripped his machete and led the charge into the Home Inn. The receptionist at the front desk bolted under the desk at the first sight of them, not daring to utter a single unnecessary word. They stormed straight up to the 5th floor and stopped outside room 503. Break it down. Heisey thrust his hand forward sharply. One of his men charged forward and delivered a vicious kick to the wooden door of room 503. With a thunderous crash, the lock shattered and the door burst open. Inside, the moment the door gave way, Heisey barked the order. The gang members flooded in, weapons ready. What are you doing? What do you people want? Inside the room, a man and woman, both in their 30s, nearly wet themselves. The man trembled uncontrollably while the woman clutched a bedsheet around herself, huddling like a quail. Bossy's not here. The gang members paid the couple no mind, searching the room from wall to wall. There was absolutely no trace of Jianhao. Only this adulterous pair. Damn it, we've been played. Check the opposite room. Heisey's realization came instantly. He had his men kick down the door of room 503's neighbor, only to find it completely empty. He'd assumed Jianhao had been cautious enough to give a room number off by one. Turns out Jianhao wasn't here at all. Jianhao isn't here. Heisey's expression turned grim as he spoke to Li Feng. How could he not be here? Li Feng's face went from bad to worse. If they failed to root out Jianhao this time, next time he wouldn't fall for it again. Then finding Jianhao would become infinitely harder. Quiet, everyone. Not a sound. Li Feng suddenly made a hand gesture pointing to the rooms around them. Heisey understood immediately and had his men spread out along that floor, pressing their ears against each door. Then Li Feng dialed Jianhao's number again. As long as Jianhao was hiding somewhere on this floor, the phone ringing would give him away. These motel doors weren't exactly soundproof. Li Feng, you son of a bitch. How dare you betray me? Yet Jianhao answered without hesitation, letting loose a torrent of abuse. Brother Hao, what are you talking about? I see there's some misunderstanding between you and Boss Bai. I was hoping to take you to explain things to him. For your own good. While stalling for time, Li Feng directed Heisey's men to search the hotel floor by floor. Finding nothing on the 5th floor, some went up while others went down. Li Feng, you'd better be waiting for me. I won't let this go. Jianhao was absolutely furious. From the building across the street, he had a clear view of Li Feng arriving alone outside the home in, making a phone call, then gesturing toward the van to signal for backup. Without a doubt, Chen Jianghe had told him the truth. Li Feng had already sold him out to Bai Jiang. This entire contact was a trap to flush him out and eliminate him. After finishing, Jianhao hung up without another word. Did you find him? Li Feng faced ashen, listened to the dial tone, and urgently asked. If they didn't eliminate Jianhao soon, Jianhao might eliminate them first. Jianhao's hatred for him, right now, probably far exceeded his hatred for Bai Jiang. After all, a traitor was more detestable than an enemy. No, he's not in the hotel, but I'd say he's somewhere around here hiding and watching us. Heisey speculated. Head downstairs. Search for him. Across the street above and below. We've got to dig him out. Li Feng's expression was dark as he spoke. Downstairs. Find him. Heisey didn't waste words. With a command, he led his men rushing down. Let's go. Before they reached the bottom, Jianhao was already leading his own people down the stairs. He knew this place was no longer safe. Get out of the way. Dig out Jianhao. Li Feng and Heizhi led a dozen or so thugs downstairs. Armed and brazen, they quickly fanned out, scouring both sides of the street without restraint. Li Feng stood on the road flanked by Heizhi and two henchmen constantly scanning the area in an attempt to locate Jianhao. They knew very well that Jianhao must be nearby somewhere with a vantage point overlooking the home inn. Jianhao had deliberately given Li Feng the address of home inn to test whether he was still reliable. If Li Feng had been bold enough to climb the stairs alone and seek out Jianhao, he might have seen through the trap and lured him out. Unfortunately, Li Feng lacked that kind of courage. He made only a single phone call to confirm and actually believe Jianhao was inside home inn. Make way! Make way! A gang of thugs swaggered through the streets, aggressively hunting for their target. Pedestrians scattered out of their way, though none were particularly surprised. In 1990s Pingching, such incidents were not an everyday occurrence, but they were frequent enough to be commonplace. Search carefully. Don't let Jianhao escape. Bring him out, and Master Bai will reward you handsomely. Li Feng also drew a machete and directed the search with an air of authority. He relished this feeling deeply. Previously under Jianhao's command, although he considered himself someone of note, managing a few subordinates, Jianhao would beat and curse him at the slightest provocation, never treating him with any respect. When Jianhao's fortunes were favorable, he thought highly of himself and disregarded his subordinates entirely. Only when trouble struck did he start preaching about brotherhood, but by then it was far too late. Today, once Jianhao was dug out and eliminated, Master Bai would be the top dog on North Street, and Li Feng would be number 2. The more Li Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Just then he failed to notice a minivan without its headlights accelerating rapidly from the intersection and barreling straight toward them. You damn Li Feng. I'm going to kill you. Jianhao gripped the steering wheel, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted in ferocity. He slammed the accelerator to the floor and sped directly at Li Feng, who stood motionless in the middle of the road. Brother, hey, watch out. When the two thugs spotted the minivan, it was already upon them. They shouted and shoved Heizhi aside, rolling to safety, completely abandoning Li Feng. Although Bai Jiang had recently acknowledged Li Feng as his godson, Li Feng had not yet truly consolidated his position. These men were not his followers, and in a critical moment no one would come to his aid. In truth, Li Feng had no genuine allies of his own. Damn it. Heizhi was knocked to the ground, and only then saw the minivan charging toward them with lethal intent. He never imagined that Jianhao would still dare to attack them at such a moment. Heizhi managed to dodge, but Li Feng had no time to escape. Bang! Oh! The minivan slammed into Li Feng with devastating force, drawing a blood-curdling scream before sending him flying through the air. The vehicle did not even slow down and proceeded to run directly over his body once more. In an instant, blood pooled across the ground. Jianhao, you bastard, don't you dare run. Heizhi scrambled to his feet, machete in hand, and gave chase to the minivan. Screech. Unexpectedly, the minivan braked sharply and came to a sudden halt, then began reversing. Damn it. Heizhi jumped aside in alarm and slashed wildly at the vehicle. Jianhao glanced back, his gaze locked onto Li Feng lying in a pool of blood. With cruel indifference, he reversed the van and ran over Li Feng's body again, then stopped, floored the accelerator, and crushed over him once more before speeding away. On the ground lay only Li Feng, barely clinging to life, and a macabre scene drenched in blood. Heizhi watched helplessly, daring not to continue the pursuit. His henchmen stood frozen at the roadside, equally unwilling to charge. Flesh and bones simply could not withstand a steel beast. The group could only watch as the minivan disappeared into the distance. Brother, hey, Li Feng is probably done for. One henchman wiped his face, seemingly snapping back to reality, and urgently called out to Heizhi. Let's go, move quickly. Heizhi jolted back to his senses, sheathed his blade, and sprinted toward the departing minivan. His men followed suit, scrambling into the van, and the Santana parked behind it, and they quickly disappeared. All that remained on the street was a scene of blood and carnage. It was not until 20 minutes later that police cars finally arrived. Upon returning to their hideout, Heizhi immediately called Bai Jiang. Master Bai, something happened. Li Feng is probably dead. As soon as the call connected, Heizhi relayed everything that had just occurred. Useless. Absolute trash. Bai Jiang's expression darkened with fury. That fool Li Feng was truly good for nothing. He had just adopted the boy as his godson, and now Jianhao had killed him. It was a blatant slap in the face. Master Bai, what should we do now? Heizhi asked. Did anyone catch sight of your faces? Bai Jiang furrowed his brows. He had not anticipated that a minor figure like Jianhao could gradually complicate matters, and a faint sense of crisis began to surface. Nevertheless, Bai Jiang still did not take Jin Hao seriously. His strength and influence were far beyond what a petty gangster like Jin Hao could threaten. At most, Jin Hao could cause minor headaches. As long as Jin Hao was not given the opportunity to ambush, there would be no serious problems. No faces were visible. We all wore masks, and the license plates were removed in advance. Without a thorough investigation, they won't trace this back to us. Hazy hurriedly explained. Bai Jiang naturally possessed the connections to ensure the police would not investigate too rigorously as long as appearances were adequately maintained. Understood. Take your men and lay low for a couple of days. Park the vehicles properly, and do not drive them out. Wait for my call, Bai Jiang said. I will arrange for some money to be sent to you shortly. Master Bai, rest assured we will be careful. Hazy replied. What's wrong? Did something happen? Only after Bai Jiang hung up did Fang Qiong feign nonchalance and ask. She normally had no interest in underworld affairs or Bai Jiang's business dealings. But now she could not afford to remain indifferent. Chen Jianghe held leverage over her, and she dared not ignore it. Li Feng is dead, Bai Jiang said expressionlessly. How did he die, eh? Fang Qiong's hand trembled slightly, her mind racing. That afternoon, Li Feng had been full of confidence, freshly adopted, as Bai Jiang's godson, poised to become the next Jin Hao and dominate North Street. Yet in the span of a single night, he was already dead. Jin Hao did it. I didn't expect him to have such nerve, Bai Jiang mused. After a moment's thought, he placed a phone call. By tomorrow, the police would begin their search for Jin Hao, but Bai Jiang remained uneasy. He could not afford to let matters drag on. They had to deal with Jin Hao as soon as possible. Qiong, what do you think of this young man, Chen Jianghe? Fang Qiong's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and replied carefully, ambitious, capable, daring, and aggressive. He may be difficult to control. Precisely, ambitious and capable, indeed difficult to manage. Bai Jiang nodded, then let out a cold smile. Unfortunately, he lacks a solid foundation. What do you think, if I adopt him as my godson? You want to take him as your adopted son? Fang Qiong immediately grew tense. With Chen Jianghe's cunning and capability, if Bai Jiang took him as an adopted son, wasn't that just raising a tiger to bring disaster later? Exactly. Now that Li Feng is dead and Jin Hao, that menace has yet to be eliminated, I intend to take Chen Jianghe as my adopted son, letting him deal with Jin Hao while I watch the two tigers fight from a safe spot. Bai Jiang said with full confidence. But I heard that Chen Jianghe is no pushover. Aren't you afraid that raising a tiger will come back to haunt you? Fang Qiong said nervously. Raising a tiger to court disaster. This North Street is my Bai Jiang's turf. Even if a dragon came in, it would have to coil here. Even if a tiger came in, it would have to lie low. I'm only using Chen Jianghe to deal with Jin Hao. Once Jin Hao is dead, it will be Chen Jianghe's turn. Chen Jianghe's men are bold and aggressive. Tell me, wouldn't they want to move up? Bai Jiang gave a cold laugh and said coolly, even if Chen Jianghe were the Monkey King, he couldn't leap out of my palm. I don't understand underworld affairs. You handle it as you see fit. I'm going to bed. Fang Qiong was silent for a moment, then turned and went upstairs. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing for Bai Jiang to elevate Chen Jianghe. If Chen Jianghe could one day take down Bai Jiang, she might finally be free. Bai Jiang watched Fang Qiong go upstairs, then called Li Quan in and gave him instructions. Jin Hao was not dead, yet so Li Quan stayed guarding Bai Jiang's villa, and the number of men he brought had increased considerably. Normally, Bai Jiang's villa was protected by only about a dozen underlings. Now Bai Jiang had stationed a full 20-odd people. If Jin Hao dared to come to the villa, he would be delivering himself to his death. Liahua Arcade. That night, business at Liahua was booming. Not only was the arcade section packed, but even over by the slot machines, all 20 or 30 machines were occupied. Today's business was the best since Chen Jianghe took Liahua back, even surpassing the days of Li Jindi. Zhang Peng estimated that the arcade's takings today could exceed 8,000. If one or two big spenders showed up in the slot machine area, it was not impossible for the day's revenue to surpass 10,000. Zhang Chang, Zhou Bingxiang Fei, and the others all felt that their prospects were bright. Jianghe, we just got word. Li Feng is dead. At 10 o'clock that night, Zhang Peng received the news and rushed upstairs to report to Chen Jianghe, shocked. It seems being Bai Jiang's adopted son is truly no easy position. Li Feng was his adopted son for only half a day before he died. Jin Hao. When he should be ruthless, he isn't ruthless enough, and when he shouldn't be ruthless, he's extremely ruthless. Chen Jianghe sneered. How did Li Feng die? They say Jin Hao ran him over with a car. It happened on the main street, and many people saw it. Zhang Peng told Chen Jianghe all the news he had gathered. This fool is done for completely, Chen Jianghe said bluntly. If Jin Hao hadn't been so impulsive earlier and chopped off Gao Hu's hand, he could have continued to play along with Bai Jiang for a while longer. But in his rashness, he cut off Gao Hu's hand, making it impossible for Bai Jiang to tolerate him any longer. Now Jin Hao had run down Li Feng in broad daylight, losing his backer. The cops would certainly not let him off. Jin Hao had effectively offended both the underworld and the law. If he didn't die, who would? Having offended both worlds, he has no way out now. Zhang Peng nodded, also feeling that Jin Hao was finished for good. So what do we do? Watch and wait for the right moment. Prey can be impatient, but a hunter must be patient, Chen Jianghe said calmly. Got it. I'll go down and keep an eye on the shop. Zhang Peng acknowledged and turned to go downstairs. It was not until past 1 in the morning that Liahua finally closed its doors for the day. Zhang Peng, Xiang Li, and the others were too excited to sleep. They did the accounts overnight, eager to see exactly how much money they had made that day. Chen Jianghe, however, was not too excited to sleep. He had gone to rest early. This was still nothing. Chen Jianghe's ambition was by no means limited to a small arcade. The next morning, the atmosphere on North Street was noticeably different. The adopted son by Jiang had acknowledged just the day before hadn't even survived through the night before he was killed. This was a ruthless slap to Bai Zhang's face. If Bai Zhang didn't handle this matter well, no doubt many people's minds would begin to stir. Bai Zhang was indeed a hungry wolf, but once that wolf showed signs of fatigue, signs of age, other ferocious wolves would naturally pounce, hoping to take his place. This was the underworld of the 1990s, bloody, cruel, and utterly unrestrained. That morning, however, Bai Zhang still sauntered into the North Street tea house, as if nothing had happened. Quanzi, go and invite Chen Jianghe. Upon arriving at the tea house, Bai Zhang suddenly gave the order. Master Bai, why should we invite Chen Jianghe? Li Quan was taken aback, not understanding Bai Zhang's intention, and instinctively glanced at Fang Qiang. It was that glance that made Bai Zhang's brows knit. As if realizing something, Li Quan continued to sweep his gaze around the private room, as though checking whether any men were lying in ambush. You'll know once you invite him. Remember, be polite. Bai Zhang said coolly. Yes, Master Bai. Li Quan had nearly exposed himself just now, so he dared not say more. He bowed his head in acknowledgement and turned to leave. After he left, Bai Zhang glanced at Fang Qiang once more, seemingly casually. Seeing that she showed no abnormality, he was relieved. Li Quan was just a burly thug. Fang Qiang could not possibly have anything to do with him. Li Quan left the tea house and led 2 underlings toward the Liahua arcade. Walking in front, a flash of worry crossed his face. The longer this dragged on, the greater the possibility of the relationship between Fang Qiang and his younger brother being exposed. Once the affair was exposed, they would very likely all be destroyed. Li Quan had warned Zhang Wenli more than once to break up with Fang Qiang, but Zhang Wenli reacted violently, claiming that he and Fang Qiang were true love, and that even death would never make him part from her. Fang Qiang's attitude was similar to Zhang Wenli's. She merely said that if Zhang Wenli would not break up, she would never break up either. Zhang Wenli was a college student and intellectual, and Li Quan's parents thought highly of him. Even Li Quan himself felt that Zhang Wenli had a bright future. Seeing that they were unwilling to part, Li Quan could not resort to forceful means to compel them to break up. So the matter had been delayed until now. But now Li Quan felt that the situation was growing increasingly dangerous. Mulling over these thoughts, Li Quan took a deep breath and arrived at the Liahua arcade. Where's Chen Jianghe? As soon as he entered, Li Quan asked Xiang Li, who was sitting by the door. The boss is upstairs. Xiang Li answered nervously. What do you want? Zhang Peng saw the 3 men and immediately walked over. Li Quan glanced at him coldly, completely ignored him, and went straight into the arcade and upstairs. Zhang Peng waved his hand, and Xiang Fei, Zhang Chong Ajian, and Zhou Bing immediately grabbed their weapons and surrounded them. Li Quan paid them no attention and went straight upstairs to Chen Jianghe's office. Chen Jianghe, Master Bai wants to see you.